Lin Bei finds himself clad in the world of Dragon Ball, having bound a villain cultivation system, acquiring initial rewards, Saiyan bloodline, Sun Wukong's innate talent, mastery of Qi, the art of flight, and the system space. He immediately heads to Korin Tower to collect Senzu Beans to enhance his Saiyan passive abilities, and also acquires an indestructible scouter. Had Raditz not been severely injured by Gohan, he would not have met his demise on Earth. If Vegeta had successfully wished for eternal life on Namek, he would have attained immortality. Had Frieza not encountered the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, he would not have been defeated on Namek. The moment Lin Bei kicked Raditz away from the brink of being severely injured by Gohan, the course of history had irrevocably changed. My scouter will never malfunction. I must closely observe the combat powers of you fellows. Beep beep beep. The battle power of King Cold is 180 million. Cell's battle power is. Majin Buu's battle power is. The combined battle power of Goku and Gohan is. Beerus's battle power is. Whis's battle power is. The Grand Minister's battle power is. The Omni King's battle power is. Chapter 1. Villain Cultivation System. Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball. Villain Cultivation System has been bound. The host can earn rewards by completing the villain cultivation tasks issued by the system. Initial rewards acquired. Saiyan bloodline, Sun Wukong's innate talent, mastery of Qi, the art of flight, system space. As soon as Lin Bei opened his eyes, he heard the system's notification. He never expected that merely pressing a flush handle would transport him into the world of Dragon Ball. Not only did he become a Saiyan, but he also gained the talent of Sun Wukong. It is well known that Gohan possesses terrifying talent, but how could Goten, who transformed into a Super Saiyan at the age of 7, be any weaker? A saying circulates within Dragon Ball. If Gohan does not study, even Jiren would weep. The truth, however, is that during Gohan's era, neither Goku nor Vegeta were strong enough. There was no one to shield him from the storm, forcing him to rely solely on himself. In contrast, Goten lives in an era where there are those who can protect him from the tempest, sparing him the need to run. In the Majin Buu saga, Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber tells Goten, "Great! This way we even surpass Super Saiyan." This surpassing is not merely Super Vegeta or Goku at full power, but a true Super Saiyan 2. Otherwise, they would not have transformed into Super Saiyan 3 upon fusing. Previously, Gohan had only briefly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 in the hyperbolic time chamber, and that was with Goku's guidance. These two young boys, however, relied solely on instinct, which speaks volumes of Goten's terrifying potential. One can only say that the strength of their forebears stifled his talent. The current scenery unfolds in a pasture. As Lin Bei ponders the unfolding plot, a spherical spaceship streaks overhead. Raditz. This is indeed the first episode of Dragon Ball Z. As expected, the people on this planet are still alive. That foolish cockroach, Raditz, emerging from the spacecraft, mutters in displeasure as he gazes at the gun-wielding farmer before him. "You, who exactly are you?" Beep beep. A battle power of only 5, utterly pathetic. "Why, you better not come any closer, or I'll kill you." Bang! Under pressure, the farmer accidentally fires a shot. The bullet is instantaneously caught by Raditz mid-flight. With a flick of his finger, the bullet is returned with greater force, sending the farmer flying into the front of a car behind him. Oomph! Such a weak race. There's someone with formidable power. Is it Kakarot? After speaking, Raditz takes off, while Lin Bei slowly steps out from the shadows of a large tree. Villain character, Raditz has been bound. Task issued. Assist Raditz in killing Sun Wukong. Completion reward, an indestructible scouter. Failure penalty, deprivation of Saiyan bloodline. How intriguing. This system intends to use me as a medium to assist these villains in altering their fated demise. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Bei meticulously reviews the storyline in his mind. Raditz will first encounter Piccolo, then later meet Goku and others at Kame House, subsequently capturing Gohan and confining him in the spacecraft. Goku and Piccolo will then engage in a one-for-one exchange. This task is not difficult to accomplish. The primary foreshadowing of Raditz's death lies in being severely injured by Gohan. There are numerous ways for me to intervene, all of which can avert this outcome, though the challenge lies beyond this point. After killing Goku, Raditz will either kill me or recruit me. With this thought, Lin Bei glances at his attributes. Name, Lin Bei. Age, 28. Little brother, 18. Bloodline, Saiyan. Skills, Mastery of Qi, Art of Flight. Battle Power, 500. With a mere battle power of 500 and the task rewards not enhancing combat strength, I am far from being Raditz's match, as his battle power stands at 1500. However, the world of Dragon Ball is rife with bugs, and the Senzu Beans are one of them. Lin Bei calculates the time, barely enough for a round trip, and then heads towards Korin Tower. Being well-versed in the plot, Lin Bei knows that the fastest way for a Saiyan to grow stronger early on is to exploit the Senzu Beans, continuously recovering from near-death states. At present, Wukong's combat power, after shedding his burdens, stands at 416, while Lin Bei surpasses him in strength. Utilizing his Wukong technique, he swiftly arrives at the location of the deity Korin. The cat-like Korin, startled, immediately fluffs up and exclaims, "Who are you?" Lin Bei, upon hearing this, reveals his tail and responds, "I am Lin Bei, a peace-loving Saiyan, just like Wukong." Both Korin and the heavenly god possess the ability to observe the mortal realm. Thus they have witnessed Raditz' actions at the Kame house and are aware of the Saiyan affairs. Without waiting for Korin's reaction, Lin Bei strides directly towards Yakalubei. "Hey, what are you doing? I warn you, Wukong is my little brother. Do not act recklessly." Yakalubei, startled by Lin Bei's actions, draws his katana from his waist to threaten him. Whoosh! Lin Bei swiftly appears behind him and delivers a precise chop to his neck, knocking him unconscious. So quick! Korin is taken aback and refrains from making any hasty moves. He then seizes Yakalubei by the ankle, inverts him, and shakes him. 10 Senzu Beans tumble out with a clatter. At this moment, Korin's jar is already devoid of Senzu Beans, all having been stored within Yakalubei. Lin Bei places all the beans into the system space, saying, "Thanks, I'll bring you fish next time." He then leaps down from Korin Tower. Upon witnessing this, Korin breathes a sigh of relief, yet cold sweat trickles down as he gazes downward. Who exactly is this Saiyan Lin Bei? His speed seems even greater than Wukong's. Simultaneously, Wukong and Bike join forces to engage in a fierce battle with Raditz. Ha. Beep beep beep. This is impossible. His combat power keeps escalating. Combat power at 924, 925. This guy has found a way to concentrate his energy, enhancing his combat strength. Raditz exclaims in astonishment as the detector emits another signal. Beep beep beep. The combat power of the other guy is 1020 and still rising. This is utterly unbelievable. Wave. A blue Kamehameha wave is unleashed from Wukong's hands. Although its intensity measures over 900, it is still thwarted by Raditz's combat power of 1500. Following this, Bike's Mekanka Sappo merely grazes Raditz's right shoulder. Enraged, Raditz prepares to take Bike down, but Wukong seizes the opportunity to grasp his tail. "You were too careless. I've caught your tail." Raditz collapses to the ground, rendered weak and powerless. Bike seizes the chance to gather his energy anew. "Kakarot, are you truly going to kill your only brother?" "Shut up. I have no brother like you." Undeterred, Raditz continues to employ his dramatic acting skills. "Spare me. I am willing to leave this planet." Bike, aware of Wukong's benevolence, urgently shouts, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Suin Wukong. He is deceiving you. He will not spare us." Observing Wukong's wavering resolve, Raditz intensifies his pleas. "Please, Kakarot, trust me. I am your true brother." Raditz's performance is heartfelt and convincing, portraying himself as a reformed character. Wukong, moved by this display, loosens his grip. In an instant, Raditz regains his strength, delivering an elbow strike that sends Wukong flying, then ruthlessly stomps down. "Ha ha! It's rare to find someone as foolish as you. Unlike you, I am a top-tier warrior. I can kill my own brother without hesitation. Do you want to witness this?" He then delivers another powerful stomp. "Wah!" Wukong cries out in pain. Bike feels as though he is plunged into an icy abyss. Even if he unleashed a second Mekanka Sappo, it would be evaded. At that moment, the detector suddenly emits a warning, and the craft below shatters in an instant. An enraged Wufan appears before Raditz. "Beep beep beep. Combat power at 1307. How is this possible?" Raditz exclaims, horrified. "Do not bully my father," Wufan declares, charging headfirst into Raditz, which ultimately leads to Raditz's demise on Earth. "But, get out of my way." Lin Bei suddenly appears, delivering a kick that sends Raditz flying, causing Wufan's attack to land squarely on his chest. Chapter 2. The Demise of Son Wukong. At this moment, Gohan's combat power stood at 1307, while Lin Bei's was a mere 500. The force of that headbutt nearly shattered Lin Bei's entire skeleton, rendering him voiceless as he was sent flying, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Blood continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth. His vision began to whiten, and his consciousness started to blur. At this moment, he finally grasped why Raditz was unable to escape Wukong's grasp after that strike. The damage was simply too immense. What on earth was happening? Who was that person just now, and why did the distance sensor fail to react? Moreover, why did he choose to save him? Could it be that the inhabitants of this planet are all as foolish as Kakarot? And that little brat, how could someone so young possess such tremendous combat power? This scene puzzled not only Raditz, but also the Supreme Kai and Korin. Was this Saiyan named Lin Bei not aligned with Wukong? Was he not a peace-loving Saiyan? Yet he had brought fish for himself? A tail. How could there be another Saiyan on this planet? At this moment, Lin Bei lay face down on the ground, and Raditz noticed his tail. Kakarot, what on earth is going on? Wukong lying on the ground gasped. I don't know either. Raditz understood that his brother, having suffered a head injury, was not lying and ceased his inquiries. Lin Bei, too weak to even move a finger, was fortunate that the system's space operated through thought. Spirit Bean 10, Spirit Bean 9. The Spirit Beans appeared directly in Lin Bei's mouth. With the last of his strength, he crushed and swallowed the beans, and his body instantly rejuvenated. A Scion's passive ability allows them to recover significantly when on the brink of death, which was one of Lin Bei's motives for kicking Raditz away. He needed to utilize the Spirit Beans to activate this passive ability. Afterward, he carefully sensed the energy within his body. It was astonishing just how much combat power had he gained. The energy within him had increased by more than 100-fold. Truly, he was worthy of being Son Goten's prodigy. His combat power had reverted to 1, indicating that this little brat's strength fluctuated dramatically with his emotions. Had he been struck just now, he might have faced dire consequences. Raditz, still apprehensive, approached Gohan, his eyes filled with a fierce glint. Stop. He is merely Wukong. Recognizing Raditz's intent, attempted to crawl forward, his body too injured to move freely, struggling to muster his strength. Are you suggesting he is just a child? Don't be ridiculous. This little brat's combat power far exceeds yours. I must eliminate him before he masters his own strength. But rest assured, I am quite merciful. You shall soon meet on the path to the underworld. Since Raditz had not been severely wounded by Gohan, he was nearly at full capacity, leaving Wukong unable to bind him as in the original narrative. Little brat, Raditz exclaimed as he launched a fist towards Gohan. Gohan, Wukong lay on the ground, emitting a roar of indignation. Suddenly, a hand appeared, gripping Raditz's arm with an iron grasp. What? You were the Scion from earlier. You actually survived. Raditz exclaimed, astonished, realizing that he could not move the arm held captive. Could it be that the opponent's combat power surpassed his own? Release me. Out of gratitude for saving me earlier, I shall spare your life. Lin Bei smirked as he loosened his grip. Raditz instinctively retreated, maintaining a wary distance while observing his adversary. At that moment, Lin Bei stood between Gohan, Wukong, and Raditz, while Piccolo and the Supreme Kai, positioned at a distance, were filled with confusion. What exactly was this Scion named Lin Bei up to? First, he intervened to shield Raditz from Gohan's attack, then obstructed his attempt to kill Gohan. Who are you? Raditz questioned loudly. With that half-breed and myself, there are only 5 Scions in this world. No 6th exists. Lin Bei replied, My name is Lin Bei, a Scion sent away in my youth, just like Kakarot. Hearing this, Raditz scoffed. So, you are a low-class warrior. No wonder your combat power is merely 500. What brings you to this planet? A gathering for low-class warriors? Ha ha ha. In a flash, Lin Bei appeared before Raditz, and before he could react, delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Raditz stumbled back, blood spilling from his lips, before losing his balance and collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. How is this possible? His combat power is only 500, yet he struck me down with a single blow. Can he control his own combat power? But the scouter shows nothing. Lin Bei, witnessing Raditz's disarray, sneered, I suggest you show me some respect. My combat power is 1,500. As an upper-class warrior, Raditz was rendered speechless, struck at his core. However, how could Lin Bei accurately discern his combat power without a scouter? Lin Bei then approached Wukong, addressing him directly. You must be the compassionate Wukong. Am I correct? Huh. My surname is Sun, not compassionate, Wukong replied. Thank you for saving Gohan. Lin Bei extended his palm towards Wukong's bewildered face. Such a typical response from you, and no need for thanks. Just focus on your training below. In an instant, he unleashed an energy blast that obliterated Wukong. The energy blast was merely a manipulation of ki, not classified as a skill. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, assisting Raditz in defeating Sun Wukong. Reward, an indestructible scouter. A notification echoed in his mind, and, simultaneously, a new scouter appeared within the system space. Raditz wore an outdated version of the Scouter, limited to a maximum of 21,000, while the one provided by the system boasted an unlimited capacity. New task released. Train Raditz and defeat Vegeta. The host cannot intervene. Compulsion reward, instant transmission. Failure penalty, Earth's destruction. The moment the task is completed, a new one emerges, indicating that the triggering conditions and events are irrelevant. Instant transmission. Does this mean Lin Bei, can go wherever I please? Hey, father, Son Goku. Lin Bei silently donned the Scouter. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Raditz's battle power stands at 1090, while Piccolo has dropped from a full 408 to a mere 320. Raditz was primarily injured by his own punch. Otherwise, his battle power would exceed 1400. Meanwhile, Lin Bei assessed himself, discovering an astonishing battle power of 100,000, an increase of 200 times. Is this the innate talent of a 7-year-old transforming into a Super Saiyan? Absurd. Pretending to be mysterious, it turns out you possess a Scouter. You appear to be a normal Saiyan, unlike that worthless Kakarot. I had intended to let him experience the thrill of battle, but I never anticipated such ingratitude. Raditz sneered, showing no emotional disturbance over his brother's death. Lin Bei only raised his energy momentarily during the attack, hence the Scouter did not register any change, leading Raditz to believe his battle power was merely 500. In contrast, Piccolo, who skillfully harnessed his energy, regarded Lin Bei with a mixture of horror and awe, trembling uncontrollably. The formidable King Piccolo, reduced to quaking in fear by his power. Wah, you killed my father. Beep, beep, beep. The Scouters of Lin Bei and Raditz emitted simultaneous alerts. Gohan, unlike in the original story, was not knocked unconscious by Raditz, but instead witnessed Goku's demise firsthand. Yet, this was Lin Bei's deliberate intention. Let anger fuel you, Gohan, and reveal the strength of your ignorance. That little brat's battle power surged from 1 to 3,000. How could there be such an extraordinary fluctuation in power? Is the Scouter malfunctioning? Kamehameha. Observing Gohan mimic Goku's stance, Lin Bei muttered to himself, truly a prodigy. He instinctively mastered the manipulation of energy and even replicated Goku's ultimate technique. Wave. Chapter 3. The miraculous beans refresh passively. Aside from his system tasks, Lin Bei also wishes to explore the limits of the Saiyans. He has no intention of allowing Goku and the others to truly perish. Furthermore, in the world of Dragon Ball, dying is an arduous feat. The Earth-S dragon can resurrect once, the Namekian dragon can do so as well. And even the King Kai can grant you life, not to mention potential resurrection methods unmentioned in the original tale. Additionally, the underworld offers opportunities for training. So Lin Bei bears no psychological burden regarding Goku's death. Rather, it may expedite Goku's growth. Facing Gohan's Kamehameha, Lin Bei not only refrained from evading, but also intentionally lowered his defenses to the minimum. At the moment he was struck, he adjusted his body position, allowing the Kamehameha wave to pierce directly through his abdomen. His formidable physique, boasting a battle power of 100,000, enabled him to stifle a scream. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground, blood continuously seeping from his body and saturating the earth beneath him. Gohan, having emerged from his furious state, gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. I killed him. No, wait. He was the villain who murdered my father. Yet, the blood pouring from Lin Bei's body frightened him into a fit of tears. It's all blood. How terrifying. The beeping indicated that the young boy's battle power had reverted to 1, affirming that the scanner was functioning correctly. Casting a glance at Lin Bei's fallen form, he scoffed. Well, it's better he is dead. I wouldn't want to expend any more effort. I must eliminate this little brat immediately. His potential is simply too alarming. I have never encountered Saiyan with such extreme fluctuations in battle power. With this thought, Raditz swiftly appeared before Gohan, raising his hand without a moment's hesitation. Little brat. Just then, a green figure suddenly dashed forth, kicking the dazed Gohan away and taking Raditz's punch squarely. This individual was Piccolo, whose left arm had been shattered by Raditz's energy wave in the earlier battle. Now, his right arm was sent flying by the opponent's full force strike. Both arms were utterly incapacitated. I didn't notice before. So you are that Namekian. No wonder you are so troublesome. A Namekian? So I am not of Earth. Both Piccolo and Kami were taken aback, realizing their true identities. Thank you, Gohan, who had been hurled against a massive rock, murmured groggily. In his eyes, this pale-faced individual should have been an enemy. How could he possibly save him? Don't get the wrong idea, little brat. I, King Piccolo, am not saving you. If you are killed, I cannot survive either. You must find a way to summon that power again. Only then can we hope to survive. Piccolo spoke with urgency, recalling the astonishing strength Gohan had displayed, far surpassing Raditz. However, he was somewhat perplexed. That Kamehameha wave, while formidable, should not have been lethal to the Saiyan named Lin Bei. It now seemed he had misjudged the situation. Perhaps the opponent's energy was not as immense as he had perceived, compounded by Saiyan's pride, making death not entirely unexpected. After all, with a hole through his abdomen, survival was unlikely. Now, Raditz posed a significant threat. Although his condition had deteriorated, he was still stronger than Piccolo at his peak. Not to mention in this current monstrous state. Regeneration would consume a considerable amount of energy, and the only hope for survival rested with Goku's son. He must unleash that extraordinary power once more. Listen closely, little brat. There exists something called the Dragon Balls. Gather all 7, and you can grant a wish. It possesses the ability to resurrect your father. Yet at this moment, we must eliminate the individual before us. Otherwise, he will annihilate all of humanity. If that transpires, no one will be left to gather the Dragon Balls to revive your father, and then he will truly be lost. In a serious tone, Piccolo emphasized this to instill motivation in Gohan. Uncle, you appear quite pale, and your arm is still bleeding. Should we not tend to that first? Do not call me uncle. I am merely 4 years your senior. Furthermore, my complexion is naturally green. Piccolo exclaimed in frustration as Gohan seemed oblivious to his warnings. Nearby, Raditz watched the exchange with a hint of mockery. Have you resorted to babbling nonsense in a bid to survive? The Dragon Balls that grant wishes? Do not jest. Such things do not exist in this world. You might as well accept your fate. Just as he prepared to strike, an incongruous laughter echoed through the air. Who dares to laugh? Impossible. You are still alive. What the wound in your abdomen? Raditz turned to behold Lin Bei standing unharmed, his expression one of disbelief. He had witnessed the young boy pierce Lin Bei's body with Kakarot's technique. In that moment, Piccolo connected the dots. The sacred beans? Could it be that he possesses sacred beans? But what would be his motive? If it were merely to test their efficacy, there would be no need to go to such lengths. This was the second instance. Twice he had willingly absorbed an attack. What could this Saiyan named Lin Bei possibly intend? Piccolo's mind was a whirlwind of speculation, yet he could not conjure a plausible explanation. Lin Bei himself was unaware that merely twice in a state of near death had restored his power to 3 million. The first time, it escalated from 500 to 100,000, a 200-fold increase. The second time, from 100,000 to 3 million, a 30-fold increase. One could only marvel at the talent that allowed him to transform into a Super Saiyan at the tender age of 7. The reason the second multiplier was less than the first was simply due to 3 million being the maximum threshold of this passive ability. Any further utilization of this technique would yield no effect. Furthermore, this also represented the threshold battle power required to become a Super Saiyan. Without such formidable physical strength, one could not endure the terrifying 50-fold amplification. Who exactly are you? Saiyans lack the ability for self-restoration. Raditz took a few fearful steps back. Although the scouter still indicated a power level of 500, he now comprehended that his opponent had the capacity to manipulate his own battle power. Who am I? Lin Bei extended his right hand, fingers together and thumb held aloft, pointing towards his chin. I am Super Lin Bei. You may also refer to me as Super Saiyan. Raditz, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought you were going to say something profound. Do not be so arrogant. Though you possess considerable strength, your combat power is likely nowhere near 10,000, yet you audaciously claim to be a Super Saiyan. In this world, if Super Saiyans truly exist, they can only be represented by our prince, Lord Vegeta. Lin Bei smiled slightly, seizing the opportunity to test whether he could successfully transform. With a sudden exertion, he severed his own tail. You voluntarily severed your tail. That is the pride of our Saiyan race. Pride, you say? Allow me to demonstrate what true Saiyan pride entails. With those words, he assumed the signature stance of Saiyan. In that instant, Lin Bei's roar reverberated throughout the forest. Beep, beep, beep. Simultaneously, Raditz's scouter registered a dramatic surge in Lin Bei's combat power. Shopta Fia, Super Saiyan Lin Bei. Beep, beep, beep. How is this possible? His combat power has exceeded 10,000. Moreover, it shows no signs of stopping and continues to escalate. Combat power, 15,000. Combat power, 18,000. Combat power, 21,000. When his combat power reached 21,000, The scouter erupted with a loud bang. Your combat power has surpassed Lord Vegeta's 18,000. How can a mere lower-class warrior achieve such a feat? Ah! Lin Bei showed no intention of halting, relentlessly amplifying his combat power, while Raditz Scouter had a maximum capacity of 21,000. Lin Bei's limit, however, was boundless, never to be capped. At that moment, his combat power had soared beyond 100,000. The terrifying gusts of wind shattered the surrounding trees, sending Raditz, Piccolo, and Gohan hurtling 100 meters away. They could hardly approach Lin Bei, let alone keep their eyes open against the force. This shouldn't be. While I was unaware of his exact strength when he took the Senzu Beans, he could not possibly be this formidable. The White Cat, astonished, remarked that a Kairobe had initially boasted of seeking retribution from Lin Bei, but now fell silent. On the Supreme Kai's realm, having just sent Goku to Snake Way, the Supreme Kai widened his eyes, gazing at the lower realm in disbelief. How could Lin Bei's energy have escalated to such an extent? If one possesses such strength, then even after learning from the Great King, Goku would still be unable to prevail. The god of the universe, Bobo, tugged at the sleeve of the deity, his face a mask of confusion. Both remained silent. Lin Bei continued to shout, his battle power having reached its zenith. 3 million. Only in this state could he transform into a Super Saiyan. The earlier decision to sever his tail was driven by two considerations. First, it was a precaution. He could not remain on Earth indefinitely, and should he inadvertently encounter the moon on another planet, he could not guarantee he would retain control like Vegeta. If he were to destroy the planet in a fit of rage, his life would be forfeit. After all, he could not survive in the cosmos like Frieza. Furthermore, the increase in strength from the gorilla form was merely 10 times the base battle power, while the maximum of the Kaioken technique was 20 times the base battle power, far inferior to the 50 times base power of Super Saiyan. The second reason was that in the original narrative, Goku, Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, and Trunks all transformed into Super Saiyans without tails. Though it may seem like a matter of mysticism, the tail currently serves no purpose, only being necessary for transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Should he gain control over the gorilla form, or be able to achieve Super Saiyan 4, Lin Bei would find a way to regrow his tail. For now, aside from Vegeta, it was merely a burden to him. Lin Bei believed that Gohan's form during the Buu saga was essentially a transitional state between Super Saiyan 3 and 4. Had Gohan possessed a tail at that time, he might have been able to transform into Super Saiyan 4. 3 million in battle power, sufficient S cells, combined with rage, were the conditions necessary for becoming a Super Saiyan. As for the S cells, with Goten's innate talent, they would undoubtedly suffice. And as for rage, Lin Bei had an inexhaustible supply. As memories of scenes from before his transmigration flooded Lin Bei's mind, his anger ignited like a fuse, unleashing the full extent of his internal power. The ground beneath him seemed to lose gravity, cracking irregularly and floating into the air, while the once clear sky darkened ominously with thunder. With a mighty exclamation, Lin Bei released an indescribable golden wave of energy that sent the three figures 100 meters away, causing the very earth to tremble. An earthquake. Run. It's an earthquake. The streets were filled with panicked people and animals, all rushing from their buildings. At that moment, not only Piccolo and Gohan, but all those on Earth who could sense Ki felt this overwhelming power. Is this the energy of a person? Tianjin Fan blinked, struggling to accept this reality. It was too outrageous. Who could it be? Yamcha, practicing the Wolfang fist by the waterfall, gazed in shock toward a certain direction. Meanwhile, Krillin and Master Roshi, aboard Bulma's aircraft en route to the scene, wore expressions of sheer terror. They had resolved to fight back when Goku vanished. Could this be the power of Brother Goku? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Master Roshi shook his head. No, it is not him. This aura is not that malevolent. So, are you implying that the recent global earthquake was caused by an individual's power? Both Krillin and Master Roshi nodded in unison. It seems so. What? Bulma was so startled that she nearly lost control of the aircraft. At that moment, only Raditz felt less affected, overly reliant on his detector. He was oblivious to the intensity of the energy. Lin Bei was enveloped in a golden flame, his hair and eyebrows transformed into gold, his eyes gleaming green, his expression appearing even more ferocious than before. Golden hair? How is that possible? Saiyans only have black hair. On a distant planet, Raditz's detector malfunctioned. How could there be a Saiyan with a battle power surpassing his own? Next to the fire, the bald Naba directed his words at the towering-haired Vegeta. Vegeta spat, discarding an unidentifiable piece of meat. Truly unpalatable. Naba, that scion named Lin Bei, his battle power must be genuine. What? Does that mean it exceeds yours, your highness? Naba said, astonished. Vegeta, maintaining his composure, continued. From their conversation, it appears these Earthlings possess a method to control their battle power. They can concentrate their strength to enhance their combat abilities. This scion, named Lin Bei, likely learned this skill from the Earthlings, allowing his battle power to briefly reach over 21,000. However, it must be noted that his base battle power is probably no less than 8,000. 8,000? That would place him on par with my peak state. Naba's eyes widened. Aside from Vegeta, he would be the strongest scion. A battle power of 8,000 is formidable across the entire universe. Raditz is likely dead. Let us head to Earth. To avenge him? Vegeta smirked wickedly. How could we? That worthless fool is dead. Did they not mention two intriguing things? The wish-granting Dragon Balls and the Super Saiyan. Regardless of their truthfulness, a visit is warranted. Even if it's all a ruse, this scion named Lin Bei holds potential value to be courted. However, noticing Naba's hesitation, Vegeta added, rest assured, even if his base combat power exceeds 21,000, it is utterly impossible for him to defeat me, who possesses a combat power of 180,000 in my transformed state. After all, he is the one who severed his own tail. Indeed, how foolish of him. Let us proceed and allow him to witness the true strength of a scion. Chapter 5. Call me Lord Lin Bei. At this moment, the combat power displayed on the detector reached 150 million, aligning perfectly with the 50-fold increase of a Super Saiyan. With a deep breath, Lin Bei relinquished his Super Saiyan form, his hair reverting to its natural black. In that previous state, one experiences a mild exhilaration, while certain pain receptors in the body become dulled, thus enhancing the enjoyment of combat. The only worthy opponents for me now are the Frost Demon Frieza, his father King Cold, and his brother Cooler. As for Cell and Buu, they are not yet relevant at this juncture. According to the original narrative, Frieza's combat power is 120 million, while the powers of King Cold and Cooler remain unknown, but I shall utilize my detector to satiate my childhood curiosities. King Cold is described as being stronger than Mechanical Frieza, who in turn surpasses the original Frieza. Cooler possesses an additional transformation, making him the most formidable among the three. Yet he is a character from the films, and his potential appearance and timing remain uncertain. Furthermore, in the new Dragon Ball AF, there exists a frost demon named Ace, who is Frieza's son and the strongest of his lineage, presently still in a state of hibernation. Ace is a terrifying entity capable of overpowering even Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta with ease. From a moment Lin Bei was struck by Gohan's headbutt, the trajectory of the story diverged. Goku's purpose of training with King Kai shifted from defeating the Saiyans a year hence to vanquishing Lin Bei. Lin Bei sauntered leisurely towards Raditz. What do you intend to do? I advise you not to act rashly. The detector is malfunctioning, and I must confirm my fate. Prince Vegeta and Nappa will arrive on Earth in a year. If anything happens to me, you can forget about surviving. Raditz was thoroughly terrified. The opponent's power level was evidently greater than that of Prince Vegeta. Even if he transformed into an ape, he would be no match. What? More Saiyans are coming to Earth? Piccolo was startled. Could it be that the Saiyans named Nappa and Vegeta are even stronger than Lin Bei? Otherwise, how could they dare seek revenge? His keen hearing allowed him to discern their conversation from such a distance. Oh, my foolish Raditz. Upon saying this, Lin Bei removed the detector and placed it on Raditz's ear. The disparity in power rendered Raditz incapable of resistance. Then, with a gentle press of his finger, the device emitted a series of beeps. 100,000. Your combat power is an astonishing 100,000. How can a Saiyan possibly possess such strength? Suddenly, Raditz recalled Lin Bei's previous demeanor and his earlier words. Could it be that you are the legendary ultimate warrior who appears once every 1,000 years? A Super Saiyan. Lin Bei, with his hands in his pockets, nodded slightly. Presenting a battle power of 100,000 seemed quite reasonable. However, should he truly unleash a staggering battle power of 150 million, it was likely that his opponent would dismiss it as mere fantasy. The term Ultimate Warrior was indeed a reference to Broly, yet he had never made an appearance in Z, GT, or even AF, remaining a character exclusive to the movies. Much like Cooler, Raditz understood that Vegeta and the others would indeed arrive on Earth in a year. But do you believe he comes for the Dragon Balls and Super Saiyans, or is it for you? With your meager battle power of 1,500, would Vegeta truly waste a year just to visit Earth for your sake? Raditz recognized that his opponent was not lying. The mention of Vegeta was merely to intimidate him. This Lin Bei had not suffered a head injury like Kakarot, and thus had not forgotten about the Saiyans. Yet, how could he possess such profound insight into Vegeta's character? Infuriating. What do you truly intend to do? Raditz bellowed, realizing that Lin Bei seemed reluctant to kill him. With a swift knee strike, Lin Bei struck Raditz in the abdomen, causing him to expel a mouthful of bile. He removed the scouter from Raditz's ear and growled, "Do not raise your voice when speaking to me, and refer to me as Lord Lin Bei. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you find neither life nor death bearable." Raditz braced himself on the ground, gasping for breath, as a mixture of bile and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. "Lord Lin Bei, what is your intention?" Raditz, in a bid for survival, demonstrated his adaptability, suggesting that his skills were honed through everyday life. "My goals align with yours." "Align with mine?" Raditz was taken aback. "I merely aimed to recruit Kakarot, yet you outright killed him. We are the last remaining Saiyans. We should unite." Hearing this, Raditz felt an urge to curse. "You are the least qualified to speak of unity." Lord Lin Bei is correct. We Saiyans should stand together. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. "Kakarot is a waste. It is better to be rid of him. I plan to cultivate you, Taba, and Vegeta, and then together we shall eliminate Frieza." "What?" Raditz staggered back in shock at this proclamation. "Lord Lin Bei, you may not be aware, but Frieza is known as the Emperor of the Universe. Rumor has it that his actual battle power far exceeds 1 million. Moreover, that arrogant Vegeta is unlikely to be as loyal as I am. Even if we were to take a step back and assume he submitted, relying solely on the four of us seems a futile endeavor." Raditz, displaying a facade of unwavering loyalty, would cause anyone to perceive a harmonious superior-subordinate relationship. Lin Bei, upon witnessing this, revealed a seemingly harmless smile. "Perhaps you misheard me. What I meant was, I want the three of you to eliminate Frieza. As for the matter concerning Vegeta, you need not concern yourself with it." This notion was a sudden inspiration from Lin Bei. If you were to actively seek to eliminate Frieza, what tasks might the system assign? After all, Frieza is also a villain and would likely not permit such an undertaking. Moreover, he was quite curious about what Raditz and Nappa would look like after transforming into Super Saiyans, particularly in their Super Saiyan 3 forms. However, at this stage, such transformations were unattainable. He could only hope for opportunities in the future. Given that this was a villain system, there was indeed a need to cultivate Raditz and Nappa. As for Vegeta, it seemed unlikely that he could redeem himself this time. "Are you joking?" Raditz incredulously shook his head. Frieza was a nightmare ingrained in the hearts of the Saiyans. The thought of defeating him was utterly inconceivable. Did Lin Bei truly intend for the three of them to march towards their demise? "No need to rush. I will train you." Just as he finished speaking, Raditz was struck in the abdomen with a punch, causing him to retch violently and clutch his belly, collapsing to his knees in agony. Lin Bei had precisely controlled the force, nearly knocking Raditz's eyes from their sockets. "And remember, address me as Lord Lin Bei." Chapter 6, Lin Bei's Astonishment. "Very well, Lord Lin Bei." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. You possess a commendable sense of awareness. Your first task is to defeat Vegeta, who will arrive on Earth in a year." "What? How could I possibly defeat Vegeta? He is the prince of the Saiyans. Besides, aren't we supposed to kill Frieza together?" At that moment, Raditz suddenly felt the chill of Lin Bei's icy gaze. "Very well, Lord Lin Bei. In 1 year, I shall ensure that Vegeta is left searching for his teeth." Lin Bei nodded approvingly. "That arrogant Vegeta is due for a lesson in humility, and your timing will be perfect." Turning towards Piccolo, he gestured to the device resting on his ear, saying, "The one with a rather grim expression. I know you can hear a conversation." This device not only measures combat power, but also possesses communication capabilities. A momentary change swept over Piccolo's expression as he grasped the implication. "Indeed, as you suspected, the matter of the Dragon Balls has already come to the attention of those two Saiyans. So, focus on your training. If you perish, the Dragon Balls will become ineffective as well." With that, he seized Raditz as one would a small chick and departed the scene. Vegeta and Nappa would actually arrive on Earth over a month earlier, but by then, Raditz would sense their energy and King Kai would inform Goku of their arrival time. Therefore, there was no need to be overly specific. This time, Kakarot's strength upon his resurrection would undoubtedly surpass the 8,000 battle power he had in the original narrative, as the pressure Lin Bei exerted was significantly greater than what Vegeta had once imposed. "Damn it!" Piccolo seethed, fiercely grinding his back teeth, then suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" With a sickening pop, both arms regenerated simultaneously, leaving Gohan wide-eyed in shock. "Damn it! How could he possibly know that my hearing differs from that of ordinary people? This is something I have never disclosed to anyone. Moreover, he seems well-versed in matters concerning Dragon Ball. Could this scion have been lurking on Earth long before? Regardless, King Piccolo, must not falter before conquering the world. With that, I seized the bewildered Gohan and departed from the scene. Subsequently, Bulma and the others arrived, only to discover the 4-star ball in the pit. Later, the Supreme Kai contacted various parties through Yajirobe and gathered everyone at the Supreme Kai's temple, where he recounted the entire sequence of events. Yet, they remained perplexed about the intentions of the scion named Lin Bei. According to the Supreme Kai's observations, he speculated that Lin Bei aimed to train Raditz, using Earthlings and the 2 scions arriving in a year as stepping stones to enhance his combat prowess. As for the reasons behind such motives, only Lin Bei himself could possibly know. Nevertheless, it was evident that this scion, Lin Bei, appeared disinterested in Earth and even Dragon Balls. Otherwise, with his strength, no one could impede him. It was likely he would refrain from intervening in the battle a year hence. The Supreme Kai's words ignited a spark of hope within the despairing crowd. He then shared his plan to resurrect Goku, stating that creating a physical form would require a portion of your life essence. Your lifespan. Bubbles interjected hesitantly. It matters not, Bubbles. This minor sacrifice pales in comparison to the safety of Earth, the Supreme Kai reassured. When the scion named Raditz mentioned the Namekians, a flicker of memory surged within me. It reminded me of the time I journeyed to Earth aboard a spacecraft, which now lies in the Sabito Highlands. Take Bulma there now and see if it can be repaired. If I can create Dragon Balls, surely someone on Namek can do the same. There must be a dragon there. A year from now, if Earth remains intact, you shall head straight to Namek and have their dragon resurrect our dragon. Bubbles then escorted Bulma to the Sabito Highlands to locate the spacecraft. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the Supreme Kai, everyone gathered before a door resembling chocolate. This is the hyperbolic time chamber. It should be beneficial to you. No. It must be approached through intuition. How can one rely on mere devices? Lin Bei remarked sternly to Raditz as he instructed him on the method of harnessing ki. Raditz glanced at Lin Bei, who wore a scouter, feeling a mix of anger and frustration. Focus your attention. Vegeta will arrive in a year. Do you truly believe you can stand against him with such strength? Raditz felt an unsettling sensation, yet he could not articulate it. Lord Lin Bei is right. I shall strive to improve. A month later, Raditz successfully mastered the use of ki, which prompted Lin Bei to think of Vegeta. In the original tale, when Vegeta prepared to annihilate Earth, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Gallic Gun. At that time, Goku, in the state of the threefold Kaken, unleashed a Kamehameha that, when translated into battle power, undoubtedly surpassed 24,000. And Vegeta matched him blow for blow. This implies that during that period, Vegeta inadvertently mastered the manipulation of ki, concentrating it into a singular point, thereby enhancing his own battle power. This newfound ability enabled him, upon returning severely injured, to immediately sense the location and strength of his adversaries through ki. One cannot deny that Vegeta is a prodigy. In Lin Bei's eyes, Vegeta epitomizes the type of genius who learns at an astonishing pace, while Goku possesses an uncanny intuition, capable of discerning the most accurate path and pursuing it relentlessly. At that moment, Lin Bei glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Lin Bei. Age, 28. Little brother, 18. Bloodline, Saiyan. Skills, Mastery of Ki, Flight Technique, Super Saiyan Form, Exclusive, Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon. Battle Power, 3 million. Goten's talent is exceedingly formidable. He learned both the Kamehameha and Special Beam Cannon after merely a single observation. As for the Super Saiyan Form, it is essentially a skill exclusive to the Saiyans, a viewpoint that aligns with his system. Suddenly, Lin Bei unleashed a special beam cannon that pierced through Raditz's chest. As Raditz knelt on the ground, spitting blood in confusion, Lin Bei offered no explanation. Instead, he swiftly appeared before him, tossing a Senzu Bean into his mouth and commanding him to crush and swallow it. Upon mastering ki, Raditz could now perceive Lin Bei's unfathomable battle power, which undoubtedly exceeded 100,000. This realization instilled in him a heightened reluctance to resist and bolstered his confidence in the earlier assertion of defeating Frieza. Lord Lin Bei, have I recovered? Raditz exclaimed in astonishment. Unleash your full power and let me witness the extent of your battle power enhancement. Having learned to manipulate ki, Raditz contained his battle power at 500, leaving Lin Bei uncertain of his precise improvement, only aware that his ki had indeed intensified. with no gravity chamber available. Training became cumbersome. It was far more efficient to resolve it with a single Senzu Bean. Very well, Lord Lin Bei, Raditz replied, clenched his fists, veins bulging, and began to unleash his ki. Ah! As Lin Bei observed the numbers on the scouter, a rare expression of shock crossed his face. Unbelievable, 2,000. I wasted a Senzu Bean, and he only improved by 500 battle power. Chapter 7. The Arrival of the Saiyans. 2,000? Haha. Who would have thought that in just a month, my battle power would increase by 500? Y truly young, superior warrior. Lin Bei. Lord Lin Bei, is something amiss? Your expression seems off. At that moment, Lin Bei furrowed his brows, meticulously revisiting the narrative of Dragon Ball, only to uncover the underlying issue. S cells. Does the enhancement of combat power upon recovering from a near-death state depend on the quantity of S cells? Indeed, it must be the S cells. The S cells of Saiyans are generated in a tranquil environment. Upon reflection, Goku has experienced recovery from near-death twice, achieving a combat power of 3 million. The first instance occurred when Vegeta arrived on Earth, and the second was during his body swap with Zeno. After the first recovery, his combat power was estimated to be around 60,000, with the subsequent 30,000 cultivated aboard the spaceship. This passive ability of Saiyans cannot be triggered through self-harm. Thus, the sensation of increased strength on the spaceship was solely attributed to that 30,000 combat power. After the body swap with Zeno, Goku sustained severe injuries once more, and his combat power skyrocketed from 90,000 to 3 million. As for Gohan, his youth likely accounts for the insufficient quantity of S cells within him. Goten, on the other hand, was conceived when Goku had already attained the status of Super Saiyan. If Lin Bei's conjecture is correct, Goten was conceived during the 9 days of leisure after Goku and Gohan emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. At that time, Goku was at full power as a Super Saiyan. Generally speaking, the stronger the parent, the stronger the offspring, suggesting that S cells may indeed be hereditary. Regarding Vegeta's S cells, they may have been stimulated through pride, although this method may not be suitable for Raditz. Saiyans are inherently combative and frequently experience near-death states. Yet few exhibit significant increases in combat power, or their increments are minimal. This variation is attributable to the differing quantities of S cells within them. Thus, Raditz truly embodies the traits of a superior warrior. Had Goku not been struck, the increase from that moment would have likely been a mere 50. No surprise there, truly. A superior warrior, exhibiting remarkable talent. Not all. It is all thanks to Lord Lin Bei. Indeed, your adaptability is impressive. In this regard, I believe you have surpassed other Saiyans. After expressing his approval, Lin Bei continued, let us commence training. Begin with 100 push-ups. Raditz was taken aback, finding the training regimen rather minimal, yet he refrained from questioning it. He immediately assumed the push-up position on the ground, while Lin Bei sat cross-legged on Raditz's back. Instantly, a tremendous pressure descended from above, and it dawned on Raditz why the task was set at 100 push-ups. Begin. Fail to complete it today, and there shall be no meals. Yes, Lord Lin Bei. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several months had elapsed, culminating in a particular day at 11:43 in the morning. The Saiyans have arrived. Over a city, 2 unidentified spacecraft descended, from which Nappa and Vegeta emerged. Nappa, upon exiting, spotted a familiar face. Raditz? I thought you were dead. He then erupted in laughter. I knew it. The scanner must have malfunctioned. Vegeta remained silent, quietly pressing the scanner. Strange. How is his combat power only 500? So that's it. Raditz, it seems you have acquired a useful skill from the Earthlings. And what about your tail? I had that useless appendage removed long ago. Moreover, Vegeta, I challenge you. Raditz has been waiting here for 2.5 minutes. As per Lin Bei's instructions, you severed your tail, and you dare to challenge me? Have you been foolishly lingering on Earth? My combat power far exceeds yours by more than 10-fold. Even if you transform into a gorilla, you shall not stand a chance against me. Raditz smiled nonchalantly. Let's see about that, but we should change locations. There are too many people here, which would hinder my performance. At that moment, Nappa spoke up. I didn't expect you to truly challenge Prince Vegeta. However, there's no need to change places. If there are too many people, we can simply make them all disappear. With that, he made a swift motion, bringing his middle and index fingers together and flicking them upwards. Whoosh! In an instant, Raditz appeared before Nappa, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, abruptly interrupting his skill activation. My apologies, Nappa, but Lord Lin Bei mentioned that the tea in this city is quite delightful. and I cannot allow you to wreak havoc. Lin Bei? Is he the Saiyan with a combat power exceeding 21,000? It seems Raditz has betrayed us to save his own life. However, it is somewhat perplexing. He must be aware of my combat power, so why would he come to seek death? Intriguing, Nappa. Let's proceed as he suggests. I initially intended to investigate the so-called Dragon Balls before seeking out the individual named Lin Bei. Since you have so graciously presented yourself, allow me to give you a taste of suffering. We Saiyans are particularly ruthless towards traitors. Vegeta spoke with an air of calm, his extensive combat experience enabling him to roughly assess the strength of his opponents even without a scouter. From Raditz's earlier speed, it is likely that his combat power has risen to 5,000. I wonder what he has done over the past year to achieve such an increase. But he is still no match for the peak Nappa, let alone myself. Vegeta mused silently, his confident demeanor remaining unchanged. Nappa wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring fiercely at Raditz. That hurt quite a bit, you scoundrel. Raditz wore a somewhat sinister smile and took the lead in flying away, with Nappa and Vegeta closely following. Soon, the three arrived at a desolate area, where Nappa stepped forward, blocking Raditz's path. Although I know you seek death, if you wish to confront Prince Vegeta, you must first get through me. I was merely careless before. With that, he began to unleash his energy with a mighty roar. In a nearby jungle, this energy, over there, Krillin instantly sensed the power and pointed in a direction. Due to the King Kai's miscalculation of time, all the Earth warriors, with the exception of Goku, had gathered together to prepare for the Saiyans. Uncle Piccolo, is this energy emanating from Saiyan? It is astonishingly comparable to your own. Although Gohan has matured significantly over the past year, he still retains the appearance of a mere child. Piccolo did not respond, yet a confident smile adorned his face. If this is the extent of the Saiyan's power, then Goku may not require your assistance. I, the great demon King Piccolo, have grown immensely stronger since last year. With a cold snort, he commanded, "Let us go." Ha ha, Raditz, you should now be grateful for your lack of scouter. Otherwise, upon seeing the numbers displayed, you would find yourself devoid of the courage to even flee, let alone challenge Prince Vegeta. Nappa, brimming with confidence, remarked that although Raditz had concealed his true strength, according to Vegeta's estimation, it lay somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000, rendering him no match for himself. Raditz, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Reveal the whereabouts of the Saiyan known as Lin Bei. In light of your own Saiyan heritage, I may spare your life. The inhabitants of this planet possess the ability to manipulate their battle powers, which complicates matters. I do not wish to squander time searching. Raditz merely shook his head, pointing to his empty ears. Vegeta, it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Yet, it is understandable considering the magnitude of change this past year. He declared, utilize your toy to observe my current might. With that, he turned to Nappa, clenching his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Chapter 8. The Terrifying Vegeta. Vegeta regarded the enraged Raditz with an air of calm. At that moment, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Ten, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha also arrived on the scene. Yajirobe, fearing Lin Bei's power, chose to remain at Korin Tower. The unfolding scene mirrored the predictions of the Supreme Kai. It appeared to be an internal conflict among the Saiyans. Indeed, those Namekians. I have heard tales of your extraordinary abilities. Surely you are the creators of the Dragon Balls? Haha, fortune favors me. After Raditz, it will be your turn. Piccolo had gleaned from Raditz that he was a Namekian, so he remained unperturbed. Despite the sudden arrival of 6 individuals, this was merely a low-level planet, one that Raditz could easily decimate. What formidable warriors could possibly be here? Vegeta refrained from employing his scouter to assess the battle powers of Piccolo and the others, knowing that the inhabitants of this planet had methods to manipulate their strengths. Just then, he recalled Raditz mentioning that Kakarot's-san had seen his power surge from 1 to 3,000. This boy possesses tremendous potential in the future. His battle power may even surpass my own. Once I deal with Raditz, I shall eliminate him and then interrogate him about the Dragon Balls. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the scouter suddenly emitted a warning. Beep, beep, beep. What? His battle power has exceeded 6,000, and it is rapidly increasing. Raditz continued to scream. Nappa gazed incredulously at the readings on the device. Combat power 7,000, combat power 10,000, combat power 21,000. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the device shattered. How could this be? That useless Raditz combat power had surpassed 21,000. It must be a malfunction. Nappa exclaimed, then turned to inquire, Prince Vegeta, what is Raditz's current combat power? His own device was outdated, with a maximum limit of 21,000, whereas Vegeta possessed the latest model. Vegeta clenched his teeth, disbelief etched across his face as he stated, there is no malfunction. His combat power is 30,000. 30,000. This must be a mistake. Raditz's previous power had always been 1,005. At that moment, Raditz had completed his power enhancement, leaving not only Vegeta, but also Piccolo and the others in utter shock. The energy of this Saiyan had increased dramatically compared to a year ago. Had he been diligently training during this time? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Vegeta. The Dragon Balls. It was true. The wish had come to fruition, and Raditz's strength must stem from the Dragon Balls. Ha! Cease your wild speculation, Vegeta. The power of Lord Lin Bei is beyond the comprehension of a mere Saiyan prince. He is a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead, and he brought his hands together, aiming at Raditz. Gallic gun, he shouted, unleashing a fierce beam towards Raditz, striking him squarely in the face and raising a cloud of dust. Vegeta panted heavily, pride radiating from him as he gazed ahead. A Super Saiyan? If the legends hold true, the title of Super Saiyan belongs solely to me, Vegeta. Be reduced to ashes by the false power granted to you by the Dragon Balls. As the dust settled, Raditz stood unscathed, casually touching his nose, a wicked smile playing on his lips. What? Vegeta, your power merely stirred up some dust. This sight instinctively caused Vegeta to take 2 steps back. He had unleashed his full strength in that attack, yet his opponent remained completely unharmed. Whoosh! Raditz swiftly darted forward, arriving before Nappa, and before Nappa could react, he delivered a powerful kick. Nappa soared through the air like a meteor, spinning 2.5 times before crashing violently against the rocks, losing consciousness. With another whoosh, Raditz appeared before Vegeta, and, witnessing Vegeta's astonishment, he landed a punch to his abdomen. Vegeta doubled over, vomiting bile, clutching his stomach as his body trembled violently from the intense pain, instinctively retreating 2.5 steps. Do you now recognize the disparity, Vegeta? In your current state, you cannot withstand even a single punch from me, Raditz declared, crossing his arms defiantly. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Cultivate Raditz and defeat Vegeta. Au revoir, instant transmission. A new task has been issued. Cultivate Raditz and eliminate Jinyu. The host must not intervene. The reward for completion is an increase of 500,000 in battle power, while failure will result in a loss of 500,000. In a certain city, Lin Bei, with an ice cream in his left hand and milk tea in his right, blinked upon hearing the system's notification. From the nature of this task, it is evident that the system will not bind Jinyu. Lin Bei was not the slightest bit surprised by Raditz's victory over Vegeta, considering Vegeta's battle power was merely 18,000, far inferior to Raditz. Now, he was eager to observe the strength of Piccolo and Goku. Thus, he assigned Raditz a second task, to eliminate Piccolo. This time, Lin Bei intended for these individuals to proceed to Namek according to the plot. But he would not allow Krillin to join. Even if Krillin were to go, he would use instant transmission to bring him back to Earth. Lin Bei aimed for Vegeta to transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek and confront Frieza. Raditz pointed at Piccolo, stating, I know you harbor formidable strength. Why not come down and exchange a few blows? Piccolo was the sole target for elimination in this battle, and it had been a while since Raditz had killed anyone. This was a perfect opportunity for him to vent his frustrations. Once regarded as a genius, Prince Vegeta now proved to be so insignificant, unable to withstand even a single punch. Fortunately, he encountered Lord Lin Bei on Earth. Otherwise, he would still be a frog in a well, gazing at the sky. How intriguing. I did not expect to face you again after a year. Without hesitation, Piccolo removed his weighted clothing and stood before Raditz. As a warrior of the Namekian race, coupled with a day spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had effectively trained for 2 years. If you think you could defeat me as easily as a year ago, you are sorely mistaken. Raditz remained silent, a wicked grin still adorning his lips. I shall soon erase that smile from your face. As soon as Piccolo finished speaking, veins bulged on his forehead as he swiftly amplified his energy. Beep, beep, beep. Vegeta, observing the readings on his scouter, was incredulous. 33,000. That Namekian possesses a battle power of 30,000. Both of their battle powers surpassed his own. Damn it. This planet's energy is supposed to be low. Is this the power of the Dragon Balls? An astonishing wave of energy emanated from Piccolo, creating ripples around him, shattering nearby debris in its wake. What immense power! Uncle Piccolo's energy is surprisingly on par with Raditz. Gohan exclaimed, astonished. He had assumed Piccolo's energy was comparable to that of the bald Saiyan, only to discover the depth of his hidden strength. Chapter 9. Piccolo is dead. Is this the power of the demon king, Piccolo? We all undergo similar training, yet he surpasses us by such a margin. It is truly terrifying. Yet there is a strange sense of reassurance in having him as a teammate. Krillin and the others expressed their excitement. Although they underwent exceedingly rigorous training, their strength was merely about 1/5 that of Piccolo. Piccolo initiated the attack with a powerful leap, colliding with Raditz in an instant. The strength of both combatants was evenly matched, and the shockwaves from their clash were sufficient to shatter the surrounding rock formations. Afterward, they stepped back and exchanged smiles, reminiscent of long-lost friends reuniting after many years. Quite impressive. It seems I shall be able to relish a modicum of combat enjoyment. Likewise, they charged at each other once more, unleashing their wolf-fang fist in a fierce exchange. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated like an earthquake in the ears of the onlookers. The two battled from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the water, and from the water back to the shore. Finally, they returned to their original positions. Piccolo's breath had become somewhat erratic, while Raditz remained composed and unruffled. Piccolo gazed at his opponent in astonishment, having deduced something. A smirk crept onto Raditz's lips, revealing a hint of malevolence. You are not mistaken. This is still not my true strength. What? Krillin and the others, including Vegeta, were taken aback by his words. Uncle Krillin, is he joking? Even with such formidable power, this isn't his true capability. Gohan exclaimed in shock. Krillin observed Raditz, whose breathing remained steady, and his expression turned despondent. I fear he speaks the truth. Lord Lin Bei has instructed me to eliminate Piccolo. Surely, a bit of amusement should pose no issue. Now that the fight has commenced, I ought to hasten to complete my task. Although Lord Lin Bei did not accompany me, with his power, he is likely watching from somewhere. Unbeknownst to Raditz, Lin Bei was not present. He was utilizing his instant transmission ability, continuously teleporting across Earth. Lin Bei sensed Goku's energy, which was heading towards Raditz, arriving at the same time as in the original storyline. He wondered how much stronger Goku would be. Regardless, with instant transmission, he could wait until Goku arrived before observing the battle. Over the past year, while training Raditz, his own battle power had increased by 500,000. One could only say that Goten's talent was truly remarkable. Consuming milk tea daily had enhanced his abilities more than Raditz's grueling 18-hour training sessions. As anticipated, instant transmission allowed Lin Bei to teleport directly upon sensing energy, regardless of distance. The only regret was that he could not feel the energy of the planet. However, it was unavoidable. After all, he was not a Supreme Kai, just as Earthlings could not transform into Super Saiyans. Having memorized the energies of nearby milk tea and ice cream vendors, he departed. Lin Bei's unintentional actions terrified the Supreme Kai above, who was now drenched in sweat, staring wide-eyed at the scene below. How could it be possible that his speed was so tremendous, enabling him to traverse the entire Earth at such high velocity? Had his speed reached the speed of light? If so, he could instantaneously appear anywhere on Earth. This Lin Bei is truly terrifying. Fortunately, he harbors no intentions towards Earth or the Dragon Balls. Mr. Bobo, accustomed to the situation, calmly presented a tissue to wipe the sweat off the Supreme Kai. Raditz once again began to shout, his energy surging in tandem. This is my full power. Let the second round commence. Raditz declared confidently, finally grasping why Lord Lin Bei had advised him to consume more golden throat lozenges. I nearly screamed my lungs out. What? His energy has increased so significantly. Krillin and the others couldn't suppress thoughts of retreat. After a year of arduous training, their gap only widened instead of narrowing. Are all Saiyans monsters? 55,000. How could that useless Raditz possess such immense combat power? At this moment, Vegeta found himself unable to even approach the battlefield. The aftermath of the fight was enough to injure him. Piccolo bit down hard on his back teeth. Having undergone inhumane training in the hyperbolic time chamber to return to his home planet, Namek, he was far stronger now than a year ago. Yet the opponent's progress exceeded his expectations. How could he be so much stronger than those two Saiyans? This is utterly outrageous. Were those two not invaders? Why do they seem like clowns? Gohan. Piccolo's voice suddenly echoed in Gohan's mind. You must immediately head to the Supreme Kai's temple. Depart for Namek. But what about you, Uncle Piccolo? Aside from the day spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo had spent the rest of his time with Gohan. Thus, their relationship mirrored that of the original story. Revive me. After uttering this, Piccolo charged towards Raditz. Raditz sneered, launching an energy blast. Piccolo barely dodged it. But a flaw was exposed, and Raditz seized the opportunity to appear before him. Farewell, Namekian, with his palm aimed at Piccolo's head. A destructive red sphere coalesced in his hand. Lord Lin Bei had stated that this Namekian, named Piccolo, could regenerate everything except for his head, thus to kill him. One must obliterate his skull. Stop! Gohan shouted as he rushed in from behind, kicking Raditz in the chest and sending him flying. Gohan, you! Uncle Piccolo! I'm here to help you. No, you shouldn't. Piccolo shouted in desperation, but before he could finish, a red shockwave surged from the smoke, shattering his head. His body fell with a thud. Raditz stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Done. Next is Lord Lin Bei's final task. The one Raditz relishes the most, to engage in battle with Kakarot. Lord Lin Bei mentioned that Kakarot would be revived and, like himself, had undergone a transformation. The Saiyans' warrior blood ignited Raditz's anticipation for this confrontation. After all, throughout this year, he has either been beaten by Lin Bei or been on the verge of being beaten, living a life devoid of hope. Today, however, he finally felt a sense of relief that can only be described in one word: exhilarating. This brought to mind the carefree days when he practiced his marksmanship at will while invading others' planets. In the Hall of the Gods, the deity looked at Bobo with a satisfied expression and said, "Mr. Bobo, I leave this place in your capable hands. It brings me joy to witness Piccolo's transformation before my demise." With those words, he vanished, leaving Mr. Bobo calling out for the deity in solitude. A sudden roar erupted, drawing everyone's attention with astonishing force. Has Kakarot arrived? No, it's that little brat of Kakarot, Raditz remarked seriously. His energy exceeds that of a Namekian. What immense power! Could Gohan's strength surpass even Piccolo's? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Magical flash. A terrifying beam shot toward Raditz. Although surprised, Raditz was unafraid and countered with a punch, sending Gohan's full force below flying. The explosion created a mushroom cloud that reached the clouds above. That half-breed child's combat power had skyrocketed from 4,000 to 35,000. Such an increase was nearly on par with a Saiyan transforming into a giant ape. Damn it! I, the prince of the Saiyan race and the genius warrior of planet Vegeta, am made to feel fear on this low-energy planet because of their power. Raditz seethed, striking himself in frustration. At that moment, a yellow cloud drifted by, and a figure leaped down from above. Gohan! The crowd rejoiced upon hearing the voice. Goku! Dad! When the half-breed child called out to his father, Vegeta's gaze also turned towards the scene. Is that Kakarot? But was he killed by that Lin Bei? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The Dragon Balls. Just how many wishes can this object grant? Whether it was Raditz or the Namekian, their power levels were clearly beyond expectations. He could think of no other explanation besides the Dragon Balls. To actually wish back a low-class warrior like Kakarot. Clenching his fists in determination, Vegeta thought, if I could make a wish, I would choose eternal life. Chapter 10. Son Goku Raditz. Villain character. Vegeta has been bound. Villain character. Nappa has been bound. Quest issued. Make a wish to the dragon, assisting Vegeta in obtaining eternal life. Completion reward. Height increased by 10 centimeters. Failure penalty. Little brother's height reduced by 10 centimeters. Quest issued. Train Nappa and eliminate Raikum. The host is not permitted to intervene. Completion reward. A gravity chamber with 1,000 times gravity. Failure penalty. Nappa as permanent death. Considering the difficulty of this task, the rewards have been dispensed in advance. Lin Bei stood silently in a corner of the battlefield, munching on potato chips, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Both missions posed significant challenges. The Dragon of Earth had perished, and the task concerning Vegeta could only be undertaken on Namek, a planet whose language he did not comprehend. Assistance from the local inhabitants would be imperative, yet the Namekians were known for their pride, making brute force an unviable option. For the sake of my little brother, I would have no choice but to enlist Raditz and others to protect Namek. The difficulty of a Nappa mission was no less daunting. Riku, the pineapple-headed member of the Ginyu Force, possessed a combat power of 50,000, a figure more than 6 times that of peak Nappa. With time pressing against him, conventional training would prove insufficient. It was no wonder the system had preemptively granted rewards. Nappa's S cells should be comparable to Raditz, and in essence, one could not rely on the Saiyan passive ability. This gravity chamber, with its 1,000-fold intensity, was perfectly suited for training the two of them. If the Nappa mission were to fail, the consequences would be dire, resulting in the permanent loss of subsequent rewards from this villain. Lin Bei finally grasped why Frieza, with a combat power of over 100 million, surrounded himself with the likes of Dodoria, whose power was a mere 20,000, and Zarbon, who had a power level of 22,000. The reason was simple. There was no one capable of challenging him. It was no wonder he considered himself the emperor of the universe. In a cosmos where a power level of 10,000 was regarded as formidable, 100 million was indeed a staggering figure. This also explained the limitations of the scanners, which generally capped at 21,000. Higher thresholds were undoubtedly achievable but required more advanced materials. The 21,000 limit was sufficient to contend with beings of power levels up to 9999, making it cost-effective for mass production. Damn it, I'm too late, Goku exclaimed, tightly clutching the 2 Senzu Beans in his hand, his expression weary. Despite his utmost haste, he had arrived too late. On his way, Korin had gifted him 3 beans. Having consumed 1, only 2 remained. Regrettably, Piccolo had already perished. From the conversations around him, Goku understood that Piccolo had undergone a significant transformation. Are those 2 the Saiyans who invaded Earth? Goku inquired, pointing at Nappa and Vegeta, who lay nearby. Indeed, Krillin nodded in affirmation. Quite ordinary. I expected formidable opponents. Goku remarked. Vegeta interjected. How dare you, a lowly warrior like Kakarot, look down upon me? Listen well, Kakarot. I am Prince Vegeta, a once-in-a-century genius warrior of planet Vegeta. You are not worthy to be compared to me. Goku glanced at him with indifference. I apologize, but I am Son Goku, a mere earthling, not the Kakarot you speak of. Furthermore, you and your companion should leave Earth post-haste. The ensuing battle may endanger you. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead as he listened. You, Goku, with a serious expression, turned his gaze toward Raditz. This time, I will not be deceived by your lies. I can overlook Lin Bei's act of killing me, for he saved Gohan, thus balancing the scales of life. However, I must avenge Piccolo. When Lin Bei transformed into a Super Saiyan, King Kai was unaware, and both Kami and Korin could not ascertain the extent of his power due to its overwhelming nature, lacking a point of reference. Moreover, since Lin Bei harbored no ambitions toward Earth or the Dragon Balls, they advised Goku not to provoke him. Kami had initially intended for Goku's resurrection to unite them against Nappa and Vegeta, but he was taken aback by their weakness. Instead, Raditz became a significant nuisance. Having killed Piccolo. Oh, are you implying that your battle power has surpassed mine? Raditz scoffed. Indeed. Ha 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 ha. Stop posturing. I have mastered the use of ki. Although you have concealed much of your strength, you are no match for me. Krillin and the others fell silent. Goku's power had indeed grown immensely compared to a year ago, yet it still paled in comparison to Raditz. Krillin, you all stay back. I will avenge Piccolo, Goku declared, his gaze resolute. Seeing this, the others ceased their protests. Gohan shouted, "Go, Dad," and flew away with Piccolo's lifeless body, joining the others. Goku and Raditz locked eyes, and the clouds above seemed to cower before their power, drifting away. Although Lin Bei had stated that only Piccolo could be killed, he could certainly give that bastard Kakarot a thorough beating. If Lin Bei hadn't saved him last year, he would probably be buried beneath a mound of grass by now. Ah! Goku's fists arched like a bow as he began to unleash his energy in a symmetrical stance. The battle had commenced. Krillin and the others were approximately 20 kilometers away from Goku, unable to visually discern the situation. Yet they could analyze the unfolding events through the intensity of his ki. Dad's energy is rapidly increasing. Gohan, cradling Piccolo's body, closed his eyes to carefully sense the situation on Goku's side. Beep, beep, beep. Power level at 10,000. Power level at 15,000. Power level at 20,000. Impossible. That low-class warrior Kakarot has surpassed me? Vegeta, hiding nearby, nearly ground his teeth to dust. Raditz, that Namekian, that mixed blood brat, and low-class warrior Kakarot, and that Lin Bei as well. How can it be that 5 individuals on this low-energy planet Earth surpass me? How is this conceivable? My battle power has always been the highest even on the high-energy planet Vegeta, exceeding that of my father, King Vegeta, from a young age. I am hailed as the strongest Saiyan. Cough. Vegeta, his pride severely wounded, could not suppress a mouthful of blood. This is dreadful. Father S' energy is still not greater than Uncle Piccolo S. Krillin, let's hurry. Father has already died once. He cannot resurrect again. Although Goku's power is formidable, it barely reaches half of Raditz. Gohan abruptly opened his eyes, speaking in a flustered manner. However, just as he attempted to take flight, Krillin seized him firmly. Do not act recklessly, Gohan. Have faith in Goku. I have known your father for over a decade, and if he claims he will avenge Piccolo, he must possess confidence. Your father does not speak lightly. Gohan intended to voice further thoughts, yet upon observing the expressions of Krillin, Tenkai, and Yamcha, friends of his father from the past, he found himself calming down. It seemed that everyone held confidence in his father. He then returned to his original position, closing his eyes once more, attuning himself to the battlefield's dynamics. Go, father. Is this truly your strength? If so, I must admit, I am profoundly disappointed. I will speak frankly. Your current power is even inferior to that Namekian from earlier. If he is not matched for me, how could you be? Goku inhaled deeply, meticulously adjusting his breathing rhythm. Is that so? As soon as the words left his lips, a resounding explosion echoed as he was enveloped by a surge of crimson flames. His gaze fixed intently on Raditz. He surged forward amid the latter's astonished expression. Threefold Kaioken. Chapter 11. Vegeta's Exploding Pride. With a powerful push of his right leg, the ground beneath him split as if shaken by an earthquake, and his form sprang forth like a coiled spring. What? Raditz gazed incredulously at Goku, as the latter's energy expanded threefold in an instant. Bang! Goku's punch struck with incredible speed, landing solidly on Raditz's face. The force of the blow sent Raditz reeling backward, crashing into several rock pillars. Just as he regained his balance, he sensed a formidable energy approaching from behind. Before he could assume a defensive stance, Goku delivered a powerful kick that propelled him skyward. In a flash of red light, Goku appeared above him, fists clenched, and struck downward with tremendous force. Raditz let out a cry as he plummeted, crashing into the ground with a thud. Goku took a deep breath, striving to regulate his breathing to alleviate the physical strain, for the Kaioken technique imposes significant demands on the body. Each usage should ideally not exceed 5 minutes. The best outcome would be to resolve the battle within a minute, as the King Kai had advised. However, against an opponent like Raditz, it was clear that a minute would not suffice. Stop feigning defeat. I know you still have strength left. Come out. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful energy blast hurtled toward him. What? Goku exclaimed in shock, swiftly tilting his head as the beam grazed the side of his neck, leaving a minor abrasion. Subsequently, with a frigid gaze directed downward, he exclaimed in surprise, I did not anticipate that you would possess such a formidable technique akin to Krillin's. At that moment, Raditz let out a hearty laugh, shattering the surrounding rocks and wiping the crimson blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Goku's power level stood at 60,000, surpassing Raditz by 10,000. However, the power levels in Dragon Ball fluctuate in real time, and by concentrating one's energy, one can unleash damage far exceeding their current power level. For instance, when fully transformed, Cell could incapacitate Super Vegeta, who had just emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, with 2 powerful blows. Yet, when Vegeta concentrated his energy for his final flash, even Cell, despite assuming a defensive stance, was struck hard enough to lose a third of his body. And there is something even more astonishing, Raditz proclaimed, striking a pose that took Goku by surprise. Kamehameha! You dare to use my Kamehameha! As Raditz shouted wave. A fierce blue beam surged towards Goku in the sky. These 2 techniques had been imparted to him by Lin Bei. Initially, Raditz struggled to close his eyes and sense Lin Bei's movements while learning to harness energy. This inspired him to master these 2 extraordinary skills as a means to enhance his control over energy. Whoosh! Having recently suffered from the magic attack, Goku was not about to fall for the same trick again. He swiftly increased his speed, soaring in a grand arc through the sky, and then delivered a powerful kick towards Raditz. You've fallen for it, Raditz sneered, quickly altering the hand gestures for the Kamehameha. In an instant, the Kamehameha shifted direction and accelerated towards Goku at breakneck speed. With a resounding explosion, countless fragments of rock erupted, raising a tumultuous cloud of dust. Raditz, expressionless, gazed ahead. Puzzled. Strange. Why isn't T. Kakarot's energy diminished? Did it miss? Just then, a flash of red light suddenly appeared before him. What? Raditz's expression changed dramatically. Seizing the opportunity, Goku unleashed a series of flawlessly executed wolf fang fist strikes upon Raditz, followed by a flying kick. Raditz let out a cry, soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, carving a deep trench into the ground as he flew for several meters. Moments later, he slowly stood up, his face devoid of pain, replaced instead by an exhilarated smile. Ha ha! The joy of battle is eternally magnificent. I am overwhelmed with delight. My blood is boiling. Although Goku harbored no fondness for Raditz, he concurred with the sentiment. Pure-blooded Saiyans are inherently combative, and an evenly matched opponent ignites an extraordinary excitement within them. Every punch that connects delivers euphoric sensations to their bodies, blood, and spirit. Why are you still here? Goku suddenly noticed Vegeta behind Raditz and inquired with curiosity. You should hastily escort your companions away from Earth. I fear I may inadvertently harm you. You have not inflicted any damage upon the Earth or my friends, so I shall not hold it against you. What? You fear injuring me? You won't seek retribution? How dare the lowly warrior Kakarot speak so insolently to me? The Saiyan Prince, the most gifted fighter of Planet Vegeta. In that instant, Vegeta's proud self-esteem shattered completely. The pent-up fury that had long been suppressed erupted at that moment. He swiftly removed the scouter from his ear and crushed it in his grasp. With a fierce exhalation, a luminous white orb materialized in his hand. Since this planet lacks a moon, I shall create one. He hurled it skyward with determination. Oh no, not that move! Raditz exclaimed, immediately taking flight. At this moment, he possessed the combative bloodline of a Saiyan, and the cunning learned under Lin Bei's rigorous training. If I cannot win, I shall flee. For Lord Lin Bei has declared me to be of utmost importance. I must not perish. After unleashing the white orb technique, Vegeta's energy diminished significantly. Goku, murmuring softly, suddenly spotted Raditz making his escape. You! Ha ha ha! Kakarot, we shall meet again when the fates allow. A thunderous roar echoed as Vegeta transformed into his great ape form, delivering a crushing blow. Goku, unable to evade in time, was forced into a defensive posture, only to be thrust into the rocky terrain. Damn it! How has his power surged so suddenly? Goku quickly adjusted himself and soared into the air, narrowly evading Vegeta's subsequent onslaught of mighty fists. Do you not realize? Once transformed into a great ape, one's battle power increases tenfold. You can only blame yourself for severing your tail. After I eliminate you, Raditz and that Lin Bei shall be next. None of you shall escape the humiliation I have endured. Such overwhelming energy. This presence is even greater than Raditz. Could it be that this is the power of the one called Lin Bei? Did not the god declare he would not intervene? Gohan, eyes tightly shut, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. A year of rigorous training had culminated in this dire predicament, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. No, concentrat. This energy emanates from that diminutive Saiyan named Vegeta. Could he have been concealing his true strength all along? How infuriating. These Saiyans are indeed monsters. Krillin slammed his fist against the ground, his voice heavy with despair. In the face of such immense power, even his breathing became labored. Beside him, Gohan appeared to have made a resolute decision. Uncle Krillin, do not worry about me. I will assist Dad. Without waiting for a response, he shot off toward Goku's direction. Gohan, Krillin shouted anxiously, preparing to follow, when Yamcha grasped his shoulder. Krillin, you must stay here. We will go help Goku. After all, you've already died once. Should you perish again, there will be no resurrection. With that, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiotsu took flight to join the fray. How infuriating! Krillin let out a cry of impotent rage, then followed suit. The Earth is on the brink of destruction. What difference does it make whether I live or die? Goku, I am coming. Chapter 12. Gohan is dead. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, on an unknown planet, within a circular spacecraft, Frieza sat in a fully automated baby carriage, savoring a fine glass of red wine. A serene smile graced his lips, a manifestation of his utmost confidence. Beside him stood two quiet figures. One was Dodoria, with his pink skin and spiky head, while the other was the strikingly handsome Zarbin, who could transform into a formidable creature. How intriguing. I did not anticipate the existence of Dragon Balls. It seems a journey to Namek is in order. Frieza took another sip of his wine and addressed the two who stood silently by his side. Yes, my subordinate. I shall have the power room prepare for departure to Namek. As Zarbin took a few steps, Frieza's voice echoed once more. Wait, this time, bring the Ginyu Force along as well, and ensure they carry the latest detection devices. Aside from the one Dodoria possesses, the rest of the equipment here is outdated. A power level of 22,000 would be off the charts. Yes, Lord Frieza, Zarbin replied before proceeding with his orders. The detection devices had communication capabilities, but typically, Frieza paid little heed to what Vegeta and the others had to say. After all, he commanded a vast number of subordinates. However, he had programmed certain keywords into the system, Wish being one of them, which prompted him to listen to a recording of Vegeta's voice on Earth. It revealed the existence of something called Dragon Balls, which seemed capable of granting wishes. Coupled with the rumors of Namekians possessing astonishing abilities, this sparked the idea of seeking out the Dragon Balls on Namek. The decision to bring the Ginyu Force was influenced by the mention of power levels in Vegeta's transmission, 30,000, 50,000. Whether this was mere bravado or truth remained uncertain, but it was likely these individuals would also arrive on Namek. Frieza, unlike the Saiyans, lacked a combative bloodline. He preferred to admire the combat prowess of his subordinates rather than engage in battle himself. The only time he had intervened in recent years was to obliterate planet Vegeta. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he resolved to take the 5 members of the Ginyu Force with him. At this moment, Dodoria, standing confidently nearby, proclaimed, "Rest assured, Lord Frieza, with me present, those Saiyan monkeys shall pose no threat." His voice resonated with strength and unwavering confidence, which was hardly surprising, as he was the mightiest warrior of planet Frieza. In terms of strength, he ranked just below Frieza and the Ginyu Force, second only to Zarbon. Zarbon hailed from Frog Star, a high-energy planet where its elite warriors possessed transformation abilities, and he was considered a prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent. "Ah, how confident you are, Mr. Dodoria. I shall entrust Vegeta to you," Frieza remarked, his expression unchanged. However, his true concern lay not with Vegeta, but with the mention of a Super Saiyan named Lin Bei by Raditz. Following the expedition to Namek, his next destination would be Earth. Damn it! Even with all my might, the quadruple Kaioken cannot match him. Goku gazed at the gorilla-like Vegeta, feeling utterly powerless. His only hope was to find an opportunity to sever his tail, yet the opponent was cautious, wrapping his tail tightly around his waist, leaving no chance for Goku. Suddenly, a shout echoed from behind. "Dad, I'm here to help you." Hearing this, Goku turned around and yelled, "Get away, Gohan. You shouldn't interfere." In that instant, Goku sensed a powerful wind pressure around him and thought, "Oh no." A massive gorilla fist came crashing toward him, and Goku fell to the ground like a shooting star. "Dad!" Gohan cried out, his energy surging as he rushed to the battlefield. "Kakarot's little brat, your timing is impeccable. I'll kill your father first, and then it's your turn," Vegeta declared, lunging down toward Goku. Gohan, undeterred by Vegeta's gorilla form, recalled what Piccolo had said. He too had once transformed into such a creature. Magic flash. Gohan raised his hands above his head, palms crossed, and a yellow flash shot forth toward Vegeta. Vegeta, with his battle power increased tenfold, fearlessly countered, effortlessly swatting away Gohan's technique. His strength surpassed the previously astounding 35,000. "You cannot be spared, brat," Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, then lashed out with his tail, knocking the temporarily exhausted Gohan to the ground, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Krillin and the others arrived. Quick as lightning, Krillin dashed forward, hands on his forehead, eyes closed, shouting, "Solar flare!" Tien and the others instinctively shut their eyes. My eyes, what have you done?" Vegeta howled in rage. Krillin and the others were astonished. They had witnessed Goku's transformation into a gorilla before, but Vegeta's case was different. He retained his intellect and could speak. Yet, there was no time to ponder further as Yamcha seized the opportunity to reach Gohan, intending to rescue him. At that moment, a tremendous heartbeat emanated from Gohan, his expression turning menacing, and his body began to swell. "Yamcha, get away from Gohan!" Goku, eyes shut, shouted toward Yamcha, sensing Gohan's energy inexplicably escalating. Just like Vegeta moments ago, in mere seconds, Gohan transformed into a gorilla of the same size as Vegeta, the only difference being their attire. Vegeta wore a specially designed battlesuit that remained intact even when enlarged, while Gohan was bare. Fortunately, Goku's timely warning spared Yamcha from harm. At that moment, both Vegeta and Goku regained their sight, staring at the howling gorilla before them, and Vegeta smirked coldly. "You all distract Gohan, while I go sever his tail." Wukong addressed Krillin and the others, stating that Gohan's fundamental battle power was far inferior to that of Vegeta, and naturally, his strength in the Great Ape form would not be formidable either. "There is no need for such complexity, Kakarot. I shall generously lend you my aid." Upon finishing his words, Vegeta opened his mouth wide, gathering energy within. Wukong, witnessing this, shouted, "Stop!" A straight beam shot forth from Vegeta's mouth, hurtling towards Gohan's heart like a beam of annihilation. Gohan quickly evaded, Unfortunately, in his simian state, Gohan had lost all rationality and could not comprehend Wukong's plea. In his frenzy, Gohan continued to smash the mountains, only to be pierced through the heart by Vegeta's charged attack. With a mournful cry, his pupils immediately faded to white, and his body began to shrink. Within moments, he returned to his original form, revealing a charred cavity in his left atrium. He had ceased to breathe. Ha ha, Kakarot. This is the consequence of offending me. I shall annihilate all your companions. After saying this, he pointed at Krillin. You shall be next, you bald-headed fool. How dare you toy with me, using such peculiar techniques? Chapter 13. Five-fold Kaioken. Gohan. Wukong cried out urgently, rushing to Gohan's side and crushing a Senzu Bean before placing it into Gohan's mouth. However, Gohan had already succumbed to death during his transformation, rendering the bean ineffective. Yet Wukong remained undeterred, preparing the last remaining Senzu Bean in a similar manner. Does it pain you, Kakarot? But this trivial suffering is utterly insignificant compared to the harm you've inflicted upon my pride. At this moment, Wukong clenched his fist tightly, his hair standing on end in fury. You kill for such trivial matters. You dare call it trivial? I, the Prince of the Saiyans, the pinnacle of power on planet Vegeta, have been surpassed by a lowly warrior like you, and you dare to dismiss it as insignificant. With that, he reached out towards Krillin, his speed unremarkable, yet Vegeta's terrifying aura and the ferocious visage of his simian form paralyzed Krillin with fear. Watch me crush you, little bald one. Wukong, Krillin exclaimed in alarm. Hold on, my body. Five-fold Kaioken. In an instant, a flash of red light streaked past, delivering a powerful kick to the belly of the ape-like Vegeta, halting his advance. Following this, Wukong unleashed a flurry of Wolf Fang fist attacks. In this moment, Wukong's strength surged, rendering his Saiyan battle attire as fragile as paper, disintegrating upon contact. Ah, strike, strike, strike! Wukong's sudden onslaught caught the ape-like Vegeta off guard, forcing him to retreat several steps before regaining his composure. That Kakarot, despite not transforming into an ape, has somehow managed to amplify his battle power. Is it that technique, known as Kaioken? Wukong's speed surged dramatically as he unleashed a relentless assault upon the ape-like Vegeta. With exaggerated speed, he swiftly darted behind his opponent. Although his princely combat technique did not inflict any substantial damage, it stirred up a cloud of dust that obscured the enemy's vision. Wukong, having gleaned from the skirmish that his adversary relied solely on sight and instinct rather than sensing energy to locate him, seized the advantage of agility to gain a slight upper hand. That detestable Kakarot is like a pesky fly, buzzing around incessantly. The simian Vegeta cursed inwardly after missing another punch. Suddenly sensing something amiss, Vegeta inexplicably lashed out with a punch behind him, a move he had not previously attempted, as that direction was outside his line of sight. Wukong's face registered surprise as he barely evaded the strike. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others, clutching Gohan's lifeless body, retreated to a distance, aware that the shockwaves from the clash could easily prove fatal to them. This is bad. That Vegeta seems to instinctively grasp the use of energy. He is starting to track Wukong's attack patterns. If this continues, Wukong will be at a disadvantage. Krillin muttered, observing the duel from afar. He glanced at the white orb in the sky. The Earth no longer had a moon, and he surmised it was the doing of that Saiyan Vegeta. Destroying the orb beneath his very nose seemed nearly impossible, so he resolved to sever his tail instead. Wait here for me. I'll go cut off that Saiyan's tail, Krillin declared with determination. Yamcha and the others were taken aback, their faces betraying their fear. Tien, feeling somewhat awkward, interjected. Krillin, it's not that I doubt your abilities, but that Saiyan named Vegeta is far too powerful. Even if all four of us joined forces, we might still struggle to sever his tail. The disparity in our strength is too great. Only Wukong can accomplish that. We must have faith in him. Nevertheless, Tien's words did not sway Krillin, but he wanted to grant Wukong that opportunity. Rest assured, I have secretly perfected a formidable technique this past year. I am confident I can sever his tail. As the others still seemed inclined to dissuade him, he pressed on. You've noticed too, Haven Tu, that Saiyan has begun to master the use of energy. He can now sense Wukong's general location without relying on sight. If I go now, there is still a chance. If he fully masters energy manipulation, I may not even get close and will be exposed immediately. Wukong's technique likely has a time limit. I can feel he is fighting on sheer willpower. After a brief silence, Tien and the others ceased their attempts to dissuade him. Then we'll accompany you. At the very least, we can provide cover. Yamcha remained unconvinced about Krillin venturing alone, urgently expressing his concerns. Krillin shook his head resolutely, stating no. The likelihood of being detected increases with too many nearby. I have contemplated this thoroughly. Going alone is the optimal solution. If I fail, perhaps Lin Bei will emerge to protect the Earth. After all, from the perspective of the celestial beings, Lin Bei harbors no intention of destroying the Earth. But whether he will protect it is another matter entirely. He is not even from this planet. He may simply depart without a second thought. The fate of Earth cannot be entrusted to an unknown variable. After speaking, Krillin suppressed his energy and soared into the air. Oh no! Could it be that this being named Vegeta has begun to master the art of energy manipulation in just a few fleeting minutes? My attacks seem incapable of inflicting any real damage, Goku mused uneasily. At this moment, Vegeta's tail was no longer coiled around his waist, but was instead poised for combat. Yet, Goku understood it was a ruse. Any attempt to target that tail would provoke a relentless onslaught from his adversary. Ha! What's the matter, Kakarot? Have you not always wished to sever my tail? Here it is, come at me. Don't you want to avenge your son? Vegeta taunted incessantly, fully aware that Goku's power was fleeting, likely lasting only a few minutes. There was no need for him to squander energy on a futile offensive, especially with someone named Lin Bei lurking in the shadows, potentially waiting for the opportune moment to strike when he was at his weakest. Damn it! Goku roared in frustration, having forcibly elevated his body from a fourfold Kaioken to a fivefold state. The fact that his body had not shattered was miraculous. With each passing second, he felt immense agony, as if every cell in his body were gnawing at him. You have grown careless, Kakarot. Vegeta's voice suddenly echoed. In the sky above, Goku darkened ominously as Vegeta's fists collided fiercely together, descending upon him. What? Goku exclaimed in shock, realizing he stood behind a structure that should have been a blind spot from Vegeta's perspective. Had his opponent truly mastered energy manipulation? Chapter 14, Rebirth. My Vegeta, Energy Blade. A sudden voice rang out, and Goku immediately shifted his gaze downward. Krillin. However, at that moment, Vegeta's powerful strike was unavoidable. Goku cried out as he was forcefully driven into the ground, and the fivefold Kaioken state dissipated. Just then, a disc-like yellow energy slice whizzed past, cleaving through Vegeta's tail with a swift precision. My tail? How could this be? You, little bald one, possess the strength to sever my tail. Vegeta, in a state of disbelief, let out a painful cry as his body rapidly diminished in size, rendering him momentarily immobile. Now Goku. The spirit bomb just unleashed had drained Krillin of all his strength, leaving him unable to maintain the flight technique and crashing heavily to the ground. To increase his accuracy, Krillin had approached Vegeta at close range, inadvertently exposing himself to the Saiyan's wrath. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, followed by a resounding ha from beneath, as spiderweb-like cracks spread across the earth, rocks and debris flying in all directions. There lay a figure enveloped in a crimson glow, Goku. The aftereffects of the fivefold Kaioken, combined with Vegeta's relentless assault, rendered him incapable of standing. He gritted his teeth and summoned the last vestiges of his strength to execute a twofold Kaioken. At this moment, Goku was not only gravely injured, but also had shattered bones in his left hand. With great effort, he raised his right hand, aiming it at Vegeta. Kamehameha! Oh no! For these fleeting seconds, I cannot move while in my reduced form. Vegeta's heart raced with anxiety. Accompanied by Goku's cry, a surging wave of blue energy surged toward Vegeta. The Kamehameha struck its target, eliciting a horrific scream from Vegeta. Yet, in the instant before impact, he seemed to regain some mobility, albeit too late to evade. He could merely shuffle his position. At that moment, the right side of his body was nearly obliterated, his innards exposed to the air, his face mangled, and his teeth visible in his mouth. He had shrunk by a third. Blood dripped incessantly. Yet, astonishingly, Vegeta remained standing. Even Goku could not help but admire his tenacity. Goku fought with the support of friends and family, fueled by an unwavering belief that allowed him to push beyond his physical limits with the fivefold Kaioken. But Vegeta was not of that ilk. Could it be that his mere pride could empower him to endure such suffering? Goku pondered in confusion. Vegeta, veins bulging on his forehead, realized that in his current state, even an immediate trip to the healing pod might not save him, especially with Earth still beneath him. Am I, Vegeta, to perish on this insignificant planet? To die at the hands of a lower-class warrior like Kakarot? Summoning an inexplicable strength, Vegeta bellowed, directing his palm toward Krillin. You didn't think it was over, did you? Prepare for your demise, little bald one. If it weren't for you severing my tail, Kakarot would never have had the opportunity to inflict such damage upon me. As for why he did not attack Kakarot, it was clear to Vegeta that his foe was already a flickering candle in the wind. No sooner had he finished speaking than he unleashed an energy blast from his hand. Stop, Vegeta! Cough! At this moment, Goku's condition was only slightly better than Vegeta's. Ultimately, he forcefully unleashed a Kamehameha using a double Kaioken, resulting in the shattering of his bones. Without the Senzu Beans, Goku could only outlast Vegeta by a few minutes. He felt a twinge of regret for having given both beans to Gohan. Deep down, he had known it was a futile effort, but had still been unwilling to accept defeat. If he had one bean left now, he could save Krillin. Krillin had already perished once, and even the dragon could not resurrect him again. Sorry, Krillin. My stubbornness has led to your demise. However, I shall soon join you, though I feel somewhat guilty towards Chi-Chi. Despite the impending energy blast, Krillin remained remarkably calm. He never imagined he would have the chance to save Goku. Yet he lamented, too bad I haven't team married yet. Suddenly, two figures appeared before Krillin, one of whom effortlessly swatted away Vegeta's energy blast. The long-haired Raditz glanced around in surprise before kneeling on one knee, his eyes ablaze with reverence. Lord Lin Bei, was that the supreme technique you spoke of? Instantaneous movement. Lin Bei exhaled lightly, accustomed to such feats. Even witnessing the iconic moment of Krillin's sacrifice, Goku had been unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet, Lin Bei relished the sensation of controlling the situation. There could be no risk, however minuscule. He had to be stronger than anyone else. Lin Bei, Goku struggled to utter the name while lying on the ground. He had saved Gohan and now Krillin. Although he had doomed himself, he did not seem like a malicious individual. Meanwhile, the previously unconscious Nappa awoke, surveying his surroundings in shock before rushing to Vegeta's side. Prince Vegeta, how did you sustain such injuries? Vegeta's eyes were beginning to fade, his nerves weakening, and his senses declining drastically. That energy blast had been his last ounce of strength. Seeing this, Lin Bei stepped forward toward Vegeta, anticipating that the latter would perish within 10 seconds. However, he had his own plans. If Vegeta were not here, barely clinging to life, he would be unable to participate in the battle against the might of the Makis. After all, it was Nappa who was meant to confront the formidable Riku. Nevertheless, under these circumstances, Vegeta's power, once he consumed a Senzu Bean, would far exceed that depicted in the original tale, as he had been able to cling to life long enough to return in a spaceship for healing. Who are you? And what do you intend to do to Prince Vegeta? Nappa interjected, arms crossed like a wall, blocking Lin Bei's path. In the original narrative, Nappa had been eliminated after losing his combat ability, yet he had proven rather loyal. However, time was of the essence, and there was no room for delay. Lin Bei casually strolled forward with one hand in his pocket, treating the space before him as if it were utterly vacant. Nappa roared, launching a punch directly at Lin Bei's face. As the guardian of Vegeta, it is imperative that no one approaches His Highness without permission. However, with merely a single finger, Lin Bei effortlessly thwarted his full-force attack. Then, with a gentle push forward, a resounding crash ensued, sending him flying, his remarkably resilient battle attire reduced to mere dust. Emotionless, Lin Bei approached Vegeta, who at this moment had but 5 seconds left before the flame of his life extinguished. Without uttering a word, he crushed a Senzu Bean and tossed it into the prince's throat, exclaiming, "Revive! My Vegeta!" Chapter 15, The Inflated Vegeta. At this juncture, Tien and his companions arrived on the scene, mustering their courage to assist Raditz in carrying Krillin away. Perhaps due to Lin Bei's actions, their adversary remained silent. The Guardian had shown them Lin Bei's visage. Though they had not met him, they recognized him immediately. Moreover, Lin Bei's striking good looks made him unforgettable. In that moment, Vegeta, on the brink of death, suddenly opened his eyes wide in disbelief, staring at his own hands. I'm not dead, and this power. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Eternal life has yet to be claimed. How could you perish? My little brother's future still lies in your hands. Ha ha ha. To his astonishment, Vegeta realized that after his resurrection, his combat power had surged to unprecedented heights. He immediately sensed the transformation within him and howled to the heavens. He was no fool. Seeing Raditz kneeling nearby, he understood that his revival was intricately linked to this enigmatic stranger. So it is you, Lin Bei. Perhaps you have surpassed me once, but the title of the first Saiyan is once again within my grasp. I am in excellent spirits to express my gratitude for saving my life. I have decided not to kill you. Ha ha ha. Be thankful for my mercy. Lin Bei remained silent, extending a finger once more and gently pointing towards Vegeta. Instantly, an immense force bore down on him. What? Vegeta gasped, his body bristling with anticipation as he crossed his arms defensively. With a drawn-out hiss, Lin Bei's casual gesture carved 2 deep trenches into the ground, each spanning several meters, nearly wearing through the soles of his shoes. Vegeta took a deep breath, incredulously gazing at Lin Bei. The seemingly effortless strike bore such overwhelming power. How is this possible? My strength has exceeded that of Jinyu. I should rank as the second strongest in the universe, just beneath Frieza. Why is this happening? Is it possible that Lin Bei is stronger than Jinyu? Suddenly, Vegeta recalled Raditz's earlier words. Lord Lin Bei is a Super Saiyan. From what he had just witnessed, could it be true? Was Lin Bei indeed a Super Saiyan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if the legends hold some truth, there can only be one Super Saiyan, and that must be me, the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. It could never be someone like Lin Bei, a lower-class warrior sent to a weak planet in his childhood, just like Kakarot. Perhaps he is close, but he certainly has not truly become a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan would never resort to saving others. He is unequivocally not one. Just a casual gesture from Lin Bei forced Vegeta to unleash his full power, with the scouter displaying a combat power of 80,000. It is no wonder he feels so inflated. In the original tale, after returning to Frieza's base and recovering in the healing pod, his combat power merely increased from 18,000 to 24,000. Now it has surged from 18,000 to 80,000, an unfathomable multiplication. As for Vegeta believing he surpasses Jinyu, it is not entirely unfounded, for Jinyu can also manipulate his ki at will. What is showcased in front of others is merely a combat power of 60,000, which is only half of his full strength. Is this the might of the Saiyan Prince? To be frank, if you do not train, you perceive me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. If you do train, you will see me as a mere mayfly attempting to shake the vast sky. Such a level of power is even inferior to the I.O. chicken on Korin's star. Lin Bei mocked disdainfully. Arrogant. Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fist, veins bulging on his forehead. At that moment, Nappa crawled back to Vegeta's side, astonished. Your Highness Vegeta, are you unscathed? Just moments ago, your insides were exposed, and now you seem perfectly fine, without a scratch. It's simply unfathomable. Vegeta cast a cold glance at him, for with his current strength, he no longer required a partner with Nappa's combat power. He then seized Nappa's hand and forcefully hurled him in Lin Bei's direction. Farewell, Nappa. Following this, a blue aura erupted from his body as he made haste towards his ship, eager to leave this place immediately. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared before him. Lin Bei, how is that possible? I completely lost sight of his movement. Vegeta exclaimed in shock. It is Lord Lin Bei. Immediately thereafter, Lin Bei executed a swift maneuver, kicking Vegeta back to his original position. Ugh! Vegeta staggered as he rose from the ground, glaring furiously at Lin Bei. Why the haste? I saved your life, and you cannot even muster a word of thanks. Is the proud prince of the Saiyans so lacking in courtesy? Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. He had now mastered the manipulation of ki, but in his earlier arrogance, he had failed to recognize the true strength of his opponent. According to Earthling standards, this Lin Bei, on the surface, exhibited an exaggerated ki, while the hidden power was even more astonishing. If converted into combat power, Vegeta believed he had likely surpassed Frieza. Could it be that he truly is a Super Saiyan? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This notion was once again dismissed by Vegeta, who firmly believed that the Super Saiyan must be none other than himself. Lin Bei, what do you intend to do? Vegeta inquired. Did I not just mention it? Address me as Lord Lin Bei. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei vanished and reappeared right before Vegeta, simultaneously delivering a fierce knee strike to his abdomen. Vegeta gasped in pain, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as he spat out bile, clutching his midsection as the excruciating agony forced him to his knees. Remarkably, despite having been blasted by Goku's Kamehameha, which had taken a third of his body, he had not faltered. Yet now, a single knee strike from Lin Bei had brought him down. Lin Bei then raised his right foot, pressing Vegeta's head into the ground, a cup of milk tea appearing in his hand seemingly from nowhere. I will say this only once, so listen closely. Frieza has already set his course for Namek. With objectives akin to yours, he seeks eternal life. As Lin Bei spoke, a sly smile crept across his lips, reminiscent of Raditz. I want you to depart for Namek immediately. And of course, I shall accompany you. I will aid you in attaining eternal life. With that, he struck a kicking pose and sent Vegeta flying towards the location of his spacecraft. You also intend to go to Namek and ensure Vegeta's eternal life? Goku managed to utter from the ground, struggling to speak. He had learned from Korin about Lin Bei's possession of the sacred beans and was not surprised. However, the Supreme Kai's plan also involved seeking the Dragon Balls on Namek. According to Lin Bei, a Frieza even more terrifying than Vegeta awaited them there, which filled them with despair. Chapter 16. Who told you I am a good person? A circular spacecraft shot into the sky, swiftly breaking through the atmosphere and leaving Earth behind. Lin Bei recognized it as Vegeta's ship. He had now set off for Namek, and according to the timeline, would arrive in approximately a month. This time, he did not return for treatment, but headed directly for Namek, arriving earlier than in the original narrative. In the original tale, Vegeta had arrived later than Krillin and the others, by which time Frieza had already acquired 5 Dragon Balls. Lin Bei had already locked on a Vegeta's energy. Once he sensed Vegeta moving or his energy increasing, he could utilize instant transmission to follow. Without the ability to articulate wishes on Namek, it would be essential to close the distance. The upcoming month would serve as perfect training for Nappa and Raditz, who would face formidable opponents. Jinyu with a power level of 120,000 and Riku with 50,000. Both were no trifles, yet Lin Bei felt unperturbed. The gravity chamber's effects on the Saiyans were akin to a tutoring class in his previous world. While students everywhere could only learn in classrooms, you had the opportunity to study even after classes. If you do not overtake on the bend, who will? The trio are bound villains within the system, and they must be nurtured diligently, for they are my very sustenance. You speak the truth. I shall assist Vegeta in attaining eternal life. Lin Bei did not conceal his intentions, openly declaring his purpose, as Goku and his companions were, to him, the true antagonists. Why should I aid such individuals? The memory of Gohan's demise lingered painfully in Goku's heart, rendering him unable to forgive Vegeta's transgressions. In response to Goku's lament, Lin Bei tossed a Senzu Bean towards him, saying, "Consume this. Your own demise is imminent." He was indifferent to Goku's words, perceiving him as a mere martial arts fanatic and a misguided savior, neglecting his duties as a father. In the original narrative, Vegeta was spared with the rationale of desiring another battle on Earth. Earth, good heavens, did I consent to this? If not for you being the protagonist, such behavior would have already led to Earth's obliteration. In the original tale, when he descended, he slaughtered an entire city, and Vegeta offered no resistance. Now, with his son slain, he clamored for vengeance against Vegeta. You believe the ones bound to my system are within your reach? You are merely a whetstone for my sustenance. Krillin, overjoyed, hastily seized the Senzu Bean and placed it in Goku's mouth. Goku laughed foolishly and stood up. All his grievous wounds miraculously healed, triggering the Saiyant's passive ability, dramatically enhancing his combat power. Wow, I feel immensely stronger now. If we were to fight again, I could surely defeat that Vegeta. He then turned to Lin Bei with utmost seriousness. Thank you. We possess a spaceship and are preparing to head to Namek. Would you care to join us? Goku extended an invitation to Lin Bei. Goku, he might be. Krillin hesitated, attempting to dissuade him. It's all right, Krillin. Although he has harmed me before, I believe he's a good person, Goku asserted confidently. Ha, foolish cockroach. Who informed you that I am a good person? Lin Bei retorted, and without warning, unleashed a ki blast with astonishing speed, instantly obliterating Ten Shinhan, who stood behind Goku. What? Goku and the others gasped in shock, their understanding shattered by Lin Bei's unexpected strike. Damn it! 5 times Kaioken. Goku roared, employing the technique he had used in battle against Vegeta. Having recovered from the brink of death, the strain of this multiplier was not overly taxing on his body. One finger. It was still merely a finger. The punch Goku unleashed with all his might, amplified by the 5 times Kaioken, was effortlessly halted by Lin Bei's single finger. Just as with Nappa and Vegeta before, he too was met with the same fate. It is crucial to acknowledge that the disparity in combat power among these three was immense. Did Lin Bei truly perceive no distinction between them? With the 5 times Kaioken activated, the power level displayed on the scouter read 500,000, indicating a normal state power of 100,000, which surpassed the original narrative's 9,000 upon arriving at Namek by 1,000. However, for Lin Bei, whose normal state is 3.5 million, this is merely a minor calamity. With a gentle tap, Goku was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive boulder, while the unique crimson flames of the Kaioken extinguished simultaneously. After accomplishing this feat, Lin Bei effortlessly dragged Naba over, his terrifying strength rendering Naba incapable of resistance. He placed his hands on Naba and Raditz's shoulders and addressed Goku and the others, proclaiming, "I bear good tidings. The Dragon of Namek can grant 3 wishes." Upon finishing his statement, the 3 of them vanished in an instant. Moments later, the others finally grasped the situation and immediately sprinted towards Goku. Goku. At that moment, Goku sat on the ground, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice. Krillin, you and Den safeguard Piccolo, Gohan, and Tien's bodies. You have already perished once. You cannot be revived again. Bulma, Yamcha, and I shall head to Namek right away. If his words hold truth, then the dragon can bring everyone back to life. The trio soon arrived at an ice cream stall, where the proprietor greeted them warmly. Back again, young man, and you've brought 2 customers this time. What flavors would you like? Naba instinctively looked down upon those with lesser combat power, ready to explode in indignation, but was halted by Lin Bei's menacing glare. 1 milk, 1 strawberry, and 1 chocolate. I'll take all 3. They're on a diet. Subsequently, the 3 found themselves in an uninhabited wasteland, where Lin Bei conjured an immense gravity chamber out of thin air. Naba was nearly left speechless, while Raditz appeared unfazed, wearing an expression reminiscent of a city dweller observing a country bumpkin. Haven't seen anything like this, have you? Look at you so rustic. What? You expect me to kill Raikum in a month? He is part of the Ginyu Force. That team comprises the most elite warriors in the universe. Raikum's combat power is second only to Captain Ginyu. Lin Bei calmly licked his ice cream, waiting for Naba to finish before responding with composure. First, do not contradict me. Second, you shall address me as Lord Lin Bei. As his words fell, a fist, capable of shattering eyes, crashed fiercely into Naba's abdomen. With a cry, Naba expelled a mouthful of bile, the excruciating pain causing him to lose his balance and kneel on the ground. Raditz, at your service. In 1 month, I want you to claim Jinyu's life. Yes, Lord Lin Bei. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and 5 towering figures on Namek awaited Frieza's arrival with utmost reverence. Due to distance, the Ginyu Force had reached Namek first, yet they did not engage in any unnecessary actions, merely standing by in silence, awaiting Frieza's arrival. Chapter 17, Combat Power, 18,000. A disc-shaped spacecraft pierced through Namek's atmosphere and began its descent, prompting the long-awaiting Ginyu Force below to spring into action. Hurry, Lord Frieza is about to emerge. Ginyu, visibly anxious, addressed the other 4. If his latest entrance pose went unnoticed by Lord Frieza, it would be more distressing than death itself. Geez, extend your neck a bit. Don't let my horns obscure your face, or Lord Frieza won't see you. Berta, you're too tall. Crouch a little so that our overall presentation appears more cohesive. Guldo, your angle is too askew. It lacks symmetry from the front. And Raikum, stand tall and proud, do not shy away. As the spaceship doors opened, faint footsteps could be heard from within. Ginyu made final adjustments to ensure the optimal pose was showcased before Lord Frieza. After approximately 5 seconds, Frieza, seated in an automated stroller, floated out slowly, flanked by Dodoria and Zabon, with a few low-ranking soldiers trailing behind. Raikum, Kikiburta. Geez. Who, Guldo? Oh, Ginyu. The 5 called out their names in peculiar voices and then synchronized, declaring Ginyu Force. They then struck a pose they found exceedingly satisfying. Frieza watched their performance with a slight awkwardness. Although he found it hard to appreciate, they were indeed his strongest team. Ginyu, in particular, was not only powerful but also decisive, capable of flawlessly completing any task assigned to him. Just like this mission on Namek, Ginyu and his team had arrived early without engaging in any unnecessary actions. Besides that bizarre entrance pose, he considered the Ginyu Force to be perfect. Applause erupted from Frieza, and Dodoria, Zabon, and the soldiers followed suit. Bravo, what a splendid performance. You have truly outdone yourselves. Ginyu felt greatly acknowledged by these words. His meticulously crafted pose recognized by Lord Frieza. Yet, one can tire of beauty. Next time, he vowed to devise an even more innovative and flawless pose. He would never allow Lord Frieza to perceive him as lacking creativity. Jeez stepped forward, presenting the green briefcase he had been holding to Frieza, which Zebon took. Inside were 10 pink Lin scouters, and both Frieza and Zebon replaced their old devices. Dodoria already possessed the latest model and thus did not require a replacement. The surplus scouters were temporarily entrusted to an alien resembling an octopus. At that moment, a spherical spaceship was faintly visible descending from the distant horizon. Do we have more of our people? Frieza queried, eyeing the vaguely familiar craft. Zebon shook his head, replying, No, Lord Frieza, everyone is here. He then activated the newly donned scouter, which beeped in response. Power level, 18,000. Sabo expressed his astonishment, noting that although the universe is vast, life forms with a combat strength exceeding 10,000 are exceedingly rare. On a low-energy planet like Earth, even a combat power of 260, like that of old Piccolo, would be sufficient to dominate. The minions behind him, without relying on weaponry, possess combat powers that often do not reach 1,000. Indeed, the figure of 18,000 must pertain to Vegeta. Dodoria confirmed this with his scouter. Among Frieza's subordinates, only Vegeta and Shui possess such combat power. Shui has always been obedient to orders and is currently stationed at one of the bases, which implies that Frieza had an epiphany. His mood suddenly brightened. For Vegeta's presence here indicates that he has dealt with those Earthlings. This also suggests that the so-called Super Saiyan that Lin Bei spoke of is utterly nonsensical, as even Vegeta, with a combat power of 18,000, could not be defeated. It seems that the notion of the Super Saiyan is indeed farcical. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to verify this and promptly instructed, Dodoria, please go and take a look. If it truly is Vegeta, dispose of him. His goal is likely the same as mine, seeking eternal life through the Dragon Balls. If it is not Vegeta, eliminate him as well, as he could pose a potential threat. Dodoria nodded and activated his scouter to lock onto the target's position. At that moment, Sabo interjected, Lord Frieza, I would like to accompany you. Given Dodoria's combat power of 20,000, there is still a chance the opponent could escape. Frieza acknowledged Sabo's point, recognizing the possibility. And with the Ginyu Force at his side, the temporary absence of these two would not have a significant impact. Frieza would not take action himself unless all his subordinates were eliminated. He brought Dodoria and Sabo along for convenience, as many were discontent with him. Yet he was too lethargic to act personally. After all, observing others was his greatest pleasure. At this moment, none of the Ginyu Force members interjected, knowing that Frieza's commands were absolute and not to be challenged. Moreover, a mere combat power of 18,000 was hardly worth their effort. In fact, there are virtually no foes in the universe capable of compelling all 5 of them to engage simultaneously, which is why the Ginyu Force spends their days perfecting their poses. Aside from his previous statements, Sabo had another reason for wanting to assist. He preferred not to remain in the company of the Ginyu Force. Although there were no significant conflicts between them, the Ginyu Force was overwhelmingly powerful, except for Guldo, who possessed unique abilities. Any of the other 4 surpassed him in combat power after transformation. It is worth noting that he hailed from the high-energy planet Frogstar, a rare talent among warriors. Being around them was somewhat irksome. He preferred to be with Dodoria, not only because the latter was weaker, but also because Dodoria's lack of intelligence made Sabo appear more astute by comparison. Suddenly, 2 azure flames enveloped them, swiftly darting towards the direction of the formidable power of 18,000. At that moment, Frieza activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. It appeared that combat was not the forte of the Namekians, as the highest combat power barely reached 1,000. He then addressed the 5 members of the Ginyu Force ahead. Let us proceed. There are 15 life forms in that direction. We shall inquire about the Dragon Balls. Chapter 18. The filthy fireworks, the spherical spacecraft descended upon a deserted isle, its hatch slowly creaking open as Vegeta, with his hair standing defiantly, emerged. Damn it, that scoundrel Lin Bei. How could he be so formidable? Just wait. Once I acquire eternal life, both Lin Bei and Frieza shall meet their demise. I, Vegeta, shall reign supreme in the universe. As for Lin Bei's claim of assisting him in attaining everlasting life, Vegeta dismissed it entirely. How could that be possible? Nevertheless, the remark did heighten his vigilance. Upon departing from Earth, he had casually destroyed Nappa's spacecraft, and as for Raditz's vessel, without a power recharge, it would never reach Namek. Arriving at Namek ahead of Lin Bei, even if the latter followed, with his terrifying battle prowess, Frieza would undoubtedly handle him, leaving Vegeta to remain uninvolved. He began to sense the energy of Namek, soon detecting an overwhelmingly colossal presence. It was Frieza. Lin Bei had not been speaking in vain. Frieza had indeed arrived, seemingly just in time. Accompanying him were 5 additional powerful energies. Could it be the Ginyu Force? Frieza was truly cautious, bringing the Ginyu Force along as well. However, glancing at his own hands, Vegeta felt confident. Given his current strength, the Ginyu Force would pose no challenge. 2 energies are approaching me. Judging by their size, could it be Dodoria and Zarbin? How intriguing. How delightful. Vegeta seemed to have suddenly devised a cunning plan, spiraling into a state of self-indulgent excitement. Goku, it's all your fault for eating so long. Our arrival is delayed by 3 hours. Bulma pouted, displaying her displeasure. My apologies, Bulma, Goku said, scratching his head with an apologetic expression. During their time on Earth, Goku, Yamcha, and Bulma had intended to set off immediately, but upon entering the spacecraft, Goku's stomach had growled fiercely. Considering his appetite, they decided it best to have a meal on Earth before departing. Well, this ISNT, the first time such a thing has happened. A 3-hour delay, ISNT too bad. We have a Dragon Ball radar. Perhaps we can intercept the Dragon Balls from Vegeta. Bulma chuckled mischievously, while Yamcha, having witnessed Vegeta's strength, was not as optimistic as Bulma, and awkwardly chimed in. Upon witnessing this, Wukong patted Yamcha's shoulder with an air of confidence. Fear not, for I am now capable of subduing any foe. He paused momentarily before adding. Except for Lin Bei. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures sliced through the air at remarkable speed, rendering the resistance of the atmosphere inconsequential. Dodoria, alerted by the detector, discerned the presence of Vegeta standing in the center of the small island. Found you. With that, the 2 landed before Vegeta with a soft thud. It turned out he was not wearing a detector. No wonder he stood there, motionless. Dodoria chuckled, the flesh on his neck jiggling with his speech. So it's Dodoria and Sabo. Have you 2 come for a vacation? Vegeta suppressed a smirk, responding confidently. Vegeta, what brings you to Namek? Surely, Lord Frieza has not tasked you with conquering this planet? Sabo inquired, feigning ignorance. He valued aesthetics. Even in the act of killing, he sought a perfect rationale. Sabo, why waste words on the dead? We simply need to follow orders. He had long harbored disdain for Vegeta, and now he finally had a legitimate opportunity to eliminate him. Traitorous Vegeta, do you dare defy Lord Frieza? Do you think you are worthy of the Dragon Balls? We are no longer allies. Now I shall end your life. Dodoria stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, entirely dismissive of Vegeta, as his power far surpassed that of his opponent. Allies? When have I ever been your companion, you overgrown swine? What? Vegeta's mockery instantly ignited Dodoria's fury. Sabo, do not interfere. I shall personally ensure this monkey suffers a gruesome demise. Dodoria lowered his stance, adopting a posture that signaled he would not allow Vegeta to escape. Vegeta couldn't suppress his laughter, for his power was a staggering 4 times greater than Dodoria's. His adversary, like his former self, relied solely on the digits displayed on the detector, utterly oblivious to the true essence of energy manipulation. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the detector emitted a sudden alarm, the numbers escalating rapidly before finally stabilizing at 25,000. The targeted individual was none other than Vegeta. No, this cannot be. My detector must be malfunctioning. How could Vegeta's power have surged by 7,000? Though he spoke of malfunction, he instinctively retreated 2 steps. No malfunction here. Mine also displays 25,000. Sabo gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. It was common knowledge that his power level was merely 18,000. Sabo, we are... Dodoria had yet to finish his sentence when Vegeta swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a single punch that pierced through Dodoria's body, thus extinguishing his life. The mightiest warrior of the Frog Star, the arrogant Dodoria, has been vanquished by my single strike. Next in line is you, Sabo. Do not flee in fear. Sabo gazed at the self-assured Vegeta with a look of realization. So, you have been concealing your true power. Yet, you remain no match for me. Aponerinadis, Vegeta erupted in lauter. The once-in-a-century genius warrior of the Frog Star has learned to jest even in the face of death. Take a good look at the numbers on your scouter. My battle power surpasses yours. Is that so? Sabo scoffed, then transformed into his grotesque frog-like form with a puff, his muscles inflating like a balloon. My apologies, Vegeta, but I possess the ability to transform. You left your scouter behind, did you not? To tell you the truth, my current battle power is 28,000, higher than yours. Additionally, let me share one more tidbit. The tyrant Frieza, whom you have long sought to defeat, can also transform. Prepare to descend into hell with regret. With that, He charged at Vegeta. Sabo moved with incredible speed, reaching Vegeta in the blink of an eye, delivering a heavy punch aimed directly at his face. However, his fist halted just 5 centimeters from Vegeta's countenance, as a hand firmly grasped his attacking arm, rendering him immobile. What? Vegeta mocked. What happened? Just moments ago. You were brimming with confidence. Beep beep beep. Battle power, 35,000. Vegeta had adopted Lin Bei's combat style, raising his energy only at the moment of attack to conserve stamina, which caused a delay in the scouter's readings. Wait, Vegeta, let's talk this out. Sabo felt a sudden wave of dread wash over him, his expression turning to one of terror. Vegeta scoffed and then forcefully threw Sabo into the air. In light of the useful information you provided, I shall end you swiftly. With that, he unleashed a blast of energy that obliterated Sabo into dust. Filthy fireworks. Chapter 19, Vegeta vs. the Ginyu Force. The revelation that Frieza can transform did not bring the victorious Vegeta much joy after defeating Dodoria and Sabo. Instead, a shadow of gloom fell over him. If Frieza can transform, Lin Bei may not stand a chance against him, explaining his reluctance to confront Frieza. Back on Earth, Frieza's energy was terrifyingly immense. I even felt it surpassed Frieza's own. Then, he fired another energy blast, reducing Dodoria's remains to ashes. Due to the scouter, Frieza and his cohorts had overheard their conversation, but it mattered little. I hadn't disclosed any useful information, while Sabo had revealed Frieza's ability to transform. Knowing Frieza's character, he would undoubtedly dispatch the Ginyu Force to eliminate me immediately. Otherwise, I would lurk nearby like a venomous serpent, causing him discomfort. However, Frieza, I am no longer the person I once was. The Ginyu Force, which you painstakingly assembled, shall be dismantled by my own hands. With that declaration, he turned away from Frieza, feigning a retreat to bait his adversary. Beep beep beep. The combat power readings of Dodoria and Zarbin have vanished. How curious. How could Vegeta's power level suddenly surge to 35,000, only to revert to 18,000 after vanquishing Dodoria and Zarbin? Ginyu, ever vigilant, had been monitoring their progress with his scouter while they confronted Vegeta, ready to report back to Frieza at a moment's notice. This Vegeta must have learned some temporary power-enhancing technique on Earth. It seems he has been plotting for the Dragon Balls for quite some time. The demise of Dodoria and Zarbin caused Frieza's expression to shift to one of slight seriousness. With a flick of his tail, he reduced a nearby, gun-wielding soldier to ashes. The others behind him instantly displayed expressions of terror, their bodies trembling in fear of Frieza's wrath. Frieza was not mourning for Dodoria and Zarbin. He was merely irked. Ginyu, understanding the situation, immediately knelt in midair. Rest assured, Lord Frieza, a mere 35,000 power level, is but child's play before the Ginyu Force. Please allow us a brief respite. In just 20 minutes, we shall eliminate the traitor Vegeta in return. The Ginyu Force must always operate as a quintet, not due to the formidable nature of their enemies, but to maintain their formation. Frieza nodded, ever pleased with Ginyu's performance. Forget the rest. Once you deal with that Vegeta, return immediately. There are 15 energy signatures ahead, the strongest barely reaching 352. These weaklings will be no challenge. Yes, Ginyu affirmed, then inexplicably performed a peculiar dance in the air. The 5 members joined hands and aligned shoulder to shoulder, forming a formation from tallest to shortest. And with a powerful shout of Ginyu, they soared into the sky, accompanied by Frieza's cold sweat. Among the Ginyu Force, Guldo possessed the lowest combat power at 18,000. Yet, one must commend Captain Ginyu's talent. Their flight formation not only ensured they moved in unison, but also increased their speed. With the swiftest Birda leading the way, Ginyu followed, with Guldo trailing behind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 figures formed a straight line, appearing from the ground like a purple meteor streaking across the sky. Alas, the planet Namek was devoid of night, or else it would have been a stunning sight. Captain, we are nearing our target. Vegeta indeed utilized some technique to forcibly elevate his power level to 35,000. Now, the aftereffects are manifesting. His movement speed is dwindling, completely inconsistent with an 18,000 power level. After listening to Jisu's report, Ginyu nodded in satisfaction. Jisu was the most intelligent member of the team, second only to him. With Dodoria and Zabon now deceased, Ginyu felt more at ease with Jisu's presence, particularly if King Frieza summoned him closer. However, the prerequisite was to recruit a formidable warrior of similar stature. Otherwise, their formation would be incomplete. Excellent. It seemed that the task would be resolved in less than 20 minutes, perhaps even in just 15. All units accelerate. We must complete our mission ahead of schedule to demonstrate the efficiency of Ginyu Force to King Frieza. Yes, Captain. Are they coming? Vegeta murmured to himself as he sensed 5 powerful energies rapidly approaching from behind. Just as I suspected. Damn Frieza. Watch as I eliminate your minions one by one. After eradicating the Ginyu Force, he would conceal his energy. Frieza, despite his prowess, would only rely on his scouter to find him, rendering him powerless. The thought made Vegeta chuckle heartily, envisioning Frieza's furious expression. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 members of the Ginyu Force appeared before Vegeta. Well, if it isn't Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, have you been slacking off during our brief absence? Ginyu smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The other 4 were equally amused, their faces adorned with wicked grins. Vegeta, unfazed, found himself eagerly anticipating their astonished expressions. Without further ado, he descended to a nearby island, and the Ginyu members exchanged glances before following suit. Just then, the vengeful Guldo piped up, Vegeta, where is your tail? Has the pride of the Saiyans been severed by someone? A monkey had actually lost its tail. Lycum, overhearing, chuckled, Ha Guldo, I never knew you had a talent for jokes. Are you hoping the captain will reward you with an extra piece of chocolate? Guldo, filled with excitement and breathless, didn't he respond to Lycum's jest? Today he would finally have the opportunity to kill Vegeta openly. Ah, so it's you, stinking pig. No wonder the air suddenly became so foul. Vegeta scoffed, waving his hand in front of his nose. What did you say? Guldo retorted, ready to charge at him. But Lycum quickly restrained him. Not so fast. Guldo, we must adhere to the rules. Fine. Just as they were about to decide the order of engagement by rock, paper, scissors, Captain Ginyu reprimanded them sternly. Nonsense. This mission does not allow for play. It must be resolved with utmost speed. This is King Frieza's test for us. I expect you 4 to eliminate Vegeta within 1 minute. If you cannot accomplish even this task, then do not ever claim to be part of the Ginyu Force. Upon hearing this, the 4 instantly sobered, their playful demeanor vanishing. Guldo took the lead, positioning his hands in a claw-like manner. Binding Technique. Chapter 20, Super Vegeta. As the words fell, the outline of Vegeta's body was enveloped in a radiant golden glow, as if it had been traced by a brush, rendering him immobile. Goku, diminutive in stature, possessed a battle power of merely 18,000. His inclusion in the Ginyu Force was solely reliant upon his 3 extraordinary abilities. Time pause. By holding one's breath until exhalation, one can suspend the flow of time for the entire world. Binding Technique immobilizes the target. Object Manipulation allows one to freely control inanimate objects and alter their shapes. Generally, Goku would utilize the binding technique to restrain his adversaries before employing object manipulation to conjure sharp objects to eliminate them. The binding technique could only restrain beings with battle powers up to twice its own. The higher the opponent's battle power, the shorter the duration of control. Ha ha ha. You've been fortunate, Vegeta, to meet such an easy demise, Goku gasped with amusement. Given that Vegeta's maximum battle power reached 35,000, Goku unleashed his full strength, activating the binding technique at maximum capacity to confine Vegeta's movements. In this state, he could not wield his other 2 abilities, but it mattered little, as his teammates would finish off Vegeta. Let us see who can slay Vegeta first. After Goku spoke, he swiftly transformed into a streak of red light and darted away. Moments later, a blue light flashed, and the 2 figures, one red and one blue, simultaneously approached Vegeta. Goku, you deceitful trickster, exclaimed Buddha, his blue skin reflecting his discontent. Unfortunately for you, I was swiftly caught, Goku replied, his red skin and white hair revealing a hint of frustration, as he had initially hoped to leverage his advantage to claim Vegeta's life. Alas, Buddha's speed, renowned as the fastest in the universe, had allowed him to catch up. Hey, I hadn't even struck my entrance pose, and you 2 are already at it? Raikum exclaimed, astonished, having just taken a step without even assuming a stance. My apologies, Raikum, but the captain imposed a time limit. Goku gestured apologetically to Raikum before turning to Buddha. You target the head, I'll aim for the heart, okay. In an instant, the 2 reached an agreement and prepared their attacks in midair. Farewell, Vegeta. This is the consequence of betraying Lord Frieza. At that moment, Vegeta, who should have been immobilized by the binding technique, suddenly smirked. What? Both Buddha and Goku gasped in shock. Under the influence of the binding technique, Vegeta should not have been able to so much as blink. With a resounding clap, Vegeta's open palms intercepted their punches. The 2 exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. What is the matter? Weren't you supposed to eliminate me within a minute? Why have you halted? Vegeta's chilling laughter echoed in their ears. Goku, what is happening? Goku turned and shouted back with urgency. I don't know. I've already exerted all my strength. Because I have not even exerted my full strength, you fool, Vegeta exclaimed, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Veins bulged on his forehead as a powerful aura forced the two individuals in front of him to retreat. The device on Jisu's wrist emitted a series of beeps. 38,000 power level. 41,000 power level. 43,000 power level. Jisu steadied himself, an expression of disbelief etched on his face. How is this possible? Vegeta's power level has surpassed my own 42,000. It is worth noting that the members of the Ginyu Force are the ultimate warriors, selected from across the universe. All five are genetically modified beings, each capable of delivering a fatal blow to a transformed Zarbon, except for Guldo. Berta, my device is malfunctioning. What does yours read? Jisu could hardly fathom that Vegeta's power level could exceed his own, especially considering he was a genetic mutation born from a 1 in a billion chance. 45,000 power level. 48,000 power level. 49,000 power level. There's no malfunction. His power level has indeed surpassed my 48,000. Berta replied incredulously. No wonder Guldo's binding technique couldn't hold him. Vegeta, undeterred by the two, continued to amplify his energy, preparing to eliminate the entire Ginyu Force in one fell swoop. His power level had reached 53,000, surpassing Rickwam's 50,000, and it continued to rise. Ginyu observed the numbers on the device, quietly reciting them. Although surprised, he remained calm. I see, this Vegeta is also capable of manipulating his power level at will. His previous 18,000 was merely a facade. On Earth, within the gravity chamber set to 1,000 times normal gravity, the system provided not only training, but also an endless supply of food and water, albeit with mediocre taste. Lin Bei calculated the time. Vegeta should have already arrived on Namek, and he continuously sensed the energy of his opponent. Vegeta's energy is rapidly increasing. Has he encountered Frieza? It seemed he needed to act swiftly. If Vegeta were to perish, it would be uncertain whether it would be deemed a mission failure. Naba, Raditz, at your service. At this moment, Naba's demeanor was strikingly different from a month prior. He regarded Lin Bei with respect and trepidation. During this time, his strength had significantly increased, his tail severed, and like Raditz, he had learned to harness energy, fully aware of Lin Bei's formidable nature. Lin Bei glanced at his attributes. Name, Lin Bei, age, 28. Younger brother, 18 bloodline, Saiyan, skills, mastery of energy, flight technique, Super Saiyan form, exclusive, Kamehameha, magic gun. Instant transmission, power level, 4,500,000. Items, Senzu Beans X5, temporary gravity chamber. Siendo consumed 2 for himself, 1 for Raditz, and 1 each for Vegeta and Goku, leaving 5 remaining. It is unlikely that Korin will part with any more Siendo, yet Lin Bei, not in need at the moment, refrained from replenishing his supply. While training Raditz, his combat power surged by 500,000, and now, within the gravity chamber set to 1,000 times Earth's gravity, while training Raditz and Nappa, it has increased by an additional 1,000,000. One can only marvel at Goten's prodigious talent. Let us depart for Namek, Lin Bei declared, placing his hands upon the shoulders of the two. Yes, Master Lin Bei, 880,000? How could a Saiyan possibly possess such combat power? Whis Atlimet, drenched in sweat, as Vegeta's strength far exceeded his expectations. No wonder his opponent maintained an air of calm throughout. You are mistaken. I am not Vegeta. The enhanced Vegeta cryptically stated, then raised his right thumb to point at his chin. I am Super Vegeta. Chapter 21. The Disheveled Super Vegeta. Super Vegeta. Jis repeated in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Vegeta's proclamation. Vegeta, observing the expression on his opponent's face, could not suppress a cold smirk. The once proud Ginyu Force, who claimed to be invincible save for Frieza, now displayed fear before him. With a series of heavy footsteps, Vegeta advanced a couple of paces, causing the rocks beneath him to groan. Jis and Buddha instinctively retreated under the pressure. A look of disdain flickered in Vegeta's eyes before, in an astonishing display of speed. He vanished and reappeared behind Good. Trouble, Good thought, sensing the fierce wind at his neck. He was aware of Vegeta's grudge against him. compounded by his status as the weakest fighter in the team. It was only logical that he would be the first target. Yet, with his current combat power, evading Vegeta's assault was futile. He had just unleashed his full power with the binding technique, and it was now too late to activate time pause. In an instant, Vegeta was upon Good, delivering a swift chop aimed at his neck, intent on severing his head. At that moment, a powerful purple arm materialized, firmly grasping Vegeta's wrist. "What?" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze following the arm to find Jesus' serious countenance before him. "Super Vegeta, is it? How intriguing. It seems I must intervene personally. Although this may exceed the time frame promised to Lord Frieza, I trust he will understand." With a sudden burst of speed, Vegeta distanced himself from JIS. His brow furrowed in confusion. How is this possible? Wasn't Jesus' combat power only 60,000? Aside from Frieza and that rascal Lin Bei, is there truly anyone else in the universe with greater power than mine? No, no, no. This cannot be happening. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, enveloped in a brilliant blue aura. With a powerful push, the ground beneath him crumbled, and he charged toward Captain Ginyu. "Bring me destruction, Ginyu Force." The two combatants clashed instantaneously, the ferocious winds signaling the Earth's imminent disintegration beneath their feet. The rapid succession of strikes from Vegeta, his Wolfang fist, was effortlessly intercepted by Jinyu's palm, leaving no trace of harm. Vegeta, akin to a raging lion, unleashed a tempest of punches and kicks that echoed his fury, while Ginyu maintained an air of refined composure, resembling a courteous gentleman. Despite the storm-like barrage of attacks, Ginyu emerged unscathed, while a hint of fatigue began to manifest in Vegeta. Damn it, Jinyu's combat power must surpass 60,000. He has been concealing his true strength. Realizing this, Vegeta swiftly closed the distance, executing a backflip to land on his hands, then propelling himself upward with a powerful kick. Ginyu, buoyed by the challenge of facing such a formidable opponent, could not resist the urge to entertain himself. As Vegeta smiled inwardly, he anticipated Jinyu's ascent into the air and prepared to unleash his signature technique. Prince's combat style. He conjured nearly 100 energy spheres that hovered around Ginyu, then positioned his hands in a stance reminiscent of the Kamehameha wave. Vegeta focused intently on Ginyu, a blue energy orb coalescing in his palm, its overwhelming force causing the rocks beneath him to defy gravity, floating around him before being shattered by an immense power. This was a technique he had mastered during his journey to Namek, and it marked its inaugural use. He had contemplated whether, upon mastering the manipulation of ki, he could elevate his own combat prowess akin to the Earthlings. Beep, beep, beep. Is this a mistake? Vegeta's combat power has surged to 100,000. Goku, once again astounded by Vegeta's might, marveled at the revelation. Ginyu, if you consider yourself the strongest warrior beneath Frieza, brace yourself for this attack. With veins bulging on his forehead, Vegeta channeled all his energy into the blue orb in his hand, challenging Ginyu. Ultimate Flash, with a resounding cry. The colossal energy contained within the orb surged forth like a terrifying waterfall, hurtling toward Ginyu in the sky. Captain, the four members of Ginyu Force exclaimed in alarm. Vegeta's newfound strength left them feeling disoriented, and even with unwavering faith in their leader, a flicker of concern emerged. "Huh," Ginyu shouted, drawing back his right fist like a bowstring before unleashing a devastating strike that sent Vegeta's ultimate flash careening toward an unknown island. In an instant, the island was reduced to ashes, a massive mushroom cloud rising as the force of the explosion unleashed a powerful gale. With a combat power of 18,000, Gudo was rendered incapable of maintaining his stance, forced to hide behind Rikumu. How could this be? My ultimate flash was effortlessly deflected by a mere punch. Gosin no haram whatsoever. Vegeta, gazing at Ginyu in the sky, unconsciously took a step back as the figure before him loomed larger in his mind, resembling a malevolent demon. Ginyu slowly descended to the ground, cradling his right elbow with his left hand, his fingertips delicately grazing the bridge of his nose, mockingly observing the visibly flustered Vegeta. Is this the extent of Super Vegeta's power? Allow me to be candid. My battle power stands at 120,000. Just now, I was merely toying with you. Now these words reverberated through Vegeta's mind like a jolt of electricity. This is bad. I'm going to be killed. I haven't yet attained eternal life. How can I die? Curse it! Vegeta roared, enveloped once more by a blue aura. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of princely combat techniques towards Ginyu, kicking up a cloud of dust. In that moment of obscured vision, Vegeta seized the opportunity to make a swift escape. He did not fly recklessly, for such an approach would lead to certain capture. Instead, he soared for approximately 5 seconds before descending on a deserted isle, minimizing his energy output. The enemy would only utilize detectors to locate him, rendering him undetectable. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a nearby hill was obliterated by a single punch. Then a voice, akin to that of a demon, echoed, "I have found you." Super Vegeta. What? Vegeta's heart raced. In the rush, he had failed to reduce his power to 0, and to his astonishment, Jinyu seemed adept at manipulating ki. Moments latte. The other 4 members of the Jinyu force arrived. "The captain is incredible. The detector didn't react at all," guys praised. Jinyu replied calmly, "Do not place too much trust in detectors, especially against those who can alter their battle power at will." The 4 nodded like obedient children. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta launched himself into the air once more. However, before he could gain any distance, Jinyu seized his ankle. The opponent's speed surpassed his own, leaving him no chance of escape. Jinyu executed a spinning maneuver in midair, then abruptly released Vegeta, sending him crashing to the ground. With a gasp, Vegeta coughed up blood. Aside from his cervical spine, the rest of his bones shattered under the force, and several of his internal organs sustained damage. Jinyu approached him slowly, fingers splayed, as a purple energy sphere gathered in his palm, sneering, "You are in quite a predicament, Super Vegeta," just as Jinyu prepared to finish him off. 3 silhouettes appeared before Vegeta without warning. His pupils constricted. He was all too familiar with their forms, especially the one in the center, a recurring nightmare. Lin Bei. Chapter 22. The Radiance of Raditz. Saiyan? Jinyu gazed in astonishment at the 3 individuals who had materialized before him, deducing their identities based on their appearances. He had already retracted the energy sphere from his grasp, as the manner of their arrival was exceedingly peculiar. There was no trace of movement to be discerned. This indicated that they must have employed some form of extraordinary ability, for it was inconceivable that anyone could move with such swiftness that even he could not perceive. "Who are you?" Jinyu demanded loudly. Lin Bei, gently sipping his milk tea, disposed of the remaining liquid after tossing the cup aside, with his hands tucked into his pockets. He cast a sidelong glance at Jinyu. "So Vegeta has encountered the Jinyu force. You startled me." According to the original storyline, they should not have arrived on Namek yet. It appeared that his presence had subtly altered the course of events. Jinyu's battle power was a staggering 120,000, far beyond what Vegeta could hope to challenge at this moment. Disregarding Jinyu, Lin Bei directed his focus entirely on the system, scanning all 5 individuals, only to find that none had been bound to him. He exhaled a sigh of disappointment, which caused Raditz and Nappa, positioned on either side of him, to flinch in alarm, fearing they had inadvertently displeased their master. In that instant, Jinyu's eyes flickered with a hint of fury from Lin Bei's gaze. He sensed an emotion he had never encountered before, contempt. As the esteemed captain of the Jinyu force, the second most powerful being in the universe, and a genetically superior warrior with a battle power of 120,000, how could he be dismissed by this individual before him? "You must be Jinyu." Raditz stepped forward, cracking his knuckles in a display of eagerness. "And who might you be?" Jinyu was taken aback by the long-haired man's query. Typically, those who faced the Jinyu force would either show deference or fear. What was this man's attitude? Even Frieza had never treated him in such a manner. "Captain, this is Raditz, and the bald one is Nappa. They are both subordinates of Vegeta," Guldo interjected, stepping forward. He then glanced at Lin Bei. "I do not recognize this individual, but he is likely another Saiyan." "Ah, I see. 3 Saiyans. Are you here to rescue Prince Vegeta?" Jinyu laughed heartily. "He has offended Lord Frieza and deserves to die. Since you are so loyal, you shall accompany him to his demise." "Loyalty?" Raditz and Nappa scoffed in unison, then, with a resounding thud, knelt on one knee before Lin Bei. "Our allegiance lies solely with Lord Lin Bei. Furthermore, I have no intention of rescuing Vegeta. That weakling can perish for all I care. I am here to eliminate you, Jinyu." Raditz declared fiercely. "You intend to kill our captain? With you?" Jinyu laughed mockingly. Has the intellect of the Saiyans devolved into that of apes? Nearby, Rikuum pressed down on his scouter, exclaiming, "Oh, this is too much. I can't breathe. I'm going to die laughing. A fool with a battle power of 1,500 claims he will slay our captain." Lycum was doubled over with laughter at the readings on the scouter. He was not mistaken. "Moreover, I shall take your life as well," Nabar remarked with a smirk, stroking his little mustache. "Beep, beep, beep. Power level 4,000. What on earth is happening? This bald fellow boasts a mere 4,000 power level, yet dares to threaten Lycum? Aren't Saiyans known as a warrior race? When did they acquire the knack for humor? Jis scoffed after glancing at Nabba's power level on the scouter. Perhaps Vegeta has not informed them about the Ginyu Force. For a power level of 4,000 is indeed formidable on many planets. Little do they know they are merely frogs in a well, unaware of the vastness beyond their own realm. The self-proclaimed fastest in the universe, Bart, interjected, his words laced with uncontainable amusement. Power level 500. Ginyu stared silently at Lin Bei's reading on the scouter for several moments. I see. It appears that you remaining Saiyans have learned to harness your energy. Is that true, Captain? So this bald fellow could potentially reach a power level akin to Vegeta's? Lycum exclaimed with excitement, having not participated in the previous battle and now eager to vent his pent-up frustration. Indeed, Lycum, you are in for a treat, Ginyu replied confidently. For Vegeta's power level is merely 80,000, and they could never surpass him. Hey, bald guy, weren't you going to kill me? Lycum beckoned to Nabba, taunting him. In the past, Nabba would have been infuriated by being called bald, but after a month of patient instruction from Lin Bei, he had undergone a complete transformation. He turned his gaze to Lin Bei, awaiting his command. Lin Bei plopped down on Vegeta's abdomen, entirely unconcerned about the latter's injuries. Vegeta winced in pain, a fresh trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. Raditz's earlier words had already aggravated his wound, and now, with Lin Bei's weight, he feared he might not survive much longer. Nabba, eliminate the four of them, excluding Ginyu. Raditz, take care of Ginyu. Yes, Lord Lin Bei. A villain unworthy of the system's binding holds little value. Haha, like him. Did you hear that? He plans not only to eliminate you, but also to dispose of the three of us. Jis mocked, arms crossed in derision. I heard, but you are all forbidden to intervene. I shall break every bone in his body. Lycum exclaimed, striking a pose that concluded in a ballet-like stance. What is that? How utterly grotesque. Nabba retorted. This was Lycum's signature battle stance within the Ginyu Force, and at that moment, he was genuinely enraged. He had devoted an entire year to perfecting this pose. And now, to have it ridiculed, I've changed my mind. I shall extract every bone from your body before I kill you. At this moment, Raditz approached Ginyu, resembling a challenger. Ginyu, with his hands resting confidently at his sides, proclaimed, Do you know that the Super Vegeta lying over there was once as brimming with confidence as you? Yet before my true prowess. He lacked even the courage to resist. Ginyu anticipated that this declaration would strike a chord with Raditz, but to his surprise, Raditz regarded him with disdain. Huh, that waste. Vegeta dares to compare himself to me? Raditz then extended his right thumb towards his chin and declared, I am the resplendent Raditz. Chapter 23. The Power of Raditz in Nappa. The resplendent Raditz? Ha ha ha. Saiyans truly revel in self-aggrandizement. Should I bestow a title upon myself as well? Ginyu laughed heartily before retorting. No need, for you are about to meet your demise, Raditz declared, assuming a stance reminiscent of someone constipated for 50 years. Veins bulging on his forehead as he began to unleash his power. Ah! An astonishing aura emanated from him, his long hair defying gravity as if entering an alternate realm. While the ground beneath him cracked like a turtle shell, waves of energy surged outward, uprooting countless towering trees of Namek. Beep, beep, beep. The combat power readings on the scouter skyrocketed. Combat power, 55,000. Combat power, 65,000. Combat power, 75,000. Ginyu, although surprised, remained unperturbed. This was likely Raditz's limit. Though formidable, it paled in comparison to the previous Super Vegeta. Ah! Raditz's roar continued, the terrifying gusts surrounding him intensifying rather than abating. The ground beneath him caved in under his overwhelming force, forming a bowl-like indentation. How is this possible? His combat power should have reached its limit. How can it still rise? This power has surpassed Vegeta's 80,000. Ginyu muttered in disbelief. Vegeta, with a pained gasp, spat blood, incredulously gazing at Raditz. How could that worthless fighter with a power level of 1,500 have attained such strength? His energy is even greater than mine, Vegeta thought in horror, his gaze involuntarily shifting to Lin Bei. It must be him. Could he possess a means to enhance his Saiyans' combat power? This thought solidified as he reflected on his own circumstances. Are you here to kill Frieza? Vegeta inquired, his tone laced with speculation. Lin Bei remained focused on Raditz and Nappa, his gaze unwavering, a cup of milk tea mysteriously appearing in his hand. Did I not say? I am here to grant you eternal life. Furthermore, you are not to address me casually. You shall refer to me as Lord Lin Bei. With that, he emphasized his authority by exerting more weight onto his posterior. Vegeta was on the verge of uttering something, yet all that escaped his lips were anguished cries of pain. Power level, 100,000. Power level, 110,000. Power level, 120,000. Jinyu, gazing at the readings displayed on the scanner, suddenly succumbed to madness. Clutching his head with both hands, staggering as though under the influence of a narcotic, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is a lie. This is false. Apart from Lord Frieza, I am the strongest in the entire universe. How can anyone possibly stand on par with me?" With that, he glared furiously at his opponent, adopting a stance position, his left hand resting on his thigh, while his right hand, finger splayed, pointed menacingly at Raditz. With a furious roar, he unleashed a powerful purple energy blast. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud surged skyward, the force of the explosion instantly sweeping across the entire island, drawing the attention of Jisoo and the others. Power level, 120,000. The combat prowess of that individual matched that of the captain, reaching a staggering 120,000. After speaking, Jisoo suddenly recalled something. His head snapping up as confusion filled his mind. Strange, there's no moon. Moreover, I remember they lack tails. What on earth is happening? Have these remaining Saiyans undergone a mutation? The most astonished of all was Goku. He had witnessed Raditz once before, recalling vividly the trembling figure that stood before him. How long had it been? Such a dramatic transformation in such a brief time. Damn it! Jinyu gasped for breath, the corners of his mouth curling upwards once more. That previous energy blast had been his utmost effort, and, at such close range, there was no way his opponent could evade it. Even he could not withstand such an attack head-on. It was imperative to avoid it. The outcome of Raditz taking it directly was, as one could imagine, dire. However, just as his smile began to form, it was abruptly cut short by the sound of a mechanical alert. Beep beep beep. The scanner announced an increase in power levels once again. Ah! Raditz's roar continued, the overwhelming pressure radiating from him swiftly dissipating the smoke generated by Jinyu's attack. Maintaining an almost comically stubborn stance, he absorbed Jinyu's full force strike without a scratch. Power level, 140,000. Power level, 150,000. Power level, 160,000. Raditz exhaled deeply, enveloped in a cocoon of white energy, radiating an intense confidence. He appeared as a vibrant, sunny young man. This cannot be. How could a Saiyan possess a power level of 160,000? Jinyu, known as the mightiest Saiyan of the century, boasted a power level of merely 80,000, yet here stood Raditz, surpassing him by a wide margin. Jinyu took a few hesitant steps back, well-versed in key manipulation, thus aware that the scanner was functioning correctly. It was precisely that knowledge which instilled fear within him. Raditz's power level was astonishingly double that of Vegeta. Who on earth are you? The Saiyans are all endowed with tails. You are certainly not a Saiyan. You merely bear a resemblance. At this moment, Jinyu found himself utterly flustered, completely forgetting the words spoken earlier by Goku. His proud heart could not accept the notion that a Saiyan's combat prowess might surpass his own. After all, in his eyes, the so-called warrior race was merely a group of mindless and belligerent monkeys. Who am I? Did I not just tell you? Raditz, with a sinister grin, regarded the panicked Jinyu. Out of pity for the delightful expression on your face, I shall generously reveal it once more. I am the genius warrior among the Saiyans, the illustrious Raditz. On another front, the attention of Riku and the others was completely captivated by Raditz, as his combat power of 160,000 left them in shock. Damn it! We must hurry to assist the captain. Guys urged anxiously, but as he took a step forward, a key blast blocked his path. He then cast a resentful glance at Naba. Riku, there's no way we can let you engage him in a one-on-one duel. We must eliminate him swiftly and then aid the captain. Riku nodded, and although his mind was primarily occupied with thoughts of brute strength, he was still capable of discerning priorities. Eliminate me? Oomph. You should take a good look at the numbers on your scouter, Naba remarked with irritation, as his moment of fury had been overshadowed by Raditz. What can a 4000 power level do? I have no time to play with you. Riku scoffed, then pressed the scouter button. Beep, beep, beep. Upon observing the displayed numbers, he promptly removed the scouter and crushed it in his hand. The new product wasn't properly inspected. It's malfunctioning. How could you possibly possess a combat power of 100,000? The other three were equally startled by this proclamation and each pressed their respective scouters. Beep, beep, beep. How could this be? The three exchanged glances, their expressions speaking volumes. Riku, taken aback by the sight, exclaimed, "Your scouters are malfunctioning too?" Guys, cold sweat forming on his brow, questioned, "Isn't the average combat power of Science only 3,000? How can you possess a power level of 100,000? Naba, satisfied with their expressions, mimicked Raditz's gesture, pointing his thumb at his chin. "Listen closely, because I am a superior warrior among the Scions." The resplendent Naba. Chapter 24, A New Task. An unmentioned aspect in the original text. "What is the matter, Captain Jinyu? Are you afraid of my power?" Raditz inquired, advancing slowly with a wicked smile. This time, Lin Bei was present. He did not conceal his strength as he had when battling Piccolo on Earth. Whoosh! Raditz propelled himself forward, landing directly in front of Jinyu with a powerful knee strike that sent him soaring into the air. "The ground is too cramped. Let's take our battle to the skies." The relationship between Raditz and Lin Bei mirrored that of Jinyu and Frieza at this moment. Raditz felt compelled to make a spectacular impression. Yet, fearing that the battle below might disrupt Lord Lin Bei's enjoyment of his milk tea, he resolved to shift the battleground to the skies. After whirling in the air for 2.5 rotations, Jinyu stabilized his form, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand as he roared. How infuriating! With a sudden cry, a powerful violet aura erupted around him, enveloping him completely. In a flash, he soared before Raditz, unleashing Yamcha's signature move, the Wolf Fang Fist. The assault rained down upon Raditz like a torrential storm. Pathetic. Too slow. Is this the extent of the captain of the universe's mightiest team? You have utterly disappointed me. Killing you would sully my hands. Raditz taunted, delivering a swift kick that sent Jinyu hurtling away before darting toward him. Before Jinyu could fully regain his composure, a flurry of Wolf Fang fists struck him relentlessly. "Did you see that, Jinyu? That is what I call an effective attack. Your previous efforts merely stirred up a bit of dust." With that, 2 orbs of light erupted from his hands, spiraling through the air before colliding with Jinyu. Boom! Jinyu was engulfed in black smoke, his body barely intact, and after coughing up blood, he found himself once again beleaguered. "Ha ha ha, Jinyu. The chasm between us is insurmountable. Even if I stood still, you could never defeat me." Upon hearing this, Jinyu felt a spark of joy. The Scion's arrogance was indeed notorious. His face contorted with rage and resentment as he bellowed, "You insufferable Scion! If you dare, stand still, and I shall end you with a single blow." "Ha ha! Has the fear of death driven you to utter nonsense? Even the super genetic mutant warrior is no more than this." Raditz replied, crossing his arms defiantly. "Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Witness the vast disparity between us." Jinyu, with a sinister grin, struck his own chest, creating a wound of moderate size from which violet blood flowed, casting a triumphant gaze toward Raditz. Why do I sense something amiss? Why is he not the slightest bit surprised by my self-inflicted injury? Could he be nearsighted? As he pondered this, he moved closer and landed another punch, this time shattering the bone in his left shoulder, the intense pain causing Jinyu to grimace. Yet, Raditz's expression was not one of shock. Rather, he seemed to be enjoying himself even more. What is happening? Never mind. Given the Scion's arrogant nature, he would never evade. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Jinyu anticipated Raditz's astonished reaction after the exchange. "Why are you not attacking? How about this? I'll let you use one hand." Raditz continued to mock, placing one hand behind his back. Upon witnessing this, Jinyu's heart surged with joy, as his opponent's arrogance exceeded his expectations. As you wish. You shall pay for your hubris." However, the moment the word exchange left his lips, Raditz swiftly appeared behind Jinyu with a whoosh. "One exchange you propose." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch to Jinyu's back, shattering his spine and eliciting a horrific scream. "How infuriating. You clearly said I couldn't move. Am I a paragon of virtue?" Raditz replied, unperturbed by Jinyu's furious remarks. At that moment, Jinyu finally comprehended why his earlier self-inflicted injuries had not surprised his opponent in the slightest. It was not a case of myopia. The very image of arrogance and verbal assaults had been a deliberate ploy by Raditz. He had long been aware of Jinyu's exchange and remained vigilant. Otherwise, he would not have positioned himself behind Jinyu, thus depriving him of any chance. How vexing! At that instant, a blue beam descended from the heavens as Raditz unleashed a charge Kamehameha that struck Jinyu in mid-air, obliterating him. Fortunately, Lord Lin Bei had informed me of Jinyu's situation beforehand. Otherwise, I might have found myself in dire straits. Almost simultaneously, the other 4 members of the Jinyu force fell one after another. Likum had his hands brutally torn away by Naba, while the remaining 3 were dispatched with a single punch, leaving gaping holes in their bodies. Vegeta was now stunned to the core. These 2 had once merely been disposable subordinates, especially Raditz, who had not dared to meet his gaze. Yet now, their combat prowess had surpassed his own. Congratulations, host. For completing the task, cultivate Raditz and eliminate Jinyu. The host cannot intervene. Reward: 500,000 battle power. New task issued. Cultivate Raditz. Travel to the southern galaxy's blood red star to eliminate the 5th-tier warriors that have escaped from the demon realm, BBT. The host cannot intervene. Completion reward: 100 Senzu Beans. Failure penalty. The host and the system-bound villain character will permanently lose the ability to use Senzu Beans. Congratulations, host. For completing the task, cultivate Naba and eliminate Likum. The host cannot intervene. Reward: a gravity chamber with 1,000-fold increase. New task issued. Cultivate Naba. Travel to the southern galaxy's blood red star to eliminate the 5th-tier warriors that have escaped from the demon realm, BBT. The host cannot intervene. Completion reward: a spaceship with infinite energy. Failure penalty. The younger brother receives a 50 discount. Considering the issue of space travel, this reward has been dispensed in advance. Reward: a spaceship with infinite energy, temporary. With both tasks nearly completed simultaneously, Lin Bei's battle power surged to 5 million, and the temporary gravity chamber vanished the instant the task was fulfilled. A new item appeared in the inventory, a yellow orb, aptly named the temporary spaceship with infinite energy, resembling a Dragon Ball devoid of a red star in its appearance. To my astonishment, this task unexpectedly involves the demon realm. It is worth noting that the original work provides scant descriptions of this realm. Aside from Depura, Lin Bei finds it difficult to conjure any other references. The current mission shared by Raditz and Nappa mirrors his own, allowing for a simultaneous completion. The title of 5th-rank warrior within the hierarchy of the demon realm inevitably reminds Lin Bei of a passage from the Dragon Ball Apocrypha, Chapter 25. According to this account, the so-called universe within Dragon Ball is rather modest, merely the size of the Milky Way galaxy, composed of 4 distinct galaxies, which may be referred to as the Milky Way or the Dragon Ball universe. The scant attention given to the demon realm in the Dragon Ball saga can be attributed to the fact that it does not actually belong to the Dragon Ball world. Eons ago, a spatial passage of unknown origin suddenly manifested in the Dragon Ball universe. This passage is highly unstable, oscillating between collapse and stability. The source of this passage is none other than the aforementioned demon realm. The realm is associated with invaders, and whether it constitutes a specific force, planet, or even a galaxy remains shrouded in mystery. This fragmentary apocryphal account, while incomplete, provides a description of the hierarchical division of warriors. The demon realm categorizes its warriors into 5 ranks based on their strength: 5th rank, 4th rank, and 1st rank, with the 5th being the weakest and the 1st the strongest. The well-known ruler of the demon realm, Depura, is merely a 3rd-rank warrior, yet his power is comparable to that of the fully formed Cell non-lightning variant. Each rank's disparity is such that one strike can eliminate a warrior of a lower rank. From this, we can deduce that a 2nd-rank warrior's strength is approximately on par with that of Majin Buu, while a 1st-rank warrior must possess the capability to annihilate Majin Buu with a single blow, based on Lin Bei's estimations. A 1st-rank warrior is roughly equivalent to a Super Saiyan 4. The 4th rank aligns with a standard Super Saiyan, while the 5th rank remains ambiguous, potentially ranging from million to 100,000 in battle power. After all, the threshold for a 5th-rank warrior is unknown. Below this rank lies mere fodder. Lin Bei speculates that the overall strength of the demon realm far surpasses that of the Dragon Ball world. It is said that the strongest warrior beneath Frieza, Jinyu, would be mere cannon fodder in the demon realm, and even Lin Bei himself is only a 4th-rank warrior at present. While the rewards of this task are secondary, the information gleaned is of paramount importance. A 5th-rank warrior who has escaped the demon realm may provide crucial insights, and this is vital. Subsequently, Lin Bei notices a red dot on his information panel. Could it signify an update? As a compulsive individual, he instinctively clicks on it. Name, Lin Bei. Age, 28. Young brother, 18. Bloodline, Saiyan. Skills, Mastery of Ki, Void Dance Technique, Super Saiyan Form, Exclusive, Kamehameha, Magic Beam Cannon, Instant Transmission. Combat Power, 5 million. Items, 5 Senzu Beans. 1,000-fold Gravity Chamber, temporarily infinite energy spaceship. Bound antagonist, Raditz, condition 95, combat power 160, 000, loyalty 20. Bound antagonist, Nappa, condition 95, combat power 100, 000, loyalty 80. Bound antagonist, Vegeta, condition 5, combat power 80, 000, loyalty 0. Goodness! Lin Bei exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta, inherently rebellious, had never been trained by him. Thus his lack of loyalty was understandable. Yet, it was utterly shocking that the first to be tamed, Raditz, possessed a mere loyalty of 20. Such astonishing performance. Lin Bei had to concede that he had been deceived. It seemed that Goku's initial act of releasing his tail was not solely due to his benevolence. Nappa, however, was somewhat surprising. Despite frequently beating him, his loyalty was unexpectedly high. Nevertheless, it mattered little, regardless of their loyalty levels, as long as he remained superior. It equated to 100% loyalty. Subsequently, Lin Bei retrieved the infinite energy spaceship. With a resounding boom, it transformed into a colossal yellow sphere. This vessel was remarkably large, approximately 3 times the size of Frieza's ship. Upon entering, Lin Bei discovered it was quite spacious, sufficiently accommodating for the 1,000-fold gravity chamber to be utilized for training. Furthermore, this spaceship was exceptionally intelligent, capable of directly locking onto desired planets and calculating arrival times with second precision. Lin Bei was thoroughly pleased. After exiting, he stored it back in the system space. Raditz and Vegeta had long since grown accustomed to this maneuver. As for Vegeta, his current state had deteriorated to 2, his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, teetering on the brink of demise. With a suave flick of his wrist, Lin Bei accurately tossed a Senzu Bean into Vegeta's mouth, chewing and swallowing. At this moment, Vegeta's awareness was akin to a gaming scenario where someone unexpectedly hands you a slipper, instructing you to answer your phone. Instinctively complying, he suddenly opened his eyes wide moments later. I am restored. Vegeta gazed at his hands in astonishment. Although his attire was tattered, not a single scratch marred his body. This is all the miracle bestowed upon you by Lord Lin Bei. Kneel and express your gratitude immediately. Raditz stepped forward decisively before Lin Bei, his face etched with an unwavering solemnity. Lin Bei glanced at Raditz from the corner of his eye, causing a chill to run through Raditz's heart. Had he erred in his recent actions? Due to the system panel update, Lin Bei was aware that Vegeta's combat power had now surged to 1 million. Indeed, one who is inherently endowed with S-cells. The reason for their previous inactivation was the absence of the miraculous Senzu Beans, as each battle was approached with the knowledge of the opponent's strength. Being the prince of the Saiyans, even in dire straits, there were those willing to lay down their lives to forge a path for him. It is only under extreme duress, nearly to the brink of death, and subsequently saved, while possessing S-cells, that one can activate this latent ability. Moreover, S-cells necessitate a heart of tranquility for their manifestation. Yet the Saiyans exist in a realm rife with violence and brutality, creating a profound contradiction. Thus, this ability is seldom, if ever, triggered. Lin Bei produced the gravity chamber set to 1,000 times Earth's gravity and addressed Raditz and Nappa. Continue your training. I shall take Vegeta to meet Frieza. The strength of that being, BBT, remains uncertain, yet both must possess a battle power of at least 1 million. Otherwise, the task would prove insurmountable. Yes, Lord Lin Bei. Their responses were devoid of hesitation, as if Frieza were merely an ordinary person awaiting a package rather than a cosmic overlord. At that moment, Vegeta appeared to have an epiphany, a smirk gracing his lips as he confidently declared, I see now, you intend for us to join forces against Frieza. Vegeta could distinctly sense that his combat prowess had significantly increased following his recovery, and the confidence he had lost to Raditz and Nappa was now restored. He felt assured that he could dispatch Raditz and Nappa with a single blow. However, he remained uncertain about confronting Lin Bei. As for Frieza, his aura now surpassed that of Frieza's. Yet considering Frieza's ability to transform, caution was prudent, a sentiment Lin Bei likely shared. Just as Vegeta contemplated this, a figure suddenly materialized before him with a swift whoosh, and simultaneously, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The familiar sensation, coupled with the bitter taste in his mouth, conveyed a singular message. He had miscalculated. Allies? Did he truly require assistance to deal with a wretch like Frieza? I desire his infant's carriage. Chapter 26. Could you deliver your infant's carriage to me? Within Lin Bei's perception, Frieza's energy had ceased its movement. indicating he had arrived at the village of the Namekians. In the original narrative, Gohan and his companions reached Namek just as Frieza was about to acquire the sixth Dragon Ball. However, Lin Bei's presence had expedited their arrival. At present, Frieza possessed none of the Dragon Balls, and it was imperative that he not be allowed to commit murder. Lin Bei sensed that Frieza would undoubtedly be bound by the system, and his mission likely revolved around achieving eternal life. Thus, it was even more critical to prevent him from slaughtering the Namekians. With this thought, Lin Bei placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder, and with a swift whoosh, the two vanished from sight. Above a small island, Frieza's forces were stationed. Strange, 20 minutes have long elapsed. Jinyu has always completed tasks ahead of schedule. What would be the delay? Frieza pondered from within his infant's carriage, just as he was about to pinpoint Jinyu's location, when, with a whoosh, two figures appeared before him. Vegeta? Frieza was momentarily taken aback. The manner of this appearance was exceedingly peculiar. The detector had offered no prior indication, and he had not even perceived any trace of movement from the individual, as if they had materialized from thin air. Moreover, was Vegeta not being pursued by Jinyu and his cohorts? How could he suddenly manifest right before him? And who was that oddly clad figure beside him? The facial features seemed to suggest they were also a Saiyan. Villain, Frieza has been bound. Quest. Wish to the dragon for eternal life for Frieza. Completion reward. Exclusive skill upgrade. Failure penalty. Halved lifespan. Int. Post-upgrade. The host can transform into Super Saiyan 2, provided that base power reaches 6 million. Lin Bei felt a surge of joy. Frieza had indeed been bound, and he comprehended two significant matters. Firstly, the base power requirement. 3 million was the minimum to transform into a standard Super Saiyan, hereafter referred to as Super 1. The requirement for transforming into Super 2 doubled that, necessitating a base power of 6 million. It is widely acknowledged that the enhancement of Super 2 is double that of Super 1, equating to a 100-fold increase. Thus, it can be inferred that the degree of enhancement upon transformation for a Saiyan is closely linked to their base power. Super 3's enhancement is 4-fold that of Super 2, resulting in a 400-fold increase, which implies a required base power of 24 million. Super 4, in turn, demands 10 times that of Super 3, culminating in a 4,000-fold increase, necessitating a base power of 2.4 billion. The realm of Super 5 remains uncharted and cannot yet be assessed. Secondly, the power displayed upon system binding. At this moment, Frieza's power within Lin Bei's system interface was indicated as 120 million, rather than 530,000. This reflected his ultimate form's power level, suggesting that once bound by the system, concealing one's true strength becomes impossible. Frieza, I never anticipated our meeting would unfold under such circumstances. While Vegeta was equally perplexed by this unexpected appearance, it was not his first encounter with Lin Bei's enigmatic methods. Back on Earth, Lin Bei had manifested in a similar fashion. Initially presumed to be a result of high-speed movement, it now appeared to be a form of teleportation ability. After 2 power enhancements, he had surmised that a Saiyan's strength could significantly increase upon nearing death, a phenomenon likely experienced by Raditz and Nappa as well. Unfortunately, they paled in comparison to him. This Lin Bei was presumably no different, yet such a method must possess its limits. He was undoubtedly constrained by a certain threshold of power. Once that limit was surpassed, he would surely transform into a Super Saiyan. Although this Lin Bei currently surpassed him in strength, he certainly had not exceeded that critical threshold. It was only fitting that the title of Super Saiyan belonged to me, Vegeta, and not to Lin Bei, a lower-class warrior who had been dispatched at a young age. His strength was merely a fortuitous discovery of a method to enhance Saiyan power and that miraculous being. He will surely regret saving me in the future. In Vegeta's heart, a rebellious thought emerged. It appears you are quite eager for our encounter, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed. To speak frankly, I am here to eliminate you. I have long grown weary of your haughty demeanor, and today I shall proclaim that we Saiyans are the strongest race in the universe. In response to Vegeta's words, Frieza merely laughed. Oh, Vegeta, you have perfectly inherited your father King Vegeta's sense of humor. He too boasted of defeating me, yet he could not withstand even a single blow. My father was nothing significant. My battle power surpassed his during my childhood, Vegeta retorted, displaying a cold smirk. Frieza, what Virginia force? What? Frieza's heart sank at Vegeta's expression, and he frantically pressed his scouter. Beep beep beep. Strange. Still cannot locate them. How is it that their ISNT, a single life form with a battle power exceeding 40,000 on this planet? A troubling suspicion crept into his mind. However, it was impossible. Vegeta's battle power still registered at 18,000. Even if he had some means to enhance his power, it was unlikely he could have eliminated all 5 members of the Ginyu Force. Vegeta discerned Frieza's doubts, although he had not been the one to slay the Ginyu Force. With his current strength, dispatching them would be effortless. Frieza, today I shall make you witness the terror of the Saiyans. He then assumed a posture reminiscent of someone who had been constipated for decades, preparing to unleash his fury. At that moment, Lin Bei, who had remained inactive, suddenly appeared above Vegeta, and without a word, delivered a kick to his face, sending him crashing into the water. Frieza was taken aback. Was this individual not an ally of Vegeta? Why were they turning against each other? Yet, he quickly understood. This was a declaration of allegiance. It seems not all Saiyans are mere fighting monkeys. Some possess a sense of pragmatism. Although Lin Bei's scouter reading was only 500, the manner in which he sent Vegeta flying indicated that the reading was certainly erroneous. Frieza had encountered numerous techniques and knew that one could control their battle power through training. Clearly, this individual had suppressed his true strength. Go fetch me Vegeta's head, and I shall permit you to join my ranks. I merely find Vegeta's incessant chatter tiresome. Do not overthink it. Additionally, I am not interested in your team, but I would appreciate your stroller. Can you gift it to me? Lin Bei remarked after flicking away a freshly excavated booger. Chapter 27, Vegeta versus Frieza. I did not expect your appetite to exceed even that of Vegeta. The baby carriage had accompanied him for a considerable time. It was not merely a tool, but a symbol of status and identity. What this Saiyan truly desired was not the carriage itself, but the position of a cosmic emperor. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. He merely sought the baby carriage, yet it seemed his ambitions surpassed even those of Vegeta. At that moment, with a resounding splash, Vegeta, who had just been kicked in the water by Lin Bei, surged forth, bellowing at him, "Lin Bei, what are you doing?" Upon hearing Lin Bei's name, Frieza fell into a brief contemplation, as if the name rang a bell. Suddenly it struck him. This was the Saiyan from Earth, the Super Saiyan. He had not anticipated that he would also arrive on Namek. So it was Super Saiyan Lin Bei. You intend to join forces with Vegeta against me, do you? Do you truly believe that by becoming the legendary warrior, you can usurp my position? Do not harbor such delusions. Furthermore, let it be known that I, Frieza, am not intimidated by you Saiyans. It is simply that you primates are difficult to manage. The very existence of Vegeta before you serves as a living example. Lin Bei was utterly bewildered. When had he ever claimed he wished to replace Frieza? He merely wished to sit in the baby carriage and engage in a friendly exchange. After all, he could not allow Frieza to slaughter the Namekians. Stop making excuses, Frieza. What you have always feared is the boundless potential of the Saiyans. After Lin Bei inferred that one could grow stronger at the brink of death, Vegeta became even more convinced of his assertion. Oh, Vegeta, it appears you have completely forgotten the terror of my dominion. Indeed, aside from the last occasion, when I obliterated planet Vegeta, I have refrained from intervening. What? Frieza's proclamation left Vegeta astounded. You remain unaware, do you? Planet Vegeta was not destroyed by some minor asteroid impact. It was obliterated by my own hands. Are you pleased to hear this, my dear Prince Vegeta? At this revelation, a storm cloud loomed over Vegeta's visage. After a moment, he lifted his head and fixed a piercing gaze upon Frieza. What of the destruction of planet Vegeta? It was merely the demise of a group of weaklings. What the death of King Vegeta? Merely a father of no consequence. Yet you, who have concealed, deceived, and exploited me for all these years. This is the true, unforgivable sin. With that, he declared vehemently, Lin Bei, do not intervene. I shall personally vanquish Frieza. At this moment, Vegeta was not being arrogant. He recognized that his power was nearly double that of Frieza's, and even though he knew his opponent could transform, he felt undaunted. Frieza, with his hands resting casually on either side of the baby carriage, remarked nonchalantly, "How bold you are, Vegeta! You should consider yourself fortunate that you are not wearing a scouter. Upon witnessing my battle power, you would likely abandon such naive notions. However, even with one, it would be of no use." Frieza, upon mentioning this, gestured towards the detector atop his head, asserting that even this latest model could not measure his combat power. At that moment, Lin Bei unexpectedly interjected, "Isn't it 530,000? What a charade." Frieza paused momentarily, taken aback that Lin Bei could accurately state his combat power. However, Upon noticing the customized detector on Lin Bei's head, he felt a sense of relief. It was no surprise that the device could yield such results. 530,000? This was the first time Vegeta learned of Frieza's combat power. And if translated into ki, his own strength must now be 1 million. This revelation filled Vegeta with uncontainable joy for merely a month prior. His power had languished at a mere 18,000. It solidified his belief that Saiyans were indeed the mightiest race in the universe. Those ice demon races were to be cast aside. Frieza, do you think 530,000 is impressive? I suggest you transform quickly. Unleash your true power. At this level, I wouldn't even dirty my hands by killing you. What? Vegeta's taunts astonished Frieza. It was the first time he encountered someone who, upon learning of his combat power, exhibited no fear whatsoever and even held him in contempt. Had Vegeta's mind been damaged in battle? Did he comprehend the significance of 530? And how did he know I could transform? Was it for Dodoria, Zarbin, or the Ginyu Force? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Suddenly, Frieza raised his right hand, and with a flick of his fingertip, he unleashed a beam towards Vegeta. In response, Vegeta sneered and forcefully clapped, altering the trajectory of Frieza's lethal beam, sending it crashing onto an uninhabited island. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, and the entire island was instantaneously reduced to the dust of Namek, leaving no trace behind. What? Frieza's astonishment was palpable. Vegeta's power exceeded his wildest imaginings. That mere gesture could have annihilated even Ginyu. It appeared that Ginyu and the others had indeed been vanquished by him. Ha ha ha, Frieza! Now it is your turn to experience fear. With that, Vegeta unleashed a series of roars. Combat power, 200,000. Combat power, 250,000. Combat power, 300,000. Bang! The latest model of the detector exploded upon reaching 300,000. Yet, Vegeta showed no signs of ceasing, continuing his roar. No wonder he remained unflinching upon hearing his combat power of 530,000. He truly possessed formidable strength. He then emerged from the infant carriage, calmly observing the fully powered Vegeta before him. You should consider yourself fortunate, Frieza. Had the detector not exploded, I would have known just how terrifying I am now. But I shall grant you an opportunity. Transform quickly. Killing the present version of yourself would merely render me bored, Vegeta declared, his arrogance unyielding as ever. It appears your boasting is not mere bravado. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. However, I must clarify in advance that I shall not transform. My transformation serves merely to contain the overwhelming strength within me, acting as a restraint. What I am about to do is to unravel this restraint. With that, Frieza exerted force, causing his armor to shatter into fragments. I see. Indeed, you have released the restraints. Ha ha. Vegeta mocked upon witnessing this. A smirk of disdain appeared on Frieza's lips as he enacted a display of fury, his form rapidly towering within mere seconds. He transformed from a diminutive figure of less than 5 feet into a towering entity of nearly 6.5 feet. Vegeta's expression shifted to one of fear, not due to the transformation itself, but because of the overwhelming aura emanating from his opponent. His power had surpassed mine. While Sabo's transformation merely enhanced his combat strength by approximately 30, Frieza had more than doubled his. I find your current expression quite satisfying, Vegeta. I do hope you do not perish too swiftly. Chapter 28. Planet Namek shall be guarded by me, Frieza, on Lin Bei's scanner. Frieza's combat power now registered a staggering 1,200,000. This cannot be. How could his energy have increased so drastically? At this moment, Vegeta's initial confidence had evaporated, replaced by regret for allowing Frieza to complete his transformation. Vegeta, allow me to share another piece of good news. Your so-called transformation? I can undergo it 2 more times. What? An instinctive realization struck Vegeta, confirming that Frieza spoke the truth. Frieza chuckled, no longer indulging in words. And with a swift motion, he soared before Vegeta. He unleashed a flurry of wolf fang fist strikes. Vegeta, whose combat strength paled in comparison to Frieza's, found his resolve shaken by the latter's taunts, leaving him to assume a passive defense, akin to a living target. What has become of you, my Prince Vegeta? I see none of the grand ambitions you professed earlier. Did you not declare your intent to kill me? Or perhaps I misheard. With that, he delivered a powerful knee strike to Vegeta's chin. As Vegeta staggered, Frieza seized a handful of his hair, striking him repeatedly like a punching bag. Vegeta roared. Gathering energy into a blast, and hurling it at Frieza's face. Frieza nimbly dodged, and the distance between them widened once more. Huff, huff. Vegeta gasped for breath. The previous assault had inflicted considerable damage, causing him to lose 2 teeth. Damnable Frieza! Vegeta bellowed, then brandished his signature technique. Prince's battle style. Swish, 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 swish. Swish. Countless yellow orbs of energy erupted from Vegeta's hands, firing forth like a relentless machine gun. Frieza did not flinch, allowing the spheres to collide with him, enveloping him in a thick cloud of smoke. In an instant, Vegeta soared above his adversary, palms pressed together in a pose reminiscent of the ultimate flash. Frieza, should you evade my attack, planet Namek will face obliteration, and your dreams of the Dragon Balls will shatter alongside it. If you possess the courage, show me your mettle. Vegeta understood that Frieza, blinded by arrogance, would underestimate the magnitude of his power. The ultimate flash, once charged, would be beyond Frieza's capacity to withstand. However, this technique required a moment to gather energy, and if Frieza were to attack during this crucial time, Vegeta would find himself in dire straits. Fortunately, Frieza shared the same hubris as the Saiyans, perhaps the only sliver of hope that Vegeta could grasp. If this move struck true, Frieza would perish, and planet Namek would endure. Should he evade, they would all meet their end together. Provocative words? Indeed, they are your trademark. Frieza replied, crossing his arms over his chest, a smirk that even an AK could not suppress curling at the corners of his mouth. But do not misunderstand, I am not falling for your tricks. I merely wish to illuminate the chasm between our powers. Unperturbed by Frieza's taunts, Vegeta's expression remained stoic, a cold smile surfacing within him. He had gambled and won. The fearsome energy coalesced in his palms, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Vegeta gritted his teeth, fully concentrated on harnessing this power. Any distraction could spell disaster. Were it not for Frieza's diminutive stature, such an assault would be nearly impossible to land. The charge time was lengthy, and even the slightest shift from Frieza would render the attack difficult to target. Embrace your demise, Frieza. Witness my ultimate flash. Vegeta bellowed, directing the energy downward with fervor. As the ultimate flash approached Frieza, he finally sensed the overwhelming force behind it. Alarmed, he raised his hands in a desperate attempt to counter the oncoming power. A direct hit would spell his ruin. Vegeta roared, pushing his strength to its utmost limit. Panic gripped Frieza as he realized he could not withstand the onslaught. Amidst their fierce confrontation, Lin Bei had stealthily made his way to the baby carriage, effortlessly dispatching the insignificant soldiers who sought to impede him with a single energy blast. These soldiers posed a potential threat. A careless strike could inadvertently harm the Namekians. At that moment, Lin Bei settled into the baby carriage, legs dangling over the edge, cradling a cup of milk tea, quietly reveling in the spectacle of their battle. After all, he was not as diminutive as Frieza, rendering it impossible for him to fit entirely inside. One must admit, the sensation was rather pleasant. It was indeed a fitting throne for Frieza. At this moment, the battle has reached a fever pitch. Lin Bei is acutely aware that Frieza possesses the ability to transform during combat, thus sealing Vegeta's fate. However, there is a silver lining. Vegeta is a warrior who thrives under adversity, and a thorough beating is precisely what he requires. It is about to commence. The scouter indicates that Frieza's battle power has surpassed 1.5 million, signaling his impending transformation into a more formidable form. Turned to cosmic dust, Vegeta, fueled by an unknown source of strength, channels additional power into his ultimate flash. To think that after obliterating so many planets, today I stand to defend one. Frieza is on the verge of being overwhelmed by the force of the ultimate flash, poised to be propelled onto a nearby island, where an explosion would be uncontrollable upon impact. The one who shall obtain the Dragon Balls and achieve eternal life is I, Frieza, not you, Vegeta. The Namekian planet shall be safeguarded by me, Frieza. With a resounding laugh, Frieza forcefully thrusts upward, sending Vegeta's ultimate flash, infused with all his energy, hurtling into outer space. How could this be? Vegeta gasps, fatigue etched across his face as he watches the ultimate flash streak through the atmosphere like a meteor. Having nearly depleted his strength with that last strike, his energy suddenly, Frieza appears before him in a flash, seemingly to confirm Vegeta's suspicions. This energy and this speed, I couldn't even perceive his movement just now. You seem quite fearful now, Vegeta. Frieza does not speak falsely. He can indeed transform once more. The energy he now possesses is thrice that of his previous form, translating to a staggering 3 million in battle power. Moreover, he has yet another transformation in reserve. How can this be? Is Frieza truly invincible? Even Lin Bei would be at a loss against such power. One cannot help but glance towards him. To Vegeta's astonishment, Lin Bei is seated in Frieza's infant carriage, casually sipping milk tea with his legs crossed, daring to be distracted in my presence. In an instant, Frieza executes a swift maneuver, delivering a devastating kick that sends Vegeta crashing down. He then gathers energy at his fingertips, forming a sphere approximately 10 meters in diameter. Farewell, Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta, having suffered broken ribs from the kick, is utterly incapable of evading Frieza's planet-destroying attack. Just as he resigns himself to what seems like impending doom, a sudden whoosh announces Lin Bei's arrival before him. With a mere finger, he effortlessly deflects Frieza's planet-destroying blast, sending it careening into the cosmos with a casual flick. Chapter 29, Lin Bei versus Frieza. You Frieza cannot fathom it. In this state, he is unable to perceive even the slightest trace of his opponent's movements. Moreover, Lin Bei has so effortlessly swatted away his planet-destroying blast. When they appeared before, it was the same. This must be a specialized skill acquired in the days to come, for Saiyans inherently possess no such capability. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone to attain a speed so swift that they could scarcely perceive their own movements. Not even King Cold, his father, could achieve such a feat. Vegeta and Frieza cannot perish, as they are the very foundation of his strength. Yet, at present, no one can thwart Frieza's murderous rampage for the Dragon Balls. He must take matters into his own hands. Hey, Frieza, transform at once and revert to your original form. Were you one T even qualified to be struck by me? Lin Bei remarked, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Ha ha ha. The Saiyans truly are increasingly arrogant. As his words fell, the monstrous Frieza instantaneously appeared right before Lin Bei, striking a pose as if to unleash a devastating punch. Watch as I shatter that foul mouth of yours. So swift, Vegeta still could not discern Frieza's movements. Had the latter not materialized right before his eyes, he would have been utterly unable to react. Frieza bellowed, his form sent hurtling backward, crashing through more than 10 islands before finally coming to a halt. Suspended in midair, he gazed at his reflection in the water, touching his cheek, which bore the horrifying imprint of a shoe. So swift, I could barely glimpse the afterimage of a strike. With this realization, he no longer hesitated. His energy surged dramatically, and his monstrous form shed like shattered armor pieces. Before long, a petite, bald figure appeared before Lin Bei and the others. What is this? This energy? Vegeta was utterly astounded by Frieza's power. Compared to his previous transformations, this enhancement was simply extraordinary. It was beyond comparison, and furthermore, he could distinctly sense a formidable strength still dormant within Frieza, indicating that he had yet to unleash his true capabilities. At this moment, Vegeta felt an overwhelming despair. The chasm of disparity in strength was so profound that even if he were to attain eternal life, he might never have a chance to triumph over Frieza. It's over. Lin Bei is finished. Though he harbored a desire for Lin Bei's demise, it must be at his own hands. Very well, this is my original form. Allow me to offer a word of caution. The current me is fundamentally different from the form you have witnessed prior. What you regard as transformations are merely measures I undertook to seal this power, Frieza declared with an air of composure, marking the third time he had unsealed his strength. Aside from facing his father, King Cold, and his brother, Cooler. According to Lin Bei's scouter, Frieza's battle power now stood at 12 million, indicating that he had only unleashed 10% of his strength. Nevertheless, even so, it was 4 times stronger than his previous form. No wonder he boasts of his overwhelming power. In a gravity chamber of 1,000 times Earth's gravity, Raditz and Nappa were engaged in a rigorous training session under 100 GS. Even in such an immense gravitational environment, the two individuals managed to execute movements so swift that they were barely perceptible to the naked eye. The air around them inexplicably resonated with a series of explosive sounds. Bang, 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 bang. These were the sonic booms produced by their punches. What tremendous energy! Is that Frieza? The combatant Nappa abruptly halted, exclaiming that this power was overwhelmingly vast, palpable even in the farthest corners of Namek. Even those who lacked the ability to harness energy could vaguely sense an almost imperceptible pressure enveloping them. Could it truly be? Is this the might of the Cosmic Emperor? It appears that Lord Lin Bei has indeed engaged Frieza. At that very moment, Raditz also ceased his actions, closing his eyes to keenly discern the fluctuations of energy emanating from the battlefield alongside Nappa. Both Raditz and Nappa could feel the formidable energy radiating from Vegeta, which far surpassed their own. However, Lin Bei had previously briefed them regarding the S-cells, rendering them unsurprised. Can Lord Lin Bei emerge victorious? This energy is simply overwhelming. Nappa's loyalty rating stood at 80, and he found himself beset by a twinge of anxiety. Hum, Nappa, rest assured. Lord Lin Bei is the legendary Super Saiyan. He is invincible. No one can surpass his strength. While Raditz spoke these words, a shadow of doubt lingered in his heart. He had indeed witnessed Lin Bei transform into a Super Saiyan, but at that time, he had not yet mastered the manipulation of energy, rendering him incapable of accurately gauging Lin Bei's true strength. Lin Bei often indulged in leisure, and the extent of his hidden power was likely known only to him. Frieza was probably in a similar predicament. It was truly difficult to ascertain who was stronger, yet Raditz leaned towards Frieza, for the latter's current energy was utterly terrifying. And that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Observing Raditz's unwavering gaze, Nappa chastised himself with 2 resounding slaps to his face. I am truly a fool to doubt Lord Lin Bei. He then raised his hand high and proclaimed, Long live Lord Lin Bei. On North KO's planet, the short and stout North KO was utilizing the 2 antennas atop his head to broadcast and monitor the events unfolding on Namek. How horrifying, truly terrifying. That monster Frieza, this scion named Lin Bei, is doomed. After muttering to himself, a sudden realization struck, causing his antennas to perk up. Goku, can you hear me, Goku? Quickly turn back. Do not proceed to Namek. It is perilous. Huh, it is Lord KO. What transpired on Namek? The voice of KO echoed within the ship of the Supreme Kai, prompting Goku to momentarily pause in response. KO, is that the one who taught you martial arts? Goku nodded in affirmation at Bulma's inquiry. Indeed, it is true, Lord KO. The fuel for our spaceship cannot sustain our return to Earth, so we must land on Namek. Bulma mimicked Goku's gesture, looking upward as she addressed the air. Then, let us simply find a nearby planet to land on. Above all, we must not go to Namek. Listen closely, Goku. Do you recall the mention of Frieza? I underestimated him. He is far too formidable. Even with your ability to wield the 20-fold Kaioken without consequence, you would still find yourself outmatched. Gasp. Goku's eyes widened in shock, realizing that with his current strength, he could easily vanquish the mighty Vegeta with just a mere finger while employing the 20-fold Kaioken. Such prowess, and yet the Lord of the Kais declares it insufficient. Alas, this spaceship lacks coordinates for nearby planets. We have but an hour before our descent. Upon hearing the North Kai's words, Bulma panicked, racing about the ship in distress, lamenting her fate, while Yamcha chased after her, attempting to console her. Lord Kai, is Frieza engaged in battle with someone? Goku recalled the North Kai's previous discussions regarding Frieza, but since he attained a battle power of 100,000, those conversations ceased. This suggested that Frieza's former reputation as the Cosmic Overlord was merely superficial. It seemed he had encountered a formidable adversary, revealing his true capabilities. Could it be? You guessed correctly, Goku. The one battling Frieza is none other than Lin Bei. Frieza, you have long dismissed the notion of the Super Saiyan as mere folly. But today, I shall demonstrate the veracity of that legend. Lin Bei's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Chapter 30. The Defeat of Frieza. Arg. Adopting a pose reminiscent of constipation, Lin Bei began to unleash his fury, emitting a roar that felt as if it had been pent up for decades. Super Saiyan. Oomph. You are merely a Saiyan with elevated battle power. Only the weaker Saiyans would buy into your nonsense. Frieza, steadfast in his disbelief of the existence of Super Saiyans, crossed his arms defiantly and proclaimed, I shall obliterate you, whatever you may be. Arg. Planet Namek, a world with 3 suns perpetually illuminating its surface, never experiencing rain or night, now bore witness to inexplicable lightning above the small island where the 3 were situated. Despite the clear skies, ominous thunder rumbled, and the sea surged as if heralding the arrival of a tidal wave. The entire planet trembled beneath the weight of this burgeoning power. Arg. Could it be? Lin Bei's energy continued to swell. Could it be that the power within him surpasses even Frieza's? Vegeta, in astonishment, found himself oblivious to his own injuries. Utterly awestruck by Lin Bei's might. Arg, arg, arg. What is this? Elder, are you unwell? Nairu, the elder's loyal guard, sensed Frieza's overwhelming malevolence, yet had no intention of fleeing. My time draws near, and in my dreams, I have glimpsed a fragment of the future of planet Namek. A golden-haired warrior, in his quest to uphold the peace of Namek, has chosen to engage in battle against demons. The remarkable energy emanating from him bears a striking resemblance to that which I envisioned in my dreams. Yet, it is somewhat peculiar, based on the timeline of my dreams. I should have perished by now. Nevertheless, there exists a force akin to that of my dreams, now confronting the demon. With a resounding ha, a wave of golden energy surged forth. Lin Bei has finally completed his transformation, though he refrained from unleashing his full power, registering a combat strength of 150 million on the detector. Should he fully exert himself, that figure would soar to 250 million, a prowess exceeding that of Frieza by more than double, potentially resulting in a fatal misstep against his opponent. Your hair? Frieza uttered in disbelief, utterly astonished by Lin Bei's transformation. The golden locks and eyebrows, green eyes, and the golden aura enveloping his form surpassed his wildest imagination. While his appearance may not have undergone a dramatic alteration akin to that of a shape-shifting race like Zebo, it certainly deviated from norm. Aren't Saiyans supposed to transform into apes? In that instant, both Frieza and Vegeta, who stood behind Lin Bei, simultaneously entertained the same thought, a notion they had long been reluctant to acknowledge. Super Saiyan. There was simply no other explanation for Lin Bei's transformation. My foolish Frieza. My transformation is far more profound than merely changing my hair color. Frieza seethed in frustration. He had mistakenly believed Lin Bei was merely employing a clever tactic to temporarily outpace him, only to be stymied by a lack of innate talent at the threshold of Super Saiyan. Little did he know, Lin Bei had already attained that legendary state. Yet, wasn't he the Super Saiyan, supposed to be a cold and merciless warrior? This fellow's demeanor blatantly contradicted that notion. Was there some secret I remain unaware of? Curse be it. Vegeta clenched his right fist, delivering a forceful strike to his own thigh. Oof. I thought there was something remarkable about it. But it's merely a change from black hair to gold. Aside from appearing somewhat fairer, what significance does it hold? Watch closely, Vegeta. Today, I shall personally obliterate the ultimate warrior, a being who appears but once every millennium in your Saiyan legends. Frieza declared with a renewed smirk that even his AK could not suppress. Go! Before he could utter the word die, Lin Bei swiftly dashed forward, delivering a knee strike that sent Frieza soaring into the air. Why do you have so much to say, you little potato? Looking for a fight? Lin Bei taunted, propelling himself into the air to seize Frieza by the tail and neck, administering a Saiyan-style backbreaker with his knee. Frieza let out a wail. Lin Bei's speed and strength far exceeded his expectations. Subsequently, grasping Frieza's tail, he executed a whirlwind maneuver, hurling him down to a deserted island below, his body crashing into the ground like a cannonball. Boom! A burst of purple light erupted from the ruins, and Frieza spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he bore numerous injuries, though they were not severe, as Lin Bei had not exerted himself too much. Otherwise, with such a series of attacks, he would have surely diminished Frieza's vitality by at least half. Humph, it appears you were not boasting. You certainly inflicted quite a bit of pain upon me. This marks the first time I've been wounded by anyone other than my father and brother. However, if I were to unleash merely 20% of my strength, I could. If I were to manifest 30% of my might, I could. If I were to summon 40% of my prowess, I could. If I were to display 50% of my power, I could. Hey, if I were to exert 60% of my strength, I could. If I were to unleash 70% of my capabilities, I could. Yikes. If I were to reveal 80% of my potential, I could. Yay. If I were to unleash 90% of my strength, I could. La. If I were to unleash 100% of my might, I could. So, I could reduce you to cosmic dust. How is this possible? How could such a thing occur? I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Yet here I am, having unleashed 100% of my combat power, and still not being his match. Not only am I not his rival, but I am utterly being toyed with. At this moment, Frieza's body bore no unscathed skin, his face resembling that of a battered swine. In the presence of Lin Bei, Frieza felt as though he were confronting his father, King Cold, and brother, Cooler, evoking an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Even if he were Super Saiyan, His strength should not surpass that of our Frost Demon clan. We, the Frost Demons, are the mightiest beings in this universe. Hehehe. Oh, foolish Frieza. Do you truly believe the power of a Super Saiyan is something your hairless kind can contend with? Listen closely. During my time on Namek, you must remain by my side and heed my commands. Should you comply, I shall grant you eternal life. Should you fail, I shall send you straight to hell. Chapter 31. The Mystery of the Potion. 2.5 minutes ago, within Frieza's spaceship, non-combat personnel did not accompany the main forces into battle. Two red-haired avian beings were busily operating a computer before them with a flurry of keystrokes. Is Lord Frieza engaged in combat? The combat power has astonishingly peaked at 120 million. One catfish-headed creature gazed at the figure displayed on the screen in awe. As the long-serving steward of Frieza's ship, he had not witnessed such a value in over a decade. Could it be that King Cold has arrived on this planet? The catfish head quickly pieced together the implications and inquired of the two avian operators before him. Fully aware that the Frost Demon clan was exceedingly scarce in number and held little affection for one another, the Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes, could incite them to turn against each other. No, Lord Catfish, the combat power value does not match the data of King Cold in our database. Is it not King Cold, but rather King Guldo? The response from the bird-headed creature left Catfish Head in a state of perplexity. Guldo's domain lies within the southern galaxy, rendering his likelihood significantly lower than that of King Cold. Frieza, King Cold, and their birthplace, the Ice Planet, are all situated in the northern galaxy. It cannot be King Guldo either, as the data does not align. According to the records, King Cold's peak battle power is 170 million, while King Guldo's is slightly inferior at 150 million. In contrast, the creature that faced Frieza boasts a staggering battle power peak of 180 million. What? Catfish Head was utterly astonished. Could it be a new breed of the Frost Demons? After all, apart from that lineage, what other beings in the universe could possess such formidable combat prowess? To grant me eternal life? Frieza questioned his own hearing, repeating Lin Bei's words. Indeed, do not doubt your ears, even if they resemble headphones. Lin Bei, with his hands tucked into his pockets, dispelled the golden aura surrounding him. Yet his hair retained its golden hue, allowing him to enter battle mode at any moment, prepared for a sudden assault from the crafty Frieza. Let me be frank with you. I intend to fulfill the wishes of both you and Vegeta, granting you eternal life. What? This revelation stunned Vegeta as well. He never anticipated that Lin Bei's words on Earth, as well as his statements upon encountering the Ginyu Force, were sincere. To help us both achieve eternal life? Can the Dragon Balls fulfill multiple wishes? Moreover, what advantage does this hold for you? Frieza felt bewildered. Lin Bei's combat strength far surpassed his own, and if he so desired, he could easily eliminate him. There would be no need for deceit, yet if true, it was utterly preposterous. The Dragon of Namek can grant 3 wishes. Lin Bei paused, suddenly realizing that these two had yet to even see the Dragon Balls. So he decided to enlighten them with a bit of knowledge, adding, after gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon the dragon by making a request, thereby realizing wishes. However, the Dragon of Namek has a linguistic barrier. It must be summoned using their own dialect, including the phrasing of wishes. With a serious expression, Lin Bei looked at the two. If you harm the Namekians, do not expect to have your wishes fulfilled. They would rather perish than assist you. Frieza and Vegeta remained impassive, yet both were taken aback. They indeed planned to acquire the Dragon Balls through force, resorting to violence if necessary. After all, the Saiyans in Frieza's army had always operated this way. Reason is not communicated through words, but rather demonstrated through combat strength. And what about you? What is your desire? Is it also eternal life? If the Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes, surely you have a wish of your own to fulfill? Vegeta inquired in a low voice, considering that Lin Bei's assistance might be somewhat justifiable, given their shared Saiyan heritage. However, aiding Frieza in attaining eternal life was utterly nonsensical. No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt a piercing gaze directed at him. What makes you think you are worthy to know my desires? And how many times must I remind you, Vegeta? Address me as Lord Lin Bei, not you. Upon hearing this, Vegeta flinched, gritting his teeth as he mustered a response. As the esteemed prince of all Saiyans, how could I possibly deign to call you that? Before he could finish, a loud thud echoed as Lin Bei forcefully pressed his head into the earth with his foot. Is this title of Saiyan Prince truly so illustrious? Does it come with benefits? Do you have insurance? Do you believe I want to reduce you to mere dust on Namek in an instant? After delivering a few more firm stomps, Lin Bei watched as Vegeta coughed up blood in frustration. Curse be it! Even if he exclaimed, only to be interrupted by another cry of pain. Lin Bei, uninterested in his rambling, added a couple more kicks and asked, what was that? I didn't quite catch it. I was wrong, Lord Lin Bei. I shall remember this next time. Vegeta managed to utter, despite the seething rage within him, recognizing the necessity of practical strength to back his indignation. With each stomp, he felt as if his very life was slipping away. Prepare to face my wrath, Lin Bei. How dare you insult me like this? If I truly attain eternal life, I, Vegeta, shall one day rend you asunder. Oof. You possess not even a fraction of Raditz's insight. Lin Bei scoffed, withdrawing his foot and tossing a Senzu Bean towards him while turning his gaze to Frieza. This made Frieza's heart race, causing his tail to twitch involuntarily. I, Frieza, shall undoubtedly adhere to Lord Lin Bei's commands and will not harm a single Namekian. Lin Bei nodded approvingly. Indeed, as someone who has once ruled the universe, your comprehension is commendable. Frieza, momentarily unsure whether he was being praised or scolded, could only awkwardly nod in response. Subsequently, Lin Bei instructed Frieza on the manipulation of energy. The Namekians possessed the ability to sense energy, and both Frieza and Vegeta's energies were exceedingly malevolent, which would be met with aversion by the benevolent Namekians. Thus, they must conceal their energy entirely, effectively reducing their combat power to zero. Fortunately, in this timeline, no one recognized Frieza or Vegeta, as their arrival predated their encounter with the Namekians by a significant margin. Having been on Namek for approximately 3 hours, Lin Bei speculated that, if all went smoothly, he might avoid meeting Goku and the others. However, he was unconcerned. Goku and his companions could easily remain on Namek for a year, patiently waiting for the Dragon Balls to recharge. Yet, without Frieza and Krillin, could he still transform into a Super Saiyan? If not, when the androids eventually appeared, would he be forced to lead a band of antagonists in safeguarding Earth's peace? One cannot help but acknowledge Frieza's extraordinary talent, as he swiftly grasped the essence of Ki in just 2.5 minutes. Although his mastery is still in its infancy, he is capable of suppressing his own energy with relative ease. At this moment, Lin Bei sits within a stroller, his fingers resting on his forehead as he seeks to sense the Ki of the Namekians. Frieza remains impassive, indifferent to the fate of the lowly soldiers, viewing them as mere expendables, akin to slaves, replaceable at will. Uncertain of Lin Bei's ulterior motives, he decides to bide his time, waiting for the opportunity to obliterate him. A breakthrough. He detects Ki emanating from 8 distinct locations. Among them, one particular energy, though faint, possesses a potency far surpassing that of the other Namekians. This must be Neru, the mightiest warrior of Namek, a formidable presence with a battle power of 42,000, serving as the personal guard of the Elder. The remaining 7 sources must belong to the villages harboring the Dragon Balls. With this realization, Lin Bei places his hands on the shoulders of his 2 companions, and with a swift whoosh, the 3 vanish from sight. Chapter 32. The Fulfillment of Wishes. Whoosh. The scene before them transitions, as if through a cinematic cut, shifting from the ocean and small island to the site of villages bustling with children. Small white houses, constructed from an unknown material, emerge, along with a group of green-skinned Namekians. This is Frieza's first experience with instant transmission, eliciting a flicker of surprise. Simultaneously, it extinguishes one of his schemes. Initially, he had planned that if eternal life eluded him, he would seek an escape route to annihilate this planet. The Super Saiyan, no matter how powerful, could not survive in the cosmos. Such limitations are inherent to their race, rendering strength moot. However, Lin Bei's adept use of instant transmission has thwarted his plans. Though the range of this ability remains uncertain, it is undoubtedly sufficient to prevent him from destroying Namek. Greetings, I am Lin Bei, and this is Vegeta. We are Saiyans, a race that, like your Namekian kin, cherishes peace. The individual beside us is Frieza, a renowned philanthropist of the universe. We have come to request the use of your Dragon Balls. Upon concluding his introduction, Lin Bei produces a collection of toys from the confines of the system space, offering them to a Namekian child who appears somewhat intimidated by their presence. The Namekians thrive on sunlight and dew, hence Lin Bei refrains from presenting earthly delicacies. Based on his understanding of the original narrative, he believes that if one treats the Namekians kindly, they will reciprocate in kind. In contrast, attempts to conquer them through violence, as Frieza has done, will yield nothing. The Namekians, unpretentious and welcoming, quickly gather around Lin Bei, especially as he presents gifts right from the outset. "What is this?" exclaims a small child, barely half a meter tall, as he bounces a ball on the ground with glee. Lin Bei smiles and replies, "That is a basketball." After speaking, he took out a pair of overalls and approached, saying, "This is a basketball uniform. When you are to play basketball, you will look splendid." "What is this?" A child, of similar height to the previous one, inquired curiously while grasping the item in his hand. Lin Bei turned to look, crouched down, and explained, "That is a microphone used for singing." He then demonstrated by singing a few lines, successfully persuading the Namekian child to abandon the object. "Be careful, little brother." At that moment, Frieza's characteristic, sinister laughter echoed, and Lin Bei looked up to see a Namekian child climbing on Frieza's shoulder, playfully pinching his cheek. To Lin Bei's astonishment, Frieza was surprisingly cooperative. They appeared to be frolicking together. However, Lin Bei did not entertain the notion that Frieza had a fondness for children. It merely indicated that he, like Raditz, was a master of performance. In contrast, Vegeta, being more of a practical type, found himself in a rather awkward position, utterly unprepared for such an encounter. He could do nothing but stand there, resembling a statue, unable to lay a finger on the little ones. At that moment, an elder Namekian, somewhat aged yet sturdy, approached Lin Bei. "Greetings, I am Pam, the elder of this village. The Grand Elder has informed me in advance, along with the other village elders." He then handed Lin Bei a dragon ball the size of a pillow, wearing a warm smile. "To utilize our Namekian Dragon Balls, one must speak in our language. But fret not, once you gather all 7, we will assist you with translation." Wow, not only Frieza and Vegeta, but Lin Bei was also taken aback. The Grand Elder had already briefed these elders? What could this possibly mean? Such an event had not occurred in the original narrative. Could it be due to his transformation into a Super Saiyan? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation, as the Grand Elder had already passed away in the original story before Goku became a Super Saiyan. The situation appeared to be far more favorable than he had anticipated. He then utilized instant transmission to visit the other 6 villages, all of which received him with exceptional hospitality. In less than 5 minutes, he had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. This left Frieza and Vegeta in disbelief, swallowing hard, as they began to question the authenticity of the Dragon Balls and the rumored extraordinary abilities of the Namekians. The ease with which Lin Bei acquired the 7 Dragon Balls, combined with his peculiar promise to them, led both to doubt whether the Dragon Balls could indeed grant wishes. At this moment, the 7 Dragon Balls lay quietly on the ground, and an elder named Fame raised his hands to the sky. "Come fort, Chandron." The sky abruptly darkened, accompanied by crackling lightning and rumbling thunder, causing many Namekians, who had never experienced night, to exhibit expressions of fear mingled with anticipation. Immediately, the Dragon Balls placed upon the ground began to shimmer and emit a crackling sound. Moments later, a beam of light shot upward from the Dragon Balls, revealing a colossal Western dragon spiraling majestically in the heavens, exuding an aura of immense authority. Both Frieza and Vegeta displayed expressions of astonishment. Could this truly be the fabled dragon? Purunga, gatherers of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wishes. Now, you may express 3 wishes. Any desire can be fulfilled. Elder Fium turned his gaze towards Lin Bei, translating the dragon's intent. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei pointed at Vegeta and declared, "Grant this individual named Vegeta eternal life." What? Vegeta's heart jolted at Lin Bei's proclamation, his face betraying disbelief. Could it be that this individual was speaking truthfully? Had he genuinely articulated my wish to the dragon? Was eternal life so effortlessly within reach? Elder Fium promptly conveyed Lin Bei's wish to Purunga, whose eyes glowed crimson as a peculiar radiance enveloped Vegeta. Moments later, he surveyed his body in astonishment. Though he uttered no words, his demeanor and action spoke volumes. He had indeed attained eternal life. Frieza, witnessing this transformation, felt his heart race. Could it be that Lin Bei had truly taken such a bold step? What was his ulterior motive? Would his second wish aid in securing eternal life for me as well? A flicker of anticipation kindled within Frieza. He had never believed Lin Bei would genuinely assist them in making wishes before Vegeta's wish came to fruition. "Purunga, I have granted your first wish. Now, proceed with your second wish." Lin Bei pointed at Frieza, stating, as with the previous wish, grant this individual named Frieza eternal life. Indeed, he has truly uttered it. Enveloped in the strange radiance, Frieza felt the undeniable truth of his newfound eternal life. Henceforth, his existence would never wane. He would forever possess this youthful form. The thought elicited a sinister smile upon his face. Yet Lin Bei's mere glance transformed it into a professional facade. Frieza understood that eternal life merely meant an unending lifespan. Not invincibility. He could still be killed. His current objective was to bide his time, seek an opportunity, and eliminate Lin Bei to reclaim his throne as the emperor of the universe. This sentiment echoed in Vegeta's mind as well. They would harbor no gratitude towards Lin Bei for his assistance, especially considering the imprint of his shoe had only recently been imprinted upon their faces. Purunga, I have fulfilled your second wish. Now, state your third wish. In response to Elder Fume's translation, Lin Bei articulated his desire. I wish to obtain the Kaioken technique, which can only be mastered by Saiyans. Chapter 33, Departure and Arrival. After Purunga made an okay gesture, his eyes flashed with a crimson light once more. He uttered words that Lin Bei could not comprehend before vanishing, leaving the sky clear again. The Dragon Balls transformed into stone and fell from the heavens, landing with a series of thuds and creating numerous craters. Although Lin Bei could not understand the dragon's final words, he sensed their essence conveyed wishes fulfilled and a farewell. Nevertheless, the responsible Elder Fimu translated them verbatim. Lin Bei's wish was intended for Raditz and Nappa, as the fifth-grade warrior from the demon realm, Bibidi, would likely pose a challenge given their current abilities and growth trajectories. Even after training in the gravity chamber with a 1,000-fold increase, he could not claim absolute certainty of victory. However, with the Kaioken technique, the odds of success would significantly improve. The Kaioken, being the most potent skill prior to transforming into a Super Saiyan, could turn the tide dramatically. Simultaneously, Lin Bei feared that Frieza might learn this technique. Whether he could master it and whether it would suit him was another matter. To be cautious, Lin Bei requested Purunga to modify the technique, rendering it exclusive to the Saiyans. Shortly thereafter, he observed the system panel update with a red dot. Name, Lin Bei, age 28. Younger brother, 18, bloodline, Saiyan skills, mastery of ki flight, Super Saiyan Form 2, exclusive, Kamehameha, magic attack beam, instant transmission. Kaioken, exclusive, combat power, 5,000,000. Items, Senzu Beans X3, 1,000-fold gravity chamber, temporary unlimited energy spaceship, bound antagonist. Raditz status, 75, combat power, 161,000. Loyalty, 25, bound antagonist. Nappa status, 70, combat power, 101,000. Loyalty, 90, bound antagonist. Vegeta status, 100, combat power, 500,000. Loyalty, 0, bound antagonist. Frieza status, 70, combat power, 120,000. Loyalty, 0. Gazing at the Kaioken, exclusive skill in the skill bar, Lin Bei wore a satisfied smile. Although he had yet to employ it, he had grasped every principle underlying the Kaioken technique. It felt as though he had mastered it for decades, allowing him to seamlessly execute it in the heat of battle. When the time came to journey to the blood-red star of the South Galaxy, he would impart this knowledge to Raditz and Nappa. As for Vegeta, whether he needed to learn it would depend on his forthcoming tasks. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Lin Bei's ki surpassed Frieza's, likely intimidating Raditz and Nappa in the gravity chamber, thereby increasing their loyalty by 5 and 10, respectively. Conversely, the staunchly rebellious Vegeta and Frieza would never possess loyalty. Their minds perpetually schemed to eliminate him. Lin Bei dismissed such thoughts entirely. The chasm between them would only widen. Vegeta's combat power has been further enhanced due to the passive effects of the Saiyans and the potency of the Senzu Beans. However, this time he is not on the brink of death, resulting in a modest increase of merely 500,000. Had he not inadvertently stepped on himself a few times, it is likely that the Saiyan passive would not have been triggered at all. Lin Bei contemplated this as he opened the system's task interface. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Wish upon the dragon, aiding Vegeta in acquiring eternal life. Reward, height increase of 10 centimeters. New task issued. Train Vegeta to defeat the future Trunks. The host cannot intervene. Completion reward. Combat power increased by 1 million. Failure penalty. Combat power decreased by 2 million. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Wish upon the dragon, aiding Frieza in acquiring eternal life. Reward, upgrade of exclusive skill. New task issued. Train Frieza and travel to the southern galaxy's cooler planet to eliminate the corrupted cooler. The host cannot intervene. Completion reward. Immunity to the aura of the demon realm. Failure penalty. The passage between the demon realm and the Dragon Ball world will be fully opened. Lin Bei's original height was 172 centimeters, which has now increased to 182 centimeters, making him a full 19 centimeters taller than Vegeta, who stands at 163 centimeters, almost a full head's difference. As for Frieza, he is a mere potato. Without bending down, he cannot even be seen. The Super Saiyan form exclusive has also been upgraded to Super Saiyan form 2 exclusive, though he can freely choose between forms 1 and 2. Nevertheless, Lin Bei's combat power has yet to reach 6 million, limiting him to the first form for now. The new task regarding Vegeta is nearly foolproof. As long as Vegeta can transform into a Super Saiyan, the probability of success is exceedingly high. Even if he fails to transform, he can use Daz to sharpen his resolve and stimulate Vegeta's pride. After all, Daz's character would never allow him to harm his own father. This version of Vegeta has completely diverged from the original plotline, having no connections to Bulma or Trunks. As for Frieza, the situation is more intricate from the task's rewards. It can be inferred that Cooler has discovered the spatial passage connecting the Demon Realm to the Dragon Ball world and is attempting to enter the Demon Realm, which has led to his corruption. If Lin Bei recalls correctly, Cooler's power without transformation already surpasses Frieza's, not to mention the additional transformation. Eliminating Cooler is the most challenging task among those presented. Although there are no time constraints for these tasks, Lin Bei has a habit of preparing for the future, ensuring that the present comfort does not cloud his judgment. In the end, Lin Bei bid farewell to the Namekians in the village with a smile. Frieza gently patted the head of one of the children and promised to visit when he had the time. After that, he inexplicably closed his eyes and bowed his head, the purpose of which remained unclear. Subsequently, Lin Bei placed his hand on the shoulders of the two and activated instant transmission. With a whoosh, the three disappeared once more. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the formidable spaceship of Frieza lay before him. Frieza are the individuals you brought along inside. Indeed, Lord Lin Bei. Would you like to meet them? At this moment, Frieza was in exceptionally high spirits. Regardless of Lin Bei's intentions, he had obtained what he desired. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Bei unleashed a blast of energy, reducing the entire spacecraft and its occupants to ashes. That was not my intention, he mused, meticulously scanning the atmosphere of Namek for any remaining adversaries. There are indeed no survivors, he remarked to himself. You and Vegeta shall accompany me to the southern galaxy. I have a mission for you both. Frieza and Vegeta exchanged glances, finally poised to uncover Lin Bei's true objective. Yes, Lord Lin Bei. The two harbored their own secrets, which were plainly evident before the system. Lin Bei, however, was unbothered by their thoughts, as the tasks of eliminating Bibidi and destroying Cooler made him realize a significant truth. The future of the Dragon Ball world was likely intertwined with the Demon Realm. After dealing with Frieza's minions, he teleported the two of them before Raditz and Nappa. Upon recognizing that the small, bald figure was Frieza, Raditz nearly bowed in fear. But upon hearing Frieza address Lin Bei as Lord, he instinctively turned and knelt before Lin Bei. We welcome your return, Lord Lin Bei, retrieving the gravity chamber. He then produced the spaceship, which appeared to materialize and vanish like a magic trick in Lin Bei's hands, a sight that had ceased to astonish the others. The spaceship, as if endowed with the ability to traverse the skies, swiftly pierced through the atmosphere of Namek, transforming into a yellow meteor that receded into the distance. Thus, the five departed from Namek. According to the spaceship's display, their journey to the blood-red star of the southern galaxy would require 4 years, 1 month, 5 days, 8 hours, 16 minutes, and 42 seconds. During this time, the five would train within the ship's gravity chamber set to 1,000 times Earth's gravity. Vegeta would be teleported back to Earth by Lin Bei a year and a half later to confront Trunks. Just 3 minutes after Lin Bei and his companions' departure, a spaceship, characterized by the architectural features of Namek, descended gradually. The hatch opened, revealing Goku and his companions. Goku leaped forth eagerly. Wait, let me first assess the environment of this planet. Bulma, clad in a spacesuit and wielding a peculiar instrument, exclaimed. Goku, seemingly oblivious, concentrated on sensing the planet's energy. Indeed, as Lord Kai had indicated, Lin Bei and Frieza had already departed, though it was unfortunate that he could not engage them in battle. The primary purpose of this expedition was the Dragon Balls. After speaking, he detected a unique energy and promptly pointed in a direction, addressing Bulma and Yamcha. I will investigate over there. Without waiting for their reactions, he soared into the air, muttering to himself, Dad will surely be revived. Gohan. On a distant planet in the universe, within a spacecraft strikingly reminiscent of Frieza's, a tall alien with sharp horns savored a glass of red wine. This being was none other than Frieza's father, King Cold. Suddenly, he paused, a cryptic message emerging in his mind. Is this information from Frieza? Destroy Namek. Chapter 34. The Emergence of Evil. The Frost Demon race possesses abilities akin to those of the Namekians, particularly the capacity for telepathic communication among their kin. The distinction lies in Frieza's ability to communicate over infinite distances, a feat the Namekians cannot achieve. Additionally, the Frost Demons possess a form of death sensing. In the original tale, Frieza, nearly perishing in the cosmos, was saved by this very instinct, prompting King Cold to arrive. However, this ability bears a resemblance to the Dragon Balls in that it is limited to use once a year. Frieza's objective was straightforward, having acquired eternal life. He sought to obliterate Namek, thus eradicating the Dragon Balls from existence. He understood King Cold's temperament well. Investigation was not in his nature. Destruction was his sole inclination. After all, hundreds of planets fell victim to their annihilation each year. K2. Alter our course. We shall not proceed to Yardrat for the time being. Set a course for Namek. Yes, my lord King Cold, replied a stout dog-headed creature earnestly. At Frieza's age, King Cold had traversed the four corners of the galaxy, yet he found no worthy adversary. Thus, he returned to the icy star of the northern galaxy, showing no interest in Frieza's planetary dealings. He reveled solely in the sheer act of destruction. Hey, Goku. It's the same old story. Bulma complained, retracting her spacesuit and instruments into the multifunctional adhesive, then promptly leaping onto Yamcha's back, pointing in the direction Goku had vanished. Hurry, we must follow him. This place is unfamiliar, and I'm concerned he may cause trouble. She added with a laugh, this is my first time on another planet. I must explore it thoroughly. That last remark was the truth. Yamcha mused as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Whoosh! Goku was enveloped in a swirling white aura, the force of his energy creating a division in the sea below, forming symmetrical waves. Soon, he arrived at a structure reminiscent of their spaceship, knowing that someone with a unique aura resided within. Just as he was about to enter, the sound of footsteps echoed from inside, and a young Namekian with green skin appeared before him. Din? In that instant, Goku realized his mistake. Din had perished. And this was his homeland, Namek. This individual was merely a fellow Namekian who bore a striking resemblance. You are mistaken. I am Nail, not the Din you speak of. Goku awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed, your face seems even fiercer than that fellow's. Naruton paused momentarily, remarking, you possess quite the sense of humor. A chuckle escaped him, adding, Lord of the Realm often says the same. The atmosphere grew heavy with an unusual silence until Yamcha and Bulma arrived. Goku, the three of us must act as a cohesive unit. Why do you persist in this solitary approach? Bulma declared loudly, pointing an accusing finger at Goku after leaping off Yamcha's back. Goku, accustomed to Bulma's spirited demeanor, scratched the back of his head in resignation. My apologies, Bulma. He then introduced Naruton, saying, this is Neru, a sibling of Piccolo. Bulma suddenly hesitated, a troubling image flashing through her mind, muttering, so this means this planet is entirely under the influence of the demon King Piccolo. Goku laughed heartily. In a sense, you are not mistaken. Bulma, not being a fighter and having refrained from training with them, had merely heard of Piccolo's redemption. Yet, the long-standing fear remained etched in her heart, making acceptance a gradual process. Goku then fixed a serious gaze upon the stoic Neru. The house emanated a peculiar aura, distinctly different from that of other Namekians. May I meet him? Goku inquired. No, Neru replied curtly. The elder within is the Grand Elder of Namek. Even among our kin, one cannot simply demand an audience, let alone you, an outsider. With that, Neru dismissed the notion entirely. I see, Goku conceded, shifting his focus to inquire about the Dragon Balls. Just as he was about to speak, a venerable voice resonated from within the house. Let the three of them enter. A rare flicker of hesitation crossed Neru's face. After a brief internal struggle, he nodded. Follow me. Under Neru's guidance, the trio entered the dwelling, and upon encountering the Grand Elder, they were taken aback. This Namekian was colossal, far beyond their prior encounters. Although Goku and his companions had only seen a handful of Namekians, from the Supreme Kai to Dend, and even the Elder Piccolo and his offspring, They were all roughly of adult stature. However, given the Grand Elder's esteemed position, a degree of uniqueness was to be expected. "Greetings, Grand Elder," Goku began. "You are." The Grand Elder beckoned. "Come closer, child. Allow me to examine you closely." Upon seeing Goku, the Grand Elder displayed a look of astonishment, gesturing for him to approach. Goku sensed the benevolent energy emanating from the Namekian and, without hesitation, walked forward. The Grand Elder placed a hand upon Goku's head, and through this contact, he glimpsed Goku's life story, discerning his goodness. "What is this?" "His visage resembles that of the golden-haired warrior I beheld in my dreams." The Elder pondered, "But the aura of malice has vanished?" "Wait, I was puzzled earlier. The visions I witnessed in my dreams should pertain to events occurring after my demise. How could they precede me? If the prophetic dreams are indeed accurate, it suggests the existence of a second demon. Ahem. Goku, the Dragon Ball has just been utilized. You must remain on Namek for an entire year before you can use it again." From his experiences, he knew that Goku harbored a grudge against Lin Bei. Yet the Grand Elder refrained from mentioning Lin Bei's name. After all, Lin Bei had vanquished one demon, thus earning the status of a friend to Namek. At this moment, the Grand Elder comprehended why the previous energy felt reminiscent of the golden-haired warrior from his dreams. They were both Super Saiyans. Upon hearing that he must wait a year, Goku did not feel disheartened. After all, spending a year with Lord Kai was not such a bad proposition. Suddenly, Goku sensed an unprecedented surge of energy within his being, causing him to scrutinize his body with astonishment. The Grand Elder smiled benevolently. "Do not be afraid, my child. I have awakened your potential. However, your latent abilities are extraordinarily vast, and I could only unlock a fraction of them. Furthermore, I discovered a virus within you, but I have already eradicated it." "Is that so?" "Thank you. This power is truly overwhelming. If I were to combine this newfound strength with a 20-fold Kaioken." At that moment, Goku felt a flicker of trepidation regarding his own might. Yamcha, observing this, felt a pang of envy and exclaimed excitedly, "Grand Elder, could you also help me unlock my potential?" The Grand Elder chuckled and nodded, placing his hand upon Yamcha's head. "Quite impressive. On your planet, you are considered formidable." Yamcha's heart swelled with joy at the Grand Elder's praise, unable to contain a cheer of excitement. He then felt his own energy multiply several times over. "What about me? Grand Elder, do I possess any potential that can be developed?" Bulma inquired curiously. Although she did not engage in combat, gaining some strength would be beneficial, especially as a blossoming young lady often susceptible to danger. The Grand Elder placed his hand on Bulma's head, paused for a few moments, and then shook his head. "You possess no potential for combat." Yamcha burst into laughter, even more delighted than when he had received the Grand Elder's commendation. "However, do not be disheartened. Not everyone possesses combat potential. You exhibit remarkable potential in technology. I had intended to help you develop that aspect of your abilities, but to my surprise, your technological potential is already fully realized. In my youth, I traveled to numerous planets, and this is the first instance I have encountered someone who has completely unlocked their own potential. In the realm of technology, you are an undeniable genius." Initially, Bulma felt a bit disheartened, but upon hearing the term genius, she also exclaimed with exhilaration. Thus, the three remained on Namek, with Goku forging bonds with the Namekians from the 7 villages. Half a month later, the Grand Elder passed away, but he had already appointed Fame as the new Grand Elder in advance. A month later, while training with Nelu, Goku suddenly sensed a malevolent energy. Suddenly, a disc-shaped spacecraft appeared in the skies above Namek. Chapter 35, Goku vs. King Cold. Such a malevolent aura. I have never encountered such an overwhelming and wicked presence. Could it be Frieza? No. The King Kai mentioned that he had already departed with Lin Bei. Goku's gaze remained fixed on the heavens, his expression graver than ever before. "Lord Cold, we have arrived at Namek. Please grant us 30 minutes to investigate this planet." K2, the dog-headed man, respectfully stated while standing nearby, holding a device resembling a tablet. Without a word, King Cold raised his hand to interrupt him. "No need. That fool Frieza is too playful. He probably forgot to destroy this planet before leaving. I merely stopped by to lend a hand. This planet is quite large. The fireworks from the explosion should be magnificent." With that, he soared from a spacecraft, gazing down upon Namek. "What a delightful sight. Such a planet is worthy of my destruction," King Cold declared, extending a finger. In an instant, countless strands of black energy converged at his fingertip, soon forming a black energy sphere approximately 10 meters in diameter. K2 swallowed hard upon witnessing this. This technique was the signature move of the Ice Demon race, the Planet Destruction Bomb. Although it bore no name initially, it became known as such due to Frieza and his cohorts employing it to obliterate planets. Such a powerful fluctuation of battle energy. A staggering 4,230,000. K2 noted his tablet equipped with superior detection capabilities, far surpassing those worn on the ear. King Cold glanced at K2, who was awestruck by his own power, a smirk of arrogance creeping onto his face. And yet, a mere 400,000 battle power has you so astonished. With a flick of his finger, he launched the Planet Destruction Bomb towards the planet. The trajectory of the Planet Destruction Bomb was slow and cumbersome, making it less effective against foes, but exceptionally adept at obliterating planets. Come, let us retreat to the spacecraft to enjoy the fireworks. No sooner had he spoken than a straight blue beam of light shot into the sky, intercepting the Planet Destruction Bomb and hurling it into the cosmos. What? King Cold was taken aback, having just finished boasting, only to be faced with humiliation. Phew! Goku wiped the sweat from his brow. I'm glad I made it in time. Who are these individuals? Why do they seek to annihilate Namek? Gohan and Piccolo are waiting for my Dragon Balls. Upon sensing the anomaly, Goku immediately activated his Kaioken technique, doubling his speed, and within moments, he arrived at an uninhabited island directly beneath the spacecraft. He then unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards the black energy sphere. Goku looked up, and King Cold narrowed his eyes, also detecting his presence. K2, verify that creature below. That blue shockwave must have originated from him. Upon hearing the news, the dog-headed Cartoon immediately sprang into action, his fingers dancing rapidly across the tablet surface. Before long, he pinpointed the figure enveloped in crimson energy below, Goku, with an astonishing battle power of 6 million. Lord Cooler, he exclaimed, the creature below possesses a battle power of 6 million. As he spoke, he presented the tablet to Lord Cooler. 6 million? It is difficult to fathom that any race besides our own could exhibit such power. Is he a Namekian? Lord Cooler, who had traversed 4 galaxies and encountered countless species, found that many renowned races had faded from his memory, leaving only their names. Reporting to you, Lord Cooler. Judging by his appearance, he should be a Saiyan. Cartoon replied. Cooler stroked his chin thoughtfully as Saiyan. I believe I have heard Frieza mention them. At that moment, the crimson aura surrounding Goku dissipated, and his battle power plummeted to 3 million. He can freely control his battle power? It seems his true strength undoubtedly exceeds 6 million. Fascinating, Lord Cooler mused, a cold smile spreading across his face as he gazed at the dark figure below. Cartoon, have everyone remain on standby. I shall confront this Saiyan. Yes, my lord. With that, Cooler descended, arms crossed over his chest, landing before Goku shortly thereafter. Greetings, unfamiliar Saiyan. It has been a long time since I encountered a life form with such formidable battle power. Goku, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately assumed a defensive stance and exclaimed, Who are you, and why do you wish to destroy Namek? Cooler snickered derisively, then confidently tapped his forehead with his thumb, declaring, If you can make me move even a step, I shall reveal my intentions. Goku couldn't help but let out a chuckle. What is this? This man's energy is overwhelmingly powerful and malevolent, yet my body feels exhilarated at this moment. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. With that, his gaze sharpened like a hawk locking onto its prey. He launched forward with a mighty kick, shattering the rocky terrain behind him under the force. Goku executed 3 rapid movements in mid-air, zipping toward Cooler in the blink of an eye, his right fist aimed directly at the adversary's forehead. With a resounding clang, it was as if 2 pieces of metal had collided. A circular wave of energy erupted around the two, followed by a thunderous explosion. Remarkably, Cooler maintained his initial posture, effortlessly nudging Goku's fist aside with a mere finger. My full-powered strike, how could this be? Goku thought, astonished. His punch had landed solidly on Cooler's forehead. Yet the latter had not budged an inch, nor did he even flinch. Cooler cast a contemptuous glance at the shocked Goku, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This level of power is insufficient. Let's see your true strength. That earlier shockwave was clearly more potent than this. With a swift flick of his tail, the King of Cooled unleashed a powerful strike, landing a blow to Wukong's abdomen. Wukong let out a pained gasp and was sent hurtling backward. The King of Cooled spread his palms wide and unleashed a barrage of dozens of violet energy spheres towards the direction where Wukong flew. If you do not reveal your true strength, I shall be forced to eliminate you, Saiyan. My patience is rather limited. Wukong clenched his teeth, dissipating the force of the attack, and executed a backflip in midair. With a resounding explosion, a crimson aura enveloped him. Tenfold Kaioken. Wukong roared as he charged back into the fray. His fists propelled forward, obliterating the violet orbs in his path as he advanced toward the king of Cooled once more. Arriving before the king, he aimed a powerful right punch at his opponent's abdomen, seeking retribution for the earlier strike. Chapter 36, Cat and Mouse, the ineffectual 20-fold Kaioken. On a small island, Bulma and Yamcha were leisurely soaking their feet. This is bad, Bulma. I must rush to Wukong's side. Yamcha's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of urgency. What's the matter? Didn't you just say Wukong was guaranteed to win? Bulma asked, bewildered. Yamcha nodded. After the Grand Elder unlocked his potential, Wukong's energy has indeed surged considerably, especially with the enhancement of the Kaioken. I truly believed he would emerge victorious. However, Wukong's energy just skyrocketed tenfold. Clearly, he is utilizing the tenfold Kaioken. Huh? Isn't an increase in energy a good thing? Why do you look so troubled? Bulma inquired. Yamcha shook his head vigorously. It's not like that. Wukong's fighting style isn't to unleash such power immediately. He is someone who revels in the thrill of battle. If he resorts to the tenfold Kaioken so early, it signifies that his opponent is extraordinarily strong enough to rob him of the joy of combat. A calamity is about to befall Namek. With a sudden step back, the king of Cooled regarded Wukong with approval. Not bad, aside from my own kind. You are the mightiest being I have encountered. He continued, allow me to introduce myself. I am the king of Cooled, the strongest creature in this universe. As for the annihilation of Namek, it is merely a hobby of mine. At that moment, the voice of the North Kao echoed in Wukong's mind. This is dire. Wukong. He is the father of Frieza, the king of Cooled. His battle power exceeds even Frieza's. I only took my eyes off the situation on Namek for a moment. How did you end up engaging him? Fueled by rage. Wukong was oblivious to the North Kao's words. A hobby? Is that really your justification? Do you have any idea how many innocent lives reside on this planet? Just as he finished speaking, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere, instinctively adopting a defensive stance to block the king of Cooled's tail attack. Not bad. You were able to react in time. You just mentioned that there are countless innocent lives on this planet. Does that not render the destruction of this world even more valuable? Listening to their desperate cries, do you not find a sense of exhilaration? The malevolent words of King Cooled nearly caused Goku to grind his back teeth to dust. How infuriating. The energy contained within this fiend is astonishing. I wonder if my 20-fold Kaioken can triumph over him. In terms of the concept of volume and area, although the two individuals seem to possess comparable strength, one can sense that their energy occupies 100 square meters, upper tier power. However, one is 100 square meters at a depth of 10 meters, while the other is at a depth of 100 meters. Naturally, the one at 100 meters depth would dominate the one at 10 meters. The larger the volume of water, the greater the concealed power. Unless there exists a disparity of dimensional proportions, one can intuitively discern the inability to overcome such an opponent, even without knowing the depths involved. For instance, if the adversary occupies 1,000 square meters or 10,000 square meters, while you only occupy 100 square meters, it is evident that they far surpass you, regardless of depth. This concept is drawn from the Cell saga of Dragon Ball Z, where during the battle between Super Saiyan Gohan and Cell, Piccolo remarked, the disparity in their latent power is staggering. I apologize, but I am rather capricious. Based on your earlier remarks, I no longer desire your company in our ranks. King Cooled proclaimed with arrogance, hands on his hips. Why on earth would I wish to join you? Goku retorted, launching into a flurry of Wolf Fong fist strikes with a swift kick. Pathetic. King Cooled scoffed, effortlessly dodging Goku's torrential barrage with ease before delivering a powerful upward knee strike. Too slow. With a gasp, Goku expelled a mouthful of bile, sent soaring into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, King Cooled appeared behind him like a specter. With both hands clasped together, he struck down forcefully upon Goku's back. Goku cried out in anguish, instantly losing his balance and crashing into the ground, engulfed by the collapsing debris. King Cooled huffed, returning to his original position. It seems that punch was your full strength. My expectations were too high. I had hoped for a more remarkable display. With a palm open, he directed a concentrated beam of intense purple light toward Goku, who lay buried beneath the rubble, oblivious to his fate. Farewell, Saiyan. So you're still alive. King Cooled sneered upon hearing a voice emerge from beneath the debris as he retracted the energy in his hands. Kamehameha, do not dawdle. Come forth and entertain me once more. Suddenly, The stones were propelled into the air by a surge of red energy emanating from below, and Goku's figure reappeared before King Cooled. Behold my 20-fold Kaioken. A colossal blue energy wave reflected the astonished expression of King Cooled. This power, he exclaimed, swiftly extending his hands to absorb the force. So heavy. To my astonishment, this Saiyan possesses such remarkable strength. However, with a hearty laugh, King Cooled hurled Goku's Kamehameha, unleashed at 20 times the Kaioken, into the cosmos as if tossing a delicate embroidered ball. In a fleeting moment, Goku seized the opportunity, darting forward. The Wolf-Fong fist descended upon King Cooled like a tempestuous storm, culminating in a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Gasping for breath, Goku felt as though he had been the one struck down, rather than the king. Upon introspection, he realized that the strain of the 20 times Kaioken was less burdensome than he had anticipated. This revelation filled him with joy. It seemed this state could be sustained longer than he had believed. Suddenly, the prostrate King Cooled erupted into a maniacal laugh. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his attire, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, he praised Goku, exclaiming, "Marvelous! You are truly remarkable, Saiyan. It has been ages since I have enjoyed such a delightful massage." Witnessing the exuberant King Cooled, Goku felt a chill run down his spine. How could it be? His 20 times Kaioken had inflicted no damage upon him. Chapter 37. The Pinnacle of Technique. Wolf-Fong Fist. Yamcha, unable to refuse Bulma's request, found himself alongside Naru and a few audacious Namekians near the island where Goku battled King Cooled. Despite Goku's immense power, their adversary was still superior. Clenching his fists tightly, Yamcha stared at the island in disbelief. No, if you concentrate, you can feel that the enemy harbors an even greater energy, indicating that his true strength far surpasses Goku's. The stakes of their battle were critical for the survival of Namek, and even the usually composed Naru felt a twinge of anxiety. The creature with horns on its head must be the demon spoken of by the Grand Elder. As for Goku, could he truly be the fabled golden-haired warrior? Naru held great respect for the Grand Elder, yet based on Goku's current energy, he saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Master K2, the enemy's battle power has surged to 60 million, exclaimed an operator with a donkey-s head, turning excitedly to the newly arrived K2. What is the fuss? A mere 60 million in battle power is but half of King Cooled's peak. K2 retorted coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the donkey-headed operator. In truth, he was quite astonished. He had not expected any beings, aside from the Frozen Demon Clan, to possess such formidable battle power. However, with King Cooled absent from the ship, he was the highest-ranking individual present, and thus had to maintain the stature and demeanor befitting his position. When in good spirits, King Cooled would occasionally slay a few of his own for amusement, a fate that befell this donkey-headed operator, who was a recent addition to their ranks. The sound echoed, drawing the attention of the new donkey-headed operator and the dog-headed figure to the colossal screen before them. This supersized computer possessed the capability of detection, its limits unknown. Even the peak combat power of the King of Kurds could not reach its extremes. At that moment, the King of Kurds' combat power had surged to an astonishing 80 million. Goku exclaimed, dismissing any further thoughts as he initiated an assault. In the state of 20 times the King's fist, every second was of the essence. Leaving no time to squander, with rapid movements that defied belief, Goku unleashed a flurry of attacks, his limbs moving as if viewed at 10 times the normal speed. Reminiscent of a martial arts film's intense duels, each strike produced a sonic boom. The resounding impacts echoed like earthquakes as Goku and his opponent collided with tremendous force, truly terrifying. Yamcha, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but feel a pang of pride. Forget the energy blade, the Kamehameha, and the spirit bomb. It's my Wolf-Fong fist that truly delivers, he declared, resolute. In the face of Goku's relentless onslaught, the King of Kurds remained unfazed, taunting, faster, stronger. Have you reached your limit, Saiyan? Goku realized the grim reality. Even at 20 times the King's fist, he could not unleash his full potential against this foe, underscoring the vast divide between them. Yet, despair did not engulf him. He still held a trump card, the spirit bomb, originally intended for Lin Bei. The disparity in their strengths had rendered that plan futile. Lord of the North Kai, can you hear me? Goku communicated with urgency. When I prepare the spirit bomb, instruct those Namekians to raise their hands. This adversary is far too powerful. Relying solely on the natural energies of Namek will not suffice to defeat him. The North Kai had been observing Goku's struggle and promptly responded, "Understood." However, the spirit bomb requires preparation time. Can you hold him off? I will do my utmost. Daring to lose focus while battling me? The voice of the king of Kurds suddenly rang out, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal fist struck Goku's face, sending him flying with a cry of anguish. In a swift motion, the king of Kurds followed Goku, seizing his ankle and pulling him close. With his knee raised and elbow poised, he struck Goku's back and abdomen with brutal force. Goku cried out in agony, blood spilling from his mouth and splattering onto the king's arm as he collapsed to the ground, the state of 20 times the king's fist dissipating. The king of Kurds licked the blood from his arm, reveling, "Ha! Delicious. Absolutely delectable. The aroma is utterly delightful." Glancing down at Goku on the ground, I noticed that the crimson aura surrounding him had vanished. Oh, it seems he has exhausted his strength. Having said that, I lifted Goku from the ground and carelessly tossed him aside, allowing him to gaze up at the sky in a reclined position. I am not a merciful individual. Naturally, I will not spare Goku. However, my objectives have been achieved, and aside from Frieza and Cooler, I never anticipated that someone could provide me with such a moment of relaxation. What the King of Cold intends to do now is obliterate planet Namek. Rather than extinguishing Goku's life, he prefers to witness those who cherish their planet and advocate for peace behold the destruction of a beautiful world. The mere thought of their expressions brings him immense delight. Are you attempting to flee? Goku, propping himself up with his knees, struggled to rise from the ground, raising his hands towards the heavens. I thought you could no longer stand. It appears you still possess some strength, remarked the King of Cold, before delivering a powerful kick that sent Goku crashing down once more. Strangely, Goku's hands remained raised. Is this the Saiyan way of signaling surrender? Unfortunately, even in surrender, I shall not spare you nor this planet. In the eyes of my Frost Demon clan, there exists only the choice of kill or be killed. At that moment, the King of Cold, as if sensing something, suddenly felt a presence above Goku's head. Just as he prepared to look up, two figures dashed in front of him, Yamcha and Nail. "You horned beast, today I shall demonstrate for you the authentic Wolf Fang fist," Yamcha declared, lowering his stance and bending his arms to assume a fighting position. "Horned beast? Is he referring to me? What is this Wolf Fang fist? Is this fellow also a Saiyan? And that green-skinned one, he seems somewhat familiar. Ah, he is a Namekian." The King of Cold dismissed the two without a second thought, standing still as he pondered. "Cough, cough. Quickly retreat. You are no match for him." Goku instantly comprehended their intentions, yet his compassionate nature refused to allow anyone to be sacrificed. Yamcha, with a cunning grin, swiftly altered his stance, placing his palms flat against his forehead. Behold, Solar Flare. Chapter 38. The Elder's Dream of the Golden-Haired Warrior. As soon as the words left his mouth, a dazzling light erupted from Yamcha's forehead. What? The King of Cold was startled by the sudden brightness and hurriedly shielded his eyes with his arm. Yamcha and Nail, having conferred on strategy after receiving a message from King Kai, had come specifically to assist Goku by buying him time. Once the brilliance faded, the two positioned themselves on either side of the King of Cold, diverting his attention. Yamcha, exhibiting no fear, began to make faces at the King of Cold. "Come on, hit me if you dare, you horned beast." Although Yamcha was indeed afraid, he could not show weakness with Bulma watching from behind. Nevertheless, even if Bulma were not present, he would still step forward, for his bond with Goku compelled him to do so. As long as this horned creature can be vanquished, even if it leads to his demise, the Dragon Balls can resurrect him. King Cold felt a deep sense of insult. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he waved his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Although Yamcha had undergone potential enhancement by the Grand Elder, the combat prowess of Earthlings is rather mediocre. Faced with King Cold, he resembled an infant confronting a modified Godzilla, a stark contrast akin to an ant against a divine dragon. The energy wave, with an overwhelming force, propelled Yamcha backward, crashing him violently against the rocky mountainside, whereupon he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. His survival from such a blow was not due to his own strength, but rather a quirk of King Cold's disposition. He reveled in witnessing the helpless, despairing, enraged, and regretful expressions of those who cherished their planet while it was being obliterated. This served as a seasoning for his existence, and periodically, he sought to annihilate a life-bearing planet. Originally, Planet Yardrat was his target, but now it had shifted to Namek. "Yamcha!" Bulma cried out urgently, racing forward on her flying nimbus. "Damn it!" The new Grand Elder, Fimu, lamented, having just been beside Bulma. following the King Kai's orders. He had expended his energy and was too drained to prevent Bulma's reckless act. He had not anticipated that this non-combatant woman could also fly. Are there no fearless companions left? King Cooled sneered, turning to face her. This is bad. Get down. Naru keenly sensed the impending danger and shouted at the speeding Bulma. Unfortunately, it was too late. As Bulma soared above, King Cooled's turn revealed the nascent spirit bomb in the air. What is that? When did that blue orb appear? I felt nothing. Following the trajectory of the orb, he spotted Goku, arms raised high. A Saiyan. So is you orchestrating this? King Cooled sensed a disadvantageous aura emanating from the blue sphere. It's exposed. I cannot wait any longer. It must be launched now. Goku thought to himself. Disappear, he commanded. Devil's Wave. King Cooled bellowed, spreading his palms wide as terrifying energy surged forth, unleashing his full might. Goku was taken aback by King Cooled's decisive action. The Devil's Wave obliterated the spirit bomb he had painstakingly gathered from Namek, leaving him no time to launch it. The force of the attack also swept Bulma away. But Naru intervened, just in time to save her. Suddenly, King Cooled erupted into a maniacal laughter, a stark departure from his usual demeanor, and strode directly towards Goku. What do you intend to do, Saiyan? I have made my decision. I shall not only eliminate you and obliterate Namek, but I will also ensure that your Saiyan race vanishes entirely from the cosmos. With that, he entwined his tail around Goku's neck, lifting him off the ground and locking eyes with him. Goku, upon hearing this, revealed a slight, playful smile and replied, Cough, there are hardly any Saiyans left. There's one named Lin Bei, who is our leader. Suddenly, King Kurd tightened his grip, causing Goku to gasp for breath. Lin Bei, is it? I shall remember that. After I kill you, he will be next. He licked his parched lips, gazing at Goku's weary visage with a hint of amusement. Since you have prepared a surprise for me, allow me to present you with a gift in return. Upon hearing this, an ominous feeling surged within Goku. King Kurd opened his palms outward, an inexplicable force drawing forth Yamcha and the panicked Bulma, who were temporarily immobilized. These two are your companions, I presume? King Kurd grasped their heads in his large hands, raising them parallel to Goku's face. Spare them, and I will offer my life in exchange. Goku, realizing the perilous intent, spoke frantically, yet he lacked the strength to break free from the constraining tail. King Kurd, grinning menacingly, declared, Choose one to live. I shall kill the other. What? Goku struggled to voice his dismay. His compassionate nature rendered him incapable of making such a choice, even if these were strangers to him. Just then, a spark of determination flickered in Yamcha's eyes. Goku, choose Bulma. Before Bulma could express her gratitude, she felt an overwhelming pressure encircle her head. Bang! Bang! Their heads shattered like watermelons, blood splattering onto Goku's face as the headless corpses crumpled to the ground. In the aftermath of death, the bodies twitched slightly, remnants of their nerves still active. I forgot to mention, my patience is rather thin. I shall breach our agreement in 3 seconds. At that moment, Goku's mind was flooded with memories of his first encounter with Bulma. Back then, he knew nothing of girls, yet it was she who had led him away from the Capsule Corp Mountain, eventually bringing him to Yamcha and the rest, shaping the journey that defined his existence. A powerful surge of emotion coursed through him, igniting an overwhelming rage that erupted from within. The shackles of rationality shattered in an instant, and a primal force emanated from his very blood, spreading throughout his being. His hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue. An indescribable wave of terrifying energy exploded from him, causing King Kurd's tail to loosen its grip and retreat. What is the cause of this inexplicable transformation? Are Saiyans a race endowed with the ability to metamorphose? At this moment, Goku cradles 2 headless corpses in his arms, tears streaming upwards as if defying gravity, while a golden radiance emanates from him, shining even brighter than the fading light of the setting sun. Indeed, a glimpse of the future that the Grand Elder beheld in his dreams has materialized. The golden-haired warrior. Nara gazes at Goku, his heart plummeting like a meteor into the ocean, stirring up tumultuous waves. Chapter 39, Goku's Power. Inside the spaceship, K2 observes the crowd below through the computer screen. Upon witnessing Goku's sudden transformation from black-haired to golden-haired, he adopts a thoughtful demeanor. After a moment, he points at the donkey-headed operator and coldly commands, Retrieve all data on the Saiyans. Yes, Lord K2. With heavy steps, Goku approaches Naru, presenting the lifeless forms of Yamcha and Bulma. Neither of them speaks, Their silent exchange conveys everything. Naru accepts the bodies, nods at Goku, and utters, "Do your best." Before soaring away, Goku retrieves a Senzu Bean from his tattered clothing. This bean was not acquired from the Cat Sage, but was gifted to him by Yajirobe before their departure to Namek. The Cat Sage had previously given Goku 3 Senzu Beans upon his return from training with King Kai, but there were actually 5 in total from that batch. Yajirobe had secretly taken 2, one for himself and the other intended for later. However, upon hearing of Goku and the others heading to Namek, he pondered and ultimately decided to give his only remaining bean to Goku. Using a Senzu Bean to secure victory in a one-on-one battle is, in Goku's eyes, a source of shame. Yet, given the extraordinary circumstances, Piccolo, Gohan, Kami, Shenron, Yamcha, and Bulma have all perished. The necessity to defeat King Cold is paramount to prevent the annihilation of Namek. If that were to happen, the Dragon Balls would cease to exist, and his fallen comrades would be lost forever. Under normal circumstances, Goku would prefer to fight to the death than consume it, but now, "Everyone wait for me." With a decisive crunch, he swallows the Senzu Bean, and his energy surges to its zenith. As he gazes at the radiant golden Saiyan before him, King Cold unexpectedly breaks into a smile. "Ha ha ha, I never anticipated that Saiyans possessed the ability to transform. Why did you not reveal this power sooner? A race capable of metamorphosis and enhanced strength is exceedingly rare in the universe." Yet King Cold, having traversed 4 galaxies, finds this remarkable but not entirely surprising. "Indeed, I was unaware of my ability to transform." The earlier battle between the two had already stirred up the once calm sea, sending waves crashing around them. Goku looks down at the splashes of seawater at his feet and sees his reflection, golden hair and eyebrows, green eyes. Gazing at his own visage, Goku feels an inexplicable sense of normalcy. "Is that so? What is your name, Saiyan? You should consider it an honor to be the first deceased I shall remember." In response to King Cold's remarks, Goku scoffed, "I am Sun Wukong. Moreover, it is you who shall meet your demise." At that moment, a sharp cry echoed through the sky. "This is bad." Lord King Cold, Doghead K2, clutching a tablet, hurriedly descended from above in a state of agitation. This Saiyan is no ordinary Saiyan. His form should be that of the ultimate warrior, a Super Saiyan, one that appears only once every millennium. K2, having reviewed the information about Saiyans on the computer, finally discovered a detail that corresponded with Goku's current state. Super Saiyan? Goku felt an inexplicable familiarity with the term, and soon recalled that after Vegeta and Lin Bei departed, Krillin had recounted events that transpired before his arrival, specifically mentioning the Super Saiyan. This indicated that Lin Bei had already attained the Super Saiyan transformation at that time. No wonder he regarded us with such disdain. Reflecting on his former self, it seemed absurd to have ever dared challenge him. In his current state, Goku's energy was beyond what he could believe, and he understood that King Cold had yet to reveal his true strength. However, regardless of how much power his opponent still concealed, he could not possibly rival Goku in his Super Saiyan form. Super Saiyan? King Cold silently repeated the phrase, a smirk curling upon his lips. How intriguing, truly fascinating. I never anticipated you would continue to bring me such delight. He then directed his palm towards K2, a purple energy sphere coalescing within his grasp. Lord King Cold, the enemy is over there. K2 took a step back, a mix of confusion and fear in his heart, pointing at Goku. Did I not instruct all of you to remain aboard the ship? You dare disregard my orders. You come here to inform me of the Super Saiyan out of concern that I might lose to him? Faced with King Cold's furious interrogation, K2 hastily shook his head in denial. No, it is not like that, Lord King Cold. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a beam of purple light engulfed him, and he vanished without a trace. Damnable creature, how dare you defy my commands? King Cold remarked, addressing the air where K2 had been, before turning his gaze back to Goku. Now then, Sun Wukong, let us begin. The one who shall be damned is you. Goku roared, transforming into a streak of golden light as he lunged forward, his furious fist plunging deep into King Cold's abdomen, forcing forth a mixture of purple bile. Oh! King Cold clutched his belly, staggering back several steps, and after taking a deep breath to regain his composure, wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Observing the bloodstains, he exclaimed in astonishment. A single punch caused me to spit blood. Where does he derive such immense strength? Compared to before, he is utterly transformed. Whoosh! Taking advantage of his opponent's astonishment, Goku swiftly appeared before him, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck the chin, granting the adversary a taste of being launched into the air. Zoom! Goku ascended simultaneously, his form becoming a shooting star, leaving behind a shimmering trail of golden light. With a resounding crack, he firmly grasped King Kurd's tail with one hand, exerting tremendous force to pull him forward, and then unleashed a fierce barrage of punches with both fists. King Kurd let out a cry as he plummeted rapidly, but Goku's assault was far from over. He accelerated in pursuit, his legs together like a sharp blade. At the very moment King Kurd touched the ground, Goku delivered a crushing stomp. Aya, the terrifying force, accompanied by King Kurd's agonizing screams, caused the island below to disintegrate in an instant. After executing this relentless combination without any explanation, Goku hovered in the air, coldly gazing at King Kurd, who was sinking into the water. Unleash your true power. I know you have not yet exerted your full strength. Moments latte. The surface of the water erupted as if dozens of tons of explosives had been suddenly detonated, creating a colossal wave. With a swift motion, King Kurd soared before Goku, their gazes locking as he grinned wickedly. You have inflicted great pain. I never anticipated that you possess power comparable to my son. Gula? Gula? Upon hearing this name, Goku expressed a moment of doubt. Was not his son named Frieza? He swiftly shifted his focus. You wish to witness my true strength? Then I shall oblige. Just as King Kurd finished speaking, his energy surged dramatically. Chapter 40. I am Dandy, a regenerative Namekian. Aya, a terrifying gale, reminiscent of a reaper's scythe, emanated from King Kurd. The surrounding islands trembled as if experiencing a cataclysmic earthquake. Aya, King Kurd's muscles swelled as if inflated, transforming him into a grotesquely muscular figure. 100 million, 170 million. The operator aboard the ship marveled at King Kurd's battle power, unable to contain his astonishment. He felt no sorrow over K2's demise. Rather, he felt a tinge of relief, as it left the position of ship steward vacant. Upon returning to elder fame with the bodies in his arms, Nyla's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? This demon possesses such tremendous power within. His energy exceeds that of Goku in this state. We must retreat immediately. Children, do not linger. Hurry away. Elder Fame shouted, pointing towards a nearby Namekian child. Yet, whether from fear or some other reason, the child remained motionless, gasping for breath. King Kurd took a deep inhalation. The wait is over. The present me is a stark contrast to the one from merely moments ago. Truly monstrous. Within his heart, Wukong assessed the formidable power of King Kurd. Do not perish so carelessly, son Wukong. King Kurd bellowed, charging forth. In a flash, he appeared before Wukong, his gaze icy and piercing, revealing a glimmer of white teeth, followed by a knee thrust aimed directly at Wukong's chest. Although taken aback by the king's strength, Wukong felt it was not insurmountable. He swiftly stacked his palms together to block the blow. Impressive. You managed to withstand my attack head-on, King Kurd remarked with admiration. Wukong, having absorbed the impact, felt his hands tingle from the force. You're not too shabby yourself. They exchanged knowing smiles and vanished simultaneously, executing high-speed maneuvers in the air. Bang, 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 bang. The two only appeared before the onlookers in fleeting moments, with the rest of the time filled with the resounding clash of titanic forces. Whoosh, 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 bang, 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 bang. With a crack, they re-emerged in the spectator's view, their four hands locked in a struggle for dominance. King Kurd's forehead bulged with veins, revealing his superior strength, yet he could not completely overpower Wukong. Wukong let out a strained cry as his fingers began to bend under the pressure of the king's grip. Sensing the dire situation, he swiftly head-butted King Kurd, creating space between them once more. Feeling the warmth of blood trickling from his nose, King Kurd remarked approvingly, a wise choice. Otherwise, your hand would have been crushed. Wukong gasped for breath. From their recent clash, he discerned that King Kurd lacked experience in combat against others and was oblivious to the presence of Ki. It was likely due to his overwhelming strength, as he had never encountered a rival worthy of the name, resulting in a dearth of real battle experience. Their previous exchange had been evenly matched, but if the fight continued, should the king discover the essence of combat, Wukong would find himself increasingly disadvantaged. Though his ki may surpass mine, I am not without my chances. With this thought, Wukong charged once more. Adada-dadada. He unleashed a technique that would bring tears even to those in the depths of the underworld, as witnessed by Yamcha. Wolfang Fist. The two were instantly entangled in a fierce struggle, the residual force of their battle radiating like ripples, shattering island after island. They exchanged blows, inflicting damage upon one another. Yet King Kurd's strength and defense were superior, making Wukong's strategy of trading injuries heavily unfavorable. However, he had no choice, fortunately. Transforming into a Super Saiyan dulled some of his pain receptors. Zoo, zoo, zoo. 3 purple energy spheres flew downward. Wukong, glancing at the Namekians in the village below, chose not to evade. With a resounding clap, he swatted the 3 energy spheres away. Whoosh! With a sudden movement, the Kurdish king appeared behind Wukong. Indeed, mercy is your weakness, he exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick that sent Wukong flying, swiftly pursuing him to grasp his ankle tightly. He roared, lifting Wukong's body high like a torch and soaring to the summit of a great mountain. With a vigorous swing of his arm, he hurled Wukong down from the peak to the valley below, causing the ground to cave in under the impact. Wukong cried out in pain. The Kurdish king, witnessing this, wore a satisfied expression. Just as he intended to release his grip, he realized that Wukong had entwined his legs around him, securing him firmly. Wukong chuckled. You are correct. Mercy is indeed my weakness. But arrogance and pride are your vulnerabilities. You have been careless, exposing yourself to countless flaws. With that, he concentrated his energy, invoking the Kamehameha wave. The Kurdish king gasped in alarm. Are you out of your mind? Attacking me from this distance will result in your own demise. Yet Wukong showed no signs of hesitation. His intention was to deliver a reciprocal blow. Having already faced death once, he could not afford to be resurrected by the Dragon Balls again, but Gohan and the others still had hope. Let us descend to hell together, he declared, unleashing the wave. A torrent of blue energy surged between them, culminating in a tremendous explosion that shook the very foundations of Namek. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, surpassing even the clouds above. Suddenly, the Kurdish king erupted from the smoke, violently coughing up blood, his face reflecting a mix of fear and disbelief. Gazing downward, he saw that Wukong had reverted from his Super Saiyan state, his legs shattered by the force of the Kamehameha. The Kurdish king had managed to escape the full brunt of the explosion due to his formidable strength, creating distance after breaking free from Wukong's hold, which was why he survived. However, he too bore the brunt of the Kamehameha's destructive power and would require healing upon his return. At this moment, Wukong remained conscious, but the immense damage he sustained rendered him unable to move even a finger as he gazed up at the Kurdish king with a hint of despair. Yes, that is the expression, the exquisite beauty of utter despair after expending all one's strength. No matter how many times I witness it, it remains breathtaking. Then, with a few grunts, the Kurdish king flew above Wukong, raising his hand high above his head and forcefully pulling them apart. Instantly, a black sphere with a diameter of 100 meters materialized above him. You have done well, son Goku. The pleasure you have provided me exceeds my expectations. For a fleeting moment, I truly believed you might defeat me. This planet destruction ball shall serve as my reward to you. With that, he forcefully swung his arm downward, launching the sphere infused with his remaining power towards Namek. Let it be destroyed along with Namek, Super Saiyan. The black sphere loomed before Goku's eyes, reminiscent of a deadly marble, swelling rapidly in his gaze. At this moment, he yearned for a single Senzu Bean. The wrath of King Cold had diminished significantly after enduring his Kamehameha, and if only he could possess a Senzu Bean now, he could surely protect Namek. Yet, this was merely a figment of his imagination. He had just consumed the last bean moments ago, and to his dismay, even transforming into the legendary warrior had proven insufficient to vanquish this malevolent foe. He pondered if Lin Bei would emerge victorious. Suddenly, a young Namekian child appeared beside Goku. Gazing at the terror etched upon the child's face, Goku inquired, "Who are you?" The child swallowed hard, trembling as he replied, "My name is Dandi, a healing Namekian. The elder spoke to me before his passing, instructing me to assist you." Chapter 41, The End and the Beginning. The Elder. Goku immediately envisioned the massive and benevolent Namekian. Had he foreseen this predicament all along? There was no time for further contemplation, as Dandi extended his hands, releasing waves of golden energy that enveloped his form. In mere moments, Goku's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed his body. All his depleted stamina and injuries had been restored. Even his shattered legs had regenerated. Astonishingly, this young Namekian possessed powers akin to that of the Senzu Beans. Did the elders say anything else? Goku, now fully revitalized, stood tall, adjusting the blue silk sash around his waist with newfound confidence. Observing Goku's assured demeanor, Dondi seemed to shed some of his fear and earnestly replied. The elder only spoke one sentence. Protect Namek. Yash! Goku exclaimed, as if rallying himself. A brilliant golden light erupted from his being, reverting him to his Super Saiyan form. Above them, King Cold had already turned to flee. He had first battled Goku at 20 times the gravity of the Kaioken, then faced him again in his Super Saiyan state. Just moments ago, he had been struck by the Kamehameha, and now he was conjuring a planet-destroying ball of energy capable of obliterating any celestial body. His energy was nearly spent, his body marred with wounds. Were he to linger above, he might be swept away by the impending explosion. Not that he would perish, but he wished to avoid such agony. He resolved to return to his ship, to witness the spectacular explosion from a safe distance before retreating to the medical bay to recuperate. Kamehameha. The instant King Cold heard those words, his body froze in place, and he shook his head. It seems my injuries are more severe than I imagined. I must be hallucinating. Kamehameha? What? Startled, he hurriedly sought the source of the voice, only to discover it was emanating from Goku's previous position. Impossible. He can't possibly maintain that state. His legs are broken. Where could he draw such strength? Yes, it must merely be an empty display, a final bluff. In the heart of the King of Kurds, a sense of solace emerged. Suddenly, as his words resonated, the planet-destroying missile trembled as if it had collided with something, abruptly halting its descent, only to reverse course and head back toward the King of Kurds. How is this possible, given his current state? He should not have the strength to deflect my planet-destroying missile. The King of Kurds was utterly astonished, his previous arrogance dissipating, leaving only panic and dread. Had he been at full strength, he would have remained unperturbed. However, after a series of battles, his energy was nearly depleted. How could this happen? Below the missile, a blue energy wave connected to the Kamehameha technique resembled a slender tail. Disappear, Vegeta bellowed, and the elongated tail of the Kamehameha instantly thickened. The planet-destroying missile grew larger in the King of Kurds' eyes, and in an instant, an endless surge of black energy engulfed him and the ship behind him, reducing them to dust in the skies above Namek. After taking a deep breath, Vegeta revealed an unmistakable smile, a reflection of triumph. The strength of the King of Kurds surpassed his own. Without the aid of the Senzu Beans and dense power, he would have been no match alone. Though Bulma and Yamcha had perished, the survival of Namek meant that they could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. A spherical spaceship sped through the cosmos, carrying Lin Bei and his companions, who had departed from Namek over a month prior. Under Lin Bei's patient guidance, Frieza's rapport with Vegeta had significantly improved. Lin Bei also shared his intentions with them. In the not-so-distant future, an increasing number of Demon Realm warriors would invade this world, and Lin Bei's goal was to cultivate potential fighters across the universe to collectively resist the onslaught. This, of course, was merely a fabrication. He was focused solely on completing his mission. Nevertheless, Frieza and the others believed most of it, as it was the only explanation for Lin Bei's assistance. Without him, Frieza and Vegeta believed it impossible to persuade the Namekians to grant their wishes voluntarily. However, this did not diminish their desire to eliminate Lin Bei. Everything they were doing was merely a wait for an opportunity, as they did not believe Lin Bei would remain infallible forever. During this time, Lin Bei also informed Vegeta and Frieza about their upcoming tasks. Vegeta felt a surge of joy upon hearing that there was a chance for him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Eternal life has been granted to you. Would I deceive you regarding the matter of becoming a Super Saiyan? Although his expression revealed nothing, Lin Bei knew he had garnered nearly complete trust. Surprisingly, Frieza's reaction was unexpected. He showed no response to the task of eliminating his brother, Cooler, as if it were akin to slaughtering a mere chicken. He even proactively provided information about Cooler, a power level of 150 million and the sole member among the 3 frost demons capable of transformation. Frieza does not undergo transformations. Rather, he employs a technique to suppress his power. Although the King of the Cold possesses the highest combat prowess, he too refrains from transforming. It becomes evident that Frieza acquired eternal life with the singular aim of one day vanquishing Gula or outlasting him. Both seek to conquer the 4 galaxies, with Gula commencing from the southern galaxy and Frieza from the northern galaxy. The King of the Cold offers no assistance to either side, showing no concern for the demise of either party, a sentiment reflected in the original text following Frieza's significant defeat, where his demeanor reveals his indifference. The emotional fabric of this clan appears to be one of aiding one another only when no conflicts of interest arise. Bang, bang, bang. The gravity chamber is divided into several sections, some training in solitude, while others engage in fierce brawls. At that moment, Frieza is suddenly struck by an inexplicable sensation that flashes through his mind, a feeling he has never encountered since his inception, leaving him bewildered as to its meaning. Stay focused, Frieza, Vegeta shouts, halting his own attacks. Frieza blinks, choosing not to dwell on it, and the two resume their fierce combat. Time flows like a fleeting shadow, and soon a year has passed. Lin Bei calculates the time, deeming it nearly sufficient. He employs instant transmission to bring Vegeta to Earth, presenting him with a Senzu Bean and instructing him to meditate in a desolate area while awaiting an opponent. He informs Vegeta that engaging in battle with this individual will significantly increase his chances of transforming into a Super Saiyan, but it is imperative to defeat the opponent. Otherwise, his Super Saiyan lineage may vanish. Of course, the latter statement is a deception aimed at enhancing the likelihood of task completion. 9 days later, a blue-haired youth suddenly arrives at this location. He stores the time machine within a multi-functional capsule, but scarcely has he taken 2 steps when a voice interrupts him. Trunks. This voice, unfamiliar yet oddly reminiscent, compels him to turn around, confronting a figure both strange and familiar, leaving him engulfed in confusion. Father. Chapter 42. Vegeta versus Trunks. Trunks has only heard his father's voice during his innocent childhood and has gazed upon his portrait, leaving a profound impression. What is happening? Why is father here waiting for me? I followed Mother S instructions to thwart Frieza's invasion of Earth and to deliver the heart medication to Mr. Goku. My arrival should have been unknown to everyone. Why is father waiting for me here? It's as if he anticipated my arrival and accurately called my name. Could it be that Trunks immediately considers a possibility? Is it possible that a future version of myself has also traveled back in time using the time machine? This seems to be the only explanation, for his time machine has only just been constructed, and there should be no one arriving from an earlier time. It can only be a future self. Yet, if that is the case, why does father regard me with such hostility? It appears that I am indeed correct. Vegeta refrained from launching a surprise attack as he sought confirmation of whether this individual was indeed Trunks, as mentioned by Lin Bei. This determination was crucial for his aspiration to transform into a Super Saiyan, a matter of utmost importance. As for his motivations for wanting to eliminate Trunks, or even the identity of Trunks himself, he held no curiosity. The prospect of becoming a Super Saiyan outweighed the lives of the entire universe in his eyes. Each time he observed Frieza and Lin Bei training together, an inexplicable ire surged within him. His combat power had reached an impressive 3,200,000, augmented by the 20-fold increase of the Kaioken technique, resulting in a staggering 64 million in battle strength. Regrettably, this power paled in comparison to Frieza and Lin Bei. How could he, the proud prince of the Saiyans, submit to a mere low-class warrior? Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Trunks would still be perceived as a low-class warrior in Vegeta's eyes, and he would still have to address him as Lord Lin Bei. This humiliation haunted him every second. Vegeta declared, immediately executing the timeless classic technique of the royal lineage. With a swift motion of his palm, he unleashed dozens of yellow energy spheres, swiftly encircling Trunks. Then, with a resounding ha, he clasped his hands into a fist, and the yellow orbs, akin to a constellation, surged towards Trunks as if pulled by an unseen force. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, scattering debris and billowing clouds of dust. Suddenly, from within the dust, a powerful wind emerged as Trunks, wielding a long sword, appeared before Vegeta, loudly questioning his intentions. What are you doing? Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest, unfazed by Trunks' rapid draw and the subsequent flurry of 81 precise strikes that severed the energy spheres enclosing him. It was evident that Vegeta's technique had inflicted no harm on Trunks. Vegeta scoffed, indifferent to the outcome. If Trunks could not withstand such a probing attack, then he was unworthy of the title of Super Saiyan. From the earlier display, it was clear that Trunks was a skilled swordsman, not merely wielding his weapon as a decorative piece. Although Trunks held a formidable weapon, Vegeta remained unperturbed, as long as he enveloped himself in energy. Even a blade could merely produce sparks upon contact. What do you want? Vegeta's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This youth named Trunks possessed considerable strength, and he could not afford to be careless. With a swift motion, Vegeta appeared directly in front of Trunks. Adada, he unleashed a series of relentless strikes, targeting vital points, nostrils, throat, mouth, and ears spare no area. The metallic clangs echoed as Vegeta's fierce onslaught was entirely repelled by the back of Trunks' sword. The sword's back? How dare you look down upon me? In an instant, the veins on my forehead throbbed violently, and the blue aura around me surged like liquid, enveloping Vegeta. Unleashing my full power at a staggering battle strength of 3,200,000, my overwhelming presence shattered countless nearby rocks. Vegeta? Goku, who was tending to the fields, suddenly exclaimed. As the one responsible for Gohan's demise, Goku could never forget his energy. Gohan seemed to sense this immense power as well. Flying out of the house and landing with a thud beside Goku. Dad! Noticing Gohan's trepidation, Goku affectionately ruffled his hair, reassuring him, "It's all right, Gohan. Right now, I'm stronger than anyone." Having successfully utilized the dragon of Namek to resurrect the Earth's dragon and all fallen comrades. At that moment, everyone simultaneously sensed the colossal energy. What is happening? Why has Vegeta's power escalated to such an extent? Is he intent on destroying the Earth? Damn it! I must see for myself. With a powerful leap, Vegeta shot forward, pinning Trunks in a position that limited his movements, unleashing a flurry of brutal Wolf Fang fist strikes. Trunks clenched his teeth, bewildered by his father's inexplicable aggression. Had someone altered the course of history? His mother often said that his father was a man who kept his love locked within, typically taciturn and unexpressive. Yet, how could a man who harbors love possess such malevolence? Empty, 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 empty. Empty. Trunks remained on the defensive, astonished by Vegeta's prowess. He had barely been born when Vegeta perished, and all he knew of his father's exploits came from Bulma's recounting. Although his father was formidable at this point in time, he should not have reached Super Saiyan status, so how could he wield such strength? Just as Trunks became distracted, Vegeta seized the opportunity, landing a powerful blow to his face. Trunks was sent flying, skidding across the ground for several meters, his sword slipping from his grasp. "You insolent brat. Letting you underestimate me." Vegeta's sinister grin only deepened Trunks' unease, who had disrupted the timeline to create such a deviation. Despite not understanding why someone would wish to harm him, Trunks realized he had no choice but to defeat this foe. "Defeat me? You think you can do that, you wet behind the ears brat?" Vegeta bellowed in response. Without further ado, Trunks gathered his energy with a mighty shout, surrounding himself with a blue aura, akin to Vegeta's. Saiyan energy? Upon hearing Vegeta's puzzled remark, Trunks felt a wave of confusion. How did his father know his name, but not recognize him as a Saiyan? What on earth had transpired to cause such a significant alteration in history? How could the opponent's energy resonate with that of Saiyan? The sole exception among the Saiyans is Lin Bei. How could there possibly be another? It is clear now, the color of his hair. Vegeta seems to have come to a realization, smirking with disdain. So, he is a hybrid Saiyan. I wonder which tasteless Saiyan mingled with an alien to produce such an abomination. Chapter 43. Your aura as a Super Saiyan appears rather feeble. You bastard. Trunks roared in fury upon hearing this. In an instant, he soared to Vegeta's side, unleashing a fierce assault with the Wolf Fang fist. Bang, 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 bang. Trunks' speed and strength surpassed Vegeta's. After a brief exchange of blows, Vegeta found himself on the defensive, caught off guard and struck multiple times. Damn it. Isn't this brat supposed to wield a sword? How is his hand-to-hand combat so proficient? His execution of the Wolf Fang fist is even more adept than mine. With a swift kick, Vegeta was sent flying, his body skimming the ground like a stone skipping across water, bouncing over a dozen times before finally coming to a halt. Krillin and the others did not rush directly to the scene. Instead, they first regrouped with Goku before proceeding, for they were all individuals who had faced death once and preferred to exercise caution. At this moment, gathered together, they hurried towards Vegeta, and due to their varying levels of strength, the more powerful among them deliberately slowed their pace to allow the others to keep up. What is happening? Who is battling with Vegeta? His energy seems even greater. Goku exclaimed, astonished. If he isn't transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura is inferior to that of this stranger. Not only that, Goku, have you noticed that his energy resembles that of you Saiyans? Could he be another Saiyan from another planet? Krillin remarked gravely. This energy is far more righteous than that of Lin Bei, Raditz, or Nappa. It cannot possibly belong to any of them. Goku shook his head. I do not know. Though he is indeed a Saiyan, I lost my memories of them shortly after arriving on Earth due to a head injury. However, according to Raditz's description, aside from Lin Bei, there should be no other Saiyans left. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect is that Goku senses a power within the stranger's aura strikingly similar to his own. Indeed, you're not my adversary. However, I shall not take your life. Let us converse. There must be some misunderstanding. After sending Vegeta flying with a kick, Trunks spoke calmly, devoid of pride or arrogance. Yet his expression bore a hint of gravity. You are not my adversary? You will not kill me? You little brat. Vegeta rose, wiping the crimson from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, his face contorted in anger. With those two statements alone, there is no misunderstanding between us. With a huff, a surge of crimson energy erupted from within him, replacing the blue flames. Oomph. Though I despise Lin Bei, I must admit this technique is indeed impressive. I recall that the Earth's Kakarot seems to possess this technique as well. However, shaking my head, I realize that such triviality has long been surpassed by me. There is no need to waste mental capacity on it. Alas, I have forgotten what Mother once said. That father is a man of immense pride, and my words have surely wounded him. That damned fellow, does he truly disregard me, the mighty Vegeta? How could I lose focus at such a critical moment? Behold my King Kai fist. Vegeta, now moving at several times his previous speed, appeared before Trunks in the blink of an eye. A powerful strike landed squarely on Trunks' face, shattering his balance, and a swift kick sent him soaring into the sky. With a whoosh, Vegeta followed suit, executing the Wolf Fang fist in midair, delivering a comprehensive 299-course massage to Trunks' body. Subsequently, he deftly maneuvered behind Trunks and delivered a stunning backflip kick that sent him plummeting downward. As Trunks neared the ground, Vegeta waved his arms in a blur, so rapidly that afterimages appeared. Swish, 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 swish. Countless yellow energy spheres accurately struck their target. Following this relentless barrage, Vegeta gracefully descended onto a rocky outcrop, arms crossed over his chest, wearing a smug expression as he gazed at Trunks amidst the swirling dust. If you wish to avoid being vanquished by me, hasten to reveal the method to transform into a Super Saiyan. Within the spacecraft, Lin Bei had informed him that anger was essential for this transformation. Yet, regardless of how furious Vegeta became, he remained unable to achieve it. At this moment, Lin Bei discerned a subtle detail. Although Vegeta and Frieza's loyalty was at zero, they were genuinely intent on eliminating him. However, their fear was palpable, rendering Vegeta's anger insufficiently profound. According to Lin Bei's understanding of the narrative, Vegeta's transformation required a substantial provocation to his pride. He himself was not an ideal catalyst, but Trunks was an impeccable choice. He could never bring himself to kill Vegeta. By merely casting Vegeta towards Trunks and continually provoking him, it would not be long before Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and accomplished his mission of defeating Trunks. The method to become a Super Saiyan? Indeed, during this time frame, his father was exceedingly obsessed with defeating Mr. Son Goku, a fixation that overshadowed all else. Nevertheless, Trunks shook his head. I do not know. Moreover, it would be better not to possess such a thing. Trunks was not lying. He only remembered witnessing Gohan's lifeless body slain by the androids, after which he fainted from grief. Upon awakening, he found his mother asleep by his side, and then he was able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Confronted with Trunks' sudden, gritted teeth, Vegeta furrowed his brow. Are you implying that you have already attained the ability to become a Super Saiyan? Indeed, Trunks did not deny it. The history of this timeline had exceeded his expectations to a great degree. Ha ha, what an ignorant little brat. A Super Saiyan is an ultimate warrior who appears only once every 1,000 years. How could a mongrel like you before Vegeta could finish a sentence? He felt a surge through the air. Before him, Trunks suddenly began to radiate an intense energy, as if he were a gravitational force, drawing in all the surrounding debris. With a powerful exhale, a wave of golden energy surged forth, reminiscent of a divine onslaught. Vegeta instinctively raised his hand in defense, and then, in disbelief, gazed at Trunks before him. Golden hair. Could it be true that you have transformed into a Super Saiyan? In response to Vegeta's astonishment, Trunks maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he were merely sipping a cup of water, exuding an unshakable calm. Indeed, this was the case. The power multiplier of a Super Saiyan 1 is a maximum of 50 times, yet he had chosen to restrain his increase to tenfold, resulting in an effortless display of strength. It was akin to activating a tenfold Kaioken with minimal strain on his body, a cautious measure to prevent accidentally harming Vegeta. After all, a tenfold increase was more than sufficient. However, That Super Saiyan energy of yours seems somewhat lacking. After a brief moment of shock, Vegeta suddenly sneered. What? Trunks gasped internally, for he was indeed 10 times stronger than before. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a crimson figure streaked toward him at tremendous speed, delivering a powerful elbow strike directly to his face. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying. Chapter 44, Calling Daddy Won't Help. Trunks propelled backward, executed a cat-like backflip midair, rotating 2.5 times before landing firmly on the ground. Spitting out blood, he muttered, "How is this possible? I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although I haven't maximized my energy, there is no way my father can contend with me now." Yet, Vegeta offered him no respite for contemplation, charging at him once more. "You claim you do not know how to transform into a Super Saiyan? If you do not reveal it today, I shall kill you." Under the enhancement of the 15-fold Kaioken, his Wolfang fist was now 15 times swifter, far beyond what it had been at the outset. After a brief misstep, Trunks quickly gathered his energy, and the tide of battle shifted. Vegeta, who had initially attacked with fervor, was now forced into a defensive stance. "Cease this at once. I can sense the strain this move places on your body." "I mean you no harm," Trunks said, controlling his energy to a level that would not injure Vegeta, his expression filled with concern. "You underestimate me. How dare you belittle me, a royal Saiyan?" Rage surged within Vegeta, veins bulging upon his forehead, as his crimson aura erupted with a deafening roar, his energy intensifying. 20-fold Kaioken. Vegeta unleashed his full power, now boasting a fighting strength of 64 million. This was more than 500 times stronger than the previously acclaimed second strongest. "Captain Ginyu, what immense power! Father is undeniably not a Super Saiyan, yet he manages to elevate his energy to such an astonishing level. It is truly remarkable." However, even such an impressive father, despite eventually transforming into a Super Saiyan, still fell to the hands of the androids. Vegeta swiftly appeared directly in front of Trunks, delivering a powerful punch, only to have it caught effortlessly with one hand by his opponent. Trunks once more amplified his energy, although Vegeta's strength exceeded his expectations. He still found himself outmatched. "Enough of this, Mr. Vegeta. Frieza and his father are on their way to Earth. After I eliminate them, we can sit down and have a proper discussion," Trunks stated with a serious demeanor, expecting that his words would prompt Vegeta to relent. To his surprise, Vegeta responded with fury. "What nonsense are you spouting? Frieza and Lin Bei are heading towards the South Galaxy. How could they possibly come to Earth? We shall continue." He charged forward once more. Trunks was utterly astonished. He had meticulously confirmed the timeline before exiting the time machine. There was no way he could have miscalculated. How could this be? Frieza had not invaded Earth. And who was Lin Bei? His mother had never mentioned anyone by that name. He then pushed Vegeta back with 2 strikes and demanded loudly, "Wasn't Frieza defeated by Mr. Goku, who transformed into a Super Saiyan on Namek? He has now been transformed into Metal Frieza, and today he comes to Earth for vengeance alongside his father, King Cold. And who is Lin Bei?" Vegeta's expression darkened. "Wasn't Goku merely that lowly warrior Kakarot? You seem quite adept at provoking my ire. That Kakarot fellow was already defeated by me while on Earth. There must be limits to your fabrications. How could such a being possibly become a Super Saiyan?" Trunks paused, realizing that Kakarot must indeed be Goku's Saiyan name. Could it be that in this timeline, Mr. Goku had failed to vanquish the invading father? Yet, his mother had distinctly told him that the branching point in time revolved around the androids. Everything prior had been the same. His mother, the most brilliant scientist in the world, had never been wrong. Before he could contemplate further, a terrifying gust from Vegeta's Wolfang fist surged toward him. Facing Vegeta's onslaught, Trunks maintained his composure while reflecting on this temporal journey. After a brief consideration, Trunks concluded that the device had functioned correctly. He had indeed arrived at the time his mother had predicted. Yet, there was an additional individual present, Lin Bei. He had never heard of this person, but based on his father's earlier remarks, it seemed he was affiliated with Frieza's faction. Could it be that this Lin Bei hailed from an even more advanced future than his own world? His emergence had disrupted the entire timeline, if this were the case. His arrival must have occurred well before his father's invasion of Earth. This is how I shall meet my father's expectations of defeating Mr. Sun Wukong. "Hey, you little brat. You've been slacking off since earlier, even half-heartedly engaging me in battle. Do you think I am merely Vegeta?" Crack. A fissure suddenly appeared beneath Vegeta's feet. Despite being so young, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet wore an expression of indifference. Crack. Crack. The sight of you, you wretched Saiyan, only infuriates me further. Crack. 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 Ah. Boom. accompanied by an explosive roar from Vegeta. His aura shifted from red to gold. His hair, now golden like Trunks, unmistakably signified his transformation into a Super Saiyan. During their flight, Goku and the others felt an overwhelming surge of energy. In that instant, Goku confirmed his suspicions. That unfamiliar Saiyan, like himself, was also a Super Saiyan. Yet before long, Vegeta's energy, too, transformed into that of a Super Saiyan. Damn it, what is happening? Goku muttered through clenched teeth, then called out loudly. It's too dangerous over there. You all stay back. With that, he soared towards Vegeta, while Piccolo and Gohan exchanged glances and followed suit. Krillin and the others looked at one another and made the same choice. How could this be? I've altered history. My father has transformed into a Super Saiyan ahead of time. Because of me, I wonder if this is for better or worse. Vegeta, experiencing his first transformation into a Super Saiyan, entered a state of mild exhilaration, and after being relentlessly pressured by Trunks, he felt an urgent need to unleash his power. Without a second thought, he charged forward. Faced with the Super Saiyan Vegeta, Trunks dared not hold back. He intended to knock Vegeta unconscious and then explore this world. Little did he know that Vegeta's extensive battle experience and lethal techniques posed a significant challenge for Trunks. After 2.5 minutes of fierce combat, Trunks succeeded in severely injuring Vegeta, yet he himself was left utterly exhausted. You stay here for a moment, Mr. Vegeta. After speaking, Trunks turned and reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Huh, was my sword over there? Suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his chest, he looked down. A long sword had pierced through his torso. It was indeed the very sword he always carried. Turning to see the wielder, he was confronted by none other than Vegeta, who had just moments ago been incapacitated. Father, Trunks instinctively whispered. Interesting. Are you about to beg for mercy? But calling you father won't help. The humiliation you have brought upon me, I shall repay 100-fold. Chapter 45. Journey to 20 years later with Vegeta. Why is it that father, who was undeniably gravely injured moments ago, unable to sustain even the Super Saiyan form, could seemingly recover so swiftly? Even if his acting were impeccable, the aura emanating from him would betray the truth. In such a state, even a Super Saiyan's physical prowess would necessitate a minimum of 2 months of recuperation. How could he possibly bounce back so instantaneously? With a swift motion, Vegeta withdrew the long sword embedded in Trunks' chest. The blade pulling free like a dam, fracturing under pressure, blood oozing forth and trickling on the ground, causing Trunks' vision to waver from the impact. Casting the sword aside, Vegeta sneered. Did you truly not anticipate the existence of a miraculous substance known as the Senzu Bean, capable of restoring one's condition in an instant? So that is the case, Trunks mused inwardly. He had heard his mother speak of Senzu Beans, yet had never laid eyes upon one, which led him to overlook this crucial detail. Although Trunks possessed significantly greater strength than Vegeta, the battle had drained much of his energy, rendering his reactions sluggish. Most critically, he had completely failed to foresee Vegeta's treacherous ambush. Believing the confrontation to be concluded, he had dismissed the Super Saiyan form, only to be blindsided by Vegeta's possession of such a restorative marvel. The sudden replenishment of Vegeta's strength and his ruthless assault caught Trunks utterly off guard. Gasping, Trunks could not suppress a spurt of blood, his complexion paling considerably, his form swaying like a willow in the wind as he staggered back a few steps. His gaze clouded with confusion. Before him, Vegeta appeared to split into 2 figures, both grinning malevolently as they advanced. What has become of your bravado? Weren't you so eager to defeat me? Vegeta taunted with a sinister smile. I am Trunks, he managed to say, pressing his hand against his wound, gritting his teeth as he prepared to reveal his true identity. However, Vegeta, a man accustomed to violence, had endured much under Lin Bei's oppressive hand. Now, with Trunks' defiance igniting his fury, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, brimming with excitement and brutality. He would not grant Trunks the luxury of idle chatter. With a swift motion, Vegeta materialized before Trunks, targeting the wound on his chest without a moment's hesitation, delivering a powerful kick directly to the center of the injury. Aya! Trunks screamed in agony as he was propelled skyward, droplets of crimson splattering across Vegeta's fierce countenance. With eyes as sharp as an eagle's, Vegeta fixated on Trunks, whom he regarded as prey, and licked the blood from around his mouth. Clenching his fists, he assumed a posture reminiscent of someone straining under great effort. Releasing a primal roar of rage, a terrifying energy coalesced around Vegeta, veins bulging on his forehead, golden arcs of electricity dancing around his fists, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. Vegeta unified his hands, preparing to unleash his ultimate attack as his aura reached its zenith. You pitiful hybrid Saiyan, transform me into cosmic dust. Behold my ultimate flash. At the moment the words left his lips, the terrifying energy in his palm surged toward Trunks in the sky. Sensing the immense energy fluctuations below, Trunks, enduring the pain in his chest, steadied himself and transformed once more into a Super Saiyan. Unfortunately, after the recent battle, his energy was not at full capacity, compounded by the wound on his chest and Vegeta's kick. His strength was far diminished compared to when he first arrived on Earth. After desperately resisting the ultimate flash for a few seconds, Trunks' energy waned, and just as he was about to be consumed by this force, he cried out, "Father!" This heart-wrenching cry ignited Vegeta's fury. A Saiyan who has never begged for mercy. A hybrid is merely a hybrid, and you are indeed a disgrace to the Saiyan race. Your pleas are futile. Vanish. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated through the sky as a capsule-like object plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. A spacecraft materialized before Vegeta. Goku, flying ahead, furrowed his brow in disbelief, pondering, how is this possible? The energy of that unfamiliar Super Saiyan has vanished? Could Vegeta have defeated him? But that shouldn't be. His energy was evidently greater. Moreover, Vegeta's energy rapidly diminished thereafter, until it too disappeared. Goku, who had been sensing the energies of both, was utterly perplexed. What has transpired? Goku had believed that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could conquer all adversaries, even Lin Bei. Yet now he found himself wavering. Quickly dismissing these thoughts, he accelerated toward his destination, knowing he had only a minute until arrival. Ha ha ha! Upon seeing the spaceship, Vegeta paused momentarily, then erupted into maniacal laughter. The heavens favor me. After more than a year of interaction, Vegeta had discerned the pattern of Lin Bei's instantaneous movement, which hinged on detecting the opponent's energy. Upon seeing the spacecraft, he immediately conceived a plan, swiftly lowering his battle power to 0. Now once I board this spaceship, that fellow Lin Bei will no longer be able to locate me. I have not only attained eternal life, but have also transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. If I remain hidden and cultivate my strength, I shall one day vanquish Lin Bei. With this thought, he entered Trunks' spacecraft and pressed the largest red button in the center. Although Vegeta was unfamiliar with the specific operations of the devices, he knew they were intelligent. This button would either initiate a return or transport him to another location. Whichever it might be, Vegeta cared not. Ha-mpeha, prepare yourself, Lin Bei. The spaceship soared into the sky, and then a line reminiscent of a television screen shutting off appeared. And with a whoosh, it vanished. As Raditz engaged in a fierce fight with Nappa, a sudden sneeze escaped Ichio, prompting him to touch the tip of his nose and curse. Damn it, who dares to insult me? Ha! It seems my imposing aura has intimidated you, Raditz, Nappa jested. It's all because your head shines too brightly. What did you say? The two resumed their brawl. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. Keep going. 90,000 more to go. Lin Bei sat cross-legged atop Frieza's back, voluntarily providing resistance while supervising his push-ups. Understood, Lord Lin Bei. At that moment, Lin Bei noticed a red dot on the mission interface and thought to himself, it appears the task has been completed. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Cultivate Vegeta. Eliminate the Trunks from the future. Host cannot intervene. Reward. Battle power increased by 1 million. New task issued. Cultivate Vegeta. Eliminate Android 16. Host cannot intervene. Completion reward. Gain the ability to survive in the universe. Failure penalty. Frieza loses the ability to survive in the universe. Excellent. Just as Lin Bei prepared to use instant transmission to bring Vegeta back for further training, he found himself unable to sense the latter's energy. The energy for instant transmission, if specifically recorded, can be stored like an object, yet Vegeta's energy is showing as offline. Suddenly, Lin Bei contemplated an astonishing yet plausible explanation. Could it be that after killing Trunks, Vegeta used his time machine to travel 20 years into the future? Chapter 46, The Unbelievable Bulma. At that moment, Lin Bei noticed a red dot on his information panel and promptly clicked it open. Name, Lin Bei. Age, 28. Little brother, 18. Bloodline, Saiyan. Skills, Mastery of Ki, Flight Technique, Super Saiyan Form 2, Exclusive, Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon, Instant Transmission, King Kai Fist, Exclusive. Planetary Destruction Bomb, Death Ray. Battle Power, 10 million. Items, Senzu Beans X2, 1000-fold Gravity Chamber, Temporarily Infinite Energy Spaceship, everlasting scouter. Bound villain, Raditz, status 80, battle power 5, 160, 000, loyalty 25. Bound villain, Nappa, status 75, battle power 5, 150, 000, loyalty 90. Bound villain, Vegeta, 20 years later, status 95, battle power 160, 000, loyalty 0. Bound villain, Frieza, status 80, battle power 130, 000, loyalty 0. It appears that Vegeta indeed ventured into the future, the very despairing world where the formidable foes reside. Damn it, instant transmission cannot transcend the river of time to bring Vegeta back. Without a time machine of his own, and with the dragon's power unable to transcend the river of time, Lin Bei felt the absence of Vegeta keenly. His absence meant losing a significant reward. Nevertheless, Lin Bei held faith that Vegeta would gather energy in the future and return to this moment in time. After all, if he did not eliminate his own existence, he could not truly be Vegeta. One could only hope that in his quest for energy, he would not fall victim to the androids. Otherwise, the Dragon Balls would be powerless to resurrect him. Over the past year, Lin Bei had mastered Frieza's planet-destroying attack and the Death Beam, not for any particular reason, but purely out of admiration for their aesthetic appeal. Moreover, the system's combat power consistently displayed the highest battle strength. Vegeta's figure of 160 million represented his power after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Raditz and Nappa, on the other hand, had a battle strength that reflected their power after utilizing the Kaioken technique. The system's design ensured that Lin Bei could clearly understand the highest combat capabilities of these antagonists, thus mitigating the risk of unforeseen defeat. Additionally, the system allowed him to monitor Vegeta's status, indicating that its power could indeed traverse the annals of time. Currently, only 2 Senzu Beans remained, which Lin Bei intended to give to Raditz and Nappa when they faced BBT. The system's rule, the host cannot intervene, left Lin Bei uncertain about its exact scope. If tossing a Senzu Bean during battle constituted intervention, it would pose a significant dilemma. Frieza had experienced the most substantial growth in combat power among them, increasing by a staggering 10 million over the past year. Raditz and Nappa had only gained several 100,000, but compared to their initial arrival on Earth, they had become immensely stronger. Including the system's reward of 1 million in combat power, Lin Bei had only increased by 5 million. However, the Saiyan calculation formula differed for Lin Bei. He had to multiply by the 100-fold increase of the Super Saiyan Form 2, resulting in an impressive increase of 500 million. This was 50 times greater than Frieza's 10 million. This was achieved despite his sporadic training. Had he trained consistently, his combat power would undoubtedly surpass Frieza's. Whoosh! Goku arrived first at the battleground where Vegeta and Trunks had clashed, but aside from a bloodied longsword, there was nothing else to be found. Shortly after, Piccolo and Gohan arrived in succession. After a fruitless search, Krillin and the others also joined them. Regrettably, aside from the bloodied sword on the ground, they uncovered no further evidence regarding Vegeta or the unfamiliar Saiyan. Damn it, did we arrive too late? Goku growled, a hint of anger seeping into his voice. Hearing this, Krillin and the others lowered their heads in embarrassment. It's our fault, Goku. If we hadn't been so slow, you would have made it here sooner. Goku shook his head. That's not true, Krillin. Even when I traveled alone, I still couldn't catch up. Perhaps it was simply meant to be. At that moment, Piccolo lifted the longsword from the ground, swung it a couple of times, and marveled. What a sharp blade. If the energy is sufficiently potent, I fear even your Super Saiyan form might be cleaved asunder. Upon hearing this, Goku felt a surge of curiosity as he took the sword and playfully wielded it, exclaiming, "Wow, this blade is indeed remarkably sharp." He then stroked his chin, pondering deeply. Vegeta is not one to wield a sword, which indicates that this blade must belong to that unfamiliar Saiyan. The blood upon it should be Vegeta's, but why did both of them vanish simultaneously? Goku's greatest perplexity lay in the fact that the unfamiliar Saiyan's energy had disappeared instantaneously, akin to being eradicated outright, yet his strength surpassed that of Vegeta. Moreover, the blood on the sword belonged to Vegeta. I simply cannot fathom this, Goku lamented, scratching his head in frustration. Isn't it rather fortuitous, Goku? Perhaps the two of them perished together, Krillin remarked, sharing his interpretation. Haha, indeed. It's a pity I couldn't avenge Gohan with my own hands. Is that so? I get the impression you wish to engage him in battle once more, Krillin teased, raising his eyebrows at Goku. Goku scratched his head, offering an awkward chuckle. Well, there might be some truth to that, haha. Just then, Gohan tugged at Goku's pants, asking, Dad, can I have this sword? I feel an inexplicable affinity for it. Of course, Goku replied, handing over the sword with caution. Be careful, it's very sharp. He refrained from inquiring further, knowing none among them were proficient in swordsmanship. After a tumultuous ride, Vegeta gradually opened his eyes. Had we arrived so swiftly? Did this spaceship traverse the cosmos? With a hiss, the time machine's door slowly opened, and Vegeta, filled with curiosity, leaped down. His eyes widened in surprise as he surveyed his surroundings. What on earth? Why am I still on Earth? And what is the meaning of these buildings? They are all in disarray. Just as Vegeta remained in a state of confusion, a voice suddenly resonated. You're back, Trunks. Was your journey through time successful? Shortly thereafter, a blue-haired woman emerged from around the corner. With a thud, the food in Bulma's hand fell to the ground, and she covered her mouth with one hand, incredulously pointing ahead. Vegeta? Chapter 47. Is it not just a toy with a battery installed? Who is this woman? How does she know my name? Moreover, her hair color resembles that of the boy named Trunks. Judging by her age and tone, she must be his mother. Vegeta deduced from the details. Before he could utter a question, Bulma rushed over and embraced him, exclaiming, Vegeta! With a forceful shove, Vegeta sent her sprawling to the ground, sternly stating, do not touch me. Quickly tell me, is this Earth or somewhere else? Bulma, seated on the ground, was momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure. The sight of the deceased Vegeta standing before her had unleashed emotions she had suppressed for years. Yet upon reflection, there were too many discrepancies. Why had Vegeta returned instead of Trunks? Moreover, how could Vegeta not recognize her? She had chosen a time when the Frieza force invaded Earth. A day when Vegeta wore a light pink shirt, yet this version donned a Saiyan battle armor. Could the time machine have malfunctioned? I am Trunks' mother. My name is Bulma. This is the future 20 years ahead, and that machine behind you is the time machine I invented. Now, it is your turn to answer my question. Where is Trunks? A faint suspicion stirred within Bulma. Was it possible that Trunks intended for Vegeta to confront those two androids, thus sending him from the past to the future? If so, it made sense that he would push her away. They were not familiar with each other at that time. However, the Vegeta of that era was not capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan and lacked the strength to defeat those androids. The time machine. She had indeed arrived in the future. During the 9 days of waiting for Trunks, Vegeta had once ventured into the city, mocking their primitive civilization. Although the current surroundings appeared dilapidated, they were undeniably more advanced than what he had previously observed, coupled with the bizarre mechanical transit and the peculiar sensations. Could it be that he had truly entered the future? Upon this realization, Vegeta keenly detected a troubling inconsistency. His objectives were twofold: to eliminate Frieza and to eradicate Lin Bei. Despite his usual taciturn nature, he had meticulously observed Lin Bei's every action. He could distinctly sense Lin Bei's affinity for Earth. How could he allow it to be ravaged in such a manner? How had Earth come to this state? And where was Lin Bei? Vegeta bypassed Bulma's question, prioritizing the urgent need to comprehend the situation. Given that this woman had constructed a time machine and was the mother of that boy, she must possess considerable knowledge. Bulma, perceiving Vegeta's thoughts, resolved to clarify matters for him, recognizing the profound shock one would experience suddenly arriving 20 years into the future. But didn't Trunks tell you? She inquired. There are two exceedingly powerful androids on Earth, one named Android 17 and the other Android 18. They are so formidable that even you Super Saiyans are no match for them. The warriors of Earth have fallen one by one, leaving only Trunks as the sole Super Saiyan. As Bulma spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed her eyes. As for Lin Bei, I am unfamiliar with him and have never heard of such a person. Unfamiliar? How is that possible? Vegeta was astounded to learn that Lin Bei had arrived on Earth even earlier than himself, and that all the Earth warriors had encountered him. How could this woman claim to be unaware of such a person? Moreover, what were these artificial beings? The very name implied they were creations of mankind. Yet these puppets were purportedly stronger than the legendary warriors, the Super Saiyans? And what of Frieza? Without Lin Bei, how could they possibly contend with Frieza? Based on Vegeta's understanding of Frieza, had it not been for Lin Bei's emergence, Frieza's next target would undoubtedly have been Earth. He would never allow the existence of other Dragon Balls. Yet, this woman professed ignorance of Lin Bei's existence. Bulma, observing the incredulous expression on Vegeta's face, pondered aloud. Could it be that the time machine had malfunctioned, leading them to a subtly divergent timeline? But I had confirmed the calculations multiple times. Shaking her head, she continued, After Frieza was defeated on Namek by the Super Saiyan Goku, he returned to Earth seeking vengeance alongside his father, King Cold. However, by then, Goku had mastered instant transmission, allowing him to teleport directly from his spaceship to Earth, swiftly defeating them. Kakarot? Super Saiyan? Could these two terms coexist? Furthermore, I had not witnessed Kakarot on Namek. And wasn't instant transmission Lin Bei's ability? What on earth was happening? Why did the events recounted by this woman starkly contrast my own experiences? Moreover, from her tone, it seemed I was aligned with the Earthlings. How could that be possible? Noticing Vegeta's silence, Bulma, too, began to question the circumstances. Could it be that the time was correct, but they had diverged onto a different branch? Yet, I had calculated this thousands of times. Trunks' time travel coincided precisely with the emergence of the androids, with no discernible difference in the prior timeline. After a moment, Vegeta, his expression impassive, inquired, "Can I return to my original timeline? 20 years ago, to be precise." In truth, Vegeta was indifferent to the time period he inhabited. His sole ambition was to become the strongest in the universe. As for returning, there was but one objective: to eliminate Lin Bei. In this timeline, it seemed Lin Bei did not exist. If he did, then he would simply have to slay this version of Lin Bei before returning. In any case, the original Lin Bei must perish. However, he realized that achieving this was beyond his current capabilities. Nevertheless, arriving in the future had its merits. He could cultivate without restraint. As for these so-called androids, they would serve as the first stepping stone to my ascension as the Super Vegeta. You can indeed return, provided you gather enough energy for a round trip, and then bring Trunks back. Ah, I see. This woman mistakenly believed that the young lad had sent me back, oblivious to the fact that it was merely an accident. I shall merely capitalize on this misunderstanding, for I still require her assistance. Very well. With that, Vegeta suddenly recognized an issue he had previously overlooked. Since this is a world 20 years hence, where am I? Where's my future self? Bulma shook her head. You are dead, slain by the android number 17. What? Is it possible that I, 2 decades later, am unable to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta exclaimed in fury. Even if it were not his own self, he could not accept that his future self had been vanquished by such a puppet. Indeed, even a Super Saiyan cannot contend with androids. They possess boundless energy. Vegeta momentarily froze, then burst into laughter. Boundless energy? How boastful! They are merely toys equipped with batteries. I shall dismantle them right away. Bulma, hearing this familiar line, awkwardly rubbed her forehead. Why is Vegeta always so confident? However, knowing his temperament all too well, she refrained from dissuading him and instead beckoned him. Come with me. Let me assess your combat power first. Chapter 48. The Combat Power of the Androids. Soon, the two arrived at a mysterious underground chamber. This was Bulma's laboratory. Unlike the desolate world above, it was furnished with various exquisite devices, and the floor was remarkably clean, with a robotic mop tirelessly at work around the clock. Here lay a 1000G gravity chamber, a contraption she and Trunks had painstakingly assembled from collected materials, ready for training upon Trunks' return. It was the secret weapon against the two androids. In this moment, Bulma began to vaguely discern Trunks' intentions. That boy is too kind. He must wish for Vegeta and me to meet, and through this gravity chamber, strengthen himself to ultimately defeat the androids. After all, with Piccolo gone, the Dragon Balls have vanished as well. He must have noticed my yearning for Vegeta. Thus, he altered his plans on a whim, allowing himself to linger a while longer in that time, especially since there dwells his martial arts mentor, Gohan. You, stand on that platform and try to elevate your energy. I will gauge your current combat power and see how long you can withstand the androids. Bulma donned a pair of unidentifiable starry glasses and pointed to a slightly raised circular platform on the floor. What do you mean a few seconds? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Ignoring Vegeta's objections, Bulma called out twice more. This woman has no idea of the might of Super Vegeta. On the way here, Vegeta noticed several photographs hanging on the wall. They were wedding portraits of him and Bulma, while Trunks was their child. No wonder he calls me Dad. I thought he was begging for mercy. Yet Vegeta felt no pangs of sorrow. What absurd narrative is unfolding in this future 20 years hence? How could he end up marrying a human and fathering offspring? And what is up with that child's indecisive character? Were it not for his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, I would never acknowledge that entity as my progeny. In Vegeta's heart, there existed not a trace of remorse. Within the recesses of his memory, neither Bulma nor Trunks held any significance. Upon gazing at these photographs, he perceived them as mere blemishes upon his legacy. His singular desire was to annihilate Frieza and Lin Bei. He would not permit the existence of anyone stronger than himself in this world. As for Trunks and Bulma, they were merely the foolish choices of future self, entirely unrelated to him. If time were to rewind once more, he would undoubtedly choose to eliminate Trunks and venture into the future. There was no other justification, save that it would render him more formidable. Only powerful adversaries could expedite his progress. To remain under Lin Bei's command, merely performing push-ups, would lead to an eternity of stagnation. With a swift motion, Vegeta stepped onto the platform, adopting a stance reminiscent of severe constipation, his forehead instantly adorned with throbbing veins. An astonishing aura surged forth from him, causing the entire basement to tremble. However, this subterranean chamber was constructed from a rare cosmic metal known as vibranium, meticulously cast without a single seam, rendering it impervious to mere force. Beep, beep, beep. The star-ring glasses adorning Bulma's head were an invention she had developed 2.5 years prior, akin to an advanced version of a scouter. These star-ring glasses were crafted by extracting and enhancing the combat power measurement component from the supercomputer aboard Frieza's spaceship. Androids lacked energy signatures, and conventional detection methods were utterly ineffectual in gauging their strength, hence the necessity for the star-ring glasses. Combat power, 1,100,000. Combat power, 2,100,000. Combat power, 3,100,000. The readings aligned with my expectations. I wonder how he would react upon learning the precise combat power of the androids. Just as Bulma pondered how to ensure Vegeta's safety without bruising his pride, the star-ring glasses emitted a sudden alert. Beep, beep, beep. What? Is it possible for his power to increase even further? No sooner had Bulma spoken than a startling sound erupted, and Vegeta's hair transformed into a golden hue. Super Saiyan? At that time, Vegeta should not have been capable of such a feat. In an instant, a beam of inspiration pierced through Bulma's mind. So that's it. I understand now. It appears the time machine indeed diverged into an incorrect timeline. This pathway suggests that Vegeta had already become a Super Saiyan during his time on Namek. Reflecting upon Vegeta's earlier remark, what about Frieza? Without Lin Bei, how will you confront Frieza? Given Vegeta's character, he would never choose to perish alongside Frieza. Thus, he could not possibly engage in a relentless struggle as Goku did. In other words, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he chose to depart from Namek, prompting Frieza, unable to locate Vegeta, to seek vengeance on Earth. The individual referred to as Lin Bei is, in fact, the guardian of the planet. Could it be that this name corresponds to Goku's identity during that era? While the specific details of each timeline may vary slightly, the major events remain unchanged. Raditz is destined to arrive on Earth. Had he not perished, humanity would have faced total annihilation. Even in death, his presence would have led to the eventual emergence of Vegeta and Nappa. Eliminating Vegeta would subsequently unveil Namek and Frieza. If Vegeta were to eliminate Earth, it would result in utter devastation. The survival of the planet signifies that these pivotal turning points have triumphed. However, the androids, they do not destroy planets. They exist solely to take lives. This is what compels Trunks to return and save Goku, who succumbed to a heart disease in that timeline. Though he is aware that such actions will not alter the outcome of his own timeline, yet it could spare another timeline's mother from suffering, allowing his father and Gohan to survive. It is precisely this obsession that led Bulma to develop the time machine, a combat power of 160 million. No wonder Trunks would summon Vegeta to the future. Perhaps in Vegeta's timeline, he had already bested Goku. Yearning for a stronger adversary, he ventured into the future. One must admit, compared to Trunks, Vegeta is indeed a formidable warrior. This could very well be one of the reasons Trunks brought him to this time. However, it is still insufficient. Vegeta, a combat power of 160 million, is inadequate. Bulma is well aware that Vegeta will undoubtedly contest this, given that in his timeline, the androids had yet to emerge, and he likely believes himself invincible. Trunks can also transform into a Super Saiyan, boasting a combat power of 250 million. Yet even he can only flee in the face of the androids. Vegeta was about to retort, but upon hearing Bulma's words, he paused. The boy's actual combat power exceeds his by a staggering 90 million. He had assumed the opponent was merely slightly stronger, only to discover such a vast disparity. I, Vegeta, am pitted by another? This is utterly unforgivable. As for the two androids, the female is designated as Android 18, with a combat power of 350 million. The male, known as Android 17, possesses an even more terrifying combat power of 400 million. Chapter 49. Vegeta vs. Future Android 18. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the ruins above erupted with a series of explosive sounds. What is happening? Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, gazing at the trembling laboratory in bewilderment. It is the androids 17 and 18. They randomly select cities for their killings, exhibiting no discernible pattern, purely driven by their whims. The depth of this basement is 15 meters. They have no habit of digging, and even if the surrounding geology were to collapse, it would not jeopardize my vibranium laboratory. Thus, we should remain still. Vegeta furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Androids? Why can I sense nothing at all?" He then noticed Bulma's expression, tinged with fear, and scoffed dismissively. Such fuss. This is all too commonplace among us Saiyans. With that, he departed from the platform, heading towards the surface. Bulma felt a wave of foreboding wash over her, sensing something amiss. "Vegeta, what do you intend to do?" At that moment, Vegeta remained in his Super Saiyan form, tinged with a slight thrill, particularly after having just defeated Trunks. He had no faith in Bulma's numerical assessments. "What am I going to do?" "Naturally, I shall dismantle your so-called androids. Mere puppets relying on batteries." He accelerated forthwith, his speed akin to a flash of golden light in Bulma's eyes. 400 million battle power? Oomph. That woman does not comprehend that the power of a Super Saiyan cannot be quantified by mere scraps of metal. The notion that Vegeta from the future had stooped to marrying a human was laughable. It was only fitting that he had met his demise. How could he even compare with me? What absurd androids! I shall pry their batteries out this very instant. Number 17, with one hand in his pocket, unleashed a wave of destruction centered around himself. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The yellow energy spheres in his hand flew forth with the speed of a gale, their explosive power obliterating crumbling edifices one after another. "Be careful, number 17. Do not destroy the clothing store. I haven't had new clothes in ages," number 18 remarked, observing a vast expanse of shattered mirrors, winking at her reflection while admiring her beauty. I know. Number 17 responded with a hint of impatience, thinking to himself, "Didn't we just change outfits 3 hours ago? How can there be no new clothes?" Suddenly, number 17 felt a peculiar sensation. His gaze sharpened as an unknown force blasted open the exterior wall of a nearby shop. With a resounding boom, a rotund, balding man appeared before them, clutching a half-eaten piece of bread in one hand and a small bucket of purified water in the other. Upon seeing the two androids, the man was instantly struck with fear, his pants dampening as he hastily knelt, burying his face in the ground and placing his food and water before him. "Please, don't kill me. I'll give you my food and water. Just spare my life." Number 17 and number 18 exchanged knowing glances and shared a subtle smile. "Hey, pig, lift your head." Number 18's sweet voice momentarily disarmed the timid, balding man, prompting him to slowly raise his gaze. What he witnessed was the ghastly visage of Android 18, along with the luminous orb forming in her grasp. "My utmost disdain is reserved for individuals like you. You corpulent swine." At that moment, a golden beam of light suddenly erupted from the side, piercing through the bald man's skull in an instant. His lifeless body collapsed face first onto the ground with a thud, the circular hole in his head still emanating a faint scent of charred flesh. "Are you the androids? You don't seem particularly formidable. I had anticipated a monstrous threat." The golden-haired Vegeta, adorned with a mocking grin, materialized before the androids. The beam that had just struck was none other than Frieza's technique, the Death Beam, which Vegeta had mastered after a year of companionship. The intention behind eliminating the bald man was merely to instill a sense of trepidation in the two androids. "Vegeta?" Android 18's lovely face transformed into a mask of astonishment as she turned to her companion, Android 17. She distinctly remembered that 17 had already slain Vegeta. Such a rich array of emotions. Who knew your creations could be so lifelike? Vegeta stood arrogantly before the two androids, poised as if ready to take them on simultaneously. After a moment of bewilderment, 17 regained his composure, observing Vegeta's confident demeanor with arms crossed over his chest. "Isn't this the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta? So you didn't perish that day. Are you here today, having honed your skills, to vanquish us both?" Vegeta was aware that 17 referred to his future self. Yet the version of himself in this world was utterly inept. The thought of marrying and procreating with a lowly earthling filled him with indignation. "It is not about vanquishing. It is about annihilating. Will you two engage me together?" or shall I face you one at a time? I, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, shall demonstrate the might of a Super Saiyan today. Upon hearing these words, 17 could not suppress his laughter. You truly are regressing, Vegeta. We have already witnessed the power of the Super Saiyan, and it poses no threat to us. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged. What strength could his Super Saiyan self possess if he was reduced to siring offspring with an Earthling? That weakling version of himself, even if spared by you, I would still seek to eradicate. My Super Saiyan form is the strongest. As the two were poised to strike, Android 18 shouted to Vegeta, I shall fight you. Turning to 17, she added, It was your turn last time, now it is mine. Had I known then that I should have left them with a breath of life, it would have been far more entertaining. 17, upon hearing this, displayed a nonchalant bear shrug. Vegeta, seeing this, smirked with derision. You shall soon find yourself unable to utter such words. Why not unleash your energy quickly? My patience is running thin. Have your training scrambled your brain? Vegeta? We androids are not like you extraterrestrial beings, where we derive our energy. Indeed, it is no wonder I was unable to sense their aura earlier. Allow me to forewarn you. Do not assume that my compassion will be swayed simply because you are a woman, especially when you are not a true woman. Vegeta struck a pose, with his right hand's fingertips pointing skyward, the index and middle fingers merged. He taunted, Watch as I extract your battery. With that, he swiftly appeared before Android 18, delivering a powerful elbow strike aimed squarely at her exquisite visage. There was no hint of tenderness in his approach. It was a ruthless assault upon a delicate flower. Chapter 50. Are you not aiming to extract my battery? With a deft movement, Android 18 raised her slender arm, effortlessly deflecting Vegeta's elbow strike, her eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. What's wrong? Are you intimidated by my strength? At that moment, Vegeta unleashed a furious barrage with his wolf Fang fist against 18, misinterpreting her expression as a sign that his power vastly exceeded that of the future world's Vegeta. Suddenly, Android 18 bent low, evading his punch, and retaliated with a fierce flying kick that struck him squarely in the midsection. Vegeta cried out, propelled backward, crashing into a nearby wall. Turning to Android 17, 18 questioned, Didn't you say he was quite formidable? Yet I find him rather weak. This battle is exceedingly dull. Pondering her words, 17 found himself puzzled. He knew Android 18 would never deceive him. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. Rest assured, he has yet to unleash his true power. Saiyans, in their quest for the thrill of battle, often restrict their strength to match that of their opponents. As the Prince of Saiyans, he likely exhibits this trait most acutely. So that is the case. With a resounding explosion of golden light, a battered Vegeta emerged from the debris, wiping the crimson from his lips with the back of his hand. This is intriguing. I had not anticipated a mere doll could reach such heights. Upon hearing this, Android 18's expression shifted, a sly smile gracing her lips. She clasped her hands behind her back and proposed, Vegeta, how about I grant you a special favor? In our ensuing battle, I shall refrain from using my hands and will strike you with only one leg. What do you say? Vegeta's face darkened, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly from the intensity of his grip. She is merely a battery-operated doll. How dare she speak so brazenly? With a fierce roar, he thrust his hands together, unleashing an ultimate flash in her direction. The earlier tremors in his hands were merely the result of gathering energy. Android 18, seeing this, chuckled lightly, brushing her hair behind her left ear and flicking her earring. She countered Vegeta's ultimate flash with a swift kick, effortlessly sending the earth-destroying energy hurtling into the cosmos. Observing the astonishment on Vegeta's face, she quipped, Who would have thought I would have a day of protecting Earth? Wouldn't you agree, Vegeta? As she spoke, number 18's face suddenly broke into a mocking smile. With a powerful leap on one leg, she soared effortlessly before Vegeta, unleashing a technique that rivaled the Wolf Fang fist. The White Tiger Fragrance Kick, with a series of explosive kicks, averaging 68,000 strikes per second. Each blow resonated with the sound of rupturing air, leaving Vegeta to clumsily evade. What's wrong, Prince Vegeta? Weren't you going to extract my battery? If you don't show your true prowess soon, it could cost you your life. Damn, this woman is actually attacking with just one leg, and her movements are so swift, devoid of any openings. Caught off guard, Vegeta had already endured several strikes, a shoe print marking his face. Cursed be it, is her power truly greater than mine? This can't be. I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. How can this earthling doll surpass me? This is irrational. Suddenly, number 18 executed a rapid upward kick, Catching Vegeta unprepared, his jaw struck viciously, sending him soaring into the sky. The overwhelming force rendered him unable to regain his balance. Just then, he heard a whoosh beside him. Number 18 appeared with a sly grin, revealing her hands that had previously been tucked behind her back. "You are far too weak. I no longer wish to play." She then thrust her fists into Vegeta's abdomen with tremendous force. Like a golden meteor, Vegeta plummeted, and as he descended, Number 18 unleashed her prince's combat style. The energy blasts in her hands swept downward like a laser gun. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions stirred up vast clouds of dust. Upon landing, Number 18 glanced at the fallen Vegeta, who now bore black hair. Grabbing his hair with one hand, she lifted him effortlessly, using her other hand to inspect his motionless face. Huh, no energy left? Could it be that he is so fragile? Turning in confusion to Number 17, she remarked, "Did you not previously assert that his strength was only slightly inferior to mine?" Number 17, equally perplexed, had always believed Vegeta was merely concealing his true power, only to realize that he truly lacked strength. Perhaps his injuries from our earlier battle have not fully healed. This was the only explanation he could fathom. After a moment's thought, he added, "Let us just leave him be. Perhaps a bit of rain will revive him." "Do you think he has a plant?" Number 18 retorted, brushing off the dust from her clothes but ultimately complying, releasing her grip and allowing Vegeta to fall freely. The resilience of Saiyans is indeed remarkable. Perhaps, as Number 17 suggested, he still clings to life. Whether he survives is up to him. If he perishes, the world will only have Trunks left to provide us with some amusement. Ignoring Number 17's musings, Number 18 remained indifferent. Hastened to the next city in search of a clothing store. Had I known, I would not have boarded. My clothes are now sullied. Just as the two androids departed, Bulma, who had been concealed by a covert device, dashed forth and summoned a transport robot using a universal capsule. She hoisted Vegeta and sprinted toward the laboratory. "Hold on. Vegeta, within the lab lies my treatment chamber. You shall surely survive." In the cosmos, a spherical spacecraft was presently descending toward a crimson planet. Lin Bei glanced at the control room's indicators, noting that only 50 seconds remained until landing on Blood Red Star. Throughout the 3 years Vegeta ventured into the future, the 4 individuals aboard the spacecraft endured relentless and grueling training. Lin Bei was the taskmaster, while the other 3 were the trainees. Radiant Raditz, at your command. Brilliant Nappa, at your command. You have excelled. Over these 4 years, your progress has surpassed my expectations. This mission shall pose no difficulties. Raditz, upon hearing this, wore a solemn expression, stating, "Lord Lin Bei, your guidance, education, and encouragement have been the catalyst for our advancement. Compared to your dedicated efforts, our endeavors are but trifles." "Is that so?" Lin Bei queried ambiguously, observing Raditz's loyalty at a mere 25. "Every word is heartfelt. There is no trace of falsehood." Lin Bei nodded, offering a succinct 4-word appraisal, a talent to cultivate. Chapter 51, The Strength of Raditz and Nappa. The spacecraft emitted a sigh as it gradually descended onto the surface of Blood Red Star. The 4 emerged slowly from the vessel, while Lin Bei performed a magical feat to stow the spacecraft away. The 4 simultaneously expressed mild confusion. Nappa scratched his bald head in puzzlement. "Strange. Why does this planet possess only one energy signature? Let's proceed. This energy is likely that of Bibidi," Lin Bei remarked nonchalantly. After resolving this Bibidi matter, they would venture to planet Gula, for Frieza's progress had been exceedingly formidable, likely sufficient to vanquish Gula. Through this training, Lin Bei discerned that Raditz, Nappa, and Frieza possessed innate talents and comprehension on par with Vegeta and Goku. They simply were not the protagonists. In the Dragon Ball universe, amid endless parallel worlds, perhaps each harbored their own journey of a protagonist, albeit not within this realm. As Lin Bei flew, he pondered and observed numerous cities below, which struck him as peculiar. He had assumed this was a lifeless dead star, yet the structures below clearly indicated the presence of a thriving biosphere. However, he encountered not a single living being along the way. Yet, Lin Bei was disinclined to concern himself with the reasons. Soon, the androids on Earth would emerge, and he would need to subdue Cell. The more adversaries there were, the more tasks he could undertake, thereby growing ever stronger. Otherwise, how could he eventually subdue the god of destruction, the angels, the Grand Priest, and even the Omni King? "We are nearly there, Lord Lin Bei." Frieza, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Since this mission bore little relevance to him, He had chosen to stay quiet. Lin Bei cast a fleeting glance in his direction, his finger gently pressing down, unleashing a deadly beam towards Frieza. Startled, Frieza hastily dodged, but still suffered a graze on his tail from the sudden strike, turning to Lin Bei with a look of astonishment. Can you truly sense energy? Looking at Lin Bei's calm, yet imposing visage, Frieza was instantly reminded of the adage that accompanying a ruler is akin to courting a tiger. This damn Lin Bei. One day, I, Frieza, shall have him minced and fed to the dogs. With that thought, he promptly slapped himself twice. Cursed be this wretched fate. Lin Bei regarded him with a cold gaze, declaring, "This is the demeanor befitting a cosmic emperor." Frieza's actual combat prowess far exceeded the display he had shown aboard the ship. Are you secretly growing stronger in hopes of rebellion? Before the system, your true strength cannot be concealed. If I do not show you a lesson, will you think that Lin Bei is easy prey? Simultaneously, I aim to demonstrate to Raditz and Nappa that Frieza, before me, is no different from you. With a thud, the four of them descended upon a crimson desert, where a peculiar altar adorned with strange patterns and inscriptions lay ahead. Kneeling before the altar was a creature in a meditative state. Its skin was blue, speckled with white, and it possessed a triangular head with 3 faces, 6 arms, and 2 legs. Bibbidi, Lin Bei shouted without hesitation, the blue being opened its eyes wide. Do you know me? Upon sensing the energy emanating from Lin Bei and his companions, an uncontrollable excitement flickered in its gaze. Truly, the heavens have favored me. The life of this entire planet has been sacrificed, yet the stability remains insufficient to allow that esteemed one to pass. Your arrival is fortuitous. Mighty extraterrestrial visitors, you have come at the perfect moment. Do you see this crimson desert before you? It has been nourished with the blood of the Red Star beings. You are most fortunate, as you shall soon become part of it. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei quietly retrieved a pair of swimming nose clips to block his nostrils. So that is the case. No wonder this crimson desert is suffused with such a thick stench of blood. This creature has slaughtered the beings of the Red Star and used their blood to irrigate this desert. Ha! Tremble in fear. However, Bibbidi felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Why did the expressions of these four seem so composed? Raditz merely picked his nose with his pinky, a look of disdain upon his face. Is it just killing off an entire planet's populace? Especially one as sparsely populated as this? Such a feat, a few years ago, I would have been too embarrassed to even mention. Nappa chimed in, exactly. You act as if you have never taken a life before. In previous years, our KPI was set at 20 celestial bodies, when not only did we have to eradicate all life forms present, but we also had to ensure minimal damage to the planets themselves, a task far more arduous than yours. Beerus found himself momentarily bewildered. How could his own malevolent proclamation appear somewhat benevolent in the eyes of his adversaries? Lin Bei, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, took several steps to stand before the trio. Raditz, Nappa, your orders? Yes, my lord. With that, they eagerly approached Beerus, grinning maliciously. Humph, you foolish wretch. Although you are outnumbered 4 to 1, Beerus remained unfazed, for the biological strength of this universe paled in comparison to that of his homeland. Raditz exhibited a confident smirk. The one who is truly foolish is you, Beerus. A mere 5th-tier warrior from the demon realm dares to act recklessly before us. Amusingly, Beerus noted their awareness of the demon realm, yet it was evident they lacked understanding of the true worth of a 5th-tier warrior. He was not surprised. The intermittent passage between the demon realm and this universe had existed for a millennium, granting some knowledge of their existence to certain individuals. With a roar, Beerus began to unleash his power. Originally standing at approximately 2 meters, his muscles swelled like a balloon, elevating him to a formidable height of 2.5 meters. 30 million combat power, Lin Bei murmured to himself, finding it consistent with his thoughts. However, Raditz and Nappa had evolved far beyond their former selves. Both were elite warriors, their talents rivaling those of Goku and Vegeta. Much like in reality, how many highly educated individuals come from impoverished backgrounds? True talent is scarce, with most deriving from the foundation and insights of their predecessors, merely receiving the most effective training. Raditz and Nappa exchanged knowing smiles. Is this the extent of your power? They taunted before simultaneously unleashing their own energy. In a flash, Raditz's hair and eyebrows transformed to a golden hue, while Nappa, devoid of hair, saw his beard and brows take on the same radiant color. Under the right guidance, their growth trajectories exceeded Lin Bei's expectations, both having ascended to Super Saiyan status. Their base combat power now soared to an astounding 10 million. At this moment, their combined might reached an incredible 500 million. Beerus, sensing their overwhelming energy, felt a surge of panic. How is this possible? These two possessed the strength of fourth-tier warriors? Aware that Lin Bei preferred swift action, Raditz and Nappa wasted no time, grinning as they struck. The 30 million combat power of Beerus was no match for them, and in an instant, he was left bloody beneath the vast sky. His physical form obliterated by their ferocious attacks, crimson blood cascading like a gentle rain upon the desert below. Let us proceed to the next planet, Lin Bei stated impassively. But just as he turned, the altar suddenly illuminated with brilliance. Chapter 52, Lord of the Demon Realm, with a battle power of 16 billion. The brightness of the altar gradually intensified, eventually becoming somewhat radiant, only to subsequently fade away. A spatial portal, measuring 2 meters in diameter, suddenly materialized at the center of the altar, accompanied by the sound of footsteps echoing from within. As the footsteps drew nearer, the altar appeared unable to bear the weight of some unseen force, beginning to crack. It seemed that this bit was attempting to summon a powerful entity from the demon realm through a blood ritual. Very well, let's observe. Perhaps I may even become bound to the system, Lin Bei mused, as a red dot appeared on the system's task panel, prompting him to click without hesitation. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, cultivate Raditz. Proceed to the South Galaxy Blood Red Star to slay the 5th-tier warriors that have escaped from the demon realm. The host must not intervene. Reward, 100 Spirit Beans. New task issued, cultivate Raditz. Proceed to the North Galaxy Earth to capture Android 17 and feed it to Cell. The host must not intervene in the capture process. Completion reward, gravity chamber upgrade from 1,000 times to 10,000 times gravity. Failure penalty, deprivation of the host cultivation talent, unable to increase battle power through training. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, cultivate Nappa. Proceed to the South Galaxy Blood Red Star to slay the 5th-tier warriors that have escaped from the demon realm. The host must not intervene. Reward, a spaceship with infinite energy. New task issued, cultivate Nappa. Proceed to the North Galaxy Earth to capture Android 18 and feed it to Cell. The host must not intervene in the capture process. Completion reward, wish card, equivalent to the power of the Namekian dragon, with 1 wish and a cooldown of 1 year. The dragon obeys only the host. Failure penalty, permanent inability to use Dragon Balls. The system space also displayed an updated red dot, with the item inventory now increased by 100 Spirit Beans. And the temporary status of a spaceship was replaced with spaceship with infinite energy. As Lin Bei swiftly perused the new tasks, the owner of the footsteps emerged from the spatial portal. The moment she stepped out, the entire portal and altar collapsed instantaneously, disintegrating into countless particles as if unable to withstand the pressure. She was a female demon of height 1 meter 80, adorned with 2 protruding antennae reminiscent of Namekian features. Her skin a vivid red. The air is delightful. This intoxicating fragrance is sublime. Which of you is Bit? I am the Lord of the Demon Realm, Demila. Upon her emergence, Demila inhaled deeply, reveling in the scent of blood that permeated the air. Lin Bei cast a cursory glance at the surrounding desert. He is dead. That was merely a beehive of his remains. Moreover, you claim to be the Lord of the Demon Realm? A 3rd-tier warrior, then? Demila turned her gaze toward Lin Bei, her serpent-like pupils narrowing. I never anticipated that there would be someone here familiar with the title of Lord of the Demon Realm. I should be the first of my kind to arrive here, should I not? Lin Bei chose to disregard her inquiry, maintaining his posture with hands tucked into his pockets. Do you know Depura? He asked. Demila, unfazed, responded with a gentle smile. I am in a rather pleasant mood today. Let us do this. 1 life for 1 question. Bold indeed. To answer Lord Lin Bei's query is an unparalleled honor, and yet you dare to impose conditions? Raditz, with his golden locks, instantly transformed into a sycophant, leaping forth with bravado, brimming with confidence in his Super Saiyan state, both mentally and physically. In an instant, a figure as swift as lightning materialized before Raditz. Demila's seemingly delicate arm concealed an immense reservoir of strength. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Raditz, delivering a simple thrust that pierced through his chest, subsequently discarding him like refuse. Following this, she darted behind Naba. With another swift motion, a slender arm emerged from Naba's chest, and she flicked him aside. 16 billion. Is this the power of the demon realm's sovereign? At the moment of attack, Demila had maximized her energy, evidently a formidable combatant. Lin Bei, utilizing a detector, keenly observed this figure. After all, Bai Te is my loyal dog, and though we have yet to meet, I will not allow you to slay him. The first question will cost that bald head. I know him, Diemela stated, gesturing towards Frieza. For the next question, the target is that little shorty. To her surprise, Frieza's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of Lin Bei's true might and saw this so-called demon lord as an opportunity to test the waters. At that moment, Raditz and Naba, who had been pierced through the chest, had somehow regained their footing. Both knelt on one knee before Lin Bei, declaring, "We are incompetent. Please forgive us, Lord Lin Bei." Are they warriors with regenerative abilities? Diemela, being the demon lord, was not taken aback by their situation. Lin Bei's icy gaze swept across their trembling faces. Useless. You didn't even react. Raditz and Naba bowed their heads in silence, too fearful to utter a word in defense. Their survival was due to Lin Bei having previously provided them with a Senzu Bean. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Every mission must be approached with utmost preparation. Lin Bei then turned to Diemela and inquired, "Who is stronger, you or Depura?" Diemela suddenly threw back her head and laughed heartily. "It seems you're utterly unaware of the terror of the Demon Lord. My good mood has come to an end. I no longer wish to indulge in this question-and-answer game." With that, she gestured towards Lin Bei and his companions, as if controlling puppets. "I shall eradicate all of you, and subsequently sever the remaining spatial conduits. Thus, I shall reign as the unparalleled existence in this realm." After uttering these words, Daimira instantly appeared before Lin Bei, her palm shaped like a steel blade, intent on cleaving open his forehead. To her mind, these four possessed regenerative abilities. Yet the head was a notable exception for most regenerative races. With a resounding clap, a hand capable of bisecting a planet firmly caught her lethal strike. A soft sigh echoed through the air. "The system has not bound you, yet you fail to answer my inquiries with sincerity. Pray tell, how shall I impose punishment upon you?" As Lin Bei's words concluded, a sudden sound arose. His hair transformed into a golden hue, and a terrifying wave of energy sent Raditz and his companions hurtling away. "Very well, it has been a while since I unleashed my power. Today, I shall vent my frustrations upon your body. So, you are the Demon Realm's sovereign, Daimira? You just claimed invincibility? In my presence, who dares to utter such claims?" Chapter 53. Cease this at once. I shall divulge everything. The arrogant little wretch, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Today shall be your lesson in the might of the Demon Realm's ruler. Daimira remained unfazed by Lin Bei's brazen demeanor, murmuring incantations under her breath. Though no sound escaped her lips, suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Daimira's shadow split in two, swiftly traversing the ground to encircle Lin Bei from both flanks. The dark silhouettes rose from the earth, resembling tangible forms, identical to Daimira, yet entirely black, each wielding a colossal axe. In that moment, countless black tendrils erupted from beneath the shadows, instantaneously binding Lin Bei in place. The two corporeal shadows mirrored each other's movements, raising their massive axes, bending low, gathering strength. And then, with a synchronized motion, they swung downwards toward Lin Bei's head. Disrespectful one, prepare to pay the price. The two axes, capable of slicing through a planet as though it were mere tofu, halted upon encountering Lin Bei's golden aura. It was as if an invisible wall obstructed their advance. As the axes struck the golden flames, they emitted a sizzling sound, trembling violently. Then, with a sharp crack, a fissure appeared on one axe, which soon multiplied, culminating in a resounding explosion as the shadowy axes shattered into fragments. "What?" Daimira gasped, her astonishment palpable. The opponent had done nothing. Yet could it be that my assault could not even breach his aura? How could this be? I am the sovereign of the demon realm. Foolish Daimira, your feeble strength is but dust before me, Lin Bei declared, as the golden aura surrounding him surged once more. The golden hair that stood erect was merely a result of the transforming energy that swept through him. Now it feels as though one has undergone a plasma molding shock, with each strand of hair resembling a steel blade protruding from the forehead. They gleam with a sense of unwavering strength, surrounded by blue arcs of electricity that dance nearby, emitting crackling sounds. With a single step forward, Lin Bei shatters the black lines that had previously bound him. In the next moment, a powerful gust of wind erupts from Lin Bei, causing the two shadowy figures to explode into fragments. Even Demara, the formidable lord of the demon realm, is compelled to defend against this fierce gale. The trio of Raditz, who have been blown away moments ago, can only activate their Super Saiyan form to withstand this force without being pushed back. Frieza is utterly astonished. He had prepared for a mutual destruction scenario, expecting to play the role of the cunning sixth, yet he never anticipated Lin Bei's strength to be so overwhelming. His aura surpasses that of the Demon Lord, rendering any plans of being the clever one utterly futile. Raditz and Naba wear expressions of astonishment. What is this Super Saiyan form of Master Lin Bei? Why does it seem different from ours? At this moment, the numbers on Lin Bei's scouter soar to 3,200,000,000 over the past 4 years. He has frequently utilized instant transmission to travel to Earth for sustenance. As for his source of income, the spacecraft is stocked with infinite food and water, which he sells at a low price. Why not resort to theft? He fears the next meal might not be up to par. Lin Bei's training is merely to work up a sweat, for it is only after such exertion that food tastes delightful. Saiyans have hearty appetites, relishing not only the thrill of battle, but also the pleasures of gourmet dining, especially since they can indulge without gaining weight, with six-pack abs eternally gracing their midsection. In this cyclical routine, his combat power has inadvertently escalated to 32 million. At this moment, Lin Bei remains grasping Demara's hand as she strikes with a blade-like motion, a mocking smile gracing his lips. With a crack, Demara emits a wretched scream akin to that of a wounded creature, as her palm morphs under Lin Bei's grip like soft clay. The sound of her distress is music to his ears. With a sinister grin, Lin Bei executes a spinning kick, severing Demara's other arm, leaving only a few tendons attached to prevent it from falling. Sweat beads cascade from her forehead. She has only felt such overwhelming strength in those demon lords who have reached the pinnacle of third-class warriors. To her astonishment, such a powerhouse exists in this small realm. Lin Bei then unleashes a flurry of wolf fang fist strikes, delivering a thorough massage to Demara, resulting in a complete dislocation of her bones. Now, can you obediently answer my questions? Lin Bei inquires, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazes upon the incapacitated Demara. Ha ha ha! Demara responds with a chilling smile. As the esteemed lord of the demon realm, I may be slain, but I shall never bow to you. Is that so? Lin Bei revealed a playful smile. He tossed a magical bean directly into Dai Meila's mouth, and to prevent her from spitting it out, he gently cradled her jaw with his hand, assisting her in crushing the bean. Have I recovered? Dai Meila's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her body, which had miraculously returned to its former state after being on the brink of death. She was not foolish, and immediately recalled the object Lin Bei had just thrown into her mouth. Suddenly, a chilling thought pierced her mind. Could this fellow possibly intend to, at that moment? A sinister laughter echoed in her ears. Hee hee! Gazing at Lin Bei's enchanting visage, Dai Meila felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Not compliant yet? Here, another magical bean. Another one. After consuming 5 magical beans, she finally cried out, "Stop hitting me. I'll tell you everything." Upon swallowing the 5th bean, she immediately begged for mercy, not daring to pause for even a moment. I thought the esteemed ruler of the demon realm would possess a tougher constitution. It seems 5 magical beans sufficed. Faced with Lin Bei's mockery, Dai Meila did not dare to retort. She knelt before him, her head bowed in shame, and responded to the earlier inquiry, of equal strength. Depura's prowess is comparable to mine. Lin Bei nodded thoughtfully. Would that you had spoken thus sooner. Now, enlighten me about the fundamental circumstances of your demon realm. Yes. Lin Bei. Dai Meila promptly utilized the name she had heard from Raditz and others. The demon realm is vast, comprising 108 domains, each governed by a demon lord. Thus, there are a total of 108 demon lords. Among these lords, aside from the top 8 in strength, the others are of a level similar to mine. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nodded in contemplation. This meant that within the entire demon realm, there were 100 beings comparable to the complete form of Cell, and 8 that surpassed him. And this was merely the situation among the 3rd-tier warriors. There existed 2nd-tier and 1st-tier warriors above them. Noting Lin Bei's silence, Dai Meila did not hesitate and continued. Despite the appealing title, demon lords are merely 3rd-tier warriors in the demon realm. Above us, there are 2nd-tier warriors capable of annihilating us, and 1st-tier warriors who can obliterate 2nd-tier warriors. I have just escaped from the demon realm. Chapter 54. The demon Buu is merely a cell of his. Hearing this, Lin Bei's expression shifted slightly. What on earth had transpired in the demon realm that compelled a demon lord to flee? Although Dai Mela now knelt humbly before him, she was a figure of considerable influence within the demon realm. In the demon realm, warriors of 3rd tier and above are typically not referred to as mere warriors. For instance, I am commonly addressed as the demon lord. Those who surpass me, the 2nd tier warriors, are referred to as the demon supreme, while the 1st tier warriors are known as the demon emperor. Once upon a time, in the realm of demons, there emerged a supreme being unlike any other. This being, devoid of rationality and endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities, remained impervious to even the most devastating blows, such as having his skull shattered. He was a creature of boundless stamina and infinite recovery, known as Majin Buu. Subsequently, Majin Buu was taken away by a sorcerer named Bibidi, his whereabouts unknown. It was presumed that the matter had concluded there. However, one fateful day, the Demon King mysteriously vanished, the sole emperor of the entire demon realm. Chaos ensued throughout the demon world, and I joined the search for the emperor. By chance, I stumbled upon the secret of Majin Buu within a cave. Bibidi had claimed that he was the creator of Majin Buu, but this was a lie. In truth, Majin Buu was merely a cell of a formidable being. Bibidi's only contribution was infusing this cell with malevolent thoughts, resulting in Majin Buu's loss of reason, transforming him into a creature solely driven by violence and destruction. More chillingly, I discovered traces of the Emperor's blood within that cave. The Emperor, being the only entity in the demon realm with golden blood, was unmistakable. Following this revelation, 2 more supreme beings met untimely ends, with the identity of the assailant remaining a mystery. Fearful, I chose to keep this information to myself, yearning to escape the demon realm and venture into another world. I also feared that the creature might discover this world if I were to close the portal. Lin Bei listened in silence, pondering the implications. A being powerful enough to exhaust Super Saiyan 3 Majin Buu was merely a cell of another creature? How formidable must that being be? The Dragon Ball lore offered no mention of it. Although Lin Bei was familiar with both the canonical and numerous non-canonical narratives of Dragon Ball, he possessed no information about this being. He resolved to investigate further, hoping to uncover clues through Majin Buu. The events unfolding in the demon realm were indeed alarming. It was no wonder subsequent narratives scarcely referenced it, perhaps having been obliterated by that very creature. What would happen to those from outside the demon realm who entered? Daimidame, contemplating the deception, hesitated at the thought of Lin Bei's capabilities, ultimately deciding to speak truthfully. Those not native to the demon realm would succumb to madness. Any non-demon who enters would be assailed by the whispers formed from the demon realm's aura, an assault unavoidable regardless of strength. Furthermore, these whispers would haunt them for life. And without special means, even upon leaving the demon realm, they could not escape. It seemed that Gula had indeed been driven mad by these whispers. Lin Bei reflected on these revelations, and then continued, inquiring, how many such spatial portals exist? Can other demon lords traverse them as well? There are 9 portals, all unstable extensions of the demon realm. It is not merely me, a demon lord, who can navigate them. Even the lesser beings of the 5th rank find it challenging to approach. It is only due to my innate racial talents that I manage to endure. However, your world possesses a peculiar strangeness. In other realms, these tentacles exhibit remarkable stability, while in your world, an unknown force seems to intervene. Oh, which other worlds have you visited? There are realms where ninjutsu is practiced, others that can unleash the blade form known as Bankai, and even those where peculiar fruit abilities are wielded, among others. Lin Bei merely inquired casually, not anticipating that the tentacles of the demon realm extended even further than he had imagined. Lift your head, Lin Bei suddenly spoke softly. Daimila felt a jolt within her heart, a familiar sensation overwhelming her as she tremulously raised her head, her eyes revealing a glimmer of desperate yearning for survival. Lin Bei gently caressed her forehead, saying, "What a lovely girl. How unfortunate that you must breathe." Agravecin. As he spoke, a golden light emanated from his hand. Daimila opened her mouth in despair, her voice failing to escape before the brilliant golden beam diffused like ink in clear water, swiftly engulfing her. Boom! The ruler of the demon realm, with a battle power of 16 billion, a terrifying existence capable of contending with the complete form of Cell, was reduced to mere ashes by a single energy blast from Lin Bei. Let us proceed to the next planet. The 3 of them exchanged apprehensive glances at Lin Bei, swallowing hard before promptly following suit, for the presence of the demon realm's lord appeared monstrous in their eyes. Yet before Lin Bei, This monster seemed as powerless as a girl facing a giant. All that could be heard were screams of despair, utterly devoid of any resistance. Just how formidable is Lin Bei's strength? Boom! Lin Bei summoned his spacecraft, and after the four entered, the hatch slowly closed, swiftly launching into the sky. Soon, a planet-destroying projectile, a 1,000-meter diameter sphere, was hurled from the heavens. This was Lin Bei's inaugural use of this technique to obliterate a planet. The blood-red extraterrestrial beings had been entirely exterminated by BB, and even if any survivors remained, they would carry their grief to the grave, better to grant them liberation. Boom! Amidst a massive crimson explosion, a spherical spacecraft burst forth, and Lin Bei glanced at the countdown in the main control room. There were still 18 days, 9 hours, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds remaining until Gula's star. Once this task was completed, it would be time to head to Earth. He pondered how profoundly his actions might have impacted Goku and the other protagonists. Lin Bei stood before the window, quietly observing the unchanging scenery outside the spacecraft. Speaking to himself, in a future world, Vegeta had trained relentlessly under a gravity of 1,000 times for over 2 years, handling all his needs within the gravity chamber without a moment's respite. At this moment, as usual, he battled imagined foes within his mind. Whoosh, 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 bang, 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 bang. The fleeting figures of androids 17 and 18, Frieza, and Lin Bei shattered in an instant. Vegeta inhaled deeply and stepped out of the gravity chamber, marking the first time in over 2 years that he had emerged from its confines. Gazing into the mirror, he couldn't suppress a triumphant smirk. Little did you anticipate this. Lin Bei, Vegeta, have transcended the realm of Super Saiyan. I am now the true Super Vegeta. After vanquishing those 2 puppets, it will be your turn. Ha ha ha. The sinister grin on his face inexplicably caused a crack to form in the mirror. Chapter 55, Cold-Blooded Vegeta. In a lavish chamber aboard a spacecraft, a diminutive being with waxy yellow skin abruptly opened his eyes. He hurriedly approached a crystal ball, his hands reaching out in anticipation. Moments later, the orb revealed a pitch-black image. The Dark Lord of the Demon Realm, Beerus, has perished? And in the world where Majin Buu is sealed, what on earth has transpired? The small, waxy-skinned creature stroked his chin, pondering for a long while. Could it be that Majin Buu has broken free from his seal? No, that is impossible. While Buu is formidable, he could not achieve such a feat. Could it be the Supreme Kai? Yet this Supreme Kai seems rather weak. After a moment of contemplation, he had initially planned to act 7 years later, but it seemed he must hasten his agenda. I can only hope that the target is not Majin Buu. For safety's sake, I must prepare several bodyguards. He then moved to the side and shouted into a speaker connected to the control room. Locate the residence of the Dark Lord Beerus. Yes, Lord Babidi. Vegeta, you've come out? Bulma exclaimed, having just returned from outside. After emerging from the healing pod, Vegeta appeared utterly transformed. His 2 years of relentless training in the gravity chamber left him unyielding, even during moments of respite. Vegeta cast a cold glance at her, offering no response. Bulma was accustomed to this behavior. Where are the androids? Vegeta asked, removing his torn battlesuit and donning a new one. Wow, have you already become capable of defeating those 2 androids? Bulma marveled. Vegeta's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. My power level has long surpassed those 2 androids. My time in the gravity chamber was dedicated to achieving greater ambitions. Is that true? I must measure your current power level. Bulma exclaimed with delight, realizing that Vegeta's declaration indicated significant improvement. Vegeta maintained his arrogant smirk. No need. The power of a Super Saiyan cannot be quantified by mere scrap metal. Before Bulma could respond, the television on the wall abruptly interrupted with an urgent news bulletin. Androids at 17 and 18 have suddenly appeared in the East District. Nearby survivors are urged to evacuate immediately. The androids 17 and 18 have unexpectedly descended upon the Eastern District. Survivors in the vicinity are urged to evacuate promptly. Vegeta, upon hearing this news, let out a cold laugh as he dashed out. How delightful. I had no idea so many humans were hiding here. It's like a hunting ground. Android 18 remarked, her hair cascading as she unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each one striking its target with deadly precision. Be mindful of your kills, 18. Too many casualties would spoil the fun. We ought to lie low for a while, allowing them to restore some semblance of civilization and population. Then we can re-emerge unexpectedly and frighten them half to death. That would be truly amusing. 17 suggested with a sinister grin. A woman clutching her child, in a state of panic, attempted to flee but unfortunately caught 18's attention. With desperation etched on her face, she pleaded, "You can kill me, but please spare my child. She is innocent." 18 replied with a mocking smirk, "You humans are inherently guilty." With that, a yellow energy sphere formed and magnified in her gaze. Just then, a figure appeared as if descending from the heavens, swiftly intervening to deflect the sphere away from the woman. "Vegeta, you truly haven't perished," 18 exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before sneering. "Has the ruthless Saiyan taken to rescuing people now?" 17, licking his lips, observed with newfound intrigue. "The tenacity of Saiyans is indeed remarkable. Are you here to defeat us once more?" "Thank you," the woman stammered, kneeling before Vegeta in trembling gratitude. Vegeta, however, averted his gaze, his hands clasped behind him. "Do not mistake my actions. I saved you merely to witness their dismay." With a brilliant flash of light emanating from his palm, he unleashed a devastating blast that obliterated both the woman and her child into dust. He then turned his head, a mocking expression on his face. "And let me correct you once more. It is not about defeating. It is about killing." Confidence radiated from Vegeta, akin to an evil deity's descent. Android 18 stepped forward, her expression darkening as she glared at Vegeta. "You have once again snatched my prey. This time, I am genuinely angered and shall not spare you." "Spare me? Huh. Very well. Today I shall use a sledgehammer to swat a fly, demonstrating a power that transcends even Super Saiyan." 17, unfazed by the exchange, chimed in, "My dear Prince Vegeta, your dialogue seems rather repetitive. I tire of it. Today, let 18 put an end to you once and for all." Vegeta displayed a cold smile in response. "You foolish androids remain utterly arrogant. The last time you failed to eliminate me was your gravest mistake." With that, he let out a primal scream, his muscles swelling as if inflated like a balloon, until they reached a certain threshold and gradually deflated. Ultimately, he achieved a physique that was stronger than usual, yet not excessively bulky. Breathing heavily, Vegeta sighed deeply. "This is the power that transcends Super Saiyan, Super Vegeta." Android 18 scoffed. Dismissing the Saiyan as theatrics, Saiyans always indulge in such frivolous displays. Transforming back and forth ultimately leads to the same result. Utterly grotesque. She then assumed a stance reminiscent of the Wolf Fong fist. "Hurry up. I need to change into a new outfit soon." Vegeta, unfazed, maintained a calm confidence, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. In a flash that defied comprehension, he appeared directly before 18. "What? This speed?" 18 gasped, only to feel a sharp pain in her chest. Looking down, she saw Vegeta's fist piercing through her body as he materialized. Vivid crimson blood spilled from her chest, dripping onto the ground. "Ah!" 18 screamed in agony. Vegeta licked his parched lips. "It seems there is blood within your android body. I had presumed you were filled with oil." "Run 17. He is not Vegeta." As 18's words escaped her lips, a brilliant golden light erupted from her chest. With a thunderous explosion, energy surged from within, utterly disintegrating her form. 18. 17 cried out in alarm, caught off guard by Vegeta's swift and decisive actions. Unable to comprehend that 18 had been felled by a single blow, Vegeta grunted in satisfaction. "Did I not say? I am Super Vegeta." With that, he vanished in an instant. Protective shield. 17, bewildered by Vegeta's sudden surge in strength, activated his shield for self-preservation. Fortunately, his boundless energy allowed him to maintain it even in the face of catastrophe. He was convinced that Vegeta's power was fleeting. If he could endure, he would avenge 18. Yet, with a resounding crack, the protective barrier shattered before Vegeta's iron fist as if it were mere paper. Vegeta's punch pierced through the shield, and he spread his fingers towards 17's face, golden energy illuminating his sinister visage. "No!" Boom! The energy blast detonated within the shield, and 17 was reduced to ashes at point-blank range. Vegeta, reveling in the surge of power coursing through him, laughed heartily and clenched his fist. "You are next, Lin Bei." Nearly a year has passed, and Vegeta has successfully gathered enough energy for a single round trip in the time machine. At this moment, he stands before the time machine alongside Bulma. She embraces him, a mixture of reluctance and anticipation in her voice. "I've set the time for you. Once you enter, simply press the red button inside, and you will return to your original time. The passage of time is synchronized. The duration you spend in the future corresponds to the time elapsed back there. Upon meeting Trunks, just hand him the time machine. He will know how to operate it." Vegeta nods thoughtfully. "Bulma, Do you remember when I first arrived and you asked me about Trunks? Bulma blinks. Yes, isn't he in the past? Suddenly, Vegeta raises his arm, spreading his fingers wide, energy coalescing in his palm, shaking his head. He is forever left in the past. Boom! In an instant, Bulma is reduced to dust as her pupils undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Chapter 56, Vegeta versus Future Cell. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden round of applause erupts from behind. Incredible. As expected of the Prince of Science, Vegeta, killing your own wife at a whim. You are even colder than I imagined. Vegeta casts a sidelong glance at the speaker, a grotesque figure with green skin and black spots. This hideous creature had intentionally suppressed its energy to lurk in the shadows. Who are you? I'm Cell. Your compatriot. Cell's eyes narrow, and he releases his energy. Vegeta's eyes widen in disbelief. How is this possible? You possess the energy of Earthlings, Frieza, and even mine, Raditz. And Nappa? Cell relishes in Vegeta's astonishment, licking his lips. Did I not mention? I am your compatriot. After a moment of silence, Vegeta retorts coldly, though I know not how this is possible. I certainly have no compatriots as hideous as you. Cell suddenly bursts into laughter. I have been scouring this world for the traces of androids 17 and 18, but alas, I have found nothing. It appears they were eradicated by you. Dr. Jiro's data was inaccurate. Who would have thought the one standing at the end is not Son Goku, but you, Vegeta? Vegeta's expression darkens at this remark. Foul creature, do not dare compare me to that lowly warrior, Kakarot. With a fierce intensity, Vegeta's hair transforms into a golden hue, a terrifying wave of energy causing nearby structures to collapse instantaneously. I am the prodigious warrior of planet Vegeta, the Prince of Science. I am not to be compared with such inferior warriors. Your words irk me, and I have decided to eliminate you before I return to the past. Is that so? And it seems our goals align. Cell cackles maniacally, preparing for the ensuing battle. With a sudden blast akin to a thunderous explosion, a massive wave surged forth, shattering a colossal rock into fragments. Vegeta displayed a flicker of surprise. The strength of this grotesque creature exceeded that of the androids. Transform into nourishment for my body. Vegeta, Cell bellowed as he charged forward. Swift as the wind, he reached Vegeta in the blink of an eye, brandishing his greeting gift. Wolfang Fist. A flurry of blows ensued, each strike resonating like an earthquake, causing the ground beneath them to crack in varying degrees. To think your power is so formidable, Cell exclaimed, astonished, realizing he had exerted 80% of his strength, yet failed to inflict any damage. Vegeta responded with an enigmatic smile. Indeed, I too did not expect such weakness from you. This hideous creature. What? Cell's heart trembled. Could it be that Vegeta was concealing his true power? This was inconceivable. Having absorbed so many life essences, his calculations indicated that he was now invincible. Yet in pursuit of perfection, he still yearned to absorb androids 17 and 18. How could I, in this form, be deemed weak? Unforgivable. I am invincible. Cell roared, unleashing his full might, enveloped in a radiant purple aura, launching a fierce assault upon Vegeta. The purple energy sphere in his hand was hurled with reckless abandon. Boom! 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 Under the relentless barrage from Cell, a cloud of dust erupted. The braggart now comprehends my power. Cell gasped, reveling in his own triumph. Yet, amidst the swirling dust, a powerful gust erupted, revealing Vegeta. Unscathed and unwavering, his stance firm. The golden aura unique to Super Saiyan enveloped him, and a smirk, one that even the mightiest weapons could not suppress, graced his lips. Is this your notion of invincibility? A pitiable display. You cannot even leave a mark upon me. Vegeta's derisive laughter echoed in Cell's ears. No, this cannot be real. I am the ultimate being, forged from the strongest cells and the most advanced intellect the universe has to offer. How can anyone surpass me? I must be incomplete. I must be. His desperation grew. As long as I can obtain Android 17 and 18 suddenly, a pain scream erupted from Cell as he coughed forth purple blood. In the midst of his rage, Vegeta had swiftly closed the distance, delivering a merciless blow to Cell's abdomen. The unsightly individual. You remain utterly oblivious to the vast chasm that separates us. My power as Super Vegeta has long transcended numerical limits. Upon uttering these words, he seized Cell's tail and spun around 2,000 times before launching him skyward, just as Cell exerted every ounce of strength to stabilize himself. A blinding golden light descended like the scythe of death. Ultimate flash. Boom! 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 The resounding explosions echoed through the air, as Vegeta displayed a disdainful smirk before relinquishing his Super Saiyan form, unaware of its impending doom. With that, he strode toward the time machine. Lin Bei. This is Planet Gula. Frieza rubbed his hands together, eager to crush Gula beneath his heel. Meanwhile, the spaceship had entered the interior of Planet Gula, activating landing mode. The squad below immediately recognized the situation, brandishing a megaphone. Where did this spaceship come from? No divine beings are permitted within Planet Gula. Zing, zing, zing. Several golden death beams shot forth from the spacecraft, as Lin Bei coldly surveyed the lone remaining member of the squad below. Go tell your king Gula that Lin Bei, have come to retrieve something. The man trembled, his voice quivering as he cautiously inquired. What is it that you seek? His life. Chapter 57. Frieza versus Gula. The underling paused momentarily, his expression troubled as he glanced at his fallen comrades, swallowing hard. To answer Lord Lin Bei, King Gula is indeed on Planet Gula, but his mental state is currently compromised. No one knows his precise location. No sooner had he spoken than a series of thunderous booms erupted from the distant mountains, causing towering peaks to collapse and unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries from the wildlife. At that moment, Lin Bei's detector emitted an alert. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 150 million. It seems I have found Gula, Lin Bei murmured, extending a finger as a death beam instantaneously pierced the man's forehead. A squad should remain orderly. Let's depart. Monster. They're all monsters. Gula appeared to be possessed, muttering to the air while intermittently executing indiscriminate attacks with his royal combat techniques. All of you shall perish. With that, he raised both hands skyward, gathering a planet-destroying bomb of 100-meter diameter above his head. This is disastrous. King Gula has gone mad. He intends to annihilate Planet Gula. One of Gula's mechanized troops, Frieza, anxiously turned and shouted. Hey, you two, think of something quickly. Dre and Nez could only shake their heads in resignation. We must flee, Frieza. There is still a chance of survival if we can reach the spaceship. Just as those words left their mouths, Gula hurled the planet-destroying bomb. Damn it, hurry. Suddenly, a remarkably swift, white figure zipped past them. With a swift motion, he kicked the planet-destroying bomb capable of annihilating the planet Gula into the cosmos. As the mecha squad regained their senses, they finally discerned the identity of the newcomer. It was King Frieza. Simultaneously, Lin Bei and his companions arrived. Frieza, eyeing the unfamiliar trio, mused, how peculiar. They are neither Dodoria nor Zarbin, nor are they members of the Genya Force. Are they new recruits under Frieza? They seem to lack substantial combat prowess. Do they possess any unique abilities? It appears I must gather some intelligence. Although Frieza referred to Frieza as king, he was acutely aware of the adversarial relationship between them. The overwhelming strength of King Gula instilled in him a peculiar sense of superiority upon seeing Lin Bei and his companions. You three must be under King Frieza, right? ZZZT. ZZZT. Two golden beams of death erupted from the tips of Lin Bei's fingers, instantly piercing through Friza's head and heart. Lin Bei's gaze, cold and abyssal, bore into him. Frieza subordinates? Your judgment and tone incite my ire. The expressions of Dre and Nez behind Frieza turned to shock at the decisiveness and overwhelming power displayed by Lin Bei, far exceeding their expectations. Just moments ago, Frieza was alive, and now he lay dead. Raditz Naba, at your command. The two responded, immediately kneeling, their training nearly making them forget that Lin Bei was a ruthless demon capable of decisive slaughter. I give you 10 seconds to eliminate these two bothersome nuisances. Otherwise, Lin Bei gestured towards Frieza. This will be your fate. With a surge of energy, Raditz and Naba transformed into their Super Saiyan forms. Yes, Lord Lin Bei. Boom, boom, boom. The sky resonated with the sound of fists colliding, though it was merely Frieza unilaterally pummeling Gula. After expelling a mouthful of acidic saliva, Gula finally regained a semblance of rationality. Frieza, what brings you to the southern galaxy? You mustn't tell me you've already seized control of the northern, eastern, and western galaxies. Oh, my foolish brother. If you wish to avoid my wrath, you should transform quickly. Frieza, lacking the Saiyan's combative bloodlust, initially intended to eliminate Gula with a surprise attack, denying him the opportunity to transform. However, Lin Bei's command was to defeat Gula post-transformation. This unexpected requirement caused Frieza, who was already on edge, to feel a twinge of discomfort. It seemed Lin Bei had discerned the ruse of his concealed energy. and if he did not exert his full strength, he might very well find himself eliminated. Such thoughts were merely Frieza's own conjectures. Lin Bei was merely curious about the combat power Gula would exhibit upon transformation. Ultimately, the original creation by Toei Animation, Gula, reveals no discernible strength, and the subsequent mention of 100 billion high-energy warriors is utterly absurd. Does this mean that even I, the protagonist with a cheat, will be crushed into the ground? Upungharintis, Gula Skufa. Ah, I see now. So you have made some progress and wish to eliminate me to fulfill your dream of unifying the universe. I once entertained such thoughts, but that would be rather tedious. He then cast a disdainful glance at Frieza. To be frank, Frieza, I currently have no interest in unifying the universe. I have discovered a far grander world. That is where my true stage lies. Ah, my foolish elder brother. Are you referring to the demon realm? Gula gazed at Frieza in disbelief. Do you have a spatial passage connecting to the demon realm? His expression brightened. Frieza, if we join forces, our chances of survival in the demon realm will significantly increase. The spatial passage is quite unstable, yet if we wait there, a stable moment will surely arise. That realm is our stage. I even suspect that our frost demon lineage hails from the demon realm. Otherwise, how could we possibly be so much stronger than the beings of this world? Gula grew increasingly animated, but the only response he received was a chilling beam of death. Have you finished your monologue? If you don't transform now, I shall end your life. Frieza declared. The Lord of the Demon Realm has emerged, and you wish to risk your life pursuing it? I understand now. You must be terrified by the aura emanating from the passage. Frieza, my impotent younger brother, allow me, as your elder brother, to personally bring your demise. With that, Gula unleashed a fierce aura, his form expanding, for sharp horns sprouting from his head, and his arms curving into a scythe-like shape. He towered over Frieza, standing twice his height, with Frieza's head barely reaching Gula's waist. Behold, the transformation you have awaited is complete. I initially intended to eliminate you and King Cold after unifying the universe to celebrate, but since I now lack interest in that, let me end your life prematurely to liven things up. Beep beep beep. Battle power, 500 million. Is this the extent of Gula's strength after his transformation? This power is sufficient to obliterate even a newly transformed Super Saiyan Goku with a single blow. Gazing at the numbers on the scouter, Lin Bei murmured to himself. Chapter 58, Vegeta's Return. Bang, 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 bang. The thunderous sounds of fist meeting flesh echoed as Gula, despite his transformation, was mercilessly pummeled by Frieza. He howled in pain, forced into a defensive stance. How can this be? Your original power was inferior to mine, and I possess an additional transformation. Yet now, you surpass me even in my transformed state. Whoosh! As Frieza swiftly appeared behind Cooler, he clasped his hands into a fist and struck downward. Under Lord Lin Bei's guidance, I have undergone a complete transformation. With a mocking sound, Cooler let out a cry of agony as he plummeted to the ground like a straight ray of light. Upon impact, he struck the earth with the force of a meteorite crashing into the planet, causing surrounding mountains to crumble and rivers to fracture, stirring up clouds of dust. Oh, my foolish elder brother, do you have any idea how I have endured these years? 100,000 push-ups, the secret weapon of a man, lies in his brawn. 100,000 squats, a man's thighs herald a second spring. 100,000 sit-ups, the waist is the key to a man's strength. Frieza, who had always relished steak paired with red wine, had endured 4 years of hellish trials under Lin Bei's oppressive might. His combat power had surged from initial 120 million to a staggering 700 million. Suddenly, Frieza sensed a hint of peril emanating from below. The swirling dust began to writhe, and a formidable force soon dispersed it, as a purple shockwave hurtled toward his face. Oh no, there's no time to evade, Frieza murmured, swiftly crossing his arms in front of him, amplifying his defenses to the fullest. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds reverberated across Cooler Planet, startling countless birds and beasts into flight. Ha ha ha. Did you ever expect, Frieza, that I could concentrate my power into a single point and enhance my combat prowess? How does the taste of my demonic shockwave feel? Cooler licked the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and laughed maniacally at Frieza, who was enveloped in smoke. Frieza scoffed, spreading his arms and legs to form a large leopard. Spitting out a mouthful of bloodied phlegm, he cast a scornful glance at Cooler below. I must admit, I didn't foresee that. It does sting quite a bit. What? Cooler, feeling as if a meteor had plunged into the sea, stirred up a colossal wave within him. Although he had never anticipated that his demonic shockwave would obliterate Frieza, the damage inflicted was far less than he had imagined. Could it be that Frieza's combat power exceeded his by a significant margin? As Cooler indulged in these chaotic thoughts, Frieza took to the skies and declared his victory. This ends now, Cooler. With that, he raised his hand and began to gather energy, quickly forming a purple disc. Death Cutter, prepare to descend into hell, Cooler, Frieza exclaimed, casting the disc forth. The disc possessed formidable cutting capabilities, leaving a path as neatly torn as paper in its wake. Cooler leapt to evade the strike. Futile. This attack is controllable. You cannot escape, Frieza retorted, altering his gesture, causing the disc to pivot and pursue Cooler. Yet, Cooler remained unfazed, even revealing a barely perceptible sinister smile. After dodging several strikes from the disc, he launched himself toward the airborne Frieza. Ah, you do not intend to approach me swiftly, only to evade at the very moment the disc is about to strike, do you? Do you truly believe such a ruse would be effective against me? Frieza discerned Gula's deception instantly, exposing it without hesitation. Is that so? Gula retorted with a mocking smile, yet his body betrayed him, executing precisely what Frieza had described. At the moment the disc was poised to make contact, he vanished, but the disc halted abruptly, suspending just a mere centimeter from Frieza. My apologies, but I possess flawless control over the trajectory of the death slice, Frieza declared confidently, turning his head towards Gula behind him. At that instant, Gula revealed a peculiar grin. In a flash, he appeared beneath Frieza, raising his right hand beneath the disc. Is that so? Then are you aware that I can briefly manipulate the death slice as well? What? Frieza gasped in shock, realizing the connection between the disc and himself had been forcefully severed. Gula hurled the disc forward, and at such a proximity, Frieza could not evade in time. With a sickening sound, he was cleaved into two, his left arm tumbling alongside his lower half. Frieza's expression was one of disbelief. How come my death slice? Gula chuckled coldly. Do not forget who taught you the death slice in your youth. How could I not prepare a contingency? My foolish brother. With that, he assumed a stance reminiscent of the Kamehameha, embodying the Ice Demon clan's demonic shockwave. This will be the end for you, Frieza. How careless. Lin Bei would never intervene in this duel. Should I perish, he would likely replace me with Gula. I cannot afford to lose. Frieza mirrored Gula's stance, channeling the demonic shockwave with a single hand. Though he now possessed only half his body, Gula's energy had significantly waned. Huh, Frieza roared, recalling the visage of King Cooled teaching him this technique, as he concentrated all his energy into his right hand. Boom, boom, boom. Frieza's power proved superior. As Gula was severely injured by the force of the shockwave, his four sharp horns and arm blade shattered. With what remained of his body, Frieza propelled himself forward, unleashing a punch into Gula's abdomen with every ounce of his strength. His fist pierced through Gula's form, a scene that could only be encapsulated by the phrase heart-wrenching. Following this strike, Frieza could no longer sustain his flight and plummeted to the ground. In his fading consciousness, something seemed to enter his mouth. Instinctively, he crushed it, and in an instant his lower half reformed. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Lin Bei's discontented expression. The worthless creature, having wasted a precious spirit being, found himself in a frigid despair as Frieza, in a frantic display of remorse, prostrated himself, lamenting, "It is entirely my subordinate's incompetence. Please, Lord Lin Bei, impose your punishment." Suddenly, an odd contraption materialized in the clearing. With a flamboyant hairstyle, Vegeta descended from the time machine, revealing a sly grin as he surveyed the terrain. Indeed, the traces here bear a striking resemblance to those from my previous battle with Trunks. I have returned. With that thought, he unleashed an energy blast, obliterating the time machine as it had become obsolete. After over 3 years of rigorous training, he had transformed into Super Vegeta. Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing a formidable energy. Strange, it feels somewhat familiar. Wait, is that Kakarot's energy? And furthermore, he has ascended to Super Saiyan. How can such a lower-class warrior achieve Super Saiyan status? Absurd. But why is he the only one exhibiting this combat aura? Instantly, Vegeta contemplated a possibility. Androids. Could it be that Kakarot is engaged in battle with androids? How intriguing. With this thought, he soared towards Kakarot's direction. Chapter 59. The Mighty Son Goku. Bang, 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 boom, 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 ah-da-da-da-da-da. The androids 16, 17, and 18 executed the Wolf Fong Fist, surrounding Goku in a triangular formation. Observing the fierce onslaught of the three androids, Yamcha's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he exclaimed, "Incredible! Goku is truly remarkable. Each of these androids, if singled out, would surpass King Cold's monstrous strength by several folds. Yet Goku stands resolute against all three." In response to Yamcha's astonishment, Krillin remained silent, casting occasional glances at one of the androids, murmuring to himself, "That android must be Android 18. She is extraordinarily beautiful." Meanwhile, Gohan, who bore a long sword on his back, interjected, "Over 3 years ago, the energies of those two Super Saiyans instilled a profound sense of crisis in my father. Subsequently, he took me to the hyperbolic time chamber for a year. He claimed that he would no longer be defeated by anyone. This time, lacking Trunks' forewarning, no one awaited the android's arrival. Yet, androids 19 and 20 sought out Goku, who was cultivating at the sacred land of Korin. At this moment, Goku was untroubled by heart disease, his power far exceeding the calculations of Android 20. After swiftly dispatching Android 19, Android 20, left with no choice, extended an invitation, claiming to have powerful opponents prepared for Goku. As a martial arts enthusiast, Goku readily accepted, drawing the attention of Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin, who were all captivated by Goku's formidable battle aura. At this moment, the battlefield is the entrance of the cave where the androids 17 and 18 awaken in the original story. The nefarious Dr. Gero, who has transformed himself into Android 20, has naturally been dispatched. Piccolo observes Gohan, still yet to engage in battle, with his striking golden hair, and he feels an inexplicable pressure. This prompts him to reminisce about their first encounter when Gohan was merely a whimpering child. Who would have thought that just a few short years later, he has matured so remarkably? He appears even more composed than I am. Could it be that this child possesses strength comparable to Goku's? With this thought, a subtle smile graces Piccolo's lips. He feels no sense of inadequacy, but rather a flicker of pride. Damn it, Dr. Gero's data is utterly outrageous. The combat prowess of this son, Goku, far exceeds the computer's highest estimations. Android 17 clenches his teeth in dissatisfaction, remarking that he had believed himself to be the universe's strongest android, only to discover that Android 16 surpasses him. And even more astonishing is that Son Goku is stronger than 16. He has plummeted from being the strongest in the universe to merely the third. Stop. I sense that you are different from those two androids. If you agree not to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, I shall spare you. Goku has not even unleashed his true strength, yet he is already beyond the capabilities of these three androids. They understand that Goku is not boasting but Dr. Gero's directive is to eliminate Son Goku, which is the very purpose of their creation. They cannot resist this mandate. It must be executed. Suddenly, a distant speck rapidly enlarges. It is Vegeta, who has just returned from the future. He stands alone, completely disregarding Krillin and the others, his gaze fixed intently on Kakarot and the three androids. Indeed, he is engaged in battle with the androids. Who would have thought that this low-class warrior raised on Earth could transform into a Super Saiyan? It's the perfect opportunity to gauge your true strength through the androids. Vegeta, Krillin, and the others gasp, and Gohan's expression reveals a hint of murderous intent. He is indeed alive. The three androids also notice Vegeta's arrival, exacerbating the already dire situation. Android 16 retreats to the side of 17 and 18, whispering in a barely audible tone, "I know that explosives are implanted within you, but my power is greater. Cover me. I will rush forward and embrace Son Goku. As long as I'm close enough, he will be severely injured if not killed." 17 and 18 exchange glances and nod. They share no emotional bond with 16, and their sole purpose as androids is to eliminate Son Goku. Thus, 16's actions are entirely justified. Swish, 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 swish. The two immediately employ the prince's strategy, preparing to provide cover for 16. After all, they possess infinite energy to expend at will. On the 16th, taking advantage of the opportunity, an unexpected turn of events unfolded when Piccolo, due to his unique auditory structure, foresaw their plan. "Old son, stay away from him. He's about to self-destruct." What? A jolt of alarm surged through Goku as he instinctively dodged and delivered a powerful kick, sending the formidable 16 crashing face-first into the ground, skidding for over 100 meters and shattering several rocky formations along the way. With a clenched fist, 16 pounded the earth in frustration. Damn it, I was too preoccupied to consider Piccolo's hearing. Just then, a voice from above interrupted. "I didn't expect there to be a 16. I thought the androids were limited to just 17 and 18. Did you perish along the way? With that, a resounding crack echoed as Vegeta crushed 16's head beneath his foot, as springs and screws erupted from the shattered remnants. A flicker of surprise crossed Vegeta's confident visage. I assumed you were also a modified being. Turns out you're merely a robot. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Cultivate Frieza. Proceed to the South Galaxy Gula Star to eliminate the Gula tainted by the Demon Realm. The host cannot intervene. Reward: immunity to the aura of the Demon Realm. New task issued. Cultivate Frieza. Proceed to the North Galaxy Earth to eliminate Son Goku. The host cannot intervene. Completion reward: upgrade Super Saiyan Form 2, exclusive to 3. Failure penalty: permanent transformation limit set to Super Saiyan 2. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Cultivate Vegeta. Eliminate 16. The host cannot intervene. Reward: attain the ability to survive in the cosmos. New task issued. Cultivate Vegeta. Proceed to the North Galaxy Earth to eliminate the Demon Realm Lord Dubra. The host cannot intervene. Completion reward: upgrade Super Saiyan Form 3, exclusive to 4. If the host does not achieve Super Saiyan 3 by the time of completion, the reward will be stored automatically. Failure penalty: awakening of the god of destruction Beerus ahead of schedule. Lin Bei had merely intended to peruse Frieza's new task, but was taken aback to discover that Vegeta had completed his task. If memory served, there seemed to be no trace of Android 16 in the future. This indicated that Vegeta had returned. This was dire. I must hasten to intervene. If he were to eliminate 17 and 18, my mission would falter. With urgency, he placed his hands upon Raditz and Nappa's shoulders, standing atop Frieza's head, and activated instant transmission. Chapter 60, Worthless Wretches. Why must I always rescue you? Vegeta, Goku exclaimed with a serious demeanor. I have been waiting for your arrival. It is time to settle the score for Earth, for Gohan. Unfazed, Vegeta retained a mocking smile. You dawdle against such a trivial android, and still dare to think you could defeat me? Kakarot, it seems your head was damaged in childhood. He then glanced at Piccolo and Gohan. It appears you both had a sojourn on Namek as well. Very well, before eliminating Lin Bei, let's first engage in a warm-up with you. Upon hearing this, Wukong's lips curled into a slight smile. Is that so? I too wish to face Lin Bei once more. Lin Bei is not someone of your caliber that you can contend with, Vegeta remarked after a brief pause, then pointed his thumb at his chin. Only I, Super Vegeta, can triumph over him. Subsequently, Vegeta's gaze fixated on Wukong's back. However, before we commence, let us clear the field. I find those two androids rather bothersome. Wukong, embodying a saintly demeanor, interjected, No, they have committed no wrongdoing. Do not be so arrogant, Kakarot. Does my work, as Vegeta, require your consent? Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Then in a swift motion, he zipped past Wukong and appeared before Android 18. Prepare to perish once more. With that, he unleashed a ferocious punch. So swift, Android 18 could not discern any trace of Vegeta's rapid movement. It was as if he had teleported directly before her, leaving her no time to react. However, Vegeta's iron fist, aimed to penetrate 18's form, was seized by Wukong. Did I not say it is unacceptable? Wukong shouted angrily, exerting force in his arm to hurl Vegeta away. Why did that son Wukong save me? Moreover, his response was swifter. His speed surpassed even Vegeta's. Android 18 felt a tumultuous wave of astonishment rise within her. No wonder the three of us could not best him earlier. The disparity was greater than she had anticipated. Vegeta executed 2.5 mid-air flips before landing firmly. He glanced at the spot where Wukong had caught him, now marked with bruises. Intriguing. It appears you have been diligently honing your skills over the years. I had not anticipated that before encountering Lin Bei, we would have to get serious. After musing to himself, Vegeta began to unleash his fury. His body swelled as if inflated like a balloon. Then he released some of that energy, maintaining an optimal state of speed and power. This is Super Vegeta. Yamcha was so intimidated by Vegeta's aura that he staggered back several steps. This is outrageous. Vegeta's strength has escalated to dimensions far beyond what it was during his last visit to Earth. Even a creature like King Cold appears as an infant in the face of this power. Piccolo's already green visage turned an even deeper shade of green. So formidable. I have fused with the Supreme Kai, yet I did not realize there could still be such a vast chasm between us. Gohan turned to observe Krillin and the others, drenched in sweat, pondering deeply. Is Vegeta truly this powerful? I feel as though a single blow could resolve everything. At this time, since Cell was still evolving, Wukong did not unleash his aura immediately upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber as he did in the original story, and during his entrance. Everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks. Thus no one was aware of Wukong's actual strength. Only the divine beings seemed to foresee the future, and thus they proactively proposed a fusion with Bic. Under the resplendent power of my Vegeta, let Kakarot be reduced to mere dust upon this earth. Vegeta boldly declared his victory, propelling himself forward with a vigorous leap. Both combatants unleashed the Wolf Fang fist, engaging in a fierce clash. The sound of their confrontation echoed, bang, 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 boom, boom. After a moment of tumult, they separated, each standing confidently, a smirk gracing their lips. The warm-up was concluded. What more can you accomplish than I anticipated, Kakarot? Just as Vegeta prepared to strike first and conclude the battle, Goku suddenly inquired, can you truly eliminate Lin Bei? Nonsense. I am already Super Vegeta. There exists no one in this world whom I cannot vanquish. Vegeta, sensing Kakarot's skepticism, retorted angrily. Goku's expression reflected disappointment. It seems Lin Bei's strength is not that impressive. What? You dare to belittle me? Vegeta bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, and in an instant he charged toward Goku. A barrage of iron fists followed. However, Vegeta's furious strike was effortlessly blocked by Goku with a single palm, who then delivered a powerful knee to Vegeta's abdomen. With a gasp, Vegeta expelled a mouthful of bile. You. Vegeta attempted to articulate a response, but he could not suppress another retch, releasing yet another wave of bile. At that moment, his eyes reddened, hands clutching his abdomen, his form bending like a shrimp, trembling as he staggered back several paces. How is this possible? This cannot be. It is utterly absurd. I cannot believe I have sustained such grave injury from Kakarot's blow. This should not be. I'm Super Vegeta. I have transcended the limits of Super Saiyans. There cannot exist anyone stronger than I. Even the androids that dominate the future fell before my might. While these insignificant beings perished at the hands of future androids. How could Kakarot from this time period surpass me? It is over, Vegeta. You have disappointed me greatly. I had envisioned our reunion as a grand and exhilarating battle. Yet, I find you to be so feeble. What? I am feeble. I, the proud prince of the Saiyans, the mightiest warrior of planet Vegeta in a century, am deemed weak by a lowly warrior. I have failed to meet his expectations. I have brought him disappointment. No. I must still be dreaming within the time machine. Such things can only occur in dreams. Goku then extended his palm toward Vegeta, stating, our battle has come to an end. Your malice is so profound that it has even led to Gohan's demise. Despite my inherent kindness, I shall not forgive you this time. With that, I raise my hand in a gesture of farewell, hoping you may become a better person in your next life. Whoosh! Lin Bei and his companions materialized before the two of them without warning. Casting a glance at the surviving androids 17 and 18, and then at Vegeta, who was on the verge of being defeated by Goku, they initially breathed a sigh of relief, only to turn their displeased gazes toward Vegeta. You worthless fool! Why must I always come to your rescue? Chapter 61. The Battle Power of Super Saiyan Full Power. So this is what Super Saiyan Full Power entails. The last time I encountered Goku on Earth, his battle power was merely 20,000. I never anticipated that in just over 4 years, he would reach Super Saiyan Full Power. Lin Bei murmured to himself, stealing a glance at the protagonist behind him, and upon seeing the golden-haired Gohan with his sword, he understood. It appears that Goku and his companions have now attained the strength they possessed during the climactic battle against Cell in the original story. Then it struck him. Cell must be secretly evolving, just in time for him to capture androids 17 and 18 as a gift for their first meeting. Who says one should not bring gifts upon meeting? A gift of androids it shall be. Just as Lin Bei was about to speak, Vegeta suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! Lin Bei, you have finally arrived. The reason I cannot defeat Kakarot must be that you still live. You are like a demon haunting me, causing me to be temporarily surpassed by Kakarot. But now, all will be well. If I can eliminate you, everything will return in normal. With that thought, Vegeta dashed towards Lin Bei, his iron fist poised to strike. Go to hell, Lin Bei. In an instant, Vegeta felt darkness enveloping him as Lin Bei's massive foot appeared above him. With a resounding thud, he was forcefully pressed into the ground, leaving only one ear exposed. Vegeta, what are you trying to accomplish? A familiar voice, a familiar scent, a familiar sensation, and a familiar sense of dread all flooded back to him in that moment. Vegeta's body bristled with fear as the chilling threat of death spread through his heart. Digging into the earth before him, he uncovered his mouth. It has been over 3 years. I have longed for you, my lord. Do you know what I have endured during these years? Each second was filled with trepidation, fearing I would never again serve you, my lord. Oh, what a regret that would be for my life. Lin Bei observed Vegeta's loyalty rating of 0 on the system panel and silently nodded. Isn't it a regret that you haven't killed me? Yet, it is unfortunate that you will never triumph over someone with an advantage. You will continue to grow stronger, while I shall only become more formidable. I have missed you too, but remember to temper your enthusiasm next time. One might mistakenly think you wish to eliminate me. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately placed his hand over his left chest. For Lord Lin Bei, I am ever ready to offer my heart. Vegeta, in his desperate bid for survival, completely relinquished his pride. His singular obsession was to eliminate Lin Bei. Subsequently, he aimed to eradicate all witnesses, thereby cleansing himself of all disgrace. Lin Bei nodded once more, then withdrew his foot, his gaze fixed upon the retreating androids 17 and 18. Raditz, Nappa, we are here, they responded. Go and incapacitate those 2 androids, and bring them to me. Yes, Lord Lin Bei. With that, he transformed into a Super Saiyan with a dramatic flair. Klein and the others were astounded. What? Those 2 can also transform into Super Saiyans? It was known that Goku had achieved this through immense suffering. Could it be that they had undergone similar trials? If so, did this imply that all Saiyans could attain the Super Saiyan form? This revelation sent chills down many spines. What exactly were the Saiyans, this monstrous race? The sight of Raditz and Nappa in their Super Saiyan forms deeply shocked Vegeta. How could those 2 incompetents also become the legendary warriors, Super Saiyans? Given the current strength of Earth, it was hard to envision a future where those 2 androids would reign supreme. Fortunately, Raditz and Nappa's energy was only half of what they could muster, preserving Vegeta's dwindling sense of pride. Raditz and Nappa stepped forward, eager for battle, but at that moment, Goku's gaze sharpened as he recognized something. You are Frieza? Frieza, taken aback, realized that this individual named Goku was the next target assigned to him by Lin Bei. However, he was not yet a match for him and needed further training. Yet, it seemed he recognized me? Ho ho ho! Even on a remote planet like Earth. My name, as the Galactic Emperor Frieza, is known? Goku shook his head. I killed King Cold. Your energy is quite similar to his. What? Frieza exclaimed, suddenly recalling an odd sensation he experienced over 3 years ago aboard his spaceship. Initially, he was unaware of its significance, but now it became clear. It was a signal of his clan's demise. Given that the ice demons consisted of only 3 exceptionally powerful beings, he had not understood the meaning of that signal. However, why had he not sensed anything when I killed Cooler? Was it because he was tainted by dark forces? Ah, that was my father. It seems you have prematurely accomplished what I intended to do in the future. Goku furrowed his brow. What do you intend to do in the future? Indeed, before encountering Lord Lin Bei, I plan to unify the 4 galaxies, then eliminate King Cold and Cooler. You scoundrel, he is your father. Just as Goku was filled with anger, 2 figures whizzed past him with remarkable speed. It is indeed Raditz and Nappa. It appears they intend to make a move against the androids. Did I not warn you? They have yet to commit any wrongdoing. Just as Goku was about to intervene, a swift sound echoed. Lin Bei positioned himself before him. Ah, Kakarot, I will not allow you to obstruct their actions. Goku gazed at Lin Bei, swallowing nervously yet exhilarated. From the moment Lin Bei had subdued Vegeta, he understood that the opponent's strength was far beyond what Vegeta had claimed. Moreover, his actual combat prowess surpassed Vegeta's by a considerable margin. It seems you will not let me pass. Lin Bei maintained a stance with his hands in his pockets, nodding slightly. If you do not wish to suffer, then stand there and observe obediently. But how could Goku comply? With a confident smile, he replied, Apologies, Lin Bei, but I'm no longer the same as before. If you still believe you can defeat me with mere ease, you are gravely mistaken. As Goku spoke, a sudden transformation overtook him. He crossed his arms before his chest, and his energy surged dramatically. The surroundings trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Krillin and the others stared in astonishment. Goku's power is unbelievable. His energy has surpassed Vegeta's in an instant and continues to rise. Damn it, Kakarot. His strength exceeds mine by such a margin. With a powerful sweep of his arms, a terrifying aura emanated from Goku, enveloped in a fierce golden light that was blinding. The overwhelming energy wave sent Piccolo and the others staggering backward. Beep, 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 13 billion, Lin Bei stated expressionlessly as he silently read the numbers on his scouter. Chapter 62, The Furious Gohan, Super Saiyan 2. Crackling with brilliant golden energy, Goku's presence astonished everyone except Lin Bei and the others. So strong. Incredibly strong. Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Although he had not accompanied Yamcha and the others to Namek, Goku had informed them of the details upon his return, particularly regarding the Super Saiyan transformation, which he had demonstrated, leaving them breathless. This energy was comparable to the immense power Lin Bei had unleashed when Raditz first arrived on Earth. Now, Goku's energy was nearly tenfold that of before. Goku is certain to win, Krillin declared with conviction. Beside him, Piccolo, though equally taken aback by Goku's energy, noticed a more alarming reality. Lin Bei's expression remained utterly unchanged, as did those of Raditz, Nappa, and Frieza. It was evident that the three accompanying Lin Bei were not at all intimidated by Goku's strength. This situation could only be explained in one way. Thus, Lin Bei's strength surpasses that of Goku. Come on, unleash your full power, so we can engage in a proper battle. Without further ado, Lin Bei transformed into Super Saiyan form. For Goku at full power in his Super Saiyan 1 state could not contend with him in his normal state. Just moments ago, he had subdued Vegeta with a single kick, elevating his energy at the moment of attack. Otherwise, his normal power of 32 million would have been woefully inadequate. Upon witnessing Lin Bei's transformation into Super Saiyan, Goku displayed a flicker of excitement. I'm in. No sooner had he spoken than he launched into a flurry of wolf fang fist strikes. In a mere 5 seconds, Goku unleashed thousands of punches, yet regrettably, every single one missed its mark. Is this your strength, Kakarot? Lin Bei mocked as he began his counterattack, delivering wolf fang fist blows that made Goku cry out. Suddenly, Lin Bei accelerated mid-attack. With a knee strike, he sent Goku flying, and in that instant he executed a swift elbow strike, knocking Goku to the ground. Goku, struck twice in the blink of an eye, found himself sprawled on the ground, his once golden hair reverting to black. Lin Bei then placed a foot on Goku's back, gripping his hair to lift his head. Huh, you dare to strike at me with such power? With that, he exerted force through his thigh, snapping Goku's spine with a resounding crack. Goku let out a scream akin to a pig being butchered, while Lin Bei closed his eyes, seemingly reveling in the world's most exquisite melody. Is this the lament of a saint? How delightful! Regardless, others would soon provide Goku with Senzu Beans, which would not impede Frieza's subsequent mission. At that moment, a furious roar echoed. Stop! A blade-like shadow appeared above Lin Bei's head. Without raising his own, Lin Bei deftly caught the strike between his index and middle fingers. Hello, Gohan. You've grown quite a bit, Lin Bei greeted warmly. Gohan's expression turned fierce. His energy surged dramatically, and even Lin Bei could no longer block this attack with just 2 fingers. He swiftly dodged to evade. After successfully pushing Lin Bei back, Gohan brought Goku to Krillin and the others. With a Senzu Beans restored Goku's strength. Yet, Lin Bei's prowess still left him uneasy. However, upon seeing Gohan, his confidence surged. For he knew that during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan's power had far surpassed his own. His previous claims of being unmatched had merely been bravado. I will fight you, Gohan declared. No, Gohan, you're still just a child, Piccolo interjected, but was cut off by Goku. Piccolo, take a moment to feel Gohan's energy. His power already exceeds mine. He then gave Gohan a thumbs up. You're angry now, Gohan, as long as you are enraged. No one in this world can rival you. At this moment, Gohan erupted with a formidable golden aura, his battle power soaring to a terrifying 14 billion, surpassing even Goku. A chill inexplicably coursed through Vegeta's heart. The little brat he had casually dispatched years ago had now surpassed him. Aside from Lin Bei and Kakarot, there were still others whose combat power exceeded his own. He had once believed himself to be the apex of the universe, only to find himself relegated to the 4th position. Lin Bei gazed at the furious Gohan, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Let your anger flow, Gohan. In your current state, you are no match for me. Gohan's expression remained unchanged as he coldly stared at Lin Bei. I am indeed enraged. I will kill you. Lin Bei. Lin Bei scoffed. You have not truly experienced anger. Allow me to teach you what genuine fury is. With that, he raised his hand, pointing a finger towards the protagonists. This action instantly filled Gohan with foreboding, and he shouted urgently, Stop! Please stop! Yet Lin Bei paid no heed. A golden beam of death erupted from his fingertip, piercing through the 3rd eye on Tenshinhan's forehead, extinguishing his life in an instant. Subsequently, another beam struck Chaozu's forehead, similarly ending his existence. Stop! You must stop! Goku charged forward, but Lin Bei sent him flying with a single kick. Lin Bei found himself in a dilemma, wavering between targeting Goku or Piccolo. After a moment's contemplation, he directed his finger at Piccolo, a faint golden light shimmering at its tip. "You shall be the one. Please, stop." A thunderous explosion resonated before Lin Bei, followed by a blazing golden aura shooting skyward. A terrifying wave of energy surged outward, causing even the self-proclaimed strongest Super Vegeta to stagger. Gohan radiated an unapproachable golden light, his hair standing tall like steel blades, surrounded by crackling blue arcs of electricity. In this form, Gohan had completely surpassed his father. Is that truly Gohan? His energy has expanded to such an extent. Piccolo thought in disbelief. How is this possible? The battle power of that little brat could increase to this level. Moreover, what is this form? Vegeta felt a tempest of emotions surge within him. This was the first time he had witnessed Super Saiyan 2. Could this be the evolution of Super Saiyan after breaking through its limitations? Meanwhile, Raditz and Nappa, who were joyfully pummeling the androids, were equally astonished as they turned to witness. That form resembles Lord Lin Bei's appearance when he vanquished the Demon Realm Lord, Demela. To one's astonishment, that little rascal is capable too. Frieza, maintaining a composed demeanor, retreated to the side, internally reveling in mirth. It appears Lin Bei has truly overstepped this time. The power of this young boy is astonishing. Perhaps I truly have a chance to seize an opportunity. How intriguing. Lin Bei murmured softly, and with a sudden motion, his hair transformed into a radiant golden hue. Following this, a powerful golden aura surged skyward, manifesting his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 63. Destruction of all books on Earth. What? He can do that too. The once self-assured Goku was suddenly unsettled. Lin Bei's true strength surpassed all expectations. Beep beep beep. Oomph. Lin Bei cast a disdainful smile at the numbers displayed on the scouter. Gohan's battle power at full capacity as a Super Saiyan was 1/4 billion, indicating that his base power was 28 million. However, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan's battle power only reached 24 billion. This represented an increase of merely 80 times, falling short of the expected 100 times for Super Saiyan 2. This indicated that Gohan had yet to fully comprehend the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Lin Bei contemplated briefly and grasped the situation. In the original narrative, when Raditz arrived on Earth, Gohan's battle power upon unleashing his potential did not surpass Raditz's. Similarly, when Vegeta and Nappa came to Earth, Gohan's explosive energy was insufficient to overcome Nappa. It was only during the Cell Saga that Gohan truly ascended. No matter how great Gohan's latent potential, it cannot be fully unleashed in an instant. Currently, he was merely tapping into a fraction of his hidden strength, fueled by anger. Nevertheless, even with a 100-fold increase, Gohan was no match for Lin Bei. "Lin Bei, I will kill you." In this state, Gohan had become far more savage than usual. His eyes filled with a disregard for life. Such words and expressions were uncharacteristic of him. Lin Bei's ability to assume this electrifying form caught Gohan off guard. Yet he remained unperturbed. Though Lin Bei's energy had not fully erupted, Gohan was confident that his strength surpassed that of Lin Bei. In that moment, he finally comprehended his father's earlier words. "Let your anger fuel you, Gohan. As long as you are angry, no one in this world can stand against you." He even felt a tinge of fear regarding the power within him. If unleashed fully, it would far exceed that of his father. Cackling, Lin Bei taunted, "Your power is utterly insignificant, Gohan. Your aura reeks of ignorance, clearly indicating you have not committed to serious training." At this, Piccolo's face turned pale as he turned to the bewildered Goku beside him and inquired, "Is what he said true? Has T. Gohan been training with you all along?" Goku, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and replied, "Well, since Chi-Chi insists that the world is at peace apart from one day in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan has mostly been studying and hasn't he engaged in training." "What?" Bick exhibited a visage of astonishment, though not due to Gohan's academic pursuits over the years. Rather, it was the startling revelation that Gohan had managed to elevate his combat prowess to such an extraordinary level within a mere year. "Super Vegeta, you little runt." Lin Bei suddenly raised his voice, calling out the names of the two behind him. In his Super Saiyan 2 state, he resembled a deity of war, with crackling blue arcs of electricity surrounding him, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Vegeta's heart surged with fury upon hearing this. He felt an unprecedented affront. He had believed that his return from the future rendered him invincible, only to discover that everyone surpassed him. Lin Bei's ascendance beyond his own strength was one thing, but to find that Kakarot, whom he had never regarded, had also eclipsed him was utterly absurd. Most outrageous of all was the realization that Kakarot's son had also surpassed him. Reflecting on his initial arrival on Earth, when Gohan was merely a whimpering child, he marveled at how, in just a few short years, Gohan had amassed such formidable energy that it left Vegeta unable to meet his gaze directly. I am the esteemed prince of the Saiyans, a once-in-a-century prodigy from planet Vegeta. I have transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and vanquished the world-ending androids in the future. Yet how did I find myself in this predicament upon my return? Frieza maintained a stoic expression, instinctively donning a facade of flattery. How detestable! Lin Bei is utterly loathsome. His height had always been a sensitive topic for Frieza. As the former emperor of the universe, he was still shorter than Vegeta. This was a profound source of shame hidden deep within him. Upon learning that the Namekian dragon could grant 3 wishes, he had resolved that his second wish would be to grow to a height of 6 feet, embodying a cheerful and radiant cosmic ruler. He would then obliterate Namek and eliminate all his subordinates, including the Ginyu Force, ensuring that no one would ever know of his past diminutiveness. Yet, he never anticipated the emergence of Lin Bei, a Super Saiyan who directly commanded him as if he were a mere servant. Though Lin Bei's overwhelming strength left Frieza powerless to resist, despite his newfound might, far surpassing what he was on Namek, he remained no match for Lin Bei. Nevertheless, Frieza firmly believed that one day, Lin Bei would meet his downfall. Saiyans are inherently reckless, and Lin Bei was no exception. He had the audacity to harbor all his enemies close at hand. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the pinnacle of self-destruction. Your subordinates are here. The two knelt immediately upon hearing his voice, adopting a posture of servility, devoid of any pride befitting an emperor of the universe or Saiyan prince. Though Vegeta had distanced himself from Lin Bei for some time, the latter's voice resonated like the call of death, awakening the dormant fears within Vegeta, leaving him no room for defiance or hesitation, as if programmed into his very genes. You have 2.5 days. I grant you 2.5 days to eradicate every book on this planet. I do not wish to see any books when I go to purchase milk tea in the future, Lin Bei declared, casting a cold glance over his shoulder. Did you all understand? The hairs on the backs of Vegeta and Frieza stood on end. Lin Bei's words were an absolute command. Success was the only option, or they would face inhumane torment. Yes, Lord Lin Bei, the two exclaimed, instantly soaring into the sky. All of Lin Bei's orders had to be executed within a second of being spoken, or the mission would be deemed a failure. They were acutely aware of this fact, and dared not show the slightest hint of negligence. Just as the two prepared to split up, Gohan appeared before them with a speed that seemed akin to instantaneous movement. You need not go anywhere. This place shall be your grave. With that, he extended his right hand, forming AI gesture, and concentrated 2 yellow orbs of light between his fingers, seemingly intending to resolve the matter with a single strike. Get lost, you foul brat. Lord Lin Bei's command is absolute. Vegeta bellowed, dramatically transforming into Super Saiyan form, ready to engage Gohan in battle. He understood well that he was no match for Gohan at the moment, but having been by Lin Bei's side for some time, he was familiar with the rules of the charade. Frieza, surprised by Vegeta's swift immersion into his role, immediately followed suit, unleashing an aura nearly equal to Vegeta's. Their actions did nothing to sway Gohan, and with a crackling sound, 2 beams of yellow light shot toward them, moving at a speed that left no room for evasion. In a moment of dire urgency, Lin Bei flashed in front of the two and, as if swatting away flies, extinguished the 2 beams that possessed the power to annihilate even Super Vegeta. Thank you, Lord Lin Bei, for saving our lives. Lin Bei regarded Gohan, without turning back or responding, as if it were a trivial matter, gesturing for the two to expedite their mission. He then smiled and remarked, Do you truly have such an affinity for those books, Gohan? Is your aspiration truly to become a scholar? In that case, the Saiyan blood within you must be weeping. As Gohan watched Vegeta and Frieza depart, he realized he must first defeat Lin Bei. Otherwise, he could never stop the two. Indeed, I am different from my father. I'm not so combative. I yearn for peace. Defeating you and becoming a scholar is what I must accomplish now. Lin Bei couldn't help but chuckle at Gohan's resolute expression. Hee, my foolish Gohan. Defeat me and become a scholar? I'm afraid that in my world, you shall remain illiterate. Chapter 64. Hey Gohan, eat dirt. Gohan, do not underestimate him. Lin Bei's strength surpasses your worst fears. Goku, seasoned in battle, discerned Gohan's somewhat arrogant demeanor. Although he did not deny having previously said, "Get angry, Gohan. As long as you are angry, no one in this world can match you." He was aware that Lin Bei's power was far beyond his imagination. He had not anticipated that, despite his own significant power increase, he could still be effortlessly defeated in mere moments. Lin Bei appeared to be shrouded in an enigmatic mist, concealing an unfathomable power within. Upon hearing this, Gohan gave a thumbs up to Goku below and proclaimed victoriously, "Fear not, Father, I shall undoubtedly prevail." He then discarded the sword from his back beside Piccolo. Despite having carried it for some time, Gohan was more accustomed to fighting with his fists, only resorting to the sword when facing lesser opponents. With a cold gaze directed at Lin Bei, he declared, "Prepare to meet your demise. Lin Bei, you fiend." In an instant, Gohan executed a rapid movement that was nearly instantaneous, appearing behind Lin Bei. He positioned his hand in a slicing motion, aiming for Lin Bei's neck. Determined to deliver a lethal blow. Smack! He struck true. Below, Piccolo displayed a level of excitement surpassing even that of Goku. Yet in the next moment, Goku's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "No, it wasn't Gohan who struck Lin Bei. Lin Bei didn't even budge." Goku's words caused the joyous expressions of those present to dissipate like waves retreating from shore. What? They beheld Lin Bei, slightly tilting his head, gazing disdainfully at the somewhat faltering Gohan. "Did you skip meals today, Gohan? Is this all the strength you possess?" The moment Lin Bei was struck, he elevated his energy. The disparity in their powers was nearly a billion, rendering Gohan incapable of even breaching his defenses. A wicked smile spread across Lin Bei's face as he continued, "Today, I shall allow you to savor the essence of Earth." With that, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, appearing behind Gohan without leaving a trace. Upon sensing Lin Bei's presence, Gohan's heart skipped a beat. So swift, Lin Bei performed a downward kick, sending Gohan plummeting from the sky. As Gohan neared the ground, Lin Bei employed instantaneous movement once more, reaching out with his hands. He seized Gohan's golden locks and forcefully pressed his face into the earth, facilitating an intimate contact with the ground. With a roar, Lin Bei ascended slightly into the air, dragging Gohan along like an implement used for tilling soil, forcing him to plow through the ground and carve a trench 1,000 meters long. How does the taste of Earth's soil fare, Gohan? Do you feel invigorated now? Gohan, his mouth filled with dirt, was rendered speechless. Observing this, Lin Bei flung Gohan aside and instantly followed with another instantaneous movement. He unleashed one of the most iconic techniques from Dragon Ball, the Wolf Fang Fist. Thud, 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 thud. Each punch landed with ferocity, expelling dirt from Gohan's mouth and stomach. With a final kick, Gohan's body soared backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into and demolishing over 10 rocky peaks. "How is this possible?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Bei's might exceeded his wildest expectations. He had assumed that even if Gohan were to falter, he could at least pose a significant threat to Lin Bei, dissuading him from reckless actions. Yet, the situation had turned utterly one-sided. How could Lin Bei be so formidable? Fear not, old son. As you carefully sense, Gohan's energy has not diminished, indicating that he has yet to unleash his full potential. In response to Piccolo's confident remarks, Goku fixates on Gohan's direction, and after a few seconds, his expression becomes increasingly grave. Although it pains him to admit, Gohan is merely putting on a facade. He is not a match for Lin Bei. Piccolo, taken aback by the statement, soon finds his complexion turning a ghastly shade of green, his fists clenching involuntarily, nails digging deep into his flesh, causing purple blood to flow unnoticed. A profound sense of unwillingness churns within him, yet reason tells him that with his current prowess, he cannot be of any assistance. How infuriating! Once a world-destroying demon king, he now roars towards the heavens, a vast sense of powerlessness enveloping his being, as if it were his own son who had been struck down. Coughing, Gohan rises, his body still radiant with golden light. He wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and with a shout, a golden whirlwind sweeps around him, shattering the surrounding rocky mountains. Gohan's energy remains unwavering. However, Lin Bei discerns that this is merely a display of bravado. The rhythm of Gohan's breathing has faltered, and the series of moves previously executed, dubbed Earth Lunch, indeed inflicted damage upon him. Now, He is merely forcing himself to maintain an illusion of being unscathed. Have you had enough to eat, my little Gohan? Lin Bei suddenly appears before Gohan with a benevolent smile and gentle eyes, as if gazing upon a cherished protege. How is this possible? His speed is astonishing. I can't even track the trajectory of his energy. It's as if he has teleported. Wait, teleportation? In that fleeting moment, Gohan realizes that Lin Bei's display is not high-speed movement, but actual teleportation. No wonder he couldn't sense the trajectory of his movement. He hadn't moved at all. He had not pondered this before, but now he understands why Lin Bei's appearances are always so sudden and precise. Still distracted? Lin Bei delivers an uppercut to Gohan's chin, sending him flying, and then utilizes a technique to soar upwards, seizing Gohan's ankle and spinning him around. The immense centrifugal force renders Gohan immobile. Round and round we go. Lin Bei suddenly recalls a lyric and begins to sing. Releasing his grip, Gohan hurtles towards the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep crater akin to a small mountain. At this moment, he reverts from Super Saiyan 2, his hair shifting from golden to black. As he opens his eyes, attempting to rise, he finds himself unable to muster strength due to the excruciating pain. Collapsing back down with a thud, Lin Bei descends beside him, standing at the edge of the crater, observing Gohan, lost in thought. Gohan! The main characters shout in unison as they rush forward, with Piccolo leading the charge, exuding an aura of desperation. Lin Bei, if you intend to kill Gohan, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Piccolo strikes a fierce pose, summoning all his strength to shout. Very well, Lin Bei responds nonchalantly. A golden beam pierced through Piccolo's head, extinguishing his life, his towering form gradually collapsing, his expression frozen in the moment of bravado. Piccolo! Goku exclaimed in shock. Lin Bei observed Goku, who stood paralyzed with fear, and began to speak. I had no intention of killing Gohan. Goku paused, contemplating the character before him. An unusual thought surfaced in his mind. Was Goku's formidable strength a consequence of his status as the protagonist, or simply because he was Goku? When Gohan awakens, remind him that I was the one who killed Piccolo. Consider it a gift from me. Lin Bei refrained from slaying Gohan, as he would inevitably become a target for future endeavors. Killing him would hinder his own growth. Yet, if Gohan truly neglected his studies, could his incompetent subordinates even defeat him? He mused that he might inadvertently be nurturing a future threat. With that, he executed a swift instant transmission to Raditz and Nappa, who were currently carrying the unconscious forms of two androids after having incapacitated them. Lin Bei. They knelt respectfully on one knee. Lin Bei nodded and placed his hand on their shoulders. It is time to confront Cell. Although he is making every effort to conceal his energy, I have still managed to detect him. I hope he will become my ally. Otherwise, these two gifts will go to waste. Holding on to this thought, Lin Bei initiated instant transmission, and the five of them vanished in an instant. Chapter 65. Cell, do you desire the androids? Goku. Krillin intended to comfort Goku, but upon witnessing the bodies of Ten, Katsu, and Piccolo strewn across the ground, along with the unconscious Gohan that Goku had just carried from the pit, he found himself at a loss for words. The androids had suddenly arrived at the Capsule Corporation after wreaking havoc across several cities. Being unique life forms devoid of energy, they were incapable of seeking out others on their own. The group, who had been training or vacationing, felt Goku unleash an astonishing energy, prompting them to rush to the scene. The androids' overwhelming power initially astounded them, yet they were unprepared for the sheer terror of Goku's strength. He effortlessly subdued the two androids. Even when Android 19 attempted to exploit verbal tactics and leverage Goku's personality to release Android 17, 18, and 16 from their cavern, they had anticipated a swift resolution to the conflict, but the arrival of Vegeta, Lin Bei, and others escalated the situation further. Most infuriatingly, Lin Bei had taken Android 18. Did he, like Krillin, fall for her at first sight? This thought plunged Krillin into despair. Lin Bei was a formidable warrior, capable of overpowering even Goku and his son. If Piccolo had been dispatched with a single blow, what chance did he have? What was Lin Bei's true intention in abducting the two androids? Let us return to the sacred world, Goku said, suppressing his fury and dissatisfaction. It is fortunate that Gohan survived this ordeal. However, with all the Senzu Beans depleted, we must strategize upon our return. Wukong remained oblivious to Lin Bei's intentions. He harbored no aspirations to dominate the earth, nor did he covet the Dragon Balls. In fact, he had even surrounded himself with former adversaries, maintaining a semblance of order. Otherwise, one could only imagine the calamity that would ensue were these individuals to roam free. wreaking havoc across countless planets. Nevertheless, Wukong could not regard him as a benevolent figure, given that he had slain many of his friends, including Gohan. What was his true objective? Fortunately, the heavenly god had sensed impending danger and had proactively fused with Piccolo, subsequently passing on the Dragon Balls and his divine mantle to Dandy, who had come from Namek. One must commend the heavenly god for his foresight. Such prudent actions ensured the continued utility of the Dragon Balls. Moreover, Dandy proved to be a prodigy, enhancing the Earth-S Dragon Balls to simultaneously harness the powers of both the Earth-S Shenron and Namek's Shenron, allowing for limitless revivals. Krillin and Yamcha nodded in agreement, gathering the bodies of their companions as they soared towards the heavenly temple. In a certain city, a rotund man cried out in terror, "Help! There's a monster!" He scrambled out from a club, fastening his belt in a frenzy, fear etched upon his face as he shouted into the empty streets. In his panic, he misstepped on the stairs and fell face first, landing in a most undignified manner. Almost immediately, a thick, mottled green tail whipped through the air and, with a sharp hiss, the needle-like tip plunged into the man's back. Gurgling sounds emanated from the tail, reminiscent of drinking. "Save me." Within mere seconds, the corpulent man was completely drained of life, leaving behind only his garments, mere remnants of his existence scattered throughout the city. An unsightly creature, covered in dark spots, with wings and a tail, emerged slowly from the shadows. "The life of this city has been entirely absorbed by me. According to my calculations, I am no match for those two androids. I shall choose a more secluded corner for my next endeavor. After all, I have painstakingly dispatched the future Trunks and utilized the time machine to arrive in this era. I cannot afford to falter now." Recently, he had kept his energy suppressed. While this meant he could not sense distant auras, it also rendered him safer from detection. "Once I attain my perfect form, not only this world, but the entire universe will hold no fear for me." As he prepared to relocate, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "What are you pondering, Cell? Let me guess. You wish to achieve your perfect form?" Lin Bei and his companions appeared seemingly from nowhere, striding confidently before Cell with radiant smiles. "What?" Cell's heart raced, instinctively retreating to create distance. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At such close range, no matter how much I suppress my energy, I should still be able to sense my opponent. They not only know my name, but have also articulated my intentions. The issue lies within this world. It seems no one truly recognizes themselves. Has Trunks inadvertently chosen the wrong time? Villain. Cell has been bound. Task issued. Cultivate Cell, evolving into his true perfect form. Completion reward. Acquire passive skill. Power of all beings. Failure penalty. Acquire passive skill. Equality of all beings. Power of all beings. The foundational combat strength of the bound villain is automatically accumulated onto the host. The villain's combat strength will not diminish by providing strength to the host. Equality of all beings. The host's foundational combat strength is evenly distributed among all bound villain characters. The host's combat strength will decrease due to this division. A gasp escaped Lin Bei's lips as he realized the sheer inequity of this agreement. This penalty was among the gravest in history, second only to a 50% reduction. If his foundational combat strength were siphoned away by these villains, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at their hands. And then there was the task itself. True perfect form? Lin Bei, while not claiming to be an expert on the intricacies of Dragon Ball, had never heard of Cell attaining any such form. Was the original Cell not a perfect being? Yet he constantly boasted of being perfect, the strongest, the number one in the universe, as if eager for everyone to know. Is it true that those who possess less tend to flaunt more? Could it be? Lin Bei found himself incredulous at the nature of Cell. No wonder the rewards for this task were so bountiful. Initially, Lin Bei had intended to subdue Cell and commence his own training, especially with Majin Buu not arriving for another 7 years. Furthermore, with the impending arrival of gods of destruction, angels, the Grand Minister, the Omni King, and the formidable dragon God Salam, his current level of combat strength was utterly insufficient. But now, all he needed to do was complete this task and compel them to train daily. He could grow stronger while reclining. Although he was uncertain of how to fulfill this task at present, Lin Bei already had a plan forming in his mind. Raditz? Nappa? Cell then noticed the two men behind Lin Bei, who stood respectfully like servants, their expressions shifting dramatically. Weren't these two already dead? This is bad. This is bad. Trunks must have indeed selected the wrong time. No wonder I do not recognize the person before me. He arrived too early. Lin Bei, with a hand in his pocket, regarded Cell with a gentle gaze. Do you desire androids? He then stepped closer to Nappa, playfully slapping the well-rounded backside of Android 18. Just say the word, and I shall deliver the androids to you. The previously unconscious Android 18 was jolted awake by Lin Bei's playful slap, letting out a startled ah before struggling. Let me go. The two androids were hoisted onto the shoulders of Raditz and Nappa, facing Cell, which momentarily distracted him. However, as Android 18 continued to writhe, Android 17 also began to awaken, and it was at this moment that Cell discerned their faces. Isn't this the artificial beings number 17 and no 18 that the computer instructed me to seek? It appears I have arrived at the correct time. Yet, what is the situation before me? Chapter 66, Cell. Embrace the glorious evolution. Even a highly intelligent entity like Cell feels as though his CPU is on the verge of overheating. The computer is infallible. By this logic, the strength of these three individuals before me must surpass that of number 17 and number 18. Furthermore, the power of number 17 and no 18 exceeds my own current capabilities. Does that imply that these three can easily overpower me? This defies the laws of science. How can there be so many formidable beings at this moment in time? Wait, that is not right. Cell quickly realizes he has fallen into a misconception. After all, the androids are merely modified beings. Number 17 and number 18 are undoubtedly controlled by some device, which prevents them from unleashing their true potential. No wonder I couldn't locate the androids in the future. It turns out they were eradicated by humanity themselves. I had previously wondered how Trunks' fighting prowess could possibly suffice to eliminate number 17 and number 18, but now the answer is clear. It makes sense that I couldn't sense the presence of these three. They're simply too weak. What a false alarm. In a moment of mental clarity, Cell pieced together the chain of events. I demand it. Will you deny me? Cell retorted mockingly. You will comply. Lin Bei, am an honest man. Lin Bei replied candidly, devoid of any pretense. You scoundrel. How dare you deceive me? Regardless of your reasons, since you have delivered number 17 and number 18, I shall not hold back. Cell paid no heed to Lin Bei's words. He was utterly intoxicated by the notion of becoming complete, akin to a man who has spent 30 solitary years on a deserted island, suddenly discovering a woman washed ashore by the waves. In an instant, he lost his senses. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged straight at Lin Bei, fully grasping the principle of capturing the leader first. Farewell, honest Lin Bei. With a whoosh, Raditz and Nappa simultaneously moved, appearing before Lin Bei in the blink of an eye, transforming into their Super Saiyan forms and delivering a powerful kick squarely to Cell's face. Cell let out a wail, his body recoiling backward, as a stream of purple blood arced beautifully through the air, crashing like a missile into the vacant club behind him. Filthy creature. Keep your distance from Lord Lin Bei. Raditz growled fiercely, spitting disdainfully, embodying unwavering loyalty. With a battle power of 200 million, Lin Bei maintained a relaxed posture with one hand in his pocket, adjusting the detector by his ear and murmuring to himself. Through this series of battles, Lin Bei assessed the combat capabilities of these pivotal characters. In ascending order, Cell currently holds the lowest power at 200 million, but that will soon change. The battle powers of the androids number 17 and number 18 are 400 million and 5 billion, respectively. Following this, we encounter Raditz and Nappa, whose combat powers are laid bare before the system, measuring at 6 million and 4 million respectively. Upon transforming into Super Saiyans, their powers surge to 8 billion and 7 billion. The deceased Cooler, prior to his final transformation, possessed a combat power of 5 billion, comparable to Goku's first Super Saiyan form. And upon transformation, it reached 500 million. The entirely mechanical Android 16 boasts a power of 700 million. Frieza, who diligently conceals his true strength, possesses a combat power equal to that of Super Vegeta, standing at 1 billion. The reason he battled Cooler to the brink of death is twofold. Firstly, his inherent rebellious nature compels him to hide his strength in preparation for future schemes against Lin Bei. Secondly, he was caught off guard and severely weakened after being bisected by Cooler. Nevertheless, his formidable power surpasses that of Cooler, allowing him to emerge victorious in their confrontation despite his dire state. Next, we have Goku at full power in his Super Saiyan form, exhibiting a staggering combat power of 3 billion, exceeding that of Raditz, Nappa, and Frieza, all of whom have been meticulously trained by Lin Bei. This discrepancy has been a source of confusion for Lin Bei, as he had initially presumed that the individuals with the highest potential among them were Frieza and Gohan. Since parting ways on Earth, He had not encountered Goku again, but upon their reunion, Goku not only defeated King Cold, who was even stronger than Frieza on Namek, but also achieved full power in his Super Saiyan form prior to the emergence of Cell. The reasons behind this phenomenon, whether it is due to his status as the protagonist of the original narrative or simply because he is Goku, remain elusive. Lastly, we come to Gohan, the prodigy, whose full power surpasses Goku's, reaching an impressive 1/4 billion. When he transforms into an incomplete Super Saiyan 2, his combat power skyrockets to a staggering 22/4 billion, making him the mightiest warrior Lin Bei has faced thus far. One cannot help but wonder what Cell's combat power will reach after absorbing the two androids, and what this so-called true perfect form entails. At this moment, Lin Bei is eager to uncover the answers. With hands outstretched, he places them upon the clothing of androids 17 and 18, and with a resounding boom, their garments dissolve into nothingness. 18 screams, hastily covering herself. "What are you doing, you beast?" 17 glares fiercely at Lin Bei, roaring in outrage. Lin Bei, Hovafa, pays no heed to the outcry of such insignificant figures. "Raditz," he commands, "your subordinate is here. Render android 17 incapacitated temporarily, then cast him towards Cell." "Yes, my lord." Raditz responds. Though puzzled, he refrains from questioning further. Lin Bei's orders are absolute. They must be obeyed without condition or reason. Raditz swiftly flips 17 over and delivers a crushing knee strike to his spine. With a pained cry, 17 is momentarily incapacitated and is then discarded by Raditz like refuse towards Cell. "Cell, prepare to embrace glorious evolution," Lin Bei proclaims loudly to Cell, who has barely managed to stand. He muses to himself, "This Cell truly does not know what is good for him. As long as one utters the word want, one can joyfully absorb androids 17 and 18, yet it seems unnecessary to complicate matters." Fearing that Cell might struggle to assimilate them, he even took the trouble to shred their clothing. What a display of painstaking effort. At this moment, Cell appeared utterly bewildered. Only 5 seconds had elapsed since he was sent flying, during which he had concocted hundreds of plans, even considering self-destruction as an option. However, he never anticipated that his adversaries would willingly deliver themselves to his very doorstep. With events having unfolded to such an extent, he chose not to ponder further, disregarding any potential schemes. First, he would transform into his perfect form. In an instant, the needle of his tail unfurled into a suction cup, directly engulfing the approaching android 17. Although 17's combat power surpassed Cell's, he was designed solely as Cell's nourishment. Upon being consumed by the suction cup, he found himself utterly immobilized, helplessly awaiting his fate. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Android 18 let out a desperate scream, seemingly grasping the gravity of her impending doom. With a gulp, 17 was fully absorbed into Cell's being. The dark spots on Cell's body began to radiate, and an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within. His energy swelling immensely, his combat power skyrocketing from 200 million to 8.5 billion. Naba said nothing, but merely called out a name. Having been by Lin Bei's side for years, Naba instinctively understood. Seizing 17's ankle and neck, he delivered a headbutt, then grasped 18's ankle and forcefully hurled her to the ground. With a single strike, 18 was left dazed, her defenses faltering, and Naba took this opportunity to launch her towards Cell. Although Cell anticipated this, the reality of the situation ignited an uncontrollable thrill and anticipation within him. "Ha! The perfect form is upon me." Gulp. 18 was also consumed. Cell's energy surged once more, the explosive golden aura shattering the clouds nearby. As his power peaked, it rapidly diminished, appearing as though he intended to play a cunning game of deception akin to the original story, where he effortlessly bested Super Vegeta. "Truly, one cannot change their nature," Lin Bei murmured. Though Cell made every effort to conceal his power, that fleeting moment of peak strength was still visible to Lin Bei's scanner. 1,650,000,000. This was 5 million higher than one of the Demon Realm's lords, Demigra. Chapter 67. The magnitude of Cell's amplification. In the sacred temple, Goku and the others entrusted the body slain by Lin Bei to Mr. Popo for safekeeping, ensuring their revival for the future. Gohan, having consumed the Senzu Bean, also regained his strength. Dandy, wielding divine authority, could observe any corner of Earth. Even without words from Goku and his companions, he understood the course of events. The group sat in a circle, their faces etched with concern, each one silent. At that moment, an astonishing aura shattered the silence. What a formidable presence! Goku exclaimed in awe as he suddenly stood up. Moreover, Piccolo, Vegeta, Raditz, Nappa, Frieza, even the energy of King Cold is present. Wasn't he supposed to have perished on Namek? What manner of creature is this? Goku's face reflected sheer astonishment. This aura not only surpassed his own, but also encompassed the energies of all martial artists on Earth, including those of his fellow Saiyans, and even that of King Cold, whom he had slain on Namek. At that moment, Gohan, puzzled, uttered, "Dad, something seems off. There's one person's aura that this monster lacks." Upon hearing this, Goku instantly thought of one individual, Lin Bei. This creature bore the energies of every renowned and obscure martial artist on Earth, as well as those of the extraterrestrials he had encountered, yet conspicuously absent was Lin Bei's aura. What could this mean? How infuriating! Goku's arms bent as he struck the air with force. The deaths of his comrades, Lin Bei's intentions, the ominous creature's mysterious energy, three crushing events weighed heavily on Goku's heart, plunging his spirits to an all-time low. Dandy, having previously devoted himself to studying the Dragon Balls, was still unable to proficiently wield a portion of divine authority, rendering him incapable of employing the shared vision skill for the time being. Ironically, Piccolo, who possessed a fragment of divine power, could have achieved it, but alas, he was deceased. Thus, the only information available regarding Lin Bei's interaction with that creature came from Dandy. Could it be that Lin Bei's aim was to assemble an evil legion to annihilate the universe? Krillin speculated. No one confirmed or denied this. No one knew Lin Bei's true intentions. Currently, the group only gleaned the creature's appearance and name from Dandy's accounts. After several agonizing minutes of silence, Goku regained his composure. He had thought himself to be immensely powerful, yet formidable foes were emerging like mushrooms after rain, rendering his strength utterly insufficient. Mr. Popo, Goku resolved within himself, his gaze growing resolute. What is it, Goku? Are you hungry? Goku shook his head. Is the ship that brought us back from Namek still operational? Mr. Popo nodded. Yes. I have been maintaining it. The energy levels are fully charged. Is that so? Splendid. Goku chuckled lightly, displaying his signature carefree smile, and gently patted Gohan's shoulder. Please prepare. I intend to return to Namek with Gohan. Indeed, Lin Bei, who had been attentively monitoring the information regarding Cell's mission, let out a silent sigh. Cell's task remained unfulfilled. The mindset of complacency was indeed perilous. Lin Bei had pondered whether the perfect form mentioned by Cell might refer to the system's literal interpretation of a true perfect form. It now appeared to be mere self-deception, as there was no way such a loophole could exist. However, the tasks of the other two had been completed as scheduled. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, nurturing Raditz. Traveling to the North Galaxy Earth to capture Android 17 to feed Cell, the host must not interfere with the capture process. Acquired. 10,000 times gravity chamber. New task issued. Cultivate Raditz. Eliminate the Demon Realm Lord Herman. The host cannot interfere. Completion reward. Purification of Saiyan bloodline. Failure penalty. Permanent inability to enhance combat power. Purification of Saiyan bloodline. A refinement of the host's Saiyan lineage. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Cultivate Nappa. Proceed to the North Galaxy Earth to capture Android 18 to feed Cell. The host cannot interfere in the capturing process. Acquired. Wish card, equivalent to the power of the Namekian dragon. One wish, cooldown of 1 year. The dragon obeys the host. New task issued. Cultivate Nappa. Eliminate the Demon Realm Lord body. The host cannot interfere. Completion reward. Life-saving hair, one-time consumable. Failure penalty. Permanent inability to be resurrected by Dragon Balls. Life-saving hair, one-time consumable allows the host to cheat death once. Observing the system tasks in his consciousness, Lin Bei supported his chin with one hand. Once again, a Demon Realm Lord. Moreover, no address was specified. Must he venture into the Demon Realm to slay them? Not to mention that currently, Raditz and Nappa lack sufficient strength. Even if they were to gain power in the future, they would still lack the ability to traverse the Demon Realm. The Whispers phenomenon cannot merely be endured through high combat power. As it stands, these two tasks are nearly impossible to accomplish. However, what of this reward? The purification of Saiyan bloodline? The annotations seem rather vague. Could it be that the warrior race of Saiyans once had a figure akin to an emperor of battle, only for their descendants to become progressively weaker, leading to a king like Vegeta, who possesses a mere 10,000 combat power? Otherwise, how can one explain the term purification? With this line of thought, Lin Bei's mind began to wander. If the Saiyan ancestors had a character similar to an emperor of battle, could it be a Super Saiyan god? No, the Super Saiyan God from Dragon Ball Super is merely a state of being, not a true divine entity like the Kais. Lin Bei swiftly dismissed this notion. Am I misunderstanding? Or is there indeed a Saiyan ancestor resembling an emperor of battle, whose life form transcends Lin Bei's comprehension? Shaking his head, he ended this fruitless speculation. Lin Bei prepared to seek an opportunity to inquire with the dragon. For even if he was correct, confirmation was necessary. The life-saving hair is quite advantageous, essentially granting an additional life. As for the penalty, Lin Bei does not believe anyone would choose to be resurrected by the Dragon Balls. This penalty is akin to having none at all. Lastly, there's the wish card. His plan is to ask the dragon how Cell transforms into his true perfect form, much like Goku in Dragon Ball Super, who inquired about the Super Saiyan God. Lin Bei instinctively glanced at the system panel, noticing a previously overlooked detail. Name, Lin Bei. Age, 31. Younger brother, 18. Bloodline, Saiyan. Skills, Mastery of Ki Flight Technique. Super Saiyan Form 2, Exclusive. Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon. Instant Transmission, Kaioken, Exclusive. Planetary Destruction Sphere, Death Beam, Demon Flash Wave. Combat Power, 32 million. Items, 101 Senzu Beans 10,000 times Gravity Chamber, Infinite Energy Spaceship, Wish Card, Ever Functional Scouter. Bound Villain, Raditz, Condition 95, Base Combat Power, 11. 6 million, Loyalty 30. Bound Villain, Nappa, Condition 95. Base Combat Power, 11. 4 million, Loyalty 95. Bound Villain, Vegeta, Condition 80. Base Combat Power, 20 million, Loyalty 0. Bound Villain, Frieza, Condition 100. Base Combat Power, 1 billion. Loyalty 0. Bound Villain, Cell, Condition 100. Base Combat Power, 33 million, Loyalty 0. The base combat power of Cell is astonishingly 33 million, exceeding my own by 1 million. Considering the data from the Scouter, Cell's amplification factor is equivalent to that of Super Saiyan 1, both being 50 times. Chapter 68. Has Earth agreed? In both the manga and anime, Cell does not change color when he unleashes his power, unlike a Saiyan, which caused Lin Bei to overlook this detail. Upon reflection, it must be due to the cellular diversity within him. One cannot help but admire Dr. Gero's genius. He flawlessly fused such a multitude of cells, allowing them to exhibit their unique traits without rejection. At this moment, when comparing base combat power, Cell even surpasses me. Additionally, let us commend Frieza. True, raw strength. No flashy transformation skills. Just pure, unadulterated physical prowess. However, he will soon discover that such a brute force approach is untenable, leading him to develop his golden and black forms. Now, if I could simply inquire the dragon about how Cell evolves into his true perfect form, I could genuinely reach the conclusion. The base combat power of all villains will be added to my own, particularly Frieza's astounding 1 billion. Just the thought sends shivers of excitement through me. If I were to become a Super Saiyan, my combat power would reach astronomical figures. Perfect. Utterly perfect. Invincible. I am invincible. This surge of power is utterly astonishing. Cell gazed at his body, striking the air with a flurry of punches and kicks, his face alight with rapture. He laughed maniacally. He then turned, his gaze playfully directed at the two who had just sent him flying with a single kick. Raditz and Nappa instinctively took a step back, their faces betraying fear. Cell's aura, though not overwhelmingly powerful, was unsettling as it bore traces of his own essence. This instilled within them an inexplicable terror towards Cell. Along with the recent scene of Sharul devouring 2 artificial beings, a terrifying thought simultaneously emerged in their minds. Lord Lin Bei would feed us to Sharul as well. Would he? Lin Bei, perceiving the fear emanating from the two, let out a soft sigh, acknowledging that they were ultimately inferior to Vegeta and Frieza. Taking a few steps forward, he delivered a swift pat on their shoulders. Raditz and Nappa instantly felt their hair stand on end, with Raditz even bracing himself to kneel and pledge his unwavering loyalty unto death. Get lost, you worthless wretches. Raditz and Nappa displayed expressions of self-reproach for not exerting enough effort in their training, while inwardly they reveled in amusement and discreetly rolled aside. Oh, Lin Bei, do you wish to be the first to taste my perfected power? Sharul remarked, his voice dripping with feigned gratitude. Honestly, I appreciate you bringing Androids 17 and 18 to me. Without you, I could only wonder how long I would have to wait to achieve my complete form. I am in excellent spirits today. It is the happiest moment since my inception. Here's the deal. I will grant you 5 seconds. If you can escape my sight within that time, I shall spare you. What do you think? Am I not merciful? Sharul posed with a gentlemanly demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. Lin Bei's gaze sharpened. Seizing upon an opening, he instantaneously teleported and executed a whip kick, sending Sharul sprawling to the ground. Mercy, you say? Following this, he grasped Sharul's tail, which had retracted into his body, and spun it with such centrifugal force that it was forcibly extracted. Round and round we go. Lin Bei sang momentarily, unsure of the next line, before releasing his grip. Thud, thud, thud. Sharul plummeted to the earth like a meteor, causing the entire city to tremble. Buildings crumbling, the ground fracturing, and tidal waves surging. Oh, foolish Sharul, you have not truly attained the so-called complete form. At best, you are merely a quasi-complete form. Lin Bei declared, be quiet for a moment, and I shall assist you in becoming a genuine, complete form. Understanding Sharul's inherited Saiyan traits of arrogance and love for grandeur, Lin Bei recognized that such a person deserved a sound thrashing. Lin Bei, Sharul roared, his eyes glinting with primal fury, oblivious to Lin Bei's words as rage consumed him. The earth around him shattered instantaneously, and with a powerful leap, he soared into the sky, his energy surging, painting the heavens with a faint purple hue, akin to a demon's descent. You have missed your sole opportunity for survival. Allow me and this planet to dissolve into cosmic dust. Enraged, Sharul's combat power peaked at 16. 5 billion, the elation of his complete form obliterated by Lin Bei's earlier maneuver. He struck a classic Dragon Ball pose, channeling his energy, Kamehameha. A colossal sphere of blue energy coalesced in his hands. Whether it be Son Goku or you after this strike, both you and the earth shall be reduced to cosmic remnants. Wave, a blue beam of light, potent enough to annihilate the earth 100 times over, descended from the heavens. In a bookstore, a man with an exceedingly receding hairline expelled everyone from the premises, wielding a peculiar orb of light that obliterated the entire establishment. Quickly surrender all the books from your homes and schools. Otherwise, this library shall be your doom. Vegeta barked at the pedestrians on the street. With only one nation on Earth, he and Frieza embarked on separate missions, finding it far from arduous to eradicate all books within 2.5 days. Lin Bei commanded their destruction. They were left with no choice but to comply. Any deviation from this directive would result in a life shadowed by the traumas of childhood. Damn it, why has yet another warrior stronger than me emerged? He sensed not only his own energy, but also that of Frieza, his progeny, and Raditz. Strangely, there was no trace of Lin Bei's energy. What on earth is this? Meanwhile, Frieza seized the king and broadcasted live across all national channels, demanding that everyone discard their books into open spaces like plazas. He too pondered the same question as Vegeta. Sighing, Lin Bei lamented. Why does Cell insist on complicating simple matters? I have neither wronged him nor failed to offer a token of goodwill upon our first encounter. It is said that politeness begets goodwill. One ought to be gracious when receiving. Cell seems utterly oblivious to the nuances of human interaction. If only he would refrain from acting, he could attain everything effortlessly, much like a wealthy heir who need only indulge in leisure. Yet he insists on launching a venture. Very well, silence shall be enforced. With a piercing gaze, Lin Bei's hair transformed to a brilliant gold, crackling with sparks and lightning. His green pupils fixated on the descending Kamehameha wave, mimicking Cell's stance. Demonic shockwave. The formidable golden energy surged forth like the tides of the cosmos, instantaneously redirecting Cell's Kamehameha back at him. Following a colossal explosion, Lin Bei stood with his hands in his pockets, observing the half-dismembered form of Cell in the air. Do not so readily proclaim the destruction of Earth. Has Earth granted its consent? Impossible. I have attained my perfect form. How could your power surpass mine? Cell, now limbless and drenched in purple blood, emitted a roar of defiance. Cursed be you. Who on earth are you? In the data on the computer, there was no record of such an individual. Though Cell appeared disheveled, Lin Bei was aware of the presence of Piccolo's cells within him, which granted him regenerative capabilities. Moreover, as long as that mobile core remained intact, even if his head were to explode, he would not perish. Be silent and simply observe. Lin Bei's voice was frigid, akin to the disapproval of a prospective partner upon learning of a meager monthly salary. Not daring to act hastily, Cell remained still, prompting Lin Bei to retrieve a wish card from the system space and raise it high. Arise, dragon. The sky darkened instantaneously, thunder and lightning crackling as a dragon, identical in appearance and size to Purunga, coiled majestically above. Speak your wishes. Chapter 69. The Method to Become a True Complete Being. Bulma arrived at the sacred temple aboard a jet plane. She entrusted the hibernation pod brought by Dondi to Bobo. During the journey, Dondi communicated telepathically, conveying various matters including the androids, and informing Bulma that Goku and his son had already departed Earth aboard a spaceship heading to Namek. Fortunately, Yamcha was unharmed. She had been terrified upon hearing the news of everyone's demise. Bulma had longed to marry Yamcha, but he had continually postponed the matter, citing the perilous nature of martial arts. Suddenly, the clouds beneath the sacred temple darkened ominously, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder. The weather forecast did not predict heavy rain today. Where do all these dark clouds come from? Bulma pondered as she gazed at the swirling clouds below. Krillin, overhearing, approached and rubbed his bald head. Heavy rain? I can't shake the feeling that this resembles the appearance of the Eternal Dragon. Impossible. It can't be the Eternal Dragon, Bulma exclaimed, swiftly climbing aboard the plane to retrieve a Dragon Ball. I have a 3-star Dragon Ball here. I intended to ask you all to help me find the remaining 6, but I didn't anticipate encountering this situation. I see. The area of this storm is quite extensive, Krillin remarked, staring at the seemingly endless dark clouds beneath the sacred temple. Dondi observed the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hand, a sense of unease washing over him. He closed his eyes and tapped into the divine powers to scan Earth. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide, his face paling. The Eternal Dragon. Lin Bei has summoned the Eternal Dragon. Moreover, is the Namekian Purunga. Impossible. Bulma and Yamcha exclaimed in unison, having returned from Namek alongside Goku. The new Grand Elder of Namek, Fimu, explicitly stated that the Dragon Balls become ineffective once they leave Namek, even if Lin Bei managed to steal them. He cannot summon the Namekian Eternal Dragon on Earth. As a native of Namek, Dondi understood their words well. He shook his head. Lin Bei did not utilize the Dragon Balls. As the god of Earth and creator of the Dragon Balls, I possess a unique sensitivity to them. Even if the Dragon Balls were not crafted by me, I would still be able to sense their presence. Yet with this Purunga, I sensed not a single Dragon Ball. As Dondi spoke, the formidable image of Lin Bei crossed his mind, prompting him to entertain a thought. Could it be that Lin Bei is capable of creating an eternal dragon that does not require the Dragon Balls? In a certain plaza, a middle-aged man adjusted his black-framed glasses after tilting the books in his backpack, muttering to himself, "What is that? The latest naked-eye AR effect from the Universal Capsule Corporation?" On the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper, Vegeta and Frieza stood side by side, gazing in astonishment at the colossal green creature in the distance. ISNT that the Namekian Eternal Dragon, Purunga? Both individuals have attained eternal life, and nature has etched this memory deeply within itself. Yet, why has the dragon from Namek made its appearance on Earth? Does Earth not possess its own Dragon Balls? At the time when Lin Bei departed, the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone after the wish was granted, remaining in the village. Currently, the dragon is located near that popular monster in Lin Bei. Damn, Vegeta muttered through clenched teeth. He yearned to investigate the situation. Yet such a move would likely result in his swift demise at Lin Bei's hands. Frieza gazed upon the position of the dragon, Belunja, as images of Lin Bei and others transforming into Super Saiyans flooded his mind, prompting deep contemplation. In their quest to eliminate Lin Bei, both chose to bide their time and cultivate their strength in silence. The Divine Dragon, Cell, having utilized Piccolo's cells, had restored his form and now regarded the dragon in the sky with confusion. In his era, the Dragon Balls had vanished with the death of the Guardian. His recollections of the Dragon Balls were solely derived from the computer. However, the dragon depicted in the computer bore no resemblance to this one, and summoning the dragon required gathering all 7 Dragon Balls. Lin Bei evidently did not possess these prerequisites. Were it not for the phrase "come forth, divine dragon," Cell would not have recognized this creature as a dragon. Dragon, reveal to me the method for Cell to attain his true perfect form. Although Lin Bei wished to expedite the process and have the dragon transform Cell directly, the wish card explicitly stated the limitations equivalent to the power of the Namekian dragon. The power of the Namekian dragon was comparable to that of the Earth dragon. Neither possessed the ability to directly grant or transform a being like the Super Dragon. They could only provide guidance. What? Upon hearing Lin Bei's wish, Cell was taken aback. Am I truly not perfect? Yet the computer clearly stated that by absorbing androids at 17 and 18, I could achieve perfection. I would gain the strongest power in the universe. The computer cannot be mistaken. But if I am perfect, why am I unable to defeat this Lin Bei? Cell found himself ensnared in a web of contradictions, feeling as though his CPU might overheat. Belunge's eyes flashed red, absorbed the current cell. What? Lin Bei was momentarily stunned. Was this seemingly nonsensical statement truly the method to attain perfection? Was the system dragon, summoned by the wish card, so unreliable? Hearing Lin Bei's mutterings, Belunge too felt that this answer was somewhat hasty, and thus began to elucidate the reasoning. This cell hails from the future. He regressed to a cocoon state to arrive in this time. During the regression process, a segment of his evolutionary telomere was lost, which is why, despite absorbing androids 17 and 18, he cannot achieve true perfection. If he can restore this missing segment of the evolutionary telomere, he can attain his true perfect form. Very well, your wish has been granted. Farewell. Upon concluding his statement, Barenka instantly transformed into a crimson light and returned to the wish card, his motion as swift as a student responding to the school bell. 365 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The wish card displayed a cooldown time precise to the second. Thus, Lin Bei, after listening to the dragon's narrative and contemplating briefly, grasped the essence of the matter. The phrase absorb the current cell referred to allowing the cell before him to assimilate the version still in the cultivation fluid, thus completing the fragment of his missing evolutionary telomere and transforming into a true perfect being. Lin Bei, what exactly did the dragon convey? What constitutes a genuine perfect being? Cell, now questioning his own status as a true perfect being, wondered how it was possible for someone stronger than him to exist. He had intended to hear the dragon's answer, but to his surprise, the dragon had said nothing before vanishing into a stream of red light. Did the dragon have temporal constraints? This was beyond the computer's data, leaving Cell in ignorance. Lin Bei emitted a soft exclamation, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his pupils. Cell cannot hear? Could it be that only I can perceive it? This should not be the case. Since when did the dragon possess a shielding function? Wait, Lin Bei suddenly recalled a phrase on the wish card that he had not paid much attention to, promptly retrieving it from the system space. Wish card, equivalent to the power of the Namekian dragon. One wish, cooldown period of 1 year. The dragon obeys only the host. The dragon obeys only the host? After silently repeating the last line twice, Lin Bei suddenly understood. So, it is a dragon that serves solely me. No wonder Cell cannot hear the information regarding this wish. He then regarded Cell with a gentle expression, reminiscent of their first meeting. Cell, do you desire to become a true perfect being? Just speak the words. This time, Cell finally grasped the concept, without waiting for Lin Bei to finish. He swiftly appeared before him, exclaiming, yes, I want it. Chapter 70. Congratulations to Dr. Gero. The perfect warrior Cell has been completed. During his leisure on Earth, Lin Bei explored various locales, tracing the paths traversed by Goku, from the youthful scion to the adult warrior, as well as the main cast and other pertinent characters. One of these locations was the birthplace of Aral, Penguin Village. Dragon Ball never explicitly stated Aral's power level, evoking a sense akin to that of a conceptual deity. Upon encountering her in Penguin Village, Lin Bei finally unraveled this enigma. Power level, 500. Though seemingly modest now, when Raditz arrived on Earth in Dragon Ball Z, Goku's power level was merely over 400. This allows for a retroactive deduction that during the early Goku saga, Goku's power level against Piccolo was only around 300. No wonder Aral exuded an aura of invincibility at that time. As for the character Aral that appears later in Dragon Ball Super, her presence is merely a whimsical attempt to attract attention. Her actual combat prowess is merely the pinnacle of the little Goku saga. Of course, Lin Bei has visited the laboratory where Cell was born, nestled within a desolate mountain. At that time, he refrained from entering the laboratory itself, concerned about disrupting the narrative, and merely observed from the outside, confirming the laboratory's precise location before departing. Seeing that Cell had finally come to his senses and no longer questioned Lin Bei's sincere intentions, Lin Bei smiled like a radiant, cheerful young man. However, this smile appeared somewhat unsettling in Cell's eyes. He immediately changed his demeanor and commanded Raditz and Nappa, who were nearby, "You two disgraceful buffoons, return to the spaceship and train at once." Yes, Lord Lin Bei. The two felt an immense sense of relief, as they had no desire to remain in that place, fearing they might suffer collateral damage. They swiftly transformed into their Super Saiyan forms and soared away. Lin Bei had no immediate plans regarding the task of eliminating the Demon Realm's Lord, intending to let the two take a break to enhance their combat abilities. He then approached Cell directly. To evolve into the true, perfect form, you must go to a certain location, and I shall escort you there. Cell was momentarily taken aback. Although his speed could not rival Lin Bei's, he was still significantly faster than any earthly vehicle. How exactly did Lin Bei intend to transport him? Just as Cell pondered this, Lin Bei suddenly reached out and, with a sharp motion, grasped Cell's tail. Instantly, an ominous premonition spread through Cell's mind. Wait, you can't possibly mean... Indeed, just as you suspect. Lin Bei flashed an innocuous and innocent smile, then yanked his arm back forcefully. Cell's feet left the ground as he lost his balance, spinning wildly. Round and round we go. Lin Bei began to chant a familiar tune, and, at the conclusion of the lyrics, he pinpointed a direction and released his grip. Off you go. Cell let out a series of silent screams as he soared through the air, feeling as though an invisible, overwhelming force was restraining him, rendering him immobile. Lin Bei watched as Cell flew away, remaining still. Just as Cell began to wonder whether Lin Bei was indeed playing a trick on him, he suddenly heard a whoosh. Lin Bei appeared directly above him without warning, and with a powerful elbow strike, he forcefully collided with Cell's abdomen. Cell plummeted from the sky like a kite severed from its string, screaming in agony as he fell. With a thunderous crash, the entire mountain trembled from his descent. Struggling to rise, Cell wiped the purple blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, spitting out the excess blood. Clenching his fist until his nails pierced his skin, he seethed, "Damn Lin Bei, how dare he toy with me? Once I transform into the true, perfect form, you'll be the first to pay the price." In the next moment, Lin Bei descended slowly from the sky. "What is it you just said? I didn't quite catch it." Shara was immediately drenched in sweat. "I must say, it's quite convenient to have arrived so swiftly." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Although his ears lacked the unique structure of Piccolo, his enhanced strength had naturally improved his hearing. Sharu spoke in a barely audible whisper, yet Lin Bei caught every word. An integral part of his plan to undermine Sharu's pride. After all, if Sharu were to become his subordinate, obedience to commands was imperative. The moment Sharu expressed his desire, he began to adopt a more humble demeanor. Lin Bei, however, chose not to expose this, merely nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is rather quick. He then pointed towards a towering mountain in the distance. "Do you remember this place?" Upon hearing Lin Bei's question, Sharon noticed the familiar terrain and suddenly recalled something significant. "This is where I was born." To his astonishment, he recognized that this mountain range resembled his birthplace in the future. It was no wonder he had forgotten this place, having inherited the cells of many fierce beings. His first act upon emerging from the incubation fluid was to wreak havoc. By the time he stepped outside, the landscape had already transformed. "What brings us here?" Sharu inquired. In the original narrative, after returning from the future, Sharu had neglected to deal with his counterpart from this timeline. This secret laboratory was ultimately discovered and destroyed by Krillin, Trunks, and Bulma. As a synthetic biological weapon, Sharu's actions were dictated by his own thoughts and will. However, the commands to eliminate Goku and absorb androids 17 and 18 were deeply ingrained in his mind, subconsciously guiding his behavior and causing him to overlook the Sharu of this timeline. Perhaps in his original plan, after absorbing androids 17 and 18 to achieve his perfect form and slaying Goku, he would casually annihilate the Earth for interstellar travel, making the Sharu of this timeline inconsequential. Lin Bei did not withhold any information, revealing everything he had learned from the dragon's words. Evolutionary telomeres, deficiencies, and the me within the incubation fluid. Sharu murmured these terms, silently calculating the validity of the information in his mind. This was Lin Bei's second visit, and he was quite familiar with the layout, quickly locating the entrance. The laboratory was small, and he immediately spotted the unconscious young Sharu floating in the incubation fluid. With a swift motion, Sharu elongated his tail, piercing the robust glass of the incubation chamber, and then opened his suction cups, drawing the unresponsive young Sharu into his body. The fluidity of his movements was astonishing, reminiscent of a mother-in-law collecting a bride price, eerily swift. Lin Bei nodded inwardly, impressed. Truly, one could not expect less from one who bore the cells of Frieza and his son. He had never disappointed in the act of eliminating his kin. Just as the young Sharu was absorbed, the surrounding computers seemed to detect a disturbance, emitting a low hum and flashing green lights. The computer, originally set for automated editing, now displays the exclusive logo of the Red Ribbon Army in a striking red hue. As the ominous sounds cease, the laboratory resonates with the mechanical tones emitted by the computer. Congratulations, Dr. Jero. The perfect warrior cell has been completed. The announcement reverberates repeatedly. At this moment, Cell undergoes a remarkable transformation. Blue arcs of electricity surging inexplicably from within, while his energy swells rapidly. Chapter 71. The Truth of Perfection. Uh, 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 uh. Cell unleashes a torrent of energy, his power erupting like a gushing spring. The entire mountain range, and indeed the entire planet, begins to tremble under this overwhelming force. Warning. Energy levels are excessive, exceeding capacity. The alarms blare incessantly. Boom, 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 boom. All the equipment in the laboratory detonates simultaneously. A golden shockwave cleaving the entire facility and the mountain that enveloped it in two. The creatures inhabiting this mountainous region sense the disturbance and frantically flee in all directions. Uh. Cell's energy seems limitless, continuing to rise. Power level 3, 1 billion. Power level 3, 2 billion. Power level 3, 3 billion. Lin Bei, witnessing the scene, displays a flicker of astonishment. Cell's power surpasses his own 3, 2 billion. And this is not even his limit. The energy continues to escalate. Lin Bei never anticipated that completing a segment of the evolutionary telomere would result in such a monumental transformation for Cell. It is no exaggeration to say that the changes are earth-shattering. No wonder his grandmother often insisted that science is the primary productive force. A dazzling golden aura envelopes Cell, his energy seemingly reaching its zenith, a fleeting glimmer in his eyes before it solidifies. Cell suddenly spreads his arms wide, unleashing countless terrifying gusts of wind that obliterate the entire mountain range. As the dust settles, Cell gasps for breath, incredulously gazing at his own hands. This is not merely the result of physical exhaustion. Rather, it is an overwhelming exhilaration at the sheer magnitude of his newfound power. So this is the true form of perfection. It is astonishingly powerful, incomparable to any prior strength. Past, present, future, no one shall ever surpass me. The computer has not deceived me. I am the undisputed warrior of the universe. Ha 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 ha. Observing Cell's ecstatic laughter towards the heavens, Lin Bei suddenly comprehends. So this is it. Lightning Cell. Is this the true essence of Cell's perfection? As Lin Bei gazed upon the electrifying presence of Cell, a long-buried curiosity was unearthed within him. Previously, while watching the Cell saga of Dragon Ball, Lin Bei had pondered a particular question, the premise that Saiyans, upon death and resurrection, acquire immense power, seemingly falters after transforming into Super Saiyans. This indicated that this narrative flaw had its limitations. In the original storyline, after being defeated by Gohan and preparing for self-destruction, Goku selflessly used instant transmission to transport Cell to King Kai's planet, thereby saving Earth. Subsequently, Cell made a formidable return, resurrected as Lightning Cell, and swiftly eliminated Trunks upon his entrance. At that moment, Cell claimed that Saiyan cells gained extraordinary power upon resurrection. Lin Bei had been perplexed. If this flaw were still applicable, why not simply place a handful of Senzu Beans before Goku and his son? What enemy could possibly withstand them? Now, Lin Bei finally comprehended that this phenomenon was not merely the result of Saiyan cells at work. Instead, it was the entire process of Cell regenerating from that microchip, effectively completing that segment of evolutionary telomeres. It was akin to rebooting a computer when it encounters a bug. Cell's self-detonation was analogous to a computer restart. Intriguingly, Cell himself was unaware of this fact, mistakenly believing it to be the influence of Saiyan cells. At the time of his emergence, androids 17 and 18 were already deceased, and returning to the past would result in a missing segment of evolutionary telomeres, among other factors, preventing him from achieving his true perfect form. In the original work, the resurrected Lightning Cell is the so-called perfect form, the so-called universe's mightiest warrior. Before Lin Bei stood Cell, wearing a sinister smirk, exuding the essence of a triumphant peasant. He extended his fingers towards Lin Bei, declaring, 5 seconds. That is the time you have to utter your final words. On the villain's side, this overwhelming aura was that of the monster. Vegeta and Frieza, along with Raditz and Nappa, who were engaged in a fierce battle aboard their spaceship, were all struck by this force, involuntarily glancing at one another. Could his power truly surpass Lin Bei's? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. The magnitude of this energy was staggering. far surpassing Lin Bei's previous assault on Gohan. Was Lin Bei destined for demise? Vegeta regarded a certain direction with a grave expression. Truth be told, he did not wish for Lin Bei to fall to this monster. The reason was simple. Lin Bei must be slain by his own hand, Vegeta's, to cleanse the humiliation he had endured. Yet if Lin Bei were indeed to be killed by this creature, he would ensure that, in the future, he would use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Lin Bei and seek vengeance. On the Z Warriors' side, despair loomed. It's over. Earth is doomed. Krillin and the others were deeply shaken by this force. How could Cell's power suddenly become so formidable? Compared to the unknown Cell, they found themselves preferring Lin Bei. Unlike Lin Bei's ambiguous aura of righteousness and malevolence, Cell's energy was saturated with destruction and annihilation. Even Goku and Goten, having just flown a short distance from Earth, sensed this overwhelming presence. Dad! With a sudden exclamation, Gohan sensed a powerful and malevolent energy emanating from Earth. The intensity of this energy was so overwhelming that even Goku and his son, traveling in their spaceship, could feel it. This was the energy of Cell. What on Earth had transpired? This power exceeded even that of Lin Bei. Although Goku had been swiftly defeated by Lin Bei, his extensive battle experience allowed him to gauge Lin Bei's strength with a degree of accuracy. He could confidently assert that Cell's power surpassed that of Lin Bei. At that moment, the voice of King Kai echoed in Goku's mind. Can you hear me, Goku? King Kai. Goku pondered why the North Kai had suddenly reached out to him when the latter hastily continued. Do not return to Earth, Goku. Stay on Namek and cultivate there. What? What happened, Dad? Goku exclaimed, startled by King Kai's words. Since this was a telepathic communication, Gohan remained unaware of the exchange. Goku then instructed Gohan to place his hand on his back to share the information relayed by King Kai. That Saiyan named Lin Bei has gone out of control. Cell has become the strongest warrior in the universe. Once you arrive on Namek, use the power of the dragon there to transfer your friends, and do not return again. Provided Earth has not been destroyed by then. Evolutionary telomeres? Perfect form? The strongest warrior in the universe? Goku silently repeated these terms after listening to King Kai's description. Confronted with the dire crisis articulated by King Kai, Goku's body involuntarily trembled. Not from fear, but from a state of exhilarating anticipation. I must grow stronger. Observing the smirk on Lin Bei's face, which even Cell could not suppress, Goku glanced at the readings on the scouter. Battle power, 5 billion. Indeed, he had ample reason to be proud. After transforming into his perfect form, not only had his base power surged from 33 million to 50 million, but he also mastered the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2. The amplification had shifted from 50 times to 100 times. While his opponent's battle power certainly outstripped his own, Lin Bei remained unfazed. Simultaneously, as Cell achieved his perfect form, Lin Bei's mission was refreshed. Chapter 72, Cell's second task. Mission accomplished. Cultivate Cell into a true perfect form. Reward, power of all beings, passive. New mission. Cultivate Cell to eliminate Majin Buu. The host cannot intervene. Completion reward. Infinite stamina, passive. Failure penalty. Exhaustion of life force, passive. Infinite stamina. Passive stamina remains perpetually at 100. Regardless of combat, it never diminishes, eternally maintaining peak condition. Exhaustion of life force. Passive stamina cannot be restored permanently. When it reaches 0, only the ability to breathe remains. Cell's second mission was indeed to eliminate Majin Buu. This was something Lin Bei could never have anticipated. He had always believed that Majin Buu would be the next villain to bind to him, but to his astonishment, he discovered that Buu was actually the target of Cell's second mission. Over the years, Lin Bei had managed to decipher the patterns of the tasks. The first mission invariably involved the deepest desires of these antagonists. Although Raditz appeared to submit to Vegeta, he yearned to surpass him. Nappa harbored no ambitions against Vegeta, instead fixating on eliminating the Ginyu Force's Riku, likely due to Riku's past mockery of his baldness. After all, the Ginyu Force had once boasted the title of the universe's strongest team. The prideful Saiyans could only seethe in silence. Both Vegeta and Frieza shared a singular ambition, the pursuit of eternal life. The former aimed to achieve this through the accumulation of time, seeking to dethrone Frieza and become the universe's paramount power, while the latter sought to maintain his supremacy indefinitely. Cell's aspiration to achieve his perfect form was a primal instinct following his creation. The subsequent missions lacked a clear foundation, yet the penalties grew increasingly lethal. No matter how powerful one might be, A single failure could equate to a form of death. Lin Bei had initially presumed that the next villain would undoubtedly be Majin Buu, even contemplating the task of eliminating the sorcerer Babidi, as he wished to avoid being sealed once more. Yet now, Buu had inexplicably become the focus of Cell's second mission. What could this signify? Lin Bei was not merely indulging in fanciful thoughts due to the absence of a binding character. He genuinely sensed something amiss. The original small Buu was indeed the true Majin Buu, and given his wanton destruction of planets across the cosmos, he was undoubtedly a villainous entity. The other Buus were similar to the small Buu, with only the fat Buu having absorbed the benevolent Supreme Kai, rendering him relatively mild-mannered, albeit not truly heroic. In such circumstances, how could the system justify failing to bind him? He was no mere minor character. Furthermore, the Demon Realm's Lord, Beerus, had previously stated, Majin Buu is merely a cell of a powerful being. This statement had lingered in Lin Bei's mind, and Cell's second mission had now triggered this recollection. While he could not draw any definitive conclusions from this information, he sensed that it concealed a monumental secret. Lin Bei silently noted this and resolved to summon the dragon to inquire further. He then turned his attention to the mission rewards. The passive ability of infinite stamina would grant Lin Bei the remarkable ability to exist without a period of weakness, allowing him to achieve true invincibility in the future. He would always strategize with unerring precision. He would eternally command the forces of thunder and lightning. Those envious villains would never have the opportunity to vanquish him. However, the passive ability of exhaustion was a dire curse, leading Lin Bei to a slow and inevitable demise. Even without engaging in combat, each breath, each step, and even lying down to sleep would sap his vitality, and over time, he would ultimately succumb. Without physical strength, one's combat abilities will inevitably wane, rendering one as defenseless as fish on a chopping board, susceptible to the whims of others. However, the completion of this task remains distant. Although I'm aware of the whereabouts of Majin Buu, I do not intend to awaken him prematurely. Majin Buu represents a terrifying force, rivaling that of Super Saiyan 3, beyond the capabilities of even Lightning Cell. His combat power surely exceeds the astronomical figure of 10 billion. Coupled with his formidable regeneration and nearly boundless stamina, it is exceedingly challenging to fulfill the task without a significantly elevated combat prowess. Given the severity of the consequences, I must ensure total certainty before taking action. At the very least, I need to elevate Cell to the combat level of Super Saiyan 3, thus enabling a potential retreat should the confrontation prove overwhelming. As Cell can survive in the cosmos. Speaking of combat power, I eagerly glanced at my status panel. Name, Lin Bei. Age, 31 years. Brother, 18 years. Bloodline, Saiyan. Skills, Mastery of Ki Flight Technique, Super Saiyan Form 2, Exclusive. Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon, Instant Transmission, Kaioken Exclusive. Planet Destroying Sphere, Death Beam, Demon Flash, Power of All Beings, Passive. Combat Power, 112. 5 billion items, 101 Senzu Beans, 10,000 times Gravity Chamber, Infinite Energy Spaceship. Wish Card Cooling Down, Ever Accurate Scouter, Bound Villain, Raditz Status 78, Base Combat Power, 11. 6 million, Loyalty 30, Bound Villain, Nappa, Status 77, Base Combat Power, 11. 4 million, Loyalty 95, Bound Villain, Vegeta, Status 85, Base Combat Power, 20 million, Loyalty 0, Bound Villain, Frieza, Status 100, Base Combat Power, 1 billion. Loyalty 0, Bound Villain, Cell Status 100, Base Combat Power, 50 million, Loyalty 0, 112, 5 billion. While the number may seem modest, the unit transitions from 10,000 to billion. This seemingly ordinary digit is separated by 4 zeros. Most importantly, this represents my base combat power. Once I transform into Super Saiyan 2, my combat prowess will ascend to a staggering 112. 5 billion. This power undoubtedly surpasses that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku in the original series during the Buu saga. However, I firmly believe it does not reach the level of Super Saiyan 4. The amplification for Super Saiyan 3 is 400 times, while Super Saiyan 4 boasts a staggering 4,000 times. According to the minimum transformation requirements, Super Saiyan 1 necessitates a base power of 3 million. Super Saiyan 2 requires 6 million. Super Saiyan 3 demands 24 million. And Super Saiyan 4 requires an astonishing 2.4 billion. According to the known circumstances, it appears that only Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 1 at a battle power of 3 million, while Vegeta's transformation likely exceeded 3 million. The battle powers of the others remain unknown. As for the next level, Super Saiyan 2, no one achieved this transformation with a foundational battle power of 6 million. Even the prodigious Gohan accomplished it with a base power of 28 million. Thus, the foundational transformation power of Super Saiyan 4, theoretically set at 2.4 billion, remains a theoretical figure. Yet, even the weakest Super Saiyan 4 would possess nearly 1 trillion in battle power, equating to 1 trillion, which is tenfold stronger than the current Lin Bei. Sheru's fingers slowly curled, the upward curve of his lips sketching a confident arc, resembling a grim reaper who governs life, capable of reaping others' lives at will. What? No last words? Or are you merely frightened by my power? After a pause, Sheru's internal chip, equipped with detection capabilities, could accurately calculate an enemy's battle power. However, with the multitude of Earth martial artist cells within him, Sheru preferred to sense energy. Previously, when Lin Bei countered with the Kamehameha, the chip registered a battle power of 3 billion. Coupled with Sheru's energy sensitivity, he instinctively deduced that Lin Bei's energy was minimal, thus estimating his true battle power to be just above 3 billion, far from being a match for him. While Lin Bei could transform similarly, his foundational battle power fell short of Sheru's. Although the computer proclaimed him the strongest in the universe, Sheru understood that the title of universe's strongest is transient. Today, Lin Bei must be eliminated. Sheru once again assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, harboring thoughts of revenge. Hith. Suddenly, Lin Bei burst into hearty laughter. Fear your power? Oh, foolish Sheru. Your meager strength seems akin to the glow of fireflies in the night to me. Whereas my brilliance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei tossed a golden energy ball into his mouth and struck a power-up pose. Is like the radiant moon above. Chapter 73. What can you do, I wonder? The glow of fireflies and the bright moon. Sheru found Lin Bei's words amusing, retracting his countdown arm and crossing his hands over his chest. An interesting claim. Now, let your performance commence. I am eager to see what you can do. Sheru yearned for Lin Bei to fight desperately, only to be slain by him. For it was then that he could unleash the vast power within him. Possessing Saiyan cells, he craved battle. Lin Bei refrained from further words, slightly biting down on his teeth, shattering the golden energy ball. The golden aura enveloped him in an instant. A terrifying wave of energy erupting like a volcanic explosion, soaring skyward and scattering a passing black vulture in its wake. The formidable energy surged forth from Earth, expanding into the depths of the universe. In but a fleeting second, the corner of Shalu's mouth, which had been unable to be suppressed, was healed by Lin Bei. A battle power of 10 billion. The data transmitted from the chip within him left him utterly astounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His battle power was at most a little over 3 billion. How could it possibly reach 10 billion? A malfunction. The chip must be malfunctioning. Shalu cried out in a frenzy. Lin Bei's aura continued to surge, soon reaching 30 billion. At that moment, the very rotation of the Earth was thrown into chaos. Earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes, mudslides, avalanches, freezing rain, all manner of calamities erupted collectively. Divine wrath. This must be divine wrath. Humanity is but parasites upon this earth, and the divine intends to cleanse them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in peculiar attire, missing an arm, knelt down and fervently worshipped the largest statue within the church. Crack! A hairline fracture appeared on the statue, causing it to topple forward. The man, filled with excitement, lifted his head, believing the divine had responded to his plea, planning to whisk him away from this world brimming with suffering. And then he departed. Such incidents were ubiquitous. Under the fury of nature, even the most staunchly scientific among humanity regressed to primal instincts, uttering futile prayers in search of solace. Lin Bei's energy seemed boundless. At this moment, the numbers on the detector had soared to 50 billion. That was 10 times the power of lightning Shalu. What manner of creature was Lin Bei? The white cat Korinta, with a worried expression, stroked its whiskers. The power within Lin Bei is unfathomable. Should he continue to unleash it, the earth may very well crumble. Lin Bei halted his explosive energy, his breathing gradually returning to a steady rhythm. This was not even his full strength, nor had he yet transformed into his Super 2 form. However, if he continued to release his power, the earth would likely not endure. In the largest private room of a hotel, Vegeta, indulging in a feast at a round table, suddenly found himself choked by a piece of turkey. Coughing, he quickly downed a bucket of water, staring in shock toward a certain direction. How could this be? Lin Bei concealed such formidable battle power within him. Was the aura I sensed earlier merely a ruse to deceive me? 5 minutes prior, after sensing Shallow's overwhelming strength, Vegeta had abandoned the book destruction mission assigned to Lin Bei and instead sought out a large hotel, demanding that all chefs be summoned to work overtime, bringing forth the finest delicacies at the swiftest pace. Whether in the future or aboard Lin Bei's spaceship, Vegeta's meals had never been satisfactory, merely serving to stave off hunger. Though he was convinced Lin Bei would surely perish, he nonetheless intended to wait for the other's aura to dissipate. As soon as Lin Bei's aura vanished, he would immediately raze the city to the ground to quell his fury and then depart Earth aboard his spaceship, embarking on a cosmic odyssey. Regardless of the possession of eternal life, as long as one remains alive and continues training, becoming the preeminent force in the universe is inevitably within reach. The spacecraft, a gift from Bulma for the future, resides within the Capsule Corporation, and Vegeta has only utilized it once during his search for the time machine's energy source. Yet now, Lin Bei's power is astonishingly tenfold greater than that of that monstrous being. Such absurdity! It appears he has been masquerading as a simpleton while harboring immense strength. You wretched earthlings! Hurry and fetch the books from your homes. What are you still doing here preparing meals? Vegeta's sudden fury startled the hotel attendant, leaving her momentarily stunned. In a certain kingdom. Oh dear, my benevolent king, surely you do not wish to witness your subjects suffer? The dog-head king sighed, feeling utterly powerless against this invulnerable creature. Even the latest war tanks were rendered as malleable as rubber in the presence of the foe. He pondered the whereabouts of the warrior who once vanquished the demon King Piccolo, shaking his head in resignation as he issued a decree. All printing houses are to cease operations, and all books on the market must be destroyed. Pausing for a moment, under immense psychological pressure, he uttered words that would condemn him for eternity. Activate the fighter jets and obliterate all schools, ensuring they are never rebuilt. The final order was one added by Frieza himself. Since Lin Bei did not wish Gohan to pursue scholarly endeavors, it was best to eradicate all educational institutions. As for whether Lin Bei would blame him for this excessive action, that was a decision for the Doghead King, and had nothing to do with Frieza. Initially, Frieza's plan mirrored Vegeta's, albeit without the need for spacecraft. He even anticipated Vegeta's intentions, intending to turn the tables and silently follow him, ultimately confronting him in the cosmos. Although their powers were comparable, Vegeta could not survive in space. Destroying the spacecraft would assure the opponent's demise. Eternal life merely implies an everlasting lifespan. Death is still inevitable. Now, he comprehended the unfathomable potential of the Saiyans and recognized that he could not allow Vegeta to escape. This tactic was initially meant for Lin Bei, but Frieza surmised that Lin Bei had likely already acquired eternal life and the ability to exist in the universe through the Dragon Balls. After all, only those who possess power would assist others in obtaining it. Yet Lin Bei's aura had transformed everything, and they sensed that this was not even his full strength. Indeed, it was less than half. At the Heavenly Temple, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Moments ago, the North Kai had unilaterally instructed Bulma to return home immediately to construct a spacecraft for escaping Earth, as Lin Bei was on the verge of being slain. And Cell's aura was rife with destruction and slaughter, putting the planet's safety in jeopardy. Little did they anticipate that merely 5 minutes had passed, and Lin Bei's power had surged to such extraordinary heights. The good news was that Earth was likely to be preserved. The bad news was that Goku may never have the opportunity to triumph again. Impossible. This must be a fabrication. The computer has declared that I am the supreme warrior of the universe. How could there possibly exist anyone with greater combat prowess than I? Gazing at the staggering combat power of 50 billion displayed on the chip, Cell fell into a frenzy. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Lin Bei. His colossal iron fist aimed squarely at the opponent's face. There were no elaborate techniques, only sheer, unadulterated strength. Lin Bei did not flinch in the slightest. With a resounding thud, Cell's iron fist, infused with his entire might of 50 billion, struck Lin Bei's forehead. Yet this punch, powerful enough to shatter the earth, failed to budge Lin Bei even a hair's breadth. No, this is incorrect. Not only did it not move him, but also did not even make contact with Lin Bei's flesh. Cell's 50 billion iron fist could not even compress the eyelashes of Lin Bei. A cold smirk crept upon Lin Bei's lips, reminiscent of his victorious moments in ranked matches, when he had turned the tide with a cunning maneuver. What can you do? I wonder? Chapter 74, Lin Bei speculation. Trembling, petrified, stiff, suffocated. These four emotions played out vividly upon Cell's countenance. Ha ha, an illusion. It must be an illusion. I never anticipated that a Saiyan would learn the tricks of Earthlings. Cell retreated several steps, driven to madness. This remark momentarily stunned Lin Bei. It evoked a sense of familiarity, and he soon realized something, a slight smile gracing his lips. So, you possess cells of the devil. In a universe on a certain planet. It was unfathomable. How could a human's power traverse the boundless cosmos, reaching here from the North Galaxy? This is the realm of the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin Shin, standing atop a massive rock, expressed his astonishment. His attendant mirrored the sentiment. I truly did not expect that the power of a human could reach this sacred domain from the depths of the universe. This power is simply extraordinary. The Kaioshin nodded. You are not mistaken. It could rival that of Majin Buu. Jebbit, we must depart. Lin Bei also deemed this to be reasonable, for the devil is the most renowned martial artist on Earth, without exception. The cell before him hails from the future, an era that is likely 20 years or even more distant from the present. During this time, the computer has tirelessly perfected him, naturally assimilating the cells of exceptional martial artists. Thus, it follows that he would possess the cells of the devil. After all, in the original narrative, the devil becomes the foremost figure on Earth following the demise of Goku, Krillin, and others. He has indeed made significant contributions, not only surviving a direct blow from Cell in the arena, but also playing a crucial role during the Buu saga. Without him, Goku and Vegeta would never have been able to execute the final Spirit Bomb. After this surge of energy halted his combat power at 50 billion, Lin Bei contemplated another matter. During Goku's first transformation into Super Saiyan 3 against the rotund Buu on Earth, he likely did not unleash his full strength. At that time, Wukong was likely similar to Lin Bei, sensing a certain limit of the Earth when his combat power reached 50 billion, thus ceasing to elevate his energy further. As for Whis' subsequent transformations, such as Super Saiyan 3 Wukong, Majin Buu, the enigmatic Gohan, and even Vegeta could unleash their powers on Earth without causing its destruction. Lin Bei suspects it may be intricately linked to the blood of the Kai. He recalls that in the original narrative, the feeble Kai was mercilessly overwhelmed by Majin Buu, nearly meeting his demise, with divine blood spilling everywhere. The divine race possesses a unique duality. They can be extraordinarily powerful without rigorous training. Yet they also exhibit a distinctiveness that borders on singularity. The Kai's attendant, Jebbit, is presumably half divine, inherently endowed with abilities like instantaneous movement and healing. In contrast, Kaioshin, aside from telekinesis, seemingly lacks any remarkable abilities, consistently astonished by the main characters. However, should he perish, Beerus would similarly vanish. As the god of destruction's counterpart, even if his combat prowess is unremarkable, he undoubtedly possesses exceptional traits uncommon among mortals. Lin Bei's conjecture stems from a statement made by the Elder Kai during the Buu saga. The Kaioshin realm is the most resilient planet in the universe. So feel free to battle. This led Lin Bei to ponder the significance of divine blood. Otherwise, why would the Kaioshin realm be so robust? As the stronghold of the divine race, it certainly harbors a considerable amount of divine essence. However, it is likely that such divine blood requires time to be absorbed to manifest its effects, which is why Wukong initially restrained his energy at 50 billion when transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Of course, this is merely Lin Bei's speculation. The truth can only be unveiled when the Kaioshin visits Earth. Otherwise, it is challenging to explain how Vegeta, with a combat power of 18,000, could obliterate the Earth, especially during a later era when the average combat power soared into the hundreds of millions. As for how much power Wukong wielded when transforming into Super Saiyan 3 on Earth, it remains unverified. However, based on subsequent battles against Majin Buu, Lin Bei estimates it to be approximately between 60 and 65 billion. Nevertheless, since the moment he saved Raditz, the trajectory of the entire Dragon Ball universe has shifted. Should Wukong ascend once more to Super Saiyan 3, it is highly probable that his strength would surpass this range. This is not a mere whim of Lin Bei's imagination. It is a deduction based on the principles of power escalation within the Dragon Ball universe. In this realm, for an individual to rapidly gain strength, a formidable adversary must emerge to catalyze their latent potential. Without Raditz, Wukong would have lived out his days on Earth without exceeding a combat power of 1,000. Similarly, Frieza, had he not encountered Lin Bei, would remain at a mere 1. 2 billion combat power. Even with eternal life, he would eventually fall to Kula. A combat power of around 50 billion is roughly the threshold that Earth can withstand. Had he continued to amplify his energy moments ago, the Earth would likely have disintegrated on the spot. And if the Earth were to collapse, the one who would suffer most would be Lin Bei himself. First and foremost, he can no longer savor his beloved bubble tea. Secondly, there's the impending demise of Wukong. Should Wukong perish, what would become of Frieza's mission? Is it possible to resurrect him with the Dragon Balls only for Frieza to deliver the fatal blow again? Or would it simply be deemed a failure? Lin Bei strongly believes it is the latter. If the former were true, then there would be no possibility of failure for any mission. Even if Earth, Namek, and the Granola Saga were to vanish, Lin Bei would still possess the Wish Card, a miraculous artifact. Would that not imply that all missions are immune to failure? Perhaps the system might entertain such a notion, but Lin Bei cannot afford to gamble on it. Once Earth is obliterated, Wukong will die. Wukong's death would most likely lead to the failure of Frieza's mission, and failure would subject Lin Bei to Frieza's punitive consequences. Transformation limits permanently set to Super Saiyan 2. This would be a catastrophic blow for Lin Bei, even if the villain's base power were entirely transferred to him. A mere 100-fold increase in battle power would be insufficient to navigate the ensuing Dragon Ball Super Saga unscathed. He could even fall victim to the protagonist group or some villain. At that point, Golden or Black Frieza, Beast Gohan, and Ultra Instinct Wukong, though their power might not surpass his, they could still harness transformations for immense boosts, ultimately leading to his downfall. Thus, Earth must not be destroyed. Furthermore, the mission's targets, such as Wukong and others, must not meet their demise indiscriminately. The repercussions of any mission's failure are far too great for Lin Bei to bear. Presently, he can only hope that these missions are limited in number. Otherwise, what would he do if assigned a task to eliminate the king of all? The only consolation is that these missions currently lack time constraints. Should he encounter an exceptionally challenging task, he could simply abandon it. As for the card, let fate decide. Don't come any closer. As Sheru gazed at Lin Bei with a softened expression, he stumbled backward, comically landing on the ground. Ah! Sheru shrieked, clutching his head and shaking it vigorously, gradually levitating into the air, repeatedly exclaiming, "There must be some mistake. I am the universe's strongest warrior. The computer cannot lie. I am perfect." Such sentiments echoed the anguish of a man discovering on the day of his breakup that his girlfriend had been intimate with his best friend, reminiscent of a self-funded educational film. Watching Sheru retreat into the distance, Lin Bei couldn't help but smile knowingly. In a flash, he used instant transmission to appear before Sheru, exclaiming, "Truly remarkable, the cells of Satan, your acting almost deceived me." Chapter 75, Submission or Death. Let me guess, when did you begin plotting your escape? Was it when your iron fist could not harm me in the slightest? Or perhaps when you realized my energy surpassed yours tenfold? Or was it merely that my battle power exceeded yours every single second? Shalu gazed at Lin Bei, who stood a head shorter than himself, and a profound sense of powerlessness surged within him. Mighty, stalwart, profound, an absolute strength that seemed insurmountable, unfazed by the passage of time, past, present, or future. He could hardly fathom why Lin Bei's aura could reach such staggering heights, especially when the energy he had just displayed was not even half of his full potential. As the pinnacle of humanity's scientific achievement, having utilized the most advanced technology and engaged in decades of computational analysis to arrive at his conclusions, he found himself utterly diminished in the presence of Lin Bei. Remarkably, even without unleashing his transformation imbued with lightning, Lin Bei's combat prowess far surpassed his own. To prevent an accidental demise from a mere misstep, Lin Bei decided to relinquish his Super Saiyan form, presenting himself in his natural state with black hair before Shalu. Aware that Shalu harbored cells of Vegeta and possessed an immense pride that would never allow him to acknowledge someone else's superiority, Lin Bei understood that Shalu simply lacked the necessary strength. In his current form, standing before Shalu, the latter dared not utter a sound. This reminded Lin Bei of a saying from a woman named Ka: "Violence can resolve all matters." As Shalu beheld Lin Bei in his natural state, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. How infuriating! He had done nothing at all. Clenching his teeth, Shalu cursed himself silently. According to the data provided by his computer, Scions were incapable of surviving in the cosmos. The original plan was to successfully escape Earth, seeking refuge on a nearby planet to eventually find a chance to annihilate Earth and thus eliminate Lin Bei, the Great Menace. Previously, Lin Bei had aided in the creation of androids and used the Dragon Balls to evolve into his perfected form. According to the chip's calculations, there was a 99.58 probability that Lin Bei would not kill him, leaving a glimmer of hope for escape. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lin Bei would see through his ruse. From his words, it was apparent that this Satan possessed the skills of a consummate actor. Otherwise, he would not have received such praise from Lin Bei. With half-closed eyes, Lin Bei ascended slowly, his clothes billowing as if caught by an unseen wind, casting a rebellious glance downward, exuding an air of dominance. Submission or death. Lin Bei was known for his decisiveness. There were neither empty threats nor sweet promises, only relentless fists. Dam Lin Bei. Shalu yearned for the title of the strongest in the universe. He sought an absolute combat power that overshadowed all others. He desired an unrivaled supremacy. Who Lin Bei was mattered not, nor did the reasons behind his assistance. What truly mattered was that Lin Bei's combat strength could not surpass his own. Shala knelt on one knee, humbled, proclaiming, "Lord Lin Bei, I am willing to submit." This term he had learned from Raditz and Nappa, undoubtedly having been subdued by Lin Bei in a similar fashion. Yet, what use was such a weakling with that level of combat prowess? Could it be that Lin Bei's ambition is to govern and manage the entirety of the universe? Such a grand endeavor would indeed necessitate a multitude of skilled individuals. Beyond this, Shalu could scarcely conceive of any other rationale for Lin Bei to require subordinates, considering his combat prowess is undeniably the pinnacle of the cosmos. There exists no so-called adversary. Even those who might be deemed enemies are utterly non-existent. Lin Bei nodded, confirming that the outcome aligned with his thoughts. Shalu, possessing both Frieza's and Vegeta's cells, is undoubtedly a classic case of treachery. In the face of Lin Bei's absolute strength, he would inevitably become a perceptive and pragmatic individual, biding his time and preparing for a potential betrayal. Alas, he remains oblivious to the fact that he carries with him 101 Senzu Beans. He is equally unaware that, regardless of how diligently he trains, he is ultimately weaving a shroud for himself, much like his previous life, where no matter how hard he toiled, it merely enriched his employer's coffers. Even if Shalu were to choose death, Lin Bei would compel him to submit. After all, while one may lose their head or bleed, the mission must not cease. Although he previously stated that he could simply give up, does he truly possess the qualifications to do so? The subsequent saga of Dragon Ball Super is replete with hidden talents. The formidable characters known thus far exceed the count of fingers on both hands, not to mention those yet to reveal their full potential. Lin Bei categorized the formidable foes in Dragon Ball Super into 3 tiers. T0, the omnipotent Zeno, who can effortlessly erase universes, the Grand Priest, embodying profound enigma, and the previously unseen Dragon God, Salam. T1, the angels of the 12 universes. T2, the gods of destruction from the 12 universes, including Jiren. Among these, the 3 entities in T0 are particularly exceptional. If Zeno symbolizes power, the Grand Priest represents mystery, exhibiting not only a lack of fear towards Zeno, but also a semblance of dominion, while the Dragon God Salam epitomizes mystique. Lin Bei firmly believes that should the universe be obliterated by Zeno, if anything were to remain, it would undoubtedly be the Super Dragon Balls. Anything less does not meet his standards. He sets the bar at the level of the gods of destruction. Consequently, Jiren, possessing equal strength to the gods of destruction, naturally ascends in rank. When the time comes, he shall employ a detector to ascertain the true extent of these beings' combat abilities. A judicious choice. Then, let us return, Lin Bei declared, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Lord Lin Bei, what is this? Shalu inquired, a look of confusion crossing his features, as even the chip within him could not decipher the situation. If it is merely to lead the way, surely such a transformation is unnecessary? Lin Bei surveyed his surroundings, pinpointed a direction, and extended his hands, capturing Shala's tail with a resounding clap. Wait, not Lin Bei. You cannot be. Lin Bei flashed a cunning smile indeed. Just as you suspect. Lin Bei felt as though something was amiss, and realized upon preparing to return that he lacked resistance. In the past, whether it was Raditz, Nappa, or even Vegeta and Frieza, each had been obstinately defiant. Combat was unavoidable, yet only Shalu remained placid. Upon achieving his complete form, not only did he grow tall and handsome, but he also exhibited remarkable discernment, sparing himself from countless physical tribulations. Given this, it seemed only fitting to reward him. The windmill turned, and indeed, this was precisely the flavor he desired. gazing at the shooting star that was Salu streaking across the heavens. Lin Bei felt a sense of comfort. He swiftly utilized instant transmission to catch Salu, who was about to collide with the spacecraft, leading him inside, with the limping Salu following closely behind. A day later, Vegeta and Frieza returned after completing their task of annihilating the books ahead of schedule. It was anticipated that a tense confrontation would ensue, yet surprisingly, the five coexisted harmoniously, akin to brothers. Lin Bei soon comprehended that this unity stemmed from their shared adversary, himself. Only that Ba remained oblivious, believing they were all good comrades. A month later, Goku and his son successfully arrived on Namek, their energy resonating across the cosmos, causing both to appear rather perturbed. Upon landing, Goku promptly approached the residence of Elder Namek and introduced his son Gohan, who stood by his side. As a golden-haired warrior who once saved Namek, Goku and his son were warmly welcomed by Elder Namek. "Show us your talents," came the elder's enthusiastic call. Two Namekians presented microphones and basketballs, showcasing solo performances and dribbling skills for Goku and Gohan. According to Elder Namek, this was a newly instituted ceremonial practice established during his tenure, specifically designed to honor esteemed guests visiting Namek. Goku and his son awkwardly observed the entirety of the performance. As for the presence of earthly items on Namek, Goku was too indifferent to ponder it, assuming they were gifts from Bulma. The consecutive losses of their companions soon overshadowed this matter, and once the performance concluded, he directly articulated his intent. "Elder, I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek."